If they wanted to eliminate Jose, they wouldn't have waited until now. Yes, I'll handle it right away. Armin hurriedly left the room after receiving the prince's instructions. Once Armin had gone, Weston approached the window and looked towards the Zhuge residence. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. When Armin arrived at Jose's house, the bodies had already been removed, leaving only uncleaned bloodstains at the entrance. Old sir, what happened here? Why is there so much blood? Looking around, Armin spotted an old man sitting opposite, smoking his pipe. Old sir, this is a token of my gratitude. This family has ties to me, so I hope you can tell me what happened. The old man, seeing the silver coins Armin offered, changed his attitude completely and began recounting everything he knew. However, the information provided was mostly what Armin had already overheard at the inn. These coins aren't refundable. The old man quickly stashed the money away upon seeing Armin's skeptical expression, fearing that he might try to take it back. Your Highness, it's confirmed that what we heard is true. Back at the inn, Armin saw that Jose had woken up but chose to report directly to the prince. Unseal his mouth. Upon hearing Armin's confirmation, Weston felt that there was more to the story. Ishan ordered Armin to unbind Jose's mouth. What are you going to do now? As the gag was removed, Jose scooted backward fearfully. I want to know if you have any enemies. No. My uncle is the price. Who could possibly be my enemy? Even if someone had a grudge against me, they wouldn't dare to attack me, except for you and the Zhuge family in all of Changsha. Ishannering this, Jose sounded quite confident. But then, thinking about his current situation, he reluctantly admitted his helplessness. You don't know. Armin, explain it to him. Watching Jose, Weston shook his head. It was terrifying how unaware he was of being used. Yes. Jose, not understanding Weston's intentions, glanced nervously at Armin. Last night, all 28 members of your household were killed. None survived. No survivors? You must be lying. If you want something, just ask. Don't say these things to scare me. Ishannering this, Jose looked as if the sky had fallen. Ishan stared bitterly at Weston and Armin. This is true. It seems the person behind you doesn't trust you. That's impossible. My uncle wouldn't do this to me. You're setting me against him. Jose kept shaking his head, refusing to believe it, angrily shouting at them. Armin, release him. Let him go home and see for himself. Seeing Jose's state, Weston told Armin, Your Highness, he's dangerous. If we let him go, he will retaliate against us. Release him. Weston watched Jose, who now had a lost look in his eyes. There would be no danger in letting him go. Upon being untied, Jose rushed out of the room anxiously. Follow him closely and see where he goes. Weston instructed Armin, watching Jose leave hastily. Yes. It was clear Weston couldn't easily let Jose go. Knowing he wouldn't confess easily, they would let him lead them. Armin followed Jose with a group of men. Running from the inn, Jose, clutching his injured arm, headed towards his home. Isn't that Otis? I heard he died. Where did he come from? It seems you haven't been updated. Otis wasn't home, so he survived. From the direction he's running, he probably knows what happened at home. News of the incident at Otis's home spread throughout Changsha. Arriving at his front door, Jose fell to the ground when he saw the bloodstains. Bernard, are you alright? Two constables guarding the door rushed over to help him. What happened? Standing up shakily, Jose grabbed the two officers by their collars. Condolences, Otis, the officers replied, bowing their heads. Seeing their expressions, Jose understood the worst. Ishan stumbled towards his home. Bernard, stop. You can't go in. Ishan said clearly that no one is allowed inside. Attempting to enter his home, Jose ordered all officers and guards to bring Jose back, dead or alive. Fine, I'll go with you. After hearing the officer's words, Jose felt an overwhelming sense of pain, greater than if his own family had been killed. Ishan couldn't understand why his uncle would treat him like this. Don't play any tricks. Seeing they were on a busy street, the officer concealed his dagger in his sleeve, pressing it against Jose's back as he whispered from behind. Then, Jose led the officer to a less crowded area. Why aren't we taking the main road to the Yamen? The officer, being from Changsha, knew the shortest route. Finding Jose avoiding the main road, he poked him with the hilt of his knife. Feeling the blade's hilt press into his back, Jose twisted backward forcefully. Caught off guard, the officer holding the knife reversed the blade into his own body, clutching his stomach as he fell. Just you dare lay a hand on me. Looking around and seeing no one else, Jose squatted beside the fallen officer. Ishan Admin, please forgive me. I couldn't recognize your true stature. Spare me this once. Terrified by Jose's gaze, the officer begged for mercy. If you tell me everything you know, who killed my family, I may consider sparing you. Jose gripped the hilt of the knife, twisting it slowly as he questioned. I'll talk, Kyle. What have your men done? Jose wasn't even home. They killed his entire family. This pushes him right into our opposition. Having waited all day due to his position, Hicks finally burst into the place, angrily questioning the masked man. How dare you speak to me like this? Though the masked man appeared to be merely a servant, the powerful figure he served could easily crush Hicks like a bug. And what if I do? I will write to the Lord himself and let him decide this matter. Frustrated with the masked man for a long time, Hicks finally vented his anger. Very well, if that's how you choose to die, go ahead and report me. See who the Lord believes, me or you. Amused by Hicks's bravado, the masked man remained unfazed. Knowing he was the Lord's confidant, he considered Hicks expendable. Who's there? Interrupted by a voice from the doorway, both men paused. Seize the intruder. Ishannering the shouts, Hicks and the masked man exchanged glances and rushed out of the room, looking towards the rooftop. Hicks, from today onward, there is no more kinship between us. One day, I will take your life. Standing on the rooftop, Jose did not flee but stood and shouted down at them. Jose, I made a mistake. Come down now, Hicks pleaded, realizing that everything he said earlier had been overheard. Aldenf, if I go down now, won't your people kill me on the spot? Jose sneered. They won't. Step back, everyone. Hicks tried to reassure him, though he too had acted out of necessity. But he regretted it now, assuming Jose had died. When he learned Jose was alive, he had been relieved, turning to the others with a hopeful look. Seeing everyone draw their weapons, he commanded them to step back. But no one complied after Hicks's order. Sir, please spare Jose this once. I promise to obey you henceforth. Hicks turned to the masked man, knowing the others followed his orders, and pleaded with clasped hands. Chapter 471. Vengeance achieved. This is not something I can decide. You should ask him. The masked man looked up at Jose on the roof and, from the latter's gaze, knew that they had reached a point where one of them had to die. Even if he released Jose now, the latter would never let him off in the future. People like Jose had to be eliminated completely. Otherwise, they would always find a way to come back. You don't need to plead for me. I will kill all of you. Upon hearing Hicks's words, Jose drew his dagger and pointed it downward at the masked man below. Sir Shang, you have seen this. It is your nephew who refuses to give up, so don't blame me. The masked man glanced at Hicks beside him and said, Jose, you're being foolish. Don't you know who you're facing? Come down immediately, and we can put an end to this without further trouble. Booker standing to Jose's response, he realized that if the latter didn't turn back now, Sir Shang wouldn't let him off. Ishan tried to persuade Jose not to do something stupid. That's enough, attack. Seeing that Jose wasn't going to respond, the masked man didn't want to wait any longer. It was just wasting time. Ishan ordered his death guards behind him, and as soon as the order was given, they all rushed toward the roof. Jose watched them come, gripping his dagger tightly, ready to fight to the death to avenge his family. Standing in the courtyard, Hicks knew he couldn't stop what was about to happen. Without saying another word, he turned and left, unwilling to witness Jose's death. Jose's skills were nothing more than basic tricks. They might look impressive, but in reality, he was no match for these battle-hardened death guards. Ishan soon fell from the roof and crashed heavily onto the ground. Why did you have to make things so difficult? Do it yourself, it might be less painful. The masked man approached Jose, who was now too weak to resist. Ishan was no longer in a hurry and noticed that Jose still clung to his dagger. Out of respect for Hicks, he didn't want Jose to suffer too much. Ha ha ha, go to hell. On the ground, with multiple fractures, Jose saw the masked man only a meter away and threw his dagger at him with his remaining strength. Seeing the flying dagger, the masked man quickly dodged, surprised by Jose's distance. And when I returned from Yunnan, I have a ledger of all this. Is Shannering this? Weston sneered. So, you're not letting me off. But wouldn't you want to know who planned all this? The masked man, hearing Weston's words, showed a fierce expression. I would very much like to know. If you tell me, I might spare your life. The masked man hesitated, but decided it was better to talk than die. All right, I'll tell you. The planner is... As he was about to speak, an arrow pierced his neck. Armin, chase after him. Don't let him get away. Turning to see where the arrow came from, Weston ordered Armin. Yes, follow me. Armin, unaware of anyone else in hiding, hurriedly pursued the shooter. Aldenry, who was the mastermind? With Armin gone, Weston rushed to the masked man. It's from Jingsheng. The masked man struggled to speak those words before closing his eyes. Ishannering Jingsheng. Weston's expression darkened. Even while he was away, they didn't let him off. Ha ha ha, finally, vengeance is achieved. Seeing the masked man dead, Jose laughed, then plunged the dagger into his chest. His family was dead, and his uncle had betrayed him. Ishan felt no reason to live and wanted to join them. Weston didn't stop him, recognizing Jose's role in all this. Amasha's dignified death was almost lenient. Removing the masked man's mask, Weston found a face he had never seen before, except for a character prisoner on his forehead. Recognizing this symbol used for convicts, he wondered how a prisoner ended up here and who was pulling the strings. How did it go? Sitting on the steps, thinking deeply, Weston saw Armin return and asked. We didn't catch him, he was too fast. Armin, drenched in sweat, reported to the Duke helplessly. Chapter 472. No more playing with the book Irving, now it's the dead. Are you all good for nothing? Just one man. What have you been doing with so many of you? Weston had been sitting and thinking when he heard Armin's words. Ishan stood up angrily and shouted at him. Your Highness, but we did not find anything. Ishan then took out something and handed it to Weston. This bow is not something that can be found in Changsha. When Weston held the bow in his hand and examined it closely, he noticed its exquisite craftsmanship. After pulling it slightly, he confirmed it was a fine bow. So everything fits together now. Looking at the bow in his hands and recalling the brand on the masked man's face and the characters, Jingsheng, Weston understood. It was an assassination attempt. Your Highness, should we arrest Hicks next? Amasha's significant incident has happened here. I fear he might flee. Booker standing to the prince's words, Armin felt confused, unsure of what the prince meant, but realized Hicks must have been involved too. With everyone else dead, it would be strange if Hicks didn't realize the danger and escape. Don't move against him yet. Keep him under surveillance first, see who he contacts, and report back to me when you've gathered enough information. With most people dead, Hicks could be the only lead. Weston thought for a moment before giving orders to Armin. Understood. I'll arrange for my men. Luckily, more than 10 men came along. It would be enough to keep an eye on Hicks. Your Highness, what are you doing? Just as Armin prepared to pass on the order, he saw the prince squatting down, apparently doing something, and walked over to ask. Don't touch this spot. I need to stoke the fire further for Hicks. Weston looked at his handiwork and smiled. Your Highness is truly brilliant. Beside him, Armin watched the bodies on the ground and understood what the prince planned to do. His mouth twitched. He never imagined the prince would be this ruthless. This wasn't just playing with someone. It was about playing with the dead. The next morning, Hicks woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Since returning from the old house, he hadn't slept well, plagued by anxiety. Every time he closed his eyes, images of Jose atop the roof flashed through his mind. Ishan opened the door and stepped out. Sir, What happened to your eyes? The butler quickly brought a basin of water, poured hot water into it, and handed Hicks a towel. As he did so, he noticed his master's eyes and asked anxiously, "Nothing, I didn't rest well last night." After washing his face, Hicks walked to the front hall for breakfast. "Old Hurley, what's this?" Sitting down, he noticed 2 bowls on the table. Seeing them, Hicks's eyes visibly moistened as he called for the butler. Once the butler arrived, Hicks pointed to the bowls on the table. "Is young master not coming back this morning?" The butler knew nothing. Ishan had left Hicks at the entrance last night and waited far away. Ishan had no idea what happened in the courtyard. "We won't need 2 bowls anymore. Jose will never come back." Hicks was distracted. After sitting for a while, he picked up a spoon and filled the bowl for Jose with porridge. Knowing Jose couldn't survive the attack of those assassins, he felt hollow. After taking a sip of the porridge, Hicks angrily slammed the bowl on the table, unable to accept the events of the previous night. All this was caused by those masked men. Otherwise, his nephew wouldn't have turned against him. Determined to blame the masked men, he decided to write to the officials in Jingxing. About an hour later, Hicks got into a carriage with the butler driving. Then the carriage stopped at a cosmetic shop. "Deliver this letter according to our usual procedure to the designated place." Hicks took out an envelope from his robe and handed it to the butler. Breaking the seal would alert the recipient that the letter had been tampered with. "Your Highness, why aren't you reading it?" The exhausted guard, sweating profusely from running, was puzzled by Weston's hesitation. "Don't you see the wax seal? If I break it, how do I restore it?" Weston pointed to the envelope, exasperated. "I remember our leader knows carving. We could carve a wooden stamp and press it on." The guard looked at the seal pattern and suggested a solution. "Well, I didn't expect you to have such good ideas." Realizing the possibility, Weston nodded approvingly. Chapter 473, Dogs Biting Each Other. "I didn't expect that my modern mind couldn't match the wisdom of the ancients." I then hurried to Armin's room, knocked on the door, and found no one there. I returned to my own room. Right, where is Armin now? After returning to the room, Weston checked the time. It was almost noon, and he had no idea where Armin had gone, especially at such an urgent time. Ishan turned to look at the guards. They got up very early and must have known where Armin went, so he asked them anxiously, "Where did the boss go?" "How would I know? I went to the yamen last night and only just came back. I haven't seen the boss since then." The guard seemed helpless, as he hadn't seen Armin at all. The prince had been in the inn the whole time and had no clue where Armin might be. "All right, let's put this letter aside for now." Without Armin, opening the letter himself wouldn't help. He couldn't any news for so long. Claudia also saw the face, realized it wasn't him, and felt disappointed, turning to Aiden for an answer. As the saying goes, the good die young while the wicked live to be 100. Weston will be fine. Weston, on his way to the old house, paid no attention to Claudia and Aiden. Upon arriving at the old house, he saw officers all around outside. Finally, Weston spotted Armin in the crowd watching curiously and shouted him out. "What's going on here?" Just arriving, Weston had no clue about what happened, looking at the entrance, asking Armin who was previously watching from the crowd. "I received word that Hicks came here. I rushed over and found the place sealed off by him. No idea what's happening inside." Though Armin was here, he knew nothing about what occurred inside the courtyard. "Are you stupid? What can you see here? Go inside to see." Ishaning that Armin had no information and was just standing outside watching, Weston was speechless. "I forgot." Armin slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to enter. "Wait here by the entrance. Be ready for anything." Then Weston instructed others and led Armin to the top of the wall overlooking the roof. Garfield. Garfield. Once Weston and Armin reached the roof, they saw Hicks holding Garfield, weeping bitterly. After arriving at the old house, Hicks saw the corpses scattered everywhere and couldn't understand what had happened. Finally, he reached Garfield, finding him lying before the masked man. After examining the scene, he concluded, Garfield was killed by the masked men, who were subsequently killed by another group. "My lord, please restrain your grief." The butler watched Hicks embrace Garfield's body, sobbing uncontrollably. After all, once dead, one cannot return to life. Crying wouldn't bring anyone back. "You, go to the military camp outside the city with my order, and fetch me 200 soldiers. Dig up these scum in the city and tear them into pieces." In his fury, Hicks, seeing the dead servants, commanded the butler, eyes blazing with rage. "Yes." Booker standing from the roof, Weston and Armin exchanged glances and retreated. Just as Weston left, Hicks, perceptive, glanced toward the direction where Weston had hidden. Feeling someone watching him, he turned but saw nothing. "Your Highness, I never expected your plan to work so well, making them turn on each other." After hearing Hicks's instructions to the butler, Armin couldn't help but admire the prince's tactics. "Aldenf, evil people are punished by other evil people. They colluded with each other like wolves, so let them fight among themselves. This way, we save ourselves a lot of trouble." Weston hadn't anticipated the result either, and felt quite pleased with himself. An hour later, the butler arrived at the military camp outside the city. To enter the city. They feared being cornered, and entering the city would mean certain death. The soldier couldn't understand why any bandit would be this foolish. "This matter must be reported immediately. The price has ordered me to come here. Ishanra's his warrant. Dovey will surely understand once he sees it." The Gustavo didn't know how to explain that the Black E people were in cahoots with the price. Ishan handed over the warrant to the soldier, hoping to gain an audience with Dovey. "All right, please wait here." The soldier glanced at the writing on the warrant, but couldn't make out a single character. Ishan then entered the military camp holding the warrant. Watching the soldier leave, Fabio waited anxiously at the gate. "Ha ha ha, Hicks indeed did as the prince predicted," Dovey remarked, smiling as he turned to Beckett beside him. Upon learning that the visitors were heading to the outskirts of the city, Beckett and Armin hurriedly arrived early and informed Dovey beforehand. "They won't last long. Barnabas, should I send troops or not?" Dovey, despite camping outside Changsha City, knew that under special circumstances, especially concerning bandits, he must send reinforcements. With Barnabas Dingsby arriving early and informing him without giving explicit orders on dispatching troops, Dovey was uncertain. Everyone in the military knew of Barnabas Dingsby's influence. A minor price's warrant held no real power over his command decisions. However, Dovey knew that the true person he needed to curry favor with was Barnabas Dingsby. Although Changsha was a wealthy area in Sichuan, Dovey still aspired for more and didn't want to spend his entire life achieving nothing. Fabio managed to smile, inwardly seething at the poor conduct. The messenger is here. After escorting Fabio into the main tent, the soldier stepped back. Inside the tent, Fabio noticed Dovey along with two unfamiliar men. You're Magistrate Sheng's man, right? Recognizing Fabio from previous interactions involving frequent payments, Dovey asked. Yes, sir. Please deploy troops quickly to eliminate the bandits within the city. Relieved that he was recognized, Fabio swiftly relayed his mission. How many men are needed for the operation? Dovey, already aware of the specifics from the warrant, asked. Our master believes 200 men should suffice. The Gustavo quickly replied upon being questioned. Magistrate Sheng sure asks for much, demanding 200 men at once. Does he think I can mobilize troops arbitrarily? If someone notices unauthorized troop movements, it could be mistaken for rebellion, leaving me responsible. Initially, Dovey thought Hicks would request a few dozen men, manageable considering past favors. But asking for 200 was far from ordinary and risked severe consequences. Commander, the bandits are skilled warriors. We have suffered heavy casualties, including the county price's nephew and head of the constabulary. Without sufficient manpower, we fear we cannot secure victory. The Gustavo hastened to explain. Brother Yun, what do you think? Turning to Beckett, Dovey sought guidance, as ultimately the prince's opinion mattered most. Asking for 200 men implies significant expenses. Who will bear this cost, the court or the price? Beckett wanted troops dispatched but noted Dovey's concerns. Understanding the need for leverage, he decided to sweeten the deal. The funds will be provided by the county office. The Gustavo responded uneasily, confused by the sudden emphasis on finance. While bewildered, the urgency dictated compliance. But the Price's nephew was killed. Isn't this personal vendetta disguised as official duty? Beckett felt indignant knowing these were public funds used for private grievances. Note: for continuity, future translations will continue to refine and integrate character names consistently. Chapter 475, Greed. Yes. Do you think we'll take any money offered? Dovey saw the prince's displeased expression and knew the prince tolerated no sand in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he pretended to be angry and questioned Fabio to leave a good impression on the prince. In reality, he wanted this money badly. Any money in his pocket was his. This sum is for the mobilization expenses. If the bandit problem is resolved, our master will have more rewards. Absolutely not just this much. The Gustavo, after hearing Weston's words, initially didn't understand but then realized that perhaps the other party thought the amount was too small. Brother Yun, since County Magistrate Shang has been so sincere, we can't let him down. After all, protecting the safety of the people is what we should do. Dovey quickly interrupted when he saw the prince about to speak again. This was no small sum, and unlike Weston who treated money like dirt, he could never reach such a level of detachment. Eschannering Dovey's words, Weston didn't respond further, deciding to settle accounts later. Fine, I'll go back and tell my master now. We shall meet in the city. Upon hearing Dovey's agreement, Fabio hurriedly left the tent, giving Weston a curious glance before leaving, puzzled by who exactly these people were. Your Highness, don't be upset. When the time comes, all the money from the government office will be handed over to you. Only the funds from Hicks will remain with me. After all, feeding and housing so many men costs a lot, and I can't let them suffer with me. Seeing the prince's unhappiness, Dovey quickly approached, respectfully clasping his hands and addressing Weston. Let's march. Weston didn't want to argue further and rose to address Dovey. Soon, more than 200 soldiers left the camp, heading towards Changsha City. Feeling uncertain, Weston ordered Dovey to dispatch 400 men, 100 at each gate. Now we're weak and need your help. I know. I'll help you avenge your nephew. While speaking, Dovey couldn't help but look at the jade pendant on Hicks's waist. This jade pendant is a family heirloom. If Brother Bud helps me avenge him, this pendant is yours. Unexpectedly, Dovey coveted the priceless jade pendant. Despite hesitation, Hicks removed it and handed it over. Ha ha ha, we're brothers. No need for such formality. Dovey examined the jade, then stashed it away, patting Hicks's shoulder. Well, it's getting late. Let's get rid of them. Realizing the loss of the pendant meant a significant setback, Hicks looked at the sky, aware that delaying further would make the operation more challenging. The trained assassins were experts who might use the darkness to escape. If they got away, they'd inform officials in the capital, leading to grave consequences. Dovey glanced aside, knowing the final decision rested with the prince. Commander, I also think daytime is better. Nighttime would only increase difficulty. Weston, sensing the inquiry, promptly responded. Agreed. County Magistrate Shang, lead us there. The city was vast. Finding the targets required precise information, which Hicks likely had. Hold on, Brother Bud. Who is this gentleman? Eschannering this, Hicks refocused, eyeing Weston. Though disguised, something seemed familiar yet strange. Eschan turned to ask Dovey. This is Dodge, my strategist. Does Lord Sheng know him? Seeing Hicks's suspicion grow, Dovey quickly clarified. It's fine. I've never seen him before. Let's hurry. Recalling the name Dodge, Hicks found no matches and dismissed it, eager to proceed to the assassin's hideout. Knowing only 20 or so remained elsewhere, the task exceeded the county's capacity, thus requiring reinforcements from outside the city for success. Chapter 476, Biting Back. Aldenry, inform our people to return to the inn. Weston walked behind, instructing Armin who was beside him. Thinking of his subordinates scattered outside, if they were discovered and a fight broke out, Hicks would undoubtedly treat them as expendable guards. To avoid such a situation, Weston could only have Armin send notifications and silently prayed it wouldn't happen. Hicks, leading the way in front, noticed after walking for a bit that Weston wasn't beside him anymore. Turning back, he saw Weston at the rear, which made him feel something was off. However, time was tight, so he quickly led everyone towards the west side of town. That's the courtyard ahead. Arriving in the west side, Hicks stopped far from the closed courtyard and pointed it out. Go there. You go there. The rest follow me straight in. Looking at the courtyard, Dovey wasn't overly concerned, giving orders to his soldiers. Then, with the remaining men, he approached the courtyard. Bad news, the troops are here. Just as the soldiers were advancing, a person inside the courtyard, who was fetching water, saw the troops and hurriedly threw the bucket aside, rushing back inside and slamming the door shut while shouting loudly. Inside, upon hearing the troops had arrived, they immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out. Before they could ask what happened, the courtyard door was kicked open. Those inside, don't resist. Lay down your arms and come out. I can guarantee no one will die. Weston first ordered everyone not to move, stepping out from the soldiers and shouting into the courtyard. Ishaning Weston's words, Hicks's expression turned ugly. Ishan had brought the army in to eliminate these people. Why would he spare them? If these people didn't die, they'd surely expose his affairs, making things difficult for him. Thinking about how to deal with them, someone inside shouted, "Go to hell," and threw a dart at Weston. Weston didn't dodge, standing still as a shield-wielding soldier stepped in front of him and deflected the dart. Not respecting an invitation means punishment. Kill them. Seeing the other side take action, Hicks seized the opportunity and ordered all the soldiers. The county officials rushed into the courtyard upon hearing Hicks's command, while the troops remained unmoved. Dovey looked at the prince, unsure of his intention. Weston nodded at Dovey, who understood and indicated for his men to join in. Amostantly, the courtyard erupted into chaos. The officers initially charged in, but were forced to retreat repeatedly until finally being driven out. Troops then stormed in, their spears piercing through the opposition. Let's go. We're leaving. Seeing the hopeless fight, with most using knives getting impaled without even touching the enemy, realizing this would end their lives, one noticed Hicks outside. A guard yelled to the others, who scattered toward the walls on either side. Climbing up the walls, they froze seeing nothing but troops with spears waiting below. Just as they were about to jump, they were speared to death. After the fighting ended, only 5 remained, surrounded by troops. Lay down your weapons. We'll overlook the past. Dovey saw the battle was over, as several entered the courtyard. Weston looked at the surrounded 5 and said. The 5 hesitated. If they dared to fight to the death, they wouldn't be surrounded now. Hicks also realized the danger. If these 5 fell into Dovey's hands, he'd definitely learn of Hicks's involvement. Even without evidence now, Hicks felt threatened. What if the evidence landed in their hands? One of the trapped guards saw Hicks and recognized him from a previous encounter, hoping for rescue. And maintains the original tone and paragraph structure, ensuring natural fluency and grammatical correctness in English. Chapter 477. Removing the Alden Man skin mask. Hicks's face was also somewhat pale. Seeing Dovey's gaze, he could only continue to buy his way out of trouble. Hicks still believed that money could buy off Dovey. Alright, then I'll do you the honor of coming along. Dovey actually wasn't too certain either. If it were a normal day, he would have taken some money and let it go, but now he had Barnabas Bryant with him. If he accepted bribes, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. Ishan glanced at Weston, who was watching silently without a word. Dovey didn't understand what this meant, but decided to agree first anyway. Fine, I'll prepare right away. Ishaning that Dovey agreed to come, Hicks felt relieved. As long as there was room for negotiation, everything could be discussed. What he feared most was if Dovey uncovered his secret and arrested him, then he'd have no way out. Protect Lord Shangwell. Remember, don't leave his side. Seeing Hicks wanting to return, Dovey couldn't just let him go. Ishan called over several subordinates and gave them instructions. Hicks glanced at Baron but didn't say anything, turning to leave the courtyard. Your Highness, how should we handle this person? After Hicks left, Baron quickly approached Weston and asked. We've been busy all day. We should eat a proper meal. Weston pondered carefully, making up his mind. Ishan looked at Baron and smiled. Great, finally. Upon hearing they could finally have a decent meal, Baron laughed in relief, having been famished. Sir, what should we do? The Gustavo sensed something was amiss. This wasn't protection. It was like escorting a prisoner. Prepare dinner for tonight. This is our last chance. Hicks's face turned deathly gray. With people watching him, he knew Baron feared he might flee. After some thought, he instructed Fabio. Understood, leave it to me. The Gustavo nodded, realizing what to do next. Stop. Where are you going? A soldier, responsible for monitoring, saw Fabio trying to leave and quickly blocked him. I need to buy vegetables for General Bud's visit. Otherwise, what will he eat? The Gustavo maintained a polite smile. Well, the soldier hesitated, worried about Fabio fleeing. If I don't buy the vegetables, General Bud won't have any dinner, and I can't take responsibility for that. The Gustavo pressured the soldier, noticing his hesitation. Alright, 2 of you follow him and help carry things. Realizing he'd be blamed if he delayed, the soldier ordered 2 men to accompany Fabio. Before leaving, Fabio glanced at Hicks but said nothing, walking down another path instead. Night fell, and Weston and Baron arrived at Hicks's residence. General, there's a problem. A soldier reported upon their arrival. What happened? Baron, preparing to dine, was puzzled. The soldier glanced at Weston and whispered in Baron's ear. Go find him immediately. If he escapes, you'll answer to me. Furious at the news, Baron's face darkened. Ishan yelled at the soldiers, frustrated they allowed someone under surveillance to escape. Yes, sir, we'll find him right away. The soldiers hurried off. Did Hicks escape? Noticing Baron's anger, Weston inquired. Not Hicks, his Gustavo escaped. Baron sighed, exasperatedly explaining to the prince. It doesn't matter as long as Hicks hasn't run. Weston remained unperturbed by the escaping Gustavo, focusing on the crucial information from Hicks. Alright, let's go in. Seeing the prince's indifference, Baron entered Hicks's residence without further comment. Inside, They found the entire household under military control. General Bud, take whatever you like. Just spare me. Hicks helplessly shrugged, aware he had to sacrifice to survive. These items don't interest me. Don't think a few favors can bribe me. Baron eyed Hicks, knowing he had been siphoning off profits as the price of Changsha. But remembering Barnabas Weston, his enthusiasm waned. Magistrate Hicks of Changsha City pays homage to His Highness. Hicks had grown suspicious of Yoon Mr. Today. Baron treated him with excessive respect, unusual for a commander. Ishan realized only one person deserved such treatment in Changsha. Examining Weston's boots, adorned with precious gems, Hicks noticed an inconsistency in his appearance. Realizing the truth, he bowed respectfully. I never expected to see through it. Acknowledging his identity was exposed, Weston removed his mask. Hicks knelt in shock, terrified by Weston's true identity. Why not use your intelligence for good? Weston patted Hicks's head. Won't you spare me, Your Highness? It was a momentary lapse in judgment. Facing Weston, Hicks pleaded for mercy, fearing his fate worse than before. Tell me what you know. Perhaps I can grant you a quick death. Weston sat in the main seat, looking at the kneeling Hicks. Your Highness, please spare my life. I'll reveal everything. If my end is death, I won't speak. Hicks begged, fearing both death and revealing secrets. Do you really think that's possible? All you've done was to try and kill me. Would you forgive someone who tried to kill you? Chapter 478, Reversal. Weston heard Hicks's demands and directly refused. Weston was not a fool and wouldn't give Hicks any chance to turn things around. Someone as ambitious as Hicks, if allowed to rise again, would pose a significant threat in the future. I'll commit suicide then. This way, nobody will have it easy. Hicks pulled out a small dagger from his sleeve and placed it against his own neck, shouting at Weston. Ishani, calm down. Everything can be discussed. Baron, who had been standing nearby, saw Hicks take out the dagger and hurriedly walked over to Weston's side, trying to persuade Hicks. Baron knew that Hicks was very important now and did not want him to take his own life. Many soldiers also rushed in, surrounding Hicks. Just stand back. He won't dare to commit suicide. Watching Hicks with the dagger, Weston remained calm, waving away the soldiers. Ishaning Weston's words, Hicks froze momentarily, surprised by Weston's lack of interference. Seeing everyone's gazes, he hesitated, deeply afraid to end his life. If he had the courage, he would have killed himself long ago, right after everything fell apart. Ishan knew well the kind of torture awaiting him in Weston's hands. Do it. Are you just threatening me with a dagger? Do you think I was raised in fear? Weston's face showed some displeasure. He hated being threatened. Walking up to Hicks, he snatched the dagger from his hand. The hesitant Hicks, upon seeing his dagger taken, tried to grab it back but was no match for Weston, who punched him to the ground. Bind him. Baron watched the fallen Hicks, his mouth twitching. The third princess has been kidnapped. They want us to bring Hicks for an exchange. Upon hearing this, Weston and Baron were both shocked. Ha ha ha, looks like my backup plan was worth it. Contrary to others, Hicks laughed loudly. How did you still have people at your disposal? Weston grabbed Hicks by the neck, angrily demanding an answer. Weston thought he had eliminated all of Hicks's forces, confused how Hicks could send anyone into action. Your Highness, calm down. Baron pulled Weston away, seeing Hicks nearly strangled. You indeed killed my men, but there's one thing you forgot, Hicks said, smiling at Weston's anger. You mean your Gustavo? Weston recalled Fabio escaping. Yes, don't underestimate him, or you're gravely mistaken. Take him away. Weston slapped his head, realizing his huge oversight. Concerned for Claudia, he quickly left, telling Baron, come, take him away. Seeing the situation, Baron ordered the soldiers accordingly. Reaching the residence of Akenong, they found two bodies at the entrance. Ishaning sounds inside, they rushed in. Let her go, and I'll let you leave. Aliana begged the black-clothed figures, worried for Claudia. Our terms are clear. Hand over our lord, and we'll release her. Facing the encirclement, Fabio showed no fear. Ishan's here. Weston threw the bound Hicks into the courtyard, where he landed heavily on the ground. My lord, are you all right? Seeing his lord injured, Fabio quickly checked. I'm fine, untie me. Lying on the ground, Hicks gasped for breath, looking up at Fabio. Untie my lord's bindings. The Gustavo, clutching Claudia's neck, shouted at Weston. Untie them. Without hesitation, Weston ordered a servant. Clear the way. We must leave immediately. Seeing Weston's guards all around, Fabio, seeing his lord safe, demanded they be let go. Everyone looked at Weston. Without his nod, no one dared to let them leave. Clear the way. Let them go. With Claudia in their hands, Weston, unable to act rashly, had to comply. Your Highness, really let them go? This means letting the tiger return to the mountain. Baron, who was still in the middle with his men, turned to Weston, questioning the decision. As a common general, he feared revenge if Hicks escaped. Weston, as Barnabas Bryant, didn't share this concern but felt forced for Claudia's safety. Let them go. Understanding Baron's hesitation, Weston knew he had little choice. For Claudia, he had to let Hicks go. Chapter 479. Can't escape the palm of the hand. Go take care of your own business and manage your soldiers well. Don't come out to cause trouble for me. Weston said to Baron, who was standing before him. I won't deal with this anymore. Let's go. After hearing Weston's words, Baron left angrily with his subordinates. Ha ha ha, get 2 horses ready for us immediately. Seeing that Baron had left with his men, Hicks no longer felt afraid. Ishanra. Regardless of what conditions Hicks and his companion set, Weston could only agree unconditionally. Soon, Ishan led 2 horses over. After checking them and finding no issues, Hicks mounted first. The Gustavo handed Claudia over to Hicks, then also got on the other horse. Hold it. Just as they were about to leave, Weston called out to them. After Weston spoke, over 10 people rushed out, blocking Hicks's path. Rest assured, I, Hicks, will not break my word. Go to the city gate to meet the consort of the Christopher of Bryant. Upon hearing Weston's assurance, Hicks did not want to kill Claudia in his heart. If he really killed Claudia, it would truly lead to a never-ending grudge. Ishan still wanted to live a bit longer, and didn't wish to face endless persecution. Ishan only wished to retire peacefully into the mountains. Just being alive was enough. Ishan didn't wish to get involved in court or martial affairs anymore. Yeehaw! Ishaning Hicks's promise, Weston waved at the people blocking the way and instructed them to move aside. Sherman, you must save Bertrand Booker. He was taken hostage for Giles. Seeing Claudia being taken away, Everly hurried over, crying to Weston. At first, Fabio had infiltrated the Juga family with the aim of targeting Weston's son, forcing compliance by threatening the child. They eventually caught the sleeping Alden Ping. In a critical moment, Claudia offered to exchange himself for Alden Ping. The Gustavo agreed after thinking that the child was too young, fearing any potential harm. Don't worry, they can't escape. After listening to Everly, Weston didn't expect such a turn of events. Sir, where do we go now? The two riders stopped at an intersection, and Fabio asked Hicks. We are close to the south, but they'll expect us to go there. Let's go east instead to the eastern city gate. Hicks examined the roads, and chose the eastern gate after some thought. Not only because he feared Weston might catch up, but also because he had people at the eastern gate who would let him leave. Weston sat in the hall of his residence, waiting for something, while all the women returned to the inner quarters. Have you made all the arrangements? While waiting, Weston saw Baron return and asked him. Rest assured, even if they grow wings, they cannot leave Changsha City. Very good, then let's wait. Weston had already arranged everything beforehand, not just at the gates but outside the city too, to prevent anyone from wrong. Many more people were around the gate. The price is going out, clear the road immediately. The Gustavo rode ahead and told the guards at the gate. But no one moved. That's odd, watch my signals. Hicks looked at the guards, seeing none of his men among them, all unfamiliar faces. No reaction to Fabio's command confirmed the situation. As both sides were locked in a standoff, Hicks noticed the soldiers placing their hands on their swords. Charge through. Hicks exchanged glances with Fabio, both drawing their swords and charging forward. The guards intended to capture them but did not expect the sudden charge and couldn't react in time. A bunch of useless trash, trying to stop me. Exiting the city gate, Hicks brandished his whip. Sir, look ahead. The Gustavo, however, wasn't happy, as he saw a dense crowd further ahead and urgently alerted Hicks. Turning to look ahead, Hicks quickly reined in his horse. Minister Shang, please return with us, don't make futile resistance. A general surrounded them and stepped forward to speak to Hicks. General Bukaru, we know each other. Spare me, and I will give you 1,000 gold coins and 3,000 silver coins. How about sharing it with your brothers? Hicks realized he was too complacent, regretting letting Claudia go earlier, unaware Weston had planned a contingency. Oh, with all these benefits, where do I get them since you're escaping? General Bukaru was initially intrigued by Hicks's offer, but then seemed to remember something. These treasures are at Fengshou Pawn Shop. This key will grant access to the money. His orders were to bring Hicks back. There were no orders concerning the butler. Dozens of arrows pierced the butler's chest. Before dying, he cast one last glance at Hicks before collapsing off his horse. Crosby, I'll kill you. Seeing his longtime servant killed by arrows, Hicks angrily roared at Crosby. Several soldiers immediately dragged Hicks off his horse, tied his hands with rope, and marched him toward the city. Alden, take him away. At the Juga residence. Raquel, are you okay? Weston, who had been waiting, rushed forward to embrace Raquel as she returned. I'm fine. They left me at the east gate and rode away. Although Raquel remained strong when leaving, she eventually couldn't hold back her tears. She hid somewhere along the way to cry until she composed herself before returning. Resting against Weston's chest, Raquel felt instantly calm. With Weston by her side, everything seemed manageable again, and her fear melted away. Yes, you rest in the back courtyard while I handle things. Have a good rest. Seeing Raquel's state, Weston felt deeply for her, gently pinched her cheek, and advised her. All right. Feeling exhausted, Raquel nodded and moved to the back courtyard. His Highness treats Ish and her Highness so well. Watching the affection between the prince and princess, Baron felt envious, having yet to marry. Weston remained silent, eyes fixed on Himph, do you think someone with nothing would still want to live? Hicks sneered at Baron, who was silenced and said no more. State your conditions. Seeing Hicks's resignation to fate, Weston was curious about his demands. Everyone out. I need to speak to you alone. Everyone, please leave. Weston, noting the crowded hall, instructed everyone to leave. Even I can't stay? Baron hesitated, noticing Weston's gaze, feeling unsure if it was directed at him. If you wish to die, stay. The mastermind behind Hicks is a significant figure in the capital, capable of ordering such actions against me. Decide whether you want to hear it. Then I'll step outside for some air. Understanding the severity, Baron laughed awkwardly and quickly left, fearing any involvement with such a powerful person would cost him his life. You can speak now. Once everyone left, Weston approached Hicks. The mastermind behind all this is... Everything was orchestrated by him. There are still people of his in Changsha, and news might have reached the capital. Having lost everything, Hicks revealed the mastermind to Weston. Are you lying to me? Ishaning the name. Weston refused to believe it, grabbing Hicks by the collar. Ha ha ha, who else could it be? You might have guessed but dared not believe it. Do you have evidence? Evidence? Do you think someone like that would leave evidence? It's all been meticulously covered up. Hicks shook his head at Weston's skepticism. Chapter 481. Seeking revenge for the Benedict. State your conditions. As long as they're not too unreasonable, I can't agree to them. Weston had already identified the person behind the scenes and kept his promise by asking Hicks for his conditions. Fearing the latter might propose unreasonable demands, he added a precaution. Ish let me bury my butler's body and execute the one who killed him. Benedict? Was the one who killed him Crosby just now? Upon hearing Hicks's request, Weston was puzzled. Ishan thought Hicks would use his last wish on himself, never imagining it would be for a deceased butler. However, the mention of executing Crosby made Weston feel uneasy. Thinking about the person who captured Hicks earlier, Weston asked, feeling conflicted. Executing Crosby without reason would be hard to explain to Baron. Yes, that's the man. Your Highness needn't be troubled. This man has been bullying men and women with no scruples. Many have filed complaints against him in the past, but each time money smoothed things over. Killing him would also be a service to the people, Hicks hurriedly explained, seeing Weston's hesitation. Commander, when are we leaving? Crosby approached the commander, anxious. What are you in such a hurry for? Scholars Baron, who was waiting for results from inside, perked up, eager to hear what was happening but could not catch anything due to the distance. Turning his gaze to and let go, convinced Bukaru wouldn't dare cause trouble. Dovey, please come in. Just as Baron intended to keep watch on Crosby, he heard his name called from inside. Stay here and keep an eye on him. Ishaning his call, Baron headed inside, leaving the guards to monitor Crosby. Upon his departure, Crosby prepared to make a move. General Bukaru, where are you going? The soldiers stopped Crosby, querying. Do I need to tell you where I'm going? Facing the soldiers blocking his path, Crosby questioned. But Commander ordered us to watch you. The order was just before. Ishan allowed me to go eat. Crosby, tempted by visions of beautiful maidservants and tales of Barnabas Bryant's exceptional beauty, saw this as an opportunity he couldn't miss. Fine, we'll follow you. Recalling Baron's words, the soldiers decided to accompany Crosby, watching him closely to prevent trouble. All right, let's go. With freedom granted, Crosby headed down a narrow alley. Half an incense stick later, he emerged alone. The 5 soldiers lay unconscious in the alley. Back at Juga Manor, Crosby didn't enter through the front gate but climbed over the sidewall after discarding his heavy armor. Meanwhile, Baron paid Crosby no heed, believing others were sufficient to monitor him. Barnabas, although Crosby has faults, is execution necessary? Inside the hall, Weston relayed, Upon hearing Baron speak, Weston, who originally planned to execute Crosby, now found himself at a loss after considering Baron's words. Just as the hall grew tense, commotion arose from outside. What's happening? Weston turned to Armin beside him and asked, listening to the noise outside. I'll go check. Ishaning the disturbance, Armin rushed out quickly. Attack. Ishan actually dared to intrude into the inner courtyard. Ishan's asking for death. More than 10 guards surrounded a single person, pummeling him with fists and kicks. Stop, I'm Crosby, Crosby, pinned down on the ground, started to declare his identity but was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Bertrand Booker, are you alright? Aiden looked at Bertrand Booker, who had been frightened. I'm fine, who is he? Bertrand Booker, crying while looking up at Aiden, replied. No matter who it is, break one of his legs first. Seeing Crosby being beaten, Jin Young angrily commanded the guards. What happened? What happened? Stepping out from the hall, Armin noticed everyone running towards the back garden and hurried over. Seeing everyone gathered, he emerged from the crowd, puzzled, and asked those around. Quickly stop. Advancing forward, upon realizing it was Crosby being attacked, Armin immediately halted the guards. Armin, get out of my way. Jin Young, already livid, told Armin furiously as he tried to intervene. Your Highness, what's going on? Observing Crosby's battered state, Armin couldn't understand what led the Christopher chest to this rage. This man sneaked into the back courtyard intending harm, fortunately discovered by Claudia, thwarting his plans. Jin Young glanced at Claudia, who was still startled, and recounted the event. Speak. Why did you enter the back courtyard? Ishaning the Christopher chest's words and seeing the third Christopher chest nearby, he grabbed Crosby by the collar, lying like a dead dog on the ground, and interrogated angrily. I entered accidentally. I did nothing. Looking around at the threatening crowd, Crosby clutched his face in fear, reaching out to Armin as if holding onto a lifeline. Ha! You dare say you did nothing? Ishaning such defiance despite being caught, Aiden prepared to slash at him with her sword. You can't kill me. I'm a lieutenant of the city guard. You have no authority to punish me. Seeing Aiden approaching with a sword, Crosby trembled in fear, hiding behind Armin and exclaimed. Remembering his rank, Crosby regained some courage. Right. I nearly forgot. Attacking me, a civilian, is an act of insubordination. Try hitting me. See what happens. Watching Aiden approach, thinking she was just a wealthy merchant's wife while he was a general, Crosby walked out from behind Armin, smoothed his hair, and sneered at Aiden. Armin, initially trying to help Crosby, quickly stepped aside upon hearing these words. Ah, you're really cutting? Crosby laughed gleefully as Aiden paused. But then he clutched his chest and screamed, pointing accusingly at Aiden. That wasn't even a real cut. I was about to kill you. Aiden didn't care about his status. Harming Claudia was unacceptable. They considered Bertrand Booker part of their family, especially since she saved the child. Sir Alden, please save me. Seeing Aiden take action, Crosby panicked, clinging to Armin's arm, begging for help. Let go. You brought this upon yourself. You've offended our Christopher Chess. Without expression, Armin shook off Crosby's hand and introduced Aiden's true identity. Christopher Chess, please spare me. Realizing the gravity of the situation after Armin spoke, Crosby clutched his bleeding chest and pleaded urgently. It's too late. Go to hell. Aiden wouldn't let Crosby go easily. Wielding her sword, she moved to finish him off. You can't blame me now. Seeing Aiden's intention, Crosby quickly drew his own sword to defend. While engaged, someone kicked Crosby's side, sending him rolling away with his sword flying off into the distance. General, save me. Realizing danger loomed all around, Crosby rushed towards the front yard, shouting for help so his commander might hear and come to his rescue. Something's wrong. In the hall, Weston and Baron heard the cries and rushed out, accompanied by Hicks. Afraid this might be another plot orchestrated by the latter, Weston thought to use Hicks as leverage. Brought along, Hicks was bewildered by the scene, unsure why his subordinates were subdued, or how they dared cause trouble here. Crosby. Seeing Crosby emerge disheveled from the back courtyard, Baron was equally shocked, confused as to why he appeared here. Commander, save me, someone is trying to kill me. Reaching the front courtyard, Crosby hid behind Baron. What happened? Puzzled, Baron responded. You are? What's happening? Weston wondered who was attempting murder under his watch. Spotting Aiden with a sword, he was astonished, not expecting the culprit to be his wife. Unfamiliar with the normally gentle Aiden's murderous intent towards Crosby, Weston eyed Crosby, still bleeding, in confusion. Ask him. Noticing the Christopher's presence, Aiden pointed her sword at Crosby. What did you do? Sensing something amiss, Baron turned and tightly questioned Crosby. I did nothing. I just accidentally wandered into the back courtyard. Crosby, fearing his commander's gaze, replied, Lord, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Crosby is unaware of the rules of your household. It seems he inadvertently offended one of your people. Considering it was just an ordinary woman, Baron felt confident the king wouldn't hold it against them and resolved to save Crosby's life. Weston looked towards Rena, confused about the incident in the back courtyard. Alden, he actually wanted to harass Bertrand Booker. Fortunately, we intervened on time, or else he would have succeeded. Rena was livid upon hearing Baron trivialize a serious matter as a mere misunderstanding. Bertrand Booker. Weston, upon hearing Rena's words, realized Crosby had harassed Bertrand Booker, who had just endured a traumatic experience. Intending for her to rest, he hadn't expected this to happen. Your Majesty, spare me. Turning to face Crosby, Weston shoved Baron aside and marched angrily towards Crosby. Crosby, seeing Weston's murderous gaze, fell to his knees begging for mercy. My lord, if there are any damages, I will ensure Crosby makes amends. Upon learning the woman's name was Bertrand Booker, Baron dismissed any further concern. The official princess was Everly, and Rena was well known as the other consort. Relieved it wasn't either of them, he tried shielding Crosby once more. What do you say? Do you know what he did? Ishan attempted to assault my wife. Ishannering Baron still trying to defend Crosby, Weston grabbed him by the collar and roared. Ah! Baron hadn't known Weston had a wife, much less one of such high status. Crosby, kneeling on the ground, was terrified, not realizing the severity of his actions. And my wife is Ali, the Barnabas of the Yunnan Mu Kingdom. You are blind. Whom you dare offend? Upon learning she was a princess, Baron turned red with anger, furious at the situation unfolding. Turning back, he mercilessly beat Crosby. Despite this, Baron still wasn't satisfied, kicking Crosby several times in the stomach. Crosby, already wounded, now lay bleeding profusely. My lord, I have handled the matter. This won't happen again. After punishing Crosby, Baron turned to Weston, though his blows had only caused external injuries. If you shield him today, I will not hesitate to deal with you as well. Seeing Baron still blocking his path, Weston unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Baron's chest. Realizing the king was serious, Baron glanced at Crosby, then stepped aside. Commander! On the ground, Crosby, hoping to delay his fate, panicked when Baron didn't help, hurriedly grabbing Baron's arm. Get lost. Baron shook off Crosby's hand. Unless you want me to expose your embezzlement. Armin leaned in, eager to read the message. A eunuch has entered Changsha City and is heading directly here. Chapter 484, Imperial Edict. Just as Weston was about to speak with Armin, a soldier rushed in breathlessly to report something. Currently, the city of Changsha was full of Weston's informants, placed out of fear for potential threats from behind the scenes. All right, I know, Weston nodded after hearing the guard's words. After the guard left, he burned the confidential letter in his hand. Your Highness, do you think why has this eunuch come to Changsha? Armin overheard the guard and was puzzled. Usually, eunuchs were confined to the capital, making his sudden appearance here hard to understand. I don't know. Let's prepare for his arrival. A carriage stopped outside Juga Manor, accompanied by over 10 soldiers. Is the Barnabas here? As the carriage halted, a eunuch stepped down and looked up at the gate that read Juga Manor, asking the guide in confusion. Rest assured, every resident of Changsha knows that Barnabas Bryant resides here, the guide reassured him. Very well, this is your reward. Seeing the man's certainty, the eunuch took out a silver taels and handed it over. Thank you, thank you. The guide was elated upon receiving the payment, having initially thought it wouldn't be given. I am a court eunuch sent to deliver an imperial edict by the Dantes. Please announce our arrival. The eunuch politely informed the guards at the gate, without any arrogance. Go tell his highness. Armin had been waiting by the entrance, afraid of any mishaps. How should we address you? Seeing the eunuch's courtesy, Armin asked with a smile. My name is Amos, call me Eunuch Amos. The Barnabas invites you in. Just then, the guard who went to inform the prince returned and relayed the message. Eunuch Amos, please follow me inside, said Armin, stepping aside to lead him to the hall. Barnabas, this is Eunuch Amos sent by the Dantes with an imperial edict for you. After introducing the eunuch, Armin said, quickly inform the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Barnabas, let us first read the imperial edict, Amos replied, feeling slightly hungry, having heard of Sichuan cuisine but not yet tasted it. These formalities are unnecessary. Just give me the edict directly. I can read, Weston said, reaching for the edict. Barnabas, this may not be proper procedure, Amos hesitated, aware of the prince's eccentricity. Save yourself the trouble, Armin interjected, taking the edict from Amos and handing it to Weston. Well, let me still read it aloud, Amos sighed, trying one last time. Fine, I know what it says. Armin, take Eunuch Amos to rest in the front courtyard. Having finished reading, Weston dismissed further formalities and instructed Armin. Yes, sir, Armin acknowledged, guiding Amos away despite the awkwardness in the eunuch's face. Once Armin returned to find the prince with a troubled expression, he promptly inquired, Barnabas, what's wrong? You need to instruct everyone to prepare for a long journey in a few days. Barnabas, why suddenly? Armin was baffled by the abrupt decision. Read this, Weston handed over the edict. Understanding the gravity, Armin responded grimly, concerned about logistics with the new princes, the ongoing business, and the health of the concubines. Don't reveal the content to anyone, Weston sternly warned. Understood, Your Highness. I know better, Armin reassured him. Later, in the back garden, Weston found Everly and Aiden tending to Claudia. Are you feeling better? Bukhara down and rest, Weston gently asked upon entering. Claudia smiled weakly, assuring him she was recovering. What did the doctor say? Weston questioned Aiden. She was shocked and weakened. She needs rest, Juga replied. Good. I'm glad you're safe. It's my fault for not protecting you all. No, Barnabas. This is because the corrupt officials now see you as a threat. They're Connie, I'm a tough guy. How could I cry? Weston hurriedly wiped away the tears, stood up, and patted his chest. Come on, weren't you just crying? Knowing Weston must be feeling down, Everly tried to lighten his mood. Don't mess around. I have something to discuss. Feeling a bit awkward, Weston changed the subject and spoke to the three women. What's going on? Seeing Weston's serious expression, Everly stopped joking and waited for him to speak. The Emperor sent someone with an imperial edict, asking me to take you and Giles back to the capital. The Emperor said he has a few children now, and wants our two families to gather. After the three women calmed down, Weston told them about the imperial edict. Going to the capital? But Bukhara's health isn't good, and the child is not well either. The Juga family is also rising. Now isn't a good time to go. Aiden and Claudia nodded. The situation was indeed as Everly described. Weston had seriously considered this, and chose to bring it up now. I've thought carefully. This trip to the capital, I'll go alone. Just you? Ishana and Weston would go alone. They recalled recent events. No, you can't go to the capital either. Have you forgotten what happened a few days ago? You are a thorn in their flesh. The closer you get to the court, the more trouble you are. Everly refused Weston's plan emotionally. Isn't this what we should discuss? Why are you so domineering? Bukhara standing to Everly's definite answer. Weston felt helpless and looked at Aiden and Claudia. Now we are a family of 5. Giles is still young, so she doesn't count for today. Let's vote. Who agrees I should go to the capital? Weston was in a dilemma. If he could avoid it, he wouldn't want to get involved, but things had already happened. Ishana wanted to make it fair. If he listened only to Everly, he might never leave. When he asked for a show of hands, Aiden and Claudia both raised theirs. You too? Everly thought Weston wouldn't go, but unexpectedly, Aiden and Claudia supported him. Sister Tosha, haven't you noticed? Even if we don't let him go, he will still go. This voting is just for formality. Aiden saw through Weston's act and explained when Everly got angry over the voting. I didn't think much. I just know Brother Sherman is a great man and can't revolve around us all the time. The future of the Ming dynasty and its people depend on him. Claudia also gave her explanation. Ishanaing their explanations, Everly turned her head away, refusing to look at Weston. Okay, it's unanimous then. Seeing no objections, Weston happily announced. I reserve my opinion. That doesn't mean I agree. Ishanaing Weston's words, Everly interrupted quickly, still sulking. All right, horsey. Seeing Everly unhappy, Weston kissed her on the cheek. Ishana then kissed. Chapter 486, preparing to return to the capital. Previously in the palace, eunuchs like Director Amos would secretly gather to drink. Director Amos was always the first to get drunk. Each time he drank, his head would ache afterward, but he had no choice. Everyone there saw each other frequently, and no one could do without anyone else. Just looking at the wine glasses on the table made his head throb in anticipation of being drunk again. Ishana thought it better to confess voluntarily than to be coerced into it by the prince. This way, he could endure a little less suffering. Ishana still had to stay for 2 more days before returning to the capital with Beckett. Ishana wanted to visit Changsha, rather than lie in bed incapacitated from drinking too much. Even if Grand Eunuch Montague came, he wouldn't dare not speak up in front of Barnabas Bryant here in Changsha. Haha, Director Amos truly understands the situation. I won't say anything more. I'll raise a glass to you. Beckett hadn't expected his intention to be so transparent, leading to an embarrassed smile as he lifted his wine glass and spoke to him. After about the length of 1 incense stick, Beckett emerged from the room and stood by the door, scraping his throat and vomiting out all the alcohol he had consumed. Your Highness, are you all right? A few guards rushed over upon hearing noises in the courtyard, only to find their prince retching and hurriedly asked if he was okay. When have I ever had problems after drinking? The one who should worry is the person drinking with me. Beckett wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and gave a proud laugh before leaving. All the guards looked at each other, glancing at Director Amos's room where he lay passed out on the table. One guard quickly closed the door and returned to their quarters. Knock knock. Knock knock. Your Highness, are you inside? Early in the morning, Beckett was still asleep from last night's excessive drinking. Ishanaing someone knocking, he answered with a grumpy tone. Your Highness, there's something urgent I need to tell you. Ishanaing this, Armin at the door knocked even more urgently, ignoring the prince's displeasure. Speak up. If it's not important, I'll punch you. Understanding the urgency, Beckett walked to the door and opened it, facing Armin. The southern gate battlefront is intense. The Nanjing army has attacked again. Amesport from Yunnan has been requested. Armin then handed a military dispatch to the prince. Upon learning of developments in Yunnan, Beckett immediately sobered up, reading through the dispatch anxiously. You take this dispatch and my jade token to find Baron. Tell him to bring troops to Yunnan immediately and follow orders from the Mu mansion there. He had good relationships in the army and had been generous, earning some friends within the ranks. When they learned he died at the hands of the Juga family, they were enraged, wanting revenge. However, once they found out it was under orders from the prince, and Crosby did indeed bring death upon himself, they calmed down. Seeing the prince's guard now, they planned to make things difficult for him. This is an 800-mile express dispatch from Yunnan and the prince's jade token. Whoever wants to die can try stopping us. Annoyed by the deliberate delay, Armin pulled out the dispatch and the jade token. The guards, seeing the documents in Armin's hand, froze. They knew the consequences of delaying such a critical message could be severe. Uncertain how to proceed, they exchanged looks. Move aside right now. Frustrated by their hesitation, Armin shouted. Quick, move aside. One soldier finally reacted. The path was swiftly cleared, allowing Armin and his men inside. They rode through unobstructed, soldiers parting as they recognized the urgent dispatch in Armin's hand. What's happening? Scholar Baron, dining with officers in the tent, heard commotion and asked the officer nearest the door. No need to ask, I'm already inside. Just then, Armin entered the tent. Who let you in? Seeing Armin, Baron's face darkened. Mobilizing troops to Changsha without any rewards, and losing Crosby, had left him bitter, and he didn't want to see Armin. Chapter 487. Engsub du Baron, Amasport Ron. When Armin walked in, everyone in the room looked at him with hostility. Dovey, His Highness asked me to deliver this military dispatch to you. Armin noticed the tense atmosphere but, remembering the prince's orders, quickly pulled out the dispatch and addressed Baron seated in the main position. A dispatch? Why send it to me? Isn't His Highness capable enough to handle it? Holding the urgent dispatch, Baron seemed flustered at first, but soon regained composure as he questioned Armin. These are His Highness's orders. Please review it, Commander. Seeing Baron had no intention of taking the dispatch, Armin held it up with both hands toward Baron. Commander, this is an urgent dispatch. Urgent? This must be something significant. The generals sitting on either side stood up in surprise at Armin's words, recognizing the severity indicated by an 800-mile dispatch. All eyes turned to their commander, who remained motionless. This is an urgent dispatch. Why don't you? After waiting for some time without any movement from Baron, Armin finally raised his head angrily. Silence. To whom is this dispatch addressed? Leaning back in his chair, Baron glanced at Armin. This dispatch is for the Northern Pacification Barnabas, requesting reinforcements for Yunnan. Yesterday, His Highness received an imperial edict summoning him back to the capital, unable to lead troops personally. Given the urgency, he instructed me to deliver it to you, Dovey, urging you to lead the troops there promptly. Armin knew Baron was deliberately delaying, aware of the implications of the dispatch but still procrastinating. Yunnan? We already sent troops there recently. How could things go south so quickly? The generals murmured amongst themselves, clearly agitated. Quiet. Baron pounded the table in frustration. Commander, this is urgent. We should send reinforcements immediately. A general stood up anxiously, realizing the gravity of the situation. Silence. Ron, get out. I am the commander here. My word is final. Baron's mood worsened hearing about Yunnan's plight, recalling the mere 2,000 troops previously sent, barely a drop in the bucket. They now had only 1,000 or so mostly elderly, sick, or wounded soldiers. Sending them would be a death sentence. Seeing the dispatch, Baron knew what was coming. Ishan couldn't bear hearing anyone suggest sending more troops, which infuriated him most. Commander, Yunnan is our southern gate. If the southern barbarians attack en masse, all southern territories will fall one by one. Silence. Take him away. Unable to endure Ron's continued speech, Baron ordered the guards at the door. Yes. 2 soldiers approached to remove Ron, but others intervened, seeing his righteousness. The chaotic scene frustrated Baron, who covered his eyes. Seizing this moment, Armin saw an opportunity. Ishan ran swiftly toward Baron, unnoticed amidst the chaos. Ishaning footsteps, Baron opened his eyes abruptly. Don't move. Before Baron could draw his sword, Armin's dagger was already at his neck. No one move. Positioning himself behind Baron, Armin warned those trying to intervene. Stay still, all of you. Feeling the cold blade, Baron nervously ordered the others back. Since you refused to read the dispatch, let's take it to Chang'an City for the Barnabas to discuss directly. Having waited too long, Armin decided to use force since Baron refused cooperation. You want troops? I'll order preparations and depart for Yunnan tomorrow morning. Don't lie. Let's see the Barnabas together for a decision. Smirking, Armin knew releasing Baron now would only result in his immediate capture, not a troop dispatch. Ron will temporarily command the camp. Any defiance against him will be met with immediate punishment. Caught off guard by this statement, Baron had no rebuttal. Reinforcing Yunnan meant certain death to him. Looking around, Armin's gaze settled on Ron, deeming him suitable based on earlier remarks. Yes, I'll command the troops diligently. Almost surprised yet composed, Ron assured Armin with a bow. Who are you? Just a dog of the Barnabas. Do you have authority over commanders? One of Baron's loyalists challenged Armin, questioning the appointment. Other generals murmured uneasily, fearing repercussions if they followed Ron's orders while awaiting Baron's return. Seeking death. Recognizing the challenge as intentional provocation, Ron felt obligated to act. Knowing Baron's cowardice would only bring defeat or desertion, Ron needed to protect his men. Without hesitation, Ron killed the challenger. Everyone watched him passively, as if this were inconsequential. Jean. Seeing Jean fall, Baron tried to struggle free, but before he could move much, Armin struck him, rendering him unconscious. ####Chapter 488. Where did the money go? Does anyone else have any objections? After killing Abel, Ron turned to look at the other officers, still holding his bloody knife. Ishan asked the few remaining men who were still standing. No, they all admired Ron. If they had to choose a leader, they would unanimously pick Ron without hesitation. Please convey to His Highness that we will follow his instructions and proceed to Yunnan as soon as possible, ready to obey the orders of the Muangfu. Edited version. Please inform His Highness that we will adhere to his instructions and head to Yunnan without delay, prepared to follow the commands of the Muangfu. Note, Muangfu seems to be a transliteration error or term not fully translated. It should be translated to English as Muangfu, is not understandable in English. If Muangfu refers to a specific place or family name that doesn't have an official English translation, it would be better to either clarify its meaning or keep it as is with an explanation. Assuming it refers to a Wang Fu associated with the Mu family, it could be translated as the Mu family's mansion, or similar depending on context. Final edited version assuming this context. Please inform His Highness that we will adhere to his instructions and head to Yunnan without delay, prepared to follow the commands of the Mu family's mansion. Ron, seeing the remaining officers were all upright commanders, felt assured and turned to Armin to reassure him. Did this Baron embezzle a considerable amount of your military funds? Upon hearing Ron's assurance, Armin glanced at the lifeless body of Baron on the ground, then turned to ask Ron and the others. That's for sure. This guy. As Armin mentioned this, all the officers became visibly agitated. Anger surged through them as they stepped forward, wanting to speak to Armin about their grievances. While Baron was still in charge, they dared not voice their anger or say too much. Now that Baron was finished, with no official status left, they no longer held back and started to speak up about the issues concerning Baron. All right, I understand. Do you know where he stashed the money? Booker standing to these officers, Armin knew it was unlikely that Montague would remain ignorant. Baron wasn't a good person, and given his penchant for amassing wealth, he must have hidden it somewhere. So, he asked them. No idea. The soldiers looked at each other. None knew where Baron had hidden the money. These matters were always handled by Abel. We never got involved, and Baron never trusted us. Thinking about it, everyone's faces reflected their frustration. Not only had they been treated poorly, but there was also a complete lack of trust from Baron. I know where it is. Just as everyone was speaking, Ron, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Where? Wasn't it only Abel who knew? Armin was preparing to give up on this when he heard Ron knew the location. Recalling what the other officers had said, he felt a bit surprised. From how Ron had only spoken 2 sentences before being dismissed by Baron, it was clear something was off. To be honest, I didn't know either. Baron always disliked me, but once, by chance, I overheard a conversation between Baron and Abel. They kept mentioning a specific place, and Baron told Abel to keep it secret. Recalling the conversation about hiding money, Ron thought back to an event he hadn't paid much attention to at the time. If he linked it to the hidden money, it definitely held some significance. Let him just tell us directly. No need for such trouble. Eschannering this complexity, Armin lost patience and, with a dagger, cut open Baron's palm. Ah! Injured, Baron cried out in pain. Don't kill me. You can make me do anything. I will follow the Barnabas's orders henceforth. Seeing Armin's seriousness, Baron quickly promised in fear. Now that our army needs funds, and knowing you have some, will you be willing to contribute? With a smile, Armin replied after hearing Baron's words. Money? What money? All I have is in my pocket. See if this is enough. When Armin mentioned money, Baron's face changed. Ishan valued his wealth above all else. After some deliberation, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, having no choice but to part with his savings. Are you kidding me? This tiny amount? From Baron's pocket, Armin retrieved several silver notes and loose coins, totaling only about 200 to 300 taels. Enraged, he slapped Baron hard. This is all I have. I truly don't have more. Baron seemed helpless, nearly crying. It's impossible. The money you embezzled could equip 10,000 men. You're deceiving us with these few hundred taels. Several officers surrounded him, demanding answers angrily. Those funds never reached me. They were withheld at the top. How could I embezzle what I never received? Seeing everyone's furious stares, Baron shook his head helplessly, explaining to the crowd. Do you really think we believe you? Lord Alden, execute him immediately. A Masha man doesn't deserve to live. Book Irving is a waste of food. Get rid of him now. All the soldiers, seeing Baron refuse to tell the truth even now, thought of past injustices and shouted angrily at him. Calm down, everyone. Seeing the soldiers ready to rush forward, Armin intervened, stopping them. Step back. We should listen to Lord Alden. Armin addressed the noisy crowd, looking to Armin to see how he would handle Baron. I need to take him back and seek the Barnabas's opinion. Earlier, listening to Baron, Armin sensed something was amiss and felt it necessary to take him back. Fine, we'll escort you out, Lord Alden. Ron, understanding Armin's intention, led people to see him off. This place is entrusted to you. Set off for Yunnan at dawn. Time must not be wasted. Everything settled, Armin needed to return and report to the Barnabas, reminding Ron one last time. Please assure His Highness, everything is under control. By nightfall, Armin finally returned to the mansion. Sir, where have you been all day? Upon returning to the gate, Armin dismounted, greeted by a guard laughing. Took a trip out of town. Is the Barnabas inside? Armin, looking travel-worn, asked the guard at the entrance. The Barnabas is dining with the concubines. Lock him in the woodshed, and no one except the Barnabas may see him. Eschannering the Barnabas was dining with the concubines, Armin promptly ordered the guards behind him. What does this mean? Looking at the bound man trailing behind Armin, the guard questioned him curiously. As per the Barnabas's orders. Without elaborating, Armin watched as Baron was taken away. Isn't this man Dovey? Recognizing the bound figure, the guard stared at Armin in shock. Follow the Barnabas's orders and keep quiet. Checking his surroundings, Armin warned the guard. Understood. I know how to handle it. Realizing it was a royal order, the guard covered his mouth hurriedly. Ensuring no one else was around, Armin turned and entered the mansion. Chapter 489. Bringing him back to the manor. Beckett followed the three princesses, eating in the hall. Now Claudia's health was gradually recovering. The whole family was gathered around the table. Eat more. Look at how thin you've gotten from hunger. The busiest person during this meal was Beckett, who was constantly serving the three princesses their favorite dishes while he ate himself. Your Highness, I've returned. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Armin stood by the doorway, tapping on the doorframe and announcing his presence. Yes, you're back. Have you eaten? Eschannering the voice by the door, Beckett looked up and saw that Armin had returned. Ishan smiled and asked, yes, I've finished eating. Seeing the prince and princesses eating, and being asked if he had eaten, Armin thought for a moment before responding with a smile, avoiding admitting that he hadn't eaten. Lying. Judging by your clothes, you haven't eaten yet. At this hour, when did you have time to eat? Beckett knew Armin hadn't eaten from his hesitant response. After all, Armin had been with him since childhood, and now he was still loyal, despite no one else being left in the household. You can't hide anything from your highness. I didn't get around to it because I wanted to complete the task you assigned me. Armin scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed awkwardly. All right, come sit down and eat something. Beckett glanced at the others seated nearby, then smiled and gestured for Armin to join them. Since marrying his princess, he hadn't often dined with Armin, who had been with him since childhood. No, thank you. I've already completed the tasks and will report later. Armin noticed the princess present and decided not to mention Baron's situation aloud. The urgency of the Yunnan front meant that the princess would be very worried if she found out. Ishan merely gave a meaningful glance to Beckett. Your highness might not mind, but the princesses would find it unpleasant. Besides, sitting there made me feel uncomfortable, so I thought I'd wait outside. Fair enough. You've suffered enough for me. Once the country is peaceful, if you wish to leave, I won't stop you and will ensure generations of wealth and honor for you. Beckett was touched. His old companions had fallen one by one, and even the orphans raised in the manor had died in battle. Ishan couldn't neglect Armin. I don't want to go. If you leave me behind and enjoy life, I'll stay as your guard. Armin hugged his arms defiantly. Ha ha ha, rest assured. I'll find you a few brides soon. You're not getting any younger. Beckett, moved by Armin's loyalty, patted his shoulder affectionately. Yeah, forget that. One is enough. I can't handle multiple wives like you. The idea of several wives made Armin wince. You brat. Laughing and chatting, the two reached the woodshed entrance. What's this? Seeing the two guards at the door, Beckett turned to Armin in confusion. Just in case the princess comes, I sent people to guard here. Not bad, you're getting better indeed. Good training hasn't gone to waste. Beckett nodded approvingly at Armin's arrangement. Ugh. Bound inside, Baron anxiously awaited. Upon seeing the door open, he tried to speak but couldn't with his mouth gagged. Uncover his mouth. Considering they were in his manor, Beckett wasn't worried about any trouble and ordered Armin. Your highness, please give me one last chance to lead troops to Yunnan. Don't kill me. Once the cloth was removed, Baron, eager and nervous after holding his breath, pleaded desperately. What did he do? Looking at the pitiful state of Baron, Beckett turned to Armin for an explanation, having been absent during these events. Today, when I went to the camp, the military reports, so I detained him. Armin quickly explained the sequence of events. Bringing you back here, do you have anything to say for yourself? Booker standing to Armin, Beckett's eyes blazed with anger. Expecting excuses, he was prepared to find Baron guilty regardless. I didn't think clearly at the time. Please forgive me, your highness. Baron, terrified by the prince's glare, hastily tried to explain. Report, your highness. Something else happened during this time? Knowing Baron's character, Armin showed no mercy and reported further details to the prince. Chapter 490. The importance of Baron. What happened? Upon hearing that something had occurred, Weston asked with confusion. Many soldiers in the army are reporting that Baron has been embezzling funds and supplies. But Weston stepped back as the guards displayed their instruments, pointing at Baron. Yes. The guards bound Baron to a pillar and arranged the torture instruments. My prince, please spare me. I really can't reveal this matter, Baron pleaded, looking at the blood-stained instruments, filled with terror but still unable to disclose the truth. Hold it. As the torture instruments were about to be used on Baron, Weston called out to the guards. Yes. The guards put down the instruments and left the room upon hearing the prince's order. Indeed, in the past, such things were used, but with constant warfare and high casualties, these instruments had long been abandoned. Weston watched Baron. Seeing that he still refused to speak, Weston knew that torturing him wouldn't help much. My prince, here is the imperial decree. Armin quickly returned with the decree and handed it to Weston. The day after tomorrow, you'll come with me to the capital. You can then voice any concerns directly to the Dantes. After receiving the imperial decree yesterday, Weston was puzzled about why he had to bring Baron back to the capital. But seeing Baron's current state, he realized there might be a big secret involved. The Dantes? Baron's face turned pale as he lifted his head to look at the content of the decree, shocked by its implications. You'd better cooperate. You still have a chance to live. Don't blame me. Puzzled. Do you hope something went wrong? Weston gave Armin a nudge in response. No, what should we do now? After being hit, Armin rubbed his chest and asked, what to do? Let's not alert anyone yet. We'll inform everyone separately. Weston scanned the busy street, seeing too many people around, making it hard to discern anything. I understand. I'll do it now. Booker standing to the prince, Armin knew what to do next. Weston returned directly to the back courtyard. Aren't you supposed to be strolling? Why are you back so soon? Sitting in the yard, Aliana was playing with her child when she saw Weston return unexpectedly. Where are they? Looking around the courtyard, Weston couldn't find Aiken and Claudia, so he asked Aliana. Well, Aliana started looking around to help Weston find them. Where exactly are they? Seeing Aliana still searching, Weston asked impatiently. Ouch, you're hurting me. Caught by Weston's grip, Aliana cried out in pain. Sorry, where did they go? Chapter 491. The deafened ears and eyes of Changsha City. Weston, in his urgency to find someone, quickly released his grip and helped Everly rub the sore spot as he asked. I don't know, but they mentioned yesterday that they Right. These people appeared and killed someone, yet my informants within the city haven't provided any information. Encountering Everly's words, Weston suddenly felt puzzled. So go and investigate. Everly held her child, watching Weston still standing there, and urged him anxiously. All right, I'll go now. You must also be careful in the manor. We don't know these people's intentions. After saying this, Weston turned around and kissed Everly's forehead, worriedly adding, "Go. Be careful yourself." Weston hurried to the front courtyard. Upon entering, he saw Armin had already gathered over 10 men. "Your Highness, I've already asked the guards at the gate. They said the princess consort left and hasn't returned yet. Let's go find her now." "No, don't send everyone out yet. Who is in charge of the city's informants? Why haven't we received any information?" Seeing everyone fully armed, Weston thought it unnecessary to dispatch all of them. Ishan pulled Armin aside and asked, "It's Bukertal Maxwell." Understanding the prince's intent upon being asked about the informants, Armin replied, "Bring him here. Find out what happened. If he can't explain, punish him with 10 strikes." Upon hearing Armin's response, Weston knew Bukertal Maxwell as one of the earliest followers, but believed stricter requirements were necessary for such individuals. "Yes, quickly bring Ike here." Realizing the prince's anger, Armin, who considered Ike a brother, immediately instructed a guard. "Yes, sir." The guard promptly went to fetch Ike, who was usually present in the manor, appearing and disappearing like a shadow. "Your Highness, you summoned me?" Ike arrived quickly at the courtyard. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, he wasn't sure what had happened but bowed respectfully to the prince. "Ike, you oversee all the informants in Changsha City. Is everything normal on your end?" Noticing the prince's hesitation to speak, Armin stepped forward to question Ike. "Rest assured, Your Highness. Everything has been calm in the city these past few days with no issues." Confident about the city's affairs, Ike smiled and reassured the prince. "Are you sure about that?" Armin, who had seen the killing on the street along with the prince, wondered how Ike claimed nothing was wrong. Had he admitted the truth, Armin could have spoken up for him. Instead, Ike confidently affirmed it, making Armin wonder how to respond. "Certainly." Unaware of Armin's concerns, Ike began to feel less confident while speaking. Lately, Ike hadn't managed these affairs properly, assuming everything would remain peaceful, and took a few days off. Believing the expenses for maintaining informants were too high, he let some of them go without reporting it, pocketing the money for himself. "Ike, haven't you been with me for a long time?" Weston sighed deeply and turned to look at Ike. "Since I was taken in by you when you were Christopher of Bryant, your kindness allowed me to reach where I am today." Ike looked at the prince, unsure why he was asked this, and replied thoughtfully, "Ishanra is the ledger you requested, Your Highness." Just as they were talking, the accountant approached and handed a ledger to the prince. Upon seeing the prince receive it, Ike's expression changed. "Ike, what have you done? Confess honestly." Seeing Ike stand there, head lowered and silent, Armin, having fought alongside him, didn't want to see him ruin his future and urgently urged him. "I haven't done anything. What can I say?" Determined not to acknowledge the wrongdoing, Ike hoped the prince wouldn't find out, believing that admitting guilt would end his career. These items were found in Ike's room. Seeing several large chests being carried into the courtyard, a guard reported to the prince. "Open them." Weston ordered the guards to open the chests. "Whoa. So much wealth. How many lifetimes would it take to spend all this? I've never seen so much." The surrounding guards gaped in astonishment as they opened the chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels, worth roughly 10,000 taels of silver. Seeing this, Armin shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom where I got all this money. "This isn't mine. Someone wants to frame me, deliberately placing these here." Facing the evidence, Ike adamantly denied ownership, trying to deflect blame. Chapter 492. Ike's desire to stay alive. Ike had no choice now. If he admitted his guilt, the Barnabas would certainly punish him, and he would surely lose his life. In the past, there had been similar cases among the guards. When someone overstepped their boundaries, the Barnabas directly expelled them, and they eventually died on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Ike couldn't bear to leave his brothers in the mansion or his attachment to the place. "Ike, why did you do this? Has the Barnabas wronged you?" Armin first glanced at the Barnabas, who made no move but simply shifted his gaze to the side. The Barnabas was giving Ike a chance to confess, but Armin didn't think Ike understood this. With so many guards present, if he showed favoritism toward Ike, it would make it impossible for the Barnabas to manage others in the future. "Brother, I..." Looking at Armin beside him, tears filled Ike's eyes as he said his last words. "Barnabas, I have made a mistake. I failed to manage the informants in Changsha properly. Without informing the accountant, I secretly kept a number of them under my control." At this point, Ike had lost all hope. Ishan saw Armin's sword, pulled it out, and placed it against his neck, his eyes filled with resolve. "Ike, put down the sword. The Barnabas won't harm you." Seeing Ike take his sword, Armin was shocked by how fast Ike moved. Concerned, Armin tried to reason with him, not wanting him to do something foolish. "You disbanded the informants and pocketed their salaries. Could you have gained so much from that?" Barnabas Weston had been waiting for Ike to admit his actions. Seeing him with a knife and using this ploy, he angrily pointed to the chest on the ground and asked him furiously. I. Faced with the Barnabas's question, Ike was speechless, unable to find words. "Ike, what else have you done?" Booker standing to the Barnabas, Armin looked into the chest. It did not match what Ike had confessed earlier. Unbelievably looking at Ike, Armin didn't understand what he was up to, still hiding something. The misappropriated salaries wouldn't worry the Barnabas much. There must be something serious behind it. Arrest him. Weston had long suspected an insider in his household, never imagining it would be Ike, whom he thought was one of the Zhuge family servants. Facing Ike, Weston commanded all subordinates. "Don't come any closer." Ike originally intended to use the strategy of feigning injury to gain the Barnabas's forgiveness, but seeing that the Barnabas knew everything, he couldn't hide anymore. As the guards surrounded him, Ike quickly grabbed Armin, pulling him in front of him, placing the sword against Armin's neck to stop the guards, then hid behind him. "Ike, why are you doing this?" Armin, being a loyal person, had no guard up, unable to understand why Ike was acting this way. It wasn't the weapon he feared, but the betrayal. "Don't blame me. I had no choice. Let me go through now." Knowing he couldn't escape, Ike decided to risk everything. If he surrendered, death awaited him. "Let him go." Seeing Ike's actions, Weston felt helpless, instructing the guards at the gate. Barnabas, I really had no choice. Leading Armin outside, Ike, facing the Barnabas at the entrance, explained helplessly. You had no choice? Wasn't your loyalty to your brothers also forced upon you? Though the Barnabas still held some hope for Ike, after seeing his actions, he questioned him. If I don't do this, do you think you'd let me live? Standing on the steps, Weston realized Ike cared about nothing but his life now, yelling angrily. You are beyond saving. Release Armin, you can leave here, and I don't wish to see you again. Still obstinate even at this moment, Weston wondered why someone who received everything from him would betray him. Ishan wanted to know what others offered that was better. Do you promise not to send soldiers after me? Ishaning Weston's word, just as Ike stood up, an arrow pierced his back, the tip protruding from his chest. Protect the Barnabas. Be vigilant, there may be archers around. The soldiers, seeing the ambush, rushed to protect the Barnabas, fearing any potential attacks. Chapter 493. Seeing warmth before death. Get out of my way. Weston, seeing Ike sprawled on the ground spitting blood, quickly shoved aside those in front of him and ran to Ike's side, lifting him up. My lord, I'm cold. Ike, whose body was pierced through, clung painfully to Weston's arm. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Looking at the injured Ike, Weston hurriedly covered his wounds and spoke anxiously. What are you all standing around for? Find Braden immediately. Weston pressed on Ike's wound to stop the bleeding while urgently ordering the guards. Yes, my lord. A guard hurried into the mansion. No need. I know my condition. Ike grasped Weston's hand, smiling weakly. You shut up. You're my brother. I can't just watch you die. Seeing Ike, Weston continued to press the wound, looking anxiously toward the door, hoping Braden would arrive soon. The two consorts are being hidden in an alley behind a pastry shop in the east of the city. Be extra cautious when heading to the capital. They have made preparations along the route to cause your accidental death. Feeling that his time was near, a tear slid down Ike's cheek as he realized that even after betraying them, the prince still came to save him. Ishan revealed everything he knew. Less talking. Braden can save you. Weston heard Ike's words. If it were earlier, this information would be invaluable. Now, every word caused Ike to lose more blood, making Weston increasingly anxious. It's too late. It was me who informed the black-clothed men about our ambush at the inn. I never thought they would target you. They only wanted to know how quickly we'd return to Changsha. They deceived me, resulting in so many brothers' deaths. I've wronged them. I know I can never earn your forgiveness. I plan to leave to take these people down with me. In his final moments, Ike had no secrets left, gripping the prince's hand tightly. You. Upon hearing Earl's death was due to Ike's betrayal, Weston stopped his actions. My lord, please give me a swift death. I must atone for my sins. Seeing Weston pause, Ike knew this was the prince's deepest pain. Ike also sought release. Perhaps death by the prince's hand was best. Knife. Finding it hard to accept, Weston stood up and beckoned Armin for a weapon. If Ike had merely betrayed him for money, it would have been forgivable. But learning that Earl's death was Ike's fault, Weston couldn't bear it. Ishan laid Ike back on the ground. Betrays like this cannot be forgiven. Armin dragged him away quickly, fearing he might infuriate the prince further. But Braden remained curious, asking repeatedly, who was hurt? This became his greatest confusion. Once the situation settled, Braden never learned what happened, and the mansion's residents avoided mentioning it. Soon, Armin led the team to the eastern courtyard. Go. Noticing Armin stopping, Braden asked, are you blind? Didn't you see the people outside the courtyard? Exasperated by Braden's question, Armin pointed out the obvious. Now what? The consorts must be here. Seeing the guards outside, Armin asked. You guys go, you guys approach from there. Armin commanded the guards without specifying how to enter. Having given orders, Armin waited on the spot. What are you doing? Watching the guards move into position, Braden asked Armin. You don't need to go. Why are you rushing? Unable to endure Braden's nagging, Armin responded irritably. All set, the two at the entrance are dealt with. Inside situation unclear. The guards returned, reporting to Armin. Let's go. Ishaning the report, Armin moved with the guards towards the courtyard. Ah. As they approached, a scream echoed from within. Not good, the consorts may be in trouble. Get inside quickly realized what needed to be done. She looked at the flattened cockroach on the ground and spoke to the masked man with visible disgust. Don't you dare vomit. If you do, I'll have to clean it up. The masked man found dealing with such matters troublesome and didn't want to get involved. Ugh. Please, don't throw up. I'll throw it out right now. Ishaning Claudia Wretch, he hurriedly lifted the crushed cockroach from the ground and rushed towards the door to discard it. Ugh. Now, stop pretending. The person has already thrown it out. Aiden nudged Claudia, noticing she was still making vomiting sounds. I really feel nauseous. That thing is just too disgusting. Looking at the oozing remains of the cockroach, Claudia couldn't help but feel revolted. Ugh. Even I can't bear it after taking a closer look. Aiden hadn't paid much attention until she heard Claudia's reaction, then glanced at the mess, feeling her stomach churn as well. When the masked man reached the door and heard the sound of weapons clashing, he quickly opened it and stepped outside. Who told you to come out? Get back in there and keep those two under control. Outside, a man fighting Armin saw the guard responsible for watching Claudia and Aiden step out and urgently commanded him. Realizing he was facing tough opponents, he decided to use the captives as hostages for a safe escape. Before he could finish giving orders, Armin's sword pierced through his chest. The princess is inside that room. Go save her quickly. Almost everyone was engaged in battle. Although Armin and his team were skilled, the enemy was formidable as well, holding everyone back. Seeing their leader killed, the guard at the door was stunned. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear your leader? Others, who were struggling against their foes, shouted at the guard impatiently. Yes, I'm going in. Realizing his task, the guard turned back into the house with his weapon. Armin is outside talking. Bertrand Booker, whether we escape depends on you. Aiden recognized Armin's voice immediately. Observing the guard returning with a knife, she rapidly formulated a plan and looked at Claudia. What? I can't scream anymore. Claudia, looking at the approaching masked man, felt unable to shout and replied helplessly. Look at his hand. If he uses that hand to touch your neck or shoulders, can you handle it? Almost surprised by Claudia's inability to scream, Aiden anxiously watched the approaching masked man. As the masked man approached, Claudia noticed his hand. The one that had grabbed the cockroach, reaching out toward her. Ah! A scream echoed once again inside the room, deafening the masked man, who instantly covered his ears. Aiden, though not unbothered, managed to lessen the impact by opening her mouth wide. Be quiet. The masked man, covering one ear, saw Claudia's incessant noise and attempted to silence her with his blade, knowing they had two hostages. Just as the blade was about to fall, the masked man collapsed to the ground, the blade dropping with a sharp clang. Barnabas, are you all right? Upon entering, hearing the screams, the rescuers rushed over, concerned for her safety. You finally made it. Feeling someone touch her, Claudia opened her eyes and stopped shouting. Seeing Armin, she weakly thanked him. Barnabases, are you both all right? Armin quickly untied them, checking on their condition. Just fine, except my throat feels hoarse. Claudia stood up and cleared her throat. Eschannering this, Armin couldn't help but chuckle internally. Such a loud scream would naturally strain the voice. You should speak louder. I can barely hear you. Aiden, rubbing her ears, tried to speak to Armin and Claudia but struggled to be heard. Seeing the princess's conditions, one with a sore throat, the other with ringing ears, he sighed in relief that they were both unharmed. Standing at the door, Armin guarded the entrance to ensure the princess's safety while the battle continued outside. Brayden, get in here. Searching through the crowd, he spotted Brayden hiding near the door and urgently called out. He aimed and pulled the trigger. The masked man, expecting death, felt nothing for a moment, opened his eyes, and stared at Brayden in disbelief. Brayden realized too late that his crossbow lacked bolts. This time, it's your end. The masked man, seizing the opportunity, rushed at Brayden again. Armin, save me quickly. Seeing the masked man charge at him, Brayden threw down his belongings and fled towards Armin. What am I supposed to do? Armin stood at the entrance, exasperated by Brayden's cowardice. Just when it seemed Brayden was about to die, Armin checked his own crossbow, found some bolts remaining, and fired them all at the attacker pursuing Brayden. As Brayden reached the entrance, the masked man, now impaled with several arrows, collapsed. Send the signal. Armin understood the situation was dire. The opponents were not simple. Ishan instructed the guards outside accordingly. I have it. Eschannering Armin's order, Brayden hurriedly pulled out a distress flare from his coat and ignited it, sending a bright burst into the sky. How did you get that? Seeing Brayden produce the flare, Armin was bewildered. Distress flares were rare and only used in emergencies, typically not carried around due to the risk of loss. Well, I was afraid of being assassinated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Armin's question, Brayden offered an awkward explanation. Go check on the Barnabas. I'll hold the fort here. Armin rolled his eyes, pulled Brayden inside, and kicked away a masked attacker who attempted to interfere. Meanwhile, Weston, waiting at the gate, saw the distress flare from the eastern city and immediately gathered forces to respond. Leaving part of his men behind, he swiftly led the rest toward the east. Stop. After running down a street, Weston sensed something was amiss. Your Highness, what's wrong? The distress flare from the east means it's urgent. We must hurry. His guards urged him, confused why he had halted. While the flare itself didn't worry Weston, assuming Armin had triggered it, it was the motive behind the abduction of Claudia and Aiden that puzzled him. Why kidnap them instead of confronting him directly? And why entrust Ike to guard them only to kill him publicly? Then it struck him. Not good, everyone. Return immediately. Realizing their enemies might have set a diversion, Weston turned and ran back with his guards close behind. Return? Your Highness, shouldn't we go to the east? The guards hesitated, baffled by the sudden change. Their aim is to lure us away from Juga Manor. Pushing past obstacles, Weston sprinted back, followed by his alert guards who now understood the urgency. Attack! Upon Weston's departure, Juga Manor was overrun. Fires spread, and screams filled the air. Fall back to the rear courtyard, protect the Barnabas. Faced with overwhelming numbers, the guards retreated step by step, trying to defend their ground. With less than 20 defenders and additional manor staff, many had already fallen. A leader among them ordered everyone to withdraw to the rear, fighting defensively as they moved. Send the signal. Aliana, overwhelmed by the chaos, urged a guard to send a signal. Barnabas, our signals are in the hall. We have none left. Recalling the need for signals, the guards realized they had no time to react before retreating. Ha ha ha, what a fine lady you are. A masked man, his voice sharp, eyed Aliana holding a child. You may touch the maidservants, but she is off limits as per the master's orders. If you harm her, don't blame me. Another figure intervened, recognizing Aliana and reminding the others of her importance. Don't pressure me with him. It's enough I'm helping. Otherwise, I'd kill him too. The initial speaker, frustrated by the public reprimand, angrily shouted back. Chapter 496, Defusing the Crisis. Fine as you wish. Seeing that his words were still met with hostility, the latter chose to let it be, stepping aside and indicating the other person could do as they pleased. Kill them all. Except for that woman and her child. No one else shall be spared. Fight to the death. Then, both parties clashed. They fought fiercely back and forth, and neither side had the upper hand for a while. I'm coming, my dear. The lecherous masked man's gaze never left the latter. Seeing that there was no one around her, he prepared to move in and capture Everly directly. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly heard the sound of a sword being drawn from behind him, so he quickly dodged in the opposite direction. Number 29. What are you doing? Ever since wearing the masks, they only recognized each other by the numbers on top of their masks, which served as their names. All of them had been saved by their master, so their lives belonged to him, naturally including their names. Ultimately, all of their names were represented by these numbers, concealing their true identities. This person can't be touched, can't you understand? Number 29 gave no regard to the other party. Ishan was only number 31 after all. The masked numbers represented not only their names, but also their strength, with higher numbers signifying greater power. As the highest ranking among them, it annoyed him that number 31 dared to defy him. Moreover, Everly was someone the master had specially entrusted to him. No issues could arise here. Yet number 31 still dared to challenge authority. Today, your mask should belong to someone else. There was an unspoken rule regarding the masks. Whoever killed the other could claim the other's place, but it had to be witnessed by others. But number 31 didn't care about this now. His grudge with number 29 had existed for a long time, and it was time to settle the score. This confused the other masked men. They hadn't come here to fight each other but to kill others. Attack. Weston arrived at the entrance and saw fallen bodies. Ishan commanded all the guards. It's bad they've returned. Retreat quickly and seek orders from the Lord. Seeing Weston return with reinforcements, the masked men in the front yard began retreating. In just 10 moves, number 31 lay dead on the ground without a breath. We're surrounded. Number 29 listened to the voices from behind and glanced at Everly ahead. Everly looked at the masked men too, sensing a strange familiarity but not having enough time to dwell on it. Number 29 couldn't stand there waiting to die. He quickly ran toward the courtyard wall, scaled it, and leaped over. Kill them all. Lately, Weston felt mentally exhausted, seeing so many masked people similar to those controlling Hicks last time. Realizing how many people were involved this time, he knew if they didn't eliminate everyone, future problems would be endless. Ishan commanded the guards accordingly. Trapped between two forces, and with their leader gone, they became disoriented and quickly fell victim to the guards' swords. Soon, the backyard was littered with corpses. Are you okay? After ensuring everyone was dead and checking again for any pretenders, Weston approached Everly and asked, Nothing. I saw a distress signal. Have we found Aiden and Bertrand Booker? With so many protecting her, no masked man managed to get close. Don't worry. Armin's side should be fine. We've fallen into their lure the tiger away strategy, nearly putting you and your son in danger. Weston trusted Armin. Taking 20 men wouldn't fail. It might indicate they found the princess. How did you know it was a lure the tiger away plan? Ishaning Weston's words, Everly questioned curiously. Everything today seemed orchestrated, leading me on purpose. On my way to the east side of town, I finally realized it was all to lure me out, then kidnap you and your son. That was their true objective. Weston explained his deduction succinctly. Yes, hurry with reinforcements to the east side. I feel Armin must need help. If it was a lure the tiger away plan, then Armin's side must have encountered heavy resistance. You take 10 men and go support Armin. I'll guard the mansion with the rest. Weston didn't want to leave, fearing remnants remained unaddressed. Ishan ordered a guard accordingly. Don't look for me. I've already brought the princess back. Just as the guard was about to head east, a voice sounded. We're back. Aiden and Claudia rushed into the courtyard and threw themselves into Weston's arms. Armin, meanwhile, held his wounded shoulder, already bandaged by Braden. What happened? Seeing Armin injured, Weston quickly asked. Let me explain. Initially, the enemy overwhelmed us, confining us inside the courtyard. Once Patrick Juga understood it was a lure the tiger away tactic, we feared trouble at the mansion. Armin single-handedly fought through and brought the two Patrick back swiftly. Braden spoke on Armin's behalf, recounting the events as he had been present in the courtyard. How did you realize that? Almost surprised, Weston asked Aiden and Claudia. It was Abigail who figured it out. I was too frightened to think clearly, said Claudia bashfully, looking down. It's all right. Without Bertrand Booker, we wouldn't have made it back. She has a powerful voice. That's what happened. Aiden patted Claudia's head gently. They did well. We shouldn't hesitate any longer. It's time to strike back. Satisfied, Weston rubbed their heads. Looking at the bodies scattered in the courtyard, anger surged within him. Lord, we await your orders. Seeing comrades fallen in bloodstains, the few original members kneeling down pledged allegiance. Ishaning the Lord wanted to counterattack, Armin was the first to kneel and request orders. Please give the command. Everyone followed suit, awaiting Weston's command. Chapter 497, Farewell to the Juga family, Parting Ways. Everyone, stand up, gather all our fallen brothers, and rest properly today. I will tell you what we need to do next tomorrow. Weston was in deep distress as he looked at the darkening sky and spoke wearily to everyone. Yes. Upon hearing the prince's words, everyone stood up and began clearing the manor. You should also go back to rest and get some sleep, forgetting what happened today. Then Weston turned and faced Everly, Aiden, and Claudia. With corpses everywhere, it wasn't appropriate for the three women to remain, so he quickly instructed them to leave. We should head back too. Everly glanced at Aiden and Claudia, noting that they were unmoving. She knew they had no other choice. She had a child to comfort at home. After speaking, she turned and walked toward her residence. When the incident occurred earlier, Everly immediately asked the maids to take the child inside to avoid frightening him. A few days later, Aiden handed over matters to others and decided to leave with Weston. If she stayed, Aiden feared she would miss seeing Weston in the future and regret not going with him. After this departure, Aiden would not manage Juga family affairs anymore. Yet, with so many members depending on them, their survival remained paramount amidst watchful eyes. Ishanid of the family, you are too important to the clan. What will we do without you? An elder stood before Aiden, tears streaming down his face, imploring her to stay. Many from the Juga family were present, urging Aiden to lead them forward. I am leaving to protect you. If I stay, the assassins would return frequently. Only by leaving with the prince can we ensure your safety. Watching these clansmen, Aiden didn't want to leave but held back her tears, addressing everyone. Claudia stood nearby, silently observing, her eyes glistening but holding back words. Why? Just as Claudia felt downcast, Weston and Everly approached. Weston asked Claudia. Nothing, just missing my brother and father. Claudia had been in Changsha for a long time and hadn't heard from home. Seeing Aiden bidding farewell to her family while having no one to talk to herself, it was tough. Don't worry. Once the conflict in Yunnan ends, we'll accompany you there. Enchanting Claudia's words, Everly looked at Weston, who promptly reassured Claudia with a smile. Earlier, Weston had informed Everly about the situation in Yunnan, fearing Claudia would miss home, asking both Everly and Aiden to pay attention. That's enough, everyone disperse. After waiting for a while, Weston grew impatient watching the extended farewell and urged the group onward, worried about making travel arrangements. It seemed like another 30 minutes would pass before concluding, so he walked to Aiden and addressed the Zhuge family members. Barnabas, you're easily taking our Ashanid away by mere lip service. Yeah. What a scoundrel. Ignoring Weston's royal status, the Zhus started criticizing him loudly. Be quiet. Seeing the accusations against Weston, Aiden shielded him, sternly commanding silence. Upon hearing their leader's voice, everyone hushed, realizing their oversight and remembering his rank. Sherman, they didn't mean it that way. Once silenced, Aiden turned to reassure the prince. I know. If I cared, they'd be dead already. Weston pulled Aiden's hand, his gaze cold upon the Zhuge family members. His guards surrounded the crowd, hands resting on sword hilts, yet unsheathed. Are you all truly locusts? Does Aiden's departure mean the end of the Zhuge family? Weston then angrily confronted those opposing Aiden's departure. This is Zhuge family business. Despite your relationship with our Ashanid, you have no say in this. An elderly man leaned on a cane, confronting Weston. Grandfather, why did you come out? Aiden recognized the speaker, their oldest ancestor. Already a century old, unexpectedly joining in. She approached, intending to guide him away to avoid involving him further. Stop. Kirsten, well, without me protecting you in Changli, it occurred to her. This was all part of Weston's plan. Even you thought about leaving to protect the Zhuge family. How could I, your husband, not think of it? You are so mischievous. Originally, Aiden had been worried that Weston still held a grudge, but now she realized he had already found a solution. She felt slightly indignant, having worried for so long over nothing, as she playfully hit herself. Now the Zhuge family should have taken action. Perhaps we won't need to return to Changsha City anymore. By making a scene and then taking them away, Weston intended to demonstrate to everyone that no one would target the Zhuge family anymore. According to his plan, the Zhuge family had already announced the news publicly. When the Zhuge family issued the announcement, the entire southern clans were stunned. They couldn't understand what the Zhuge family was up to. Based on their knowledge, they didn't grasp why the Zhuge family would forsake such a powerful ally like the King of Bryant. For these clans, after a brief moment of shock, they began to secretly celebrate. Previously, they refrained from attacking the Zhuge family out of respect for the King of Bryant. Primarily, the King of Bryant was too formidable. Otherwise, they would have seized the opportunity when the Zhuge family weakened. Everyone had their eyes on Sichuan as a valuable territory, and this time, they wouldn't miss this chance to get a piece of the pie. But if this happens, the Zhuge family will become the target of everyone else. Other clans will certainly divide them. Upon hearing Weston's words, Aiden suddenly became anxious and said to Weston, can you not stay? And I can't remain in the Zhuge family forever. If we die, what will happen to the whole Zhuge family? Without danger, they might grow complacent. We aren't saving them. We're pushing them into an abyss. Weston had considered many aspects and looked at Aiden beside him. After hearing Weston's explanation, Aiden knew this much, and she was also grooming successors. Although preparations were underway, none of them had faced significant challenges yet, and she was still worried. She feared that the legacy built by generations would disappear in her hands. Don't worry. I've made arrangements, Weston reassured her with a smile, noticing her distressed expression. What kind of arrangement? Aiden asked, concerned for the clan. That is not for you to know. The things I left for them will only be used as a last resort. Weston did not intend to reveal this secret. As Weston left Changsha towards the capital, some spies within Changsha started to show themselves. These people stayed behind to monitor Weston. Since Weston and his family were heading to the capital, remaining here served no purpose. The Zhuge family had also severed ties with Weston. Thus, these spies quickly left Changsha, rushing back to the capital to report. Weston's group moved slowly, as they needed to take care of the children and other family members, often stopping at inns or towns to rest overnight. Fortunately, Dante's Flint had given them ample time to reach on schedule. Inside the capital, they received word that Weston had returned from Changsha. These masked individuals, who are they? Enchanting reports from the Changsha informants mentioning repeated attacks by masked men, Dante's Flint angrily pounded the table. Several Imperial guards lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. Montague, you're the head of Dongcheng now. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Seeing the fear in their eyes, Flint turned to Montague, knowing they wouldn't dare speak. Your Majesty, I am not fully aware of this matter. I will immediately investigate. This was the first time Montague heard of it. Despite being Dongcheng's head, he still had duties at the palace, leaving him little time for proper oversight. You're paid for what? From today, you don't need to come to the palace. Stay in Dongcheng and investigate properly. If you fail, your useless head can be put to better use. Realizing the gravity, Flint saw the situation wasn't severe enough for immediate punishment. Ishan decided to wait and see how Montague handled the investigation before making a decision. When Shell Zhong is brought back, ensure he is rigorously interrogated, Flint added as Montague prepared to leave. Yes. Go. Flint waved him off, watching Montague. Quickly gather all the commanders and captains here. Also, give me all the reports from various regions within the past 6 months. I need to review each one. Montague realized the urgency. Ishan understood well that failure to act efficiently now could result in grave consequences. Yes. The usually quiet Eastern Depot had now become bustling again after a half-year lull. On the other hand, the The Western Depot remained tranquil. Porter, who was somewhat elderly, sat in the courtyard sipping tea made by his maid. With Weston away from the capital for more than a year, things had been less chaotic, allowing them to relax. More so because the Eastern Depot's actions had gradually diminished their visibility before the Dantes, making the Dantes almost forget about the Western Depot. But Porter didn't mind as long as the money kept flowing in for the Western Depot, leading to a life of ease. While lying in his chair in the courtyard as usual, an Imperial Dan-tiered officer rushed in. "Director, the Eastern Depot is busy working again. They can be active. It's not our concern," replied Porter, having grown more serene through meditation and relaxation, with a smile on his face. "But they are looking for people. A fellow villager of mine heard that by the Dantes' order, they are to capture anyone with a head wound." Seeing his director's nonchalant attitude, the subordinate felt compelled to explain further. "Is Sean had wounds? What kind of wounds?" Porter asked anxiously, now intrigued. "They don't know exactly, but anyone with a scar on their head is to be brought back." Porter was puzzled by the necessity of this action, but believed the Dantes wouldn't give such an order without reason. Ishan also knew that Montague would not act unless commanded by the Dantes. An unusual event must be brewing. "Do we send out our people to find these individuals ahead of the Eastern Depot?" The subordinate, unsure of Porter's thoughts, suggested. "Not necessary. Something must have happened. It's normal for the Eastern Depot to act, but if we do too, we risk being detected and implicated." "Yes, should we just watch then?" the subordinate questioned, realizing he might have been hasty. "No, everyone should stay alert. If the Eastern Depot comes into our territory, assist them fully." Despite his lack of animosity towards Montague, Porter had no fondness for him either. Not wanting any unnecessary entanglements, he decided to stay neutral. "I'll inform everyone right away." The subordinate left hastily. Once alone in the courtyard, another figure emerged from the shadows and approached Porter. "Sir, should I tell everyone to be cautious? I sense the Eastern Depot is serious this time, and the subordinates are getting unruly. This matter regarding Johnny is under your responsibility. Ensure strict discipline." Elle asked curiously. Weston's confidence piqued her interest, prompting further inquiry into how he identified the location. Chapter 500. Sympathy. "Silly little sister, didn't you see the sign by the roadside when we came? It said we were in Shangxi." Seeing Claudia's confused expression, Everly laughed and said, "I knew it. You must have seen it," Claudia said, feeling tricked as she playfully punched Weston. "Why didn't you tell me? Are you blaming me now?" Being hit by Claudia, Weston did not get angry. Ishan laughed and spread his hands open. The entire tavern was filled with laughter. The innkeeper had nothing to say either. After all, the inn was often quiet, and a bit of noise was welcome. Just as Weston and Claudia were fooling around, an abrupt voice echoed through the hall. "Christian, bring out your best wine and meat." "Gentlemen, I haven't prepared much food today. What little there is has already been served to the earlier guests. Please visit another place." The innkeeper hurried to the door and politely said to the menacing men holding knives, "What? Are you afraid we won't pay? How can an inn not have any food?" The leader grabbed the innkeeper's collar and asked angrily, "And no." The innkeeper's legs trembled in fear as he stuttered in response. Unable to stand this mistreatment of the innkeeper, Claudia, who was sitting at a table eating, got up to confront them but was stopped by Weston before she could stand. "Brothers, move the wine. If there's no food, we'll figure it out ourselves." The muscular leader held the innkeeper by the neck with the scabbard of his knife and ordered his men, "Ishani, gentlemen, please show some mercy. I will offer each of you a pot of wine. Please be lenient." Seeing the actions of the intruders, the innkeeper was distressed. These wines were his finest brews, so he had to minimize his losses. "Don't worry, I never said we wouldn't pay. Is 20 taels enough?" The muscular man saw the innkeeper stalling and directly pulled out 20 taels of silver from his pocket, handing it over. Looking at the men and the silver in his hand, the innkeeper was momentarily dumbfounded, not sure what was happening. 16. Everything's ready. Let's go." After loading the wine onto the carriage, one of the men returned to report. "Let's go. Amasha waste. You stop complaining. Our master warned us not to cause trouble. Control your temper." "Don't worry, I paid just now. Horses, go." "Is the sun rising in the west today?" That muscular brute actually paid. Holding the 20 taels of silver, the value of those wines combined barely reached 8 or 9 taels. This was a profitable day indeed. "Sir, I'm full and would like to take a stroll." After those people left, Armin stood up and walked over to Drew's side. "Go ahead. See what you find." Weston smiled and glanced at Armin, giving instructions. "Yes, sir." Claudia watched Armin and Weston exchange glances and leave very tactfully. Just as she was about to ask Weston, Everly quickly coughed, signaling Claudia to observe Aiden's hints that suggested not to inquire further. "Christian, what were those people doing here?" Weston turned his gaze to the happy innkeeper and asked. "I don't know. They're nearby, but their exact location is unknown. Previously, they never paid when visiting. Each time different people come, but they all share a scar on their foreheads." The innkeeper shook his head, seeing the silver, decided to reveal more information to Weston. "Ishanra, this is our meal money. If it's not enough, we'll settle the rest tomorrow." Although this information was minimal, it was still useful for Weston. Ishan then placed 20 taels on the table and told the innkeeper, "Wow, sir, too kind. Waiter, take the noble guests upstairs and give their horses the best fodder." Seeing over 30 people staying and feeding both humans and horses, the 20 taels might not suffice, but noticing their refined appearance and generous manner, he figured they were wealthy young masters. Ishan quickly instructed his staff to serve them. "Thank you. You three stay in rooms near the stairs, while the ladies sit inside." Climbing the stairs, Weston remained cautious for everyone's safety. "Understood." The three women nodded. They had observed. Downstairs, Weston continued his conversation with the innkeeper. These days, no business is easy to manage. Seeing the innkeeper's predicament, Weston felt deep sympathy for him. Chapter 501. Preparing to raid their lair. Indeed, these people are unknown. They don't come from any of the nearby villages. Lord, I've returned. Just as they were talking, Armin ran into the inn and approached Weston, reporting to him. Seeing Armin back, Weston looked at him intently, eager to know what he had discovered. Armin, however, didn't speak immediately but glanced at the innkeeper standing by. All right, I should check on the back courtyard. You two carry on. The innkeeper, realizing he was in the way, quickly turned to leave. Your Highness, I followed them into the mountains but didn't go inside the camp. I found a high spot and observed the encampment below. There were many people training, learning how to kill. It's like a training ground for killers, Armin said, his past with the Herman way making him well-versed in such matters. So, this is their cradle. Eschannering Armin's words, Weston realized he had accidentally stumbled upon their training base. Your Highness, should we take action? Excited, Armin first glanced around before whispering his question to the prince. Prepare for it. We can't let these people live. No time. They reached the bottom. The encampment was surrounded by cliffs on 2 sides and a mountain on the 3rd, leaving only one path. A strategic disadvantage, but defendable if supplies held. Take out the guards at the entrance, you go. Having thoroughly scouted from above, Weston quickly assigned tasks. Now, with minimal resistance, the sleeping inhabitants would be easier targets once the sentries were dealt with. Thud. As they handled the guards, a body fell from above. Alerted by the sound, nearby masked men started moving towards the noise but were quickly dispatched from behind. Once we've secured the area, cover your noses and mouths, light the knockout powder, and blow it into their quarters. After a while, enter and bind them all. To ensure success, Weston had taken knockout powder from Braden, knowing its effectiveness. Within an hour, the entire camp was asleep. Completing the task, Weston's gaze fell on the last remaining hut. As he approached, a man wearing a bronze mask emerged. They met face to face briefly, but recognizing Weston, the masked man hastily retreated. Weston wasn't about to let him escape and kicked him to the ground. Inside the hut, only the masked man remained. Alone, Weston faced him without fear. Ishanulp, clutching his bruised face, the masked man shouted for help. There's no need. Everyone else here is either us or— who are you? Facing Weston and Armin, the masked man had never seen such ruthless characters in Shangxi. You're blind. The man standing before you is the Barnabas of Bryant. Armin introduced Weston with great formality. You're the Barnabas of Bryant. The masked man, wearing a bronze mask, stared with wide eyes, shocked to find himself facing the Barnabas of Bryant. Your expression shows you know who I am. Weston smiled at the man in front of him. Who doesn't know the Barnabas of Bryant? Now that I've fallen into your hands, there's no way out for me. Go ahead and finish it. The masked man lay on the ground, resigned to his fate. If you tell me who's behind you, I can assure you won't be killed. Seeing the man's despair, Weston didn't bear much hatred toward him. They were only here because of the masked men. If useful information could be obtained, Weston might spare his life. Even if I told you, it wouldn't matter. I've never seen those people. As soon as he said this, the man spat blood and fell unconscious. Your Highness, he's dead. Armin checked the man's breathing and reported to the prince. Your Highness, everyone has been dealt with, and we found some more people. You should go take a look. After settling the issue, a guard entered to report. All right, let's go see. Booker standing to the guard, Weston went into the courtyard. These are what kind of people? In the courtyard, Weston saw over 20 people, their hands bound, squatting on the ground. Why don't they explain themselves? The guards didn't know who they were. They just brought them out from where they were held. One person was approached, and the gag was removed from his mouth. We are death row inmates from a nearby city. We don't know why we were brought here. These people are all devils. They made us choose one person to live among 10. Please, sir, save us. They were all death row inmates, but somehow the masked men brought them here, intending to pick the strongest among them to join their ranks. Kill them all. Weston looked coldly at them, indifferent, and ordered the guards. Sir, spare our lives. We can serve you like cattle. One man, hearing they were to be killed, quickly knelt and pleaded. You all committed capital offenses. If I let you go, how would those you've killed feel about it from beyond? Eschannering the offer, Weston looked disdainfully at them. Those sentenced to death were often vicious criminals. Ordinary people wouldn't face such punishment. This fact alone showed they were not good people, and keeping them alive would be dangerous. After the task was completed, Armin came to the prince. We've taken care of everything. We can leave now. Burn this place down, then withdraw. Weston looked around, feeling a bit helpless. Even fearless men wanted to escape once inside. After burning the place, the group returned to the inn. Your Highness, please wash up first. You're covered in dust from traveling. Feeling very tired, Weston started to head upstairs but was stopped by Armin. Amosra, I'll wash too. Eschannering Armin, Weston checked himself and indeed found himself dirty. That night, Weston returned to his room to rest. The next morning, while everyone was still sleeping, loud noises outside woke everyone. Let me go. I don't want to go to the capital. I'm telling you, don't be unreasonable. Behave yourself. This sleep isn't peaceful. You stay here. I'll check it out. Last night, Weston shared a room with Aiden. Initially listening carefully to the noise, he realized no one came to report. Thinking nothing was wrong, otherwise someone would have informed him, he decided to go back to sleep. But the noise grew louder, so he got up to investigate. As Weston dressed, seeing Aiden also rising, he quickly advised. Okay, be careful when you go out. Aiden felt relieved with Weston going and continued sleeping. What's happening? Fully dressed and armed, Weston walked out. Your Highness. Danteards looked elsewhere until they saw the prince emerge and bowed. We're not sure, but it seems to come from Baron's room. Standing outside, the guard identified the room surrounded by people. Why are you out here? It's a small matter. I'll handle it. Rest. We still have a journey ahead. About to investigate, The door behind opened, revealing Claudia peeking out. Ishan pushed her back inside gently. Closing the door, Weston headed toward the commotion. What's going on? Approaching, Weston asked the guards. Your Highness, thank goodness you're here. Baron refuses to leave unless we kill him. Armin, talking hoarsely to Baron, turned to the prince urgently. Baron, what's going on? Confused, Weston asked Baron directly. Chapter 503. Untying the ropes. On the journey, Baron had been very cooperative. It was puzzling why he suddenly became so stubborn now. His Highness is asking you a question. Starting early in the morning, Armin didn't get much sleep as he rushed over to check on the situation. Despite his best efforts to reason with Baron, the latter wouldn't listen. Armin was annoyed when even the arrival of His Highness couldn't make Baron speak. I don't care anymore. Whether or not it's His Highness, I'll die once I reach the capital, so just finish me off here and now. Throughout the journey, Baron kept pondering what would happen if he arrived in the capital. Although there was the Barnabas's guarantee, he knew that once he fell into the hands of the Imperial Dantiards, the outcome would be akin to death. Unexpectedly, last night Baron overheard the guards discussing the destruction of the masked people's hideout. This frightened him, making him believe they were coming for him. Ishan wanted to escape but realized there were too many people around. Despite their courteous behavior, they did not let down their guard. Alright, what exactly do you want? Looking at Baron, Weston asked with a smile. Let me go. I've told you everything I know. All I'm afraid of is death. Why take me to the capital? Baron felt extremely wronged. Others reported that he had embezzled funds, yet he was innocent. He had no connection to the misappropriation of funds. All the money was stolen by those higher up. He only took money from the Mu family. The most serious crime he could imagine committing was insubordination, which wasn't enough for a death sentence. Yet Baron understood that if he went to the capital, those involved wouldn't let him live. I don't understand why you suddenly don't want to go to the capital. Weston was baffled. Everything had been smooth until they reached Shangxi, where Baron became so resistant. Weston wanted to understand this change. Aldenf, I simply don't want to go. Going to the capital means certain death. This request I cannot grant, but I can assure your safety on the way. Eschannering Baron's determination to leave, Weston felt helpless and explained that he had no authority since the Dantes issued an edict ordering Baron's transfer to the capital. To give up now without a valid reason would not be acceptable, so he used the pretext of charges against Baron to bring him in. If that's the case, I need protection to ensure my safety. Bukerstening to Weston, Baron conceded that if it incur the Dantes' wrath. I know, but Baron hasn't done anything unspeakable. There's no reason to bind him, so I'm respecting his wishes. But, Your Highness. Enough, everyone back to rest. We depart in 2 hours. Unable to tolerate any more delays, Weston loudly commanded the guards, silencing Armin. Once the place quieted down, Weston entered the room. Should we keep an eye on him? A guard approached Armin. Are you deaf? The Barnabas ordered everyone to rest. Prepare to depart in 2 hours. Realizing no further interference would change things, Armin went back to his room to sleep. When it was time, everyone prepared to leave. Sir, you've only stayed for 2 days. Perhaps stay a bit longer to enjoy our surroundings. The innkeeper emerged from the backyard, seeing everyone pack up. We must continue on our journey. Time is valuable. Although the area was beautiful, Armin wished they had more time to explore. However, the homecoming banquet was nearing, necessitating their return. However, gentlemen, the sum you paid is quite large. Our inn cannot provide change, so perhaps stay longer. The innkeeper wasn't sincere about keeping them. Instead, he returned part of the unspent money given by Weston. As an honest man, he couldn't keep unearned wealth. Chapter 504. Panic at the Eastern and Western factories. Can you have some shame? This was Armin's inner monologue. If he used scissors to cut open the silver, it could be returned. These coins are given to you. There's no reason for me to take them back. Prepare us some dry provisions and water. We will need them on the way. For such small amounts of money, Armin did not really care. After a moment's thought, he said this to the innkeeper. But even if he asked for them, seeing the innkeeper's greedy look, he would most likely not get it easily. Alright, I'll prepare right away. Eschannering Armin's words, the innkeeper promptly got what he wanted. The remaining coins could provide enough dry provisions for everyone, and more. Alden, re-up and prepare some dry food. Check how much grain we have left, take it all out, cook everything, and close down this tavern. The innkeeper went to the back and instructed all the cooks. Christian, why are you closing down this inn? Isn't business good? All the cooks looked puzzled, unsure why the boss planned to quit. In fact, we've made some money these past few days, but before that, people often came to eat for free. I plan to move to a new place, the innkeeper explained with some helplessness. Who doesn't want to make money? If it weren't necessary, he wouldn't wish to leave here. After all, they had operated for many years here, and suddenly leaving would hurt a bit emotionally. Christian, you won't need to worry. The current result was nothing, making them doubt the authenticity of the matter. You are incompetent. If you can't find a clue for this simple task, forget it. Montague did not care whether it was real or fake, but as long as it was an imperial order, he had to carry it out. Lord Amos-Supervisor, what should we do now? They had run out of ideas and were clueless. Expand the search range. Make all the Hermanway investigate. Whoever finds a clue will be promoted and rewarded with 100 taels of gold. In recent days, Montague had his subordinates focused only on searching in the capital and nearby areas. Amostonly, he considered the possibility that these people might not be in the capital but scattered elsewhere. Seeing the kneeling Hermanway officers, Montague knew the importance of emphasizing the seriousness of his order. Typically, his orders were often carried out half-heartedly by subordinates, so he offered rewards to motivate them. Yes, I swear I will find them. Upon hearing the rewards, promotion, and money, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly pledging their loyalty to Montague. My rewards aren't easy to earn. If you don't find them, I will double punish you when His Majesty punishes me. Seeing these people's greedy expressions, they hadn't acted like this before, but once the reward was mentioned, they became energized. Yes. After giving orders, Montague Marlin found Johnny's explanation hard to believe. Passers-by attacking them out of nowhere? If his people had stayed low, they wouldn't have involved themselves with travelers. Lord Amo Supervisor, here is the letter. Please check it. Johnny lowered his head. As these people were under his management, and any incident held him accountable, Ishan handed over the letter to the Lord Amo Supervisor. Hmph, was this your oversight? Translation complete. This chapter maintains the original paragraph structure and conveys the tone and style accurately in English, ensuring fluency and coherency. Chapter 505. Return to the capital, mansion seized. After reading the letter, Porter stood up and crumpled it into a ball, hurling it directly at Johnny's face. Director, Shangxi is too far away. I sent one of my trusted subordinates there to manage it, but I don't know why this situation occurred. Johnny hurriedly picked up the letter, fearing someone else might find it, and said helplessly to the director. As they say, distance makes things hard for even the emperor. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't manage affairs in Shangxi. It was impossible to handle matters immediately without knowing what had transpired. At such a crucial time this happens. Was there no evidence left behind? Porter was so infuriated that his head throbbed. Now that the event had already occurred, berating Johnny was futile. Ishan thought for a moment before asking. No, and the place has been burnt to ashes. All bodies are inside. No one survived. Johnny couldn't guarantee what those people may have said before dying, but there was no evidence. They always communicated through coded lines, taking half a month to trace back to them. Even if someone tried to track them down, they would still have time to eliminate every last person. No one could possibly find them. That's good. Have everyone hide. During these troubled times, no one is to cause trouble. This incident also rang a warning bell for him. Half a month later, Weston finally arrived at the capital city gates. Your Highness, we greet you and your consorts. Weston's journey had all along been under the watchful eyes of the Hermanway, Imperial Dantiard. Upon hearing the report, he quickly rushed here. You told us that as a prince, you were very influential in the capital. Why is only a eunuch welcoming you? Bertrand Booker, be quiet. Mub Booker, who hadn't ventured outside Yunnan, was stunned by the majestic capital, teeming with citizens coming and going. But seeing just a eunuch at the gate was contrary to what Weston had described. Leora hastily covered her mouth. Eunuch Ishan, please do not mind her. It's her first time out. Looking at Eunuch Ishan, Weston felt somewhat embarrassed. Even though Montague was a eunuch, one must respect his position, so he hurriedly apologized with a smile. Weston didn't expect Mub Booker to dare confront a eunuch close to the emperor on her first visit. It's all right. Barnabas Mub Booker speaks her mind. It's old Ishan's fault. Montague wasn't upset, already aware of Mub Booker's identity, given her status. Do you know who I am? Mub Booker was puzzled, having never been to the capital, wondering how this eunuch knew her. Ah, I see the Barnabas hasn't told you about this. Ishannering her question, Montague was momentarily baffled. As a high-ranking official, he should have known about this. Looking at Weston, he wondered why he hadn't informed her of the capital's customs. Bertrand Booker, it's windy outside. Please return to the carriage. Weston understood Montague's thoughts and signaled Leora to bring Mub Booker back into the carriage. What? I haven't seen enough yet. This is my first time in the capital. Mub Booker felt unwilling, just arriving, but reluctantly followed. Bertrand Booker, let's go into the carriage. There's something important I need to discuss with you. Leora realized the urgency and pulled Mub Booker in, preventing her from causing trouble in the capital. Barnabas, I've prepared lodgings for you. I will lead you there. Seeing Mub Booker return to the carriage, Montague quickly led the way, smiling at the prince. Hold on, am I staying at an inn? Weston's face turned grim, pulling Montague aside to ask. Well, start at the inn. If you plan to stay longer, I'll arrange proper accommodations for you. Seeing the prince's displeasure, Montague quickly added. Cut the nonsense. What happened to my mansion? Where is it? Weston remembered Chongzhan promising to keep the house ready for his return. 1 year later, and there's no house? Now it's used by the Eastern Depot. If you wish to stay long-term, I can arrange for its clearance. Aldemf, used by the Eastern Depot? The Dantes granted this to me personally. Let me see for myself. Weston didn't believe Montague, eyeing him suspiciously. Barnabas, I can find you better quarters. Montague feared Weston would cause trouble and pleaded. Return to the mansion. Stopping at the carriage, Weston glanced at Montague and ordered. Yes, your highness. Montague watched as the carriage entered the city. Director, what now? An aide approached, supporting Montague. Since Weston left, many coveted the grand mansion, wanting a glimpse of royal life. But the Dantes decreed it belonged to Weston, prohibiting anyone from living there. Yet, as they say, where there's a policy, there's a workaround. Montague assigned guards to live there, using it as his residence outside the palace, even renovating it to be more luxurious. Montague hadn't anticipated Weston's quick return. Alert everyone in the mansion not to engage in any conflict, no matter what happens. Montague quickly ordered his aides to follow the approaching caravan. Yes, I'm on it. Soon, Weston arrived at the mansion, finding everything just as it was when he left. Chapter 506. Occupying another's nest. Ishani, don't park the carriage here, move it away quickly. The guard at the gate, seeing Weston's carriage and its occupants blocking the entrance entirely, shouted at them loudly. It has truly been a long time since I returned. Weston and his companions also got off the carriage, standing by the gate with a sigh. All the events of this year led them to not expect they would come back. This place is really impressive. Better than our Mu residence, although it seems a bit smaller, said Claudia, looking at the outside of Alden residence with bright eyes. But this is in the capital. Having such a big area is already very good. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing Claudia's words. This is the capital, the most concentrated area in the entire Ming dynasty. Anyone who could own such a large courtyard must be royal or noble. But for today's capital, apart from the palace, Alden residence is one of the largest. What did you say? Why aren't you leaving yet? After waiting for a long time, the guard at the gate couldn't take it anymore. Ishan thought they just came to take a look, but didn't expect them to chat. Angrily, he walked over and spoke to these few people. Weston hadn't worn any official clothes throughout the journey, instead choosing regular clothing to avoid unnecessary attention and troubles. Did we come to the wrong place? Claudia had seen the Herman way before and looked at Everly in confusion after hearing what the guard said. Not wrong, this is our home. Everly held Claudia's hand and replied. Ha ha ha, if this is your home, then I might as well say I live in the Imperial Palace. The guard laughed out loud after hearing Everly's words. Christopher to personnel shortage. East Depot had hired many new members under Montague. Actually, Montague was afraid that the previous members wouldn't obey him, so he needed some loyalists. The guard in front of Weston was newly appointed and didn't recognize Weston. Today, I'm in a good mood. You guys better get lost quickly. If our chief sees you, beware being sent to prison. Seeing those in front of him, the guard laughed heartily and spoke to Weston and company. Armin, you know what to do. Weston stood expressionless while listening to the guard, stepping back only when the latter finished speaking, addressing Armin. Yes. What are you trying to do? The guard felt afraid seeing Armin approaching and put his hand on the hilt of his sword. You're blind. Armin seized the other's shoulder, directly breaking the latter's arm. Someone, anyone, help? The guard covered his injured arm and yelled towards the mansion. Who is it? Soon, more than 10 men emerged from inside, drawing their swords at Weston. Why isn't there a commander? Send your boss here. Looking at these Herman Wei who served the Ming dynasty, following orders given from the higher-ups, Weston didn't want to make things difficult for them, addressing one of the guards. Quickly call the commander out. The fallen guard, with his arm treated, knew that the group dared to attack him, indicating they must have had confidence. Worried they were high-ranking officials, he hurriedly sent someone to find the commander. What's happening? Who dares to cause trouble outside the Dongchang inspector's residence? Just as both sides were in standoff, the commander rushed out even before reaching the gate. Your Highness. When the people at the gate saw the Abdul standing there, they knelt in fear instantly. Highness? Sir, did you mistake someone? Everyone else, puzzled by the commander's immediate kneeling, reminded him. Don't tell me you don't recognize the Abdul. Kneel and bow now. The commander was speechless. How could his subordinates not recognize the famous Abdul in the capital? Angered, he turned to a few and scolded. Greet the Abdul. Seeing the commander's attitude, everyone acknowledged the identity and knelt together. Do you recognize me? Weston walked up to the commander, stepping on his shoulder. I do. Back when I was a small flag bearer, I glimpsed the Highness once. The commander peeked at the foot on his shoulder, trembling in fear. So you recognize me. Then tell me, whose residence is this? Seeing the commander cower, Weston removed his foot, questioning. Why, your Highness, your Highness? The commander trembled uncontrollably, wondering why the king appeared again when he seemed to leave. Hold on. Montague also arrived on a carriage, shouting urgently as he saw the scene from afar. Get lost, all of you. Go back to headquarters, each receiving 10 lashes for disrespecting the Highness. Thousand Housekeeper helped Montague reach the gate. Montague glanced at the housekeeper who instantly understood, instructing the guards to depart. Yes, let's go. The commander sighed in relief, hurriedly leading his people away. Prepare the residence immediately for the Highness and Barnabas. Seeing Weston quiet, Montague breathed a sigh of relief, ordering his subordinates. Yes. The guards fled in fear, knowing Weston was a devil-like existence to the Herman Way. They would rather offend nobles than the Abdul. Highness, feel free to send for me if you need anything. All right, let's handle it like this, but remember, don't provoke me. Ishan honored you, Highness. His Majesty awaits you in the palace. Tell me when you're ready, I'll inform him. Ishan honored you. I'll visit the palace after settling here. Great. I'll report to His Majesty and leave now. After Montague left, Weston smiled at everyone and said, let's enter. This used to be my residence. They all entered happily. ###Chapter 507. Reactions after returning to the capital. Now everyone should get yourselves ready. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Weston, upon returning to the mansion, surveyed the place and found it in excellent condition with no signs of damage. In fact, it had been better maintained than when he left. Wow, this is really great. Claudia and Aiden, who were visiting the prince's mansion for the first time, along with some guards from Changsha, were amazed by the grandeur visible even from outside. They knew the prince was wealthy, but they hadn't expected this much wealth. I just checked. Our secret chambers are intact, showing no signs of being opened. Before leaving, they had stored many items that couldn't be moved quickly in a pre-prepared hidden chamber. Armin immediately inspected the area upon their return, and sighed in relief to find everything in place. You take all the guards and settle down in the front courtyard. All the ladies should go to the rear courtyard. We'll arrange accommodations accordingly. Their group now consisted of less than 30 guards and over a dozen female members, but the vastness of the mansion made it seem somewhat desolate despite their numbers. Director, are you really giving up the house like that? Back at the Eastern Depot, someone questioned the director after their return. What else could we do? Didn't you hear what Barnabas Baping said? Montague was also quite helpless. The amount spent on renovating the northern defense Barnabas's mansion wasn't insignificant. Ishan had barely settled in before having to hand it over, which was painful indeed. We could ask for the money back or at least inform Barnabas Baping of our expenses, so he can note our contribution. A 1,000-man commander beside Montague suggested this idea after some thought. Really? Now's not the time for that. Our immediate concern is finding those masked men, and I must have them located. Montague glanced at his subordinate, unimpressed by the suggestion. Ishan couldn't believe such an impractical idea was proposed. That reminds me, has there been any news from the lower ranks regarding the masked men? Thinking of the masked men, Montague turned to question his aide. No, they found no leads. The last time I went to court, I almost got reprimanded severely by His Majesty. Can you try to live up to expectations? Looking at the head-down 1,000-man commander, Montague felt disappointed. knowing he needed capable people to manage the Eastern Depot once he returned to serve the Dantes. Director, rest assured, I will handle this as soon as possible and won't disappoint you. The 1,000-man commander understood Montague's words and quickly promised compliance. Bukuruyang Yuan, if you fail this time, you needn't stay by my side. Think carefully about your position. Montague was very dissatisfied with his potential successor. Apart from loyalty, he lacked other strengths and often bungled tasks. Ishan initially intended to promote him during this opportunity, but given his performance, even if Montague agreed, it wouldn't pass muster with the Dantes. Yes, sir. I'll escort you back to the palace. Bukuruyang Yuan, hearing Montague's stern words, looked grim but smiled as Montague stood up to leave. Aldemf, cut out the useless formalities. We should have already located the masked men. Montague turned and chided Bukuruyang Yuan before exiting. Yes, Director, I understand. After Montague left, Bukuruyang Yuan's smile vanished, his eyes narrowing towards the door. What? Ishan Wenyu is back. With Ishan Wenyu's return, Beijing stirred with ripples of unease. Officials who had conflicts with Ishan Wenyu were fearful of his name. Christophering his previous tenure, he had oppressed them immensely, and they thought things would ease after his departure, only to find he had returned. Truly unexpected that Ishan Wenyu returned. I hope he doesn't cause us trouble. Johnny stood in the main hall, discussing Ishan Wenyu's return and his encounter with Montague in the city with Marlin. All this had occurred under their Western Depot's watchful eyes. Director, Commander, this is the latest report from Changsha and results from Shaanxi. While Marlin and Johnny discussed Ishan Wenyu, a Hermanwei member rushed in. Seeing the director and commander looking at him, he took a deep breath and reported. Hand it over. Sitting in the main seat, Marlin nodded towards Johnny after hearing his subordinate's words. You may leave now. Next time, don't enter directly. Johnny took the letter from the messenger and warned him off. Yes. The messenger, startled into a cold sweat, knew that intruding on important discussions could lead to severe consequences. Overzealous in delivering the message, he had forgotten protocol. Relieved to be dismissed, he hurriedly left the hall. Indeed, in Changsha, Erstu betrayed us, and the one responsible for destroying our Shaanxi branch is Weston. Marlin finished reading the letter and informed Johnny. It matches our suspicions. Someone is reaching into our affairs. Johnny quickly reviewed the contents, confirming that the events in Changsha were staged by masked men, used against Weston. What do we do now? This blame will fall squarely on us. Weston will surely trace it back to us. After reviewing the information, Johnny anxiously questioned the director. Without needing Johnny's reminder, Marlin knew how formidable Weston was, having experienced tolerance. I'm now also the director of the Eastern Factory. We are equals. If you dare to insult me again, I will report you to His Majesty. Montague noticed the guards watching and felt his dignity trampled upon. Enraged, he pointed at Porter. Pointing at me? What makes you think you have the right to point at me? Slap. Just as Montague was pointing at Porter, the latter had been harboring pent-up anger. Not expecting someone he once dismissed to dare point at him, he slapped him hard. The defenseless Montague fell straight to the ground. Lord Patrick, don't be angry. Let's keep peace and harmony. The deputy commander of the guards came to the palace gate, having heard the commotion between the two factory directors. Upon seeing Porter slap Montague, he hurriedly restrained Porter. Commander Christopher, arrest him. Montague lay on the ground, pointing at Porter, and ordered the guard commander. Well, Director Ishan, we should all remain peaceful. Please don't make things difficult for me. Christopher felt helpless hearing Montague. As just a minor commander, dealing with the powerful directors from both factories and the Emperor's favorites was tricky. Reluctantly, he stood in between them. Humph. Porter straightened his sleeves, coldly glanced at the fallen Montague, and walked into the palace. Director Ishan, are you all right? After Porter left, the deputy commander quickly helped Montague up. Quick, get a royal physician here. With one side of his face swollen, Montague clutched his cheek and stuttered orders to the guards. Why are you all standing around? Move it. Seeing Montague's condition, the deputy commander urged two soldiers forward. They supported Montague as they headed toward the Imperial Medical Bureau. Your Majesty, director of the Western Factory, Porter, seeks an audience. As Dantes Flint reviewed memorials, a eunuch entered the room and whispered near the Emperor. Oh, let him come in. Eschannering this, Flint put down the memorial and replied. You may all leave. Flint gestured everyone out of the hall as Porter entered. Yes. What brings you here? Once everyone left, Flint asked Porter curiously. Your Majesty, please look at this letter. Instead of speaking directly, Porter handed over two letters from his robe. What is this? Flint stepped forward curiously, took the letters, and asked. Read it, Your Majesty. What? Someone has infiltrated Thousand Faces? Opening the letter, Flint was shocked reading its contents. Yes. Ishan Wenyu dismantled the Shaanxi branch. Ah, it's all because of the incident in Changsha. Reviewing the second letter, Flint saw the confirmation that Weston intended not to let Thousand Faces off easily. All the masked agents were placed by Flint himself. Ishan planned to form an assassination group that could strike severely if the Ming dynasty lost power, spreading out like celestial beings scattering flowers. Your Majesty, your order to have the Eastern Factory investigate us worries me. With time, Thousand Faces might be completely exposed. Porter expressed his concern to the Emperor. I tasked the Eastern Factory to investigate Thousand Faces, partly to evaluate your progress and partly to gauge their capabilities. Pity. The Eastern Factory is now in name only. Flint sighed, acknowledging the inevitable. Your Majesty, what should we do? Perhaps we should talk to Weston. If he discovers everything, it might lead to serious trouble. Flint pondered over Porter's suggestion. I'll consider it. You needn't worry about this. Reflecting on Weston's temper and the recent killings by Thousand Faces, Flint felt it best to inform Weston personally to ensure belief in his explanation. By the way, has Weston returned? Eschannering Porter mentioned Weston, Flint asked. Ishan returned 2 hours ago, causing quite a stir in the capital. Ishani, every event in the capital must be reported to me immediately. Ama surprised that Weston had been back for 2 hours without his knowledge. Flint instructed Porter firmly. Yes, our Western factory always has the most timely information. Good, you may leave. Flint nodded approvingly. Initially disregarding the Western factory, it had been revived under Porter's leadership, considering cutting the Eastern factory's budget to allocate more resources effectively. Yes, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Shortly after Porter left, Montague entered the hall holding his face, moaning in pain. What is it now? Flint, still contemplating how to approach Weston, raised his head to ask. Your Majesty, please help me seek justice. Montague kneeled, sobbing dramatically. What happened? If there's no real issue, leave now. Irritated by Montague's incessant crying, Flint snapped. Aya, Porter slapped me so hard that one of my teeth fell out. Noticing Flint's anger, Montague produced a tooth and tearfully recounted. I understand. Is there anything else? Flint lifted his head and asked impatiently. Chapter 509, Dreams of the Dantes. Understanding to what was said, Easton did not take it too seriously. Your Majesty, I lost a tooth from the blow. How can you not stand up for me? If they dared strike me at the palace gate today, who knows what they'll do to you tomorrow? What would they dare do to me? Easton's gaze turned to Montague as he mentioned himself. Nothing, nothing. Seeing the Dantes' stern look, Montague realized his mistake. You don't need to do any chores, just stay close by the 3 consorts. Seeing Aislinn busy, Weston called her over to issue instructions. Thank you, Your Highness, I will definitely take good care of the 3 consorts. Delighted at her newfound authority, she thanked the prince warmly. You are also part of the Barnabas' household. Invite them all to dinner as well. Since it was his treat, none would be left out, not even the maids, ensuring everyone, guards included, was taken care of. Are you all ready? Finally arriving at the innermost courtyard, Weston stood and asked. Yes. Coming. Son, look at your father, always rushing. The 3 women emerged from their respective rooms, meeting Weston. Oh right, I made something earlier. Wait here for a moment. Recalling something, Weston quickly returned to his room after addressing the 3 consorts. What is he doing? Confused looks exchanged between the trio. They couldn't understand Weston's actions. Dee, sister-in-law, you've been here before. What's Weston planning? After Weston dashed off, Kaylee looked to Everly. Who knows, maybe he has some tricks again. Everly had similar uncertainties about Weston's unpredictable behavior since they met. We should check to find out. Watching her sisters pondering, Claudia suggested checking. You're smarter than me. Why didn't I think of that? They then left the courtyard, finding West dragging us all to our doom. Everly urgently warned Claudia, who stood nearby. Why can't names be engraved? Isn't it just jade? Claudia stood, questioning the severity of the act. These are jade nameplates reserved only for the Dantes. At night, he places the jade plate with the name of the consort he plans to visit. Zhu Guru explained the significance of the jade plates to Claudia. Sherman, isn't this treasonous? Understanding the gravity yet naive, Claudia asked Weston doubtfully. Give it to me. Don't worry, even if the Dantes finds out, he won't say anything. Reaching for the box, Weston tried to reassure the group. This isn't a joke. Leave it with me. With no names, no one can trace it back. Kaylee knew Weston's mindset well, and wanted to ensure no one risked trouble. But these jade pieces were expensive, crafted from a single piece of jade, and held sentimental value. Stop. Everly and Claudia blocked Weston's path, watching him sternly. What's happening? Fine, forget the jade plates. Let's go eat. Chapter 510. The Imperial Kin Bookerupung. Facing the 2 individuals, Weston felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Ishan quickly put on a smile and addressed them. I was just about... Receiving the order, Armin turned and left the compound. What's going on? Seeing Armin leave in a hurry, Everly asked Weston with confusion. Nothing. Just having him make arrangements at Zuracian Tower in advance. Alright, let's head out now. Seeing everyone ready, Weston announced their departure. Great. The guards and maidservants were elated as they headed outside. Aiden felt something odd and cast a glance at Weston's back. Upon reaching Zuracian Tower, they saw a bustling crowd of customers. Your Highness, we arrived a bit late. Someone has already booked the entire place. Armin, who had been waiting at the entrance for the prince's carriage, approached quickly. Who? Didn't I book it? Ama surprised, Weston turned to Armin in question. I don't know. Even when I mentioned your name, they weren't impressed. This puzzled Armin as well. Previously, anyone hearing the name of the Barnabas of Bryant would be intimidated. But this time, they seemed indifferent. So, you can't even stand in the capital anymore. Everly stepped out of the carriage, covering her mouth and laughing. Ishani, you're saying I can't manage. In this city, apart from the Dantes, there's no one I fear. Ishannering this, Weston turned and replied. I've heard that Zuracian Tower is renowned for its lavish delicacies. Whatever you crave, they have it. Looking at the brightly lit tower, Claudia salivated visibly and smiled at Weston. The guards and servants nearby were also tempted by Claudia's words. Though they ate better than most, they hadn't experienced such luxuries. Alright, today I'll treat everyone here. Noticing everyone's eager eyes, Weston laughed and assured them. Hold it. A servant stopped Weston from entering. Sir, apologies, but Zuracian Tower has been booked today. Please come another day. Another servant recognized Armin and asked in surprise. Aren't you the one who came earlier? Recalling Armin's visit, he looked at Weston, knowing only one person could command such respect. Speak. Who's inside? Weston demanded, glaring at the servant. SS sir. The servant stammered, clearly frightened. The Christopher asks you to answer quickly. Armin prompted from behind. It's the Tracy's brother, Bookerupung, celebrating his birthday. Who's this Bookerupung? Ishaning this name, Weston couldn't quite place him. Ishan's a famed general, and his wife is a concubine favored by his majesty. Armin recalled and whispered to the prince. All right, wait outside while I check if we can find a quiet spot upstairs. Considering the tower had multiple floors, and only 30 of them needed seating, they could potentially move upstairs. You take a few men and guard the princess outside. The rest, follow me in. Ishaning that something was amiss inside, he cast a glance at Braden behind him, gave an order, then led his men into Zuasian Tower. Drop your sticks. The guards never went anywhere without their swords. Bursting into Zuasian Tower, Armin saw the prince surrounded and kicked over one of the servants, drawing his sword as he ordered the others. What do you think you're doing? Seeing his father's angry face, Booker Tianzhong quickly stood up and approached Weston, asking him what was going on. You want to do what? Did I invite you in? I was just here to toast the imperial uncle. Weston had intended to discuss matters peacefully, but seeing Armin's anger, he glanced back with displeasure. Your Highness, upon hearing the commotion, fearing for your safety, I took it upon myself to burst in. Armin understood from the prince's gaze, lowered his head, and explained. Barnabas? Who are you? Booker Tianzhong, still angry, looked towards Weston after hearing Armin. I am Barnabas Dingbei Weston. Ishaning that the imperial uncle is celebrating his birthday here, I wanted to wish him well. Unfortunately, the people of Zuasian Tower looked down on us, making me itch to act. Hold on a moment. Booker Tianzhong knew of Barnabas Dingbei, then turned to consult his father. Father, it's Barnabas Dingbei Weston. Should we? After listening, Booker Ruzong glanced at Weston, waved a hand for Booker Tianzhong to decide. Booker Ruzong, safety after him. Rest assured, as long as they follow the law, anyone who threatens them must get past me first. Understanding such heroes should not die disillusioned, Weston guaranteed support. Good, let's leave now. Enjoy your meal. Pleased by Weston's promise, Booker Ruzong patted him and left with his family. Everyone, stand down. Let me see you off. For such a hero, Weston held immense respect and walked out with Booker Ruzong. Put those down. Outside, seeing Braden holding a crossbow, Weston stopped him. Braden sheepishly followed suit. These are your princesses? Seeing Aiden, Everly, and Claudia at the door, Booker Ruzong asked, impressed by their beauty. Yes, these are my wives. Weston introduced them. Who is this child? Noticing the baby in Everly's arms, he turned to Weston. My son, Alden Ping. Fantastic. Let me hold him. Unfamiliar with the elderly man, Everly looked uncertain until Weston reassured her. Meet Imperial Andy Booker Ruzong, a Ming hero. She handed the child over. The women bowed upon learning his identity. Enough formalities. Ishan's a fine boy, destined for great things. Transferring the baby back to Everly, Booker Ruzong addressed his sons. Why haven't you provided grandchildren for me yet? We'll ensure you have them this year. I'll find you a bride. Though surprised, the sons complied for their father's birthday. All right, it's getting late. Let's talk when you have time. Promising to visit, Booker Ruzong bid farewell. Amos rely, surely. Afterward, turning to the waiting group, Weston said, why stare at me? Go inside and enjoy your meal. Chapter 512, Becoming the Dantes. After everyone finished their meal, they were also ready to leave Zuasian building. Armin came to the counter to pay and leave. No need, we didn't know the Barnabas of Bryant was here. Today is on us. The innkeeper saw Armin reaching for money and hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. How can that be? Doesn't it mean we are dining and dashing? Ishaning the innkeeper's words, Armin insisted on paying. Absolutely not. We really weren't prepared well enough today. When Weston arrived, he was upstairs, so he didn't see the Barnabas of Bryant. Ishan only knew the prince had come when the downstairs manager reported it. The innkeeper almost had a heart attack because of the earlier unpleasant encounter and quickly rushed downstairs. Seeing the Barnabas of Bryant eating, he dared not disturb and could only wait obediently. You all go ahead, Armin. What are you still doing here? Pay and let's go. Weston first ordered everyone to leave, then seeing Armin still at the counter, walked over to him and urged. The boss refuses to take our money. I don't understand why, Armin replied helplessly as he saw the prince approach. Greetings, your highness. Seeing the prince come over, the innkeeper quickly knelt and bowed. Just take the money. Am I someone who would dine and dash? Ishaning about the situation, Weston's expression darkened as he looked at the boss of Zuasian building. Not at all, not at all. I'll take it then. Fearing the prince's displeasure, the boss hastily took the money. Surprisingly, more than expected. Your highness, I haven't even given you your change yet. Looking at the silver note in hand, the boss raised his head and ran after Weston with some loose silver coins. The rest is your reward. Remember not to look down on people based on appearance. We'll overlook this today, but if it happens again, I won't be so lenient. Weston turned and warned the boss standing by the door. Today indeed made him unhappy, but meeting the predecessors from the Ming dynasty was a piece of good news, so he chose not to be too harsh. Nevertheless, he wanted to make sure the message was clear before leaving. I will follow your teachings, your highness. The boss bowed gratefully, thankful for the prince's forgiveness. Armin, this isn't like you. How could you let them off so easily? Once everyone else left, Armin and began carving the names of the three women onto the pendants. Barnabas, we've arrived. Controlling the carriage speed deliberately, Armin soon stopped outside the mansion gates and informed the prince. All right, get some rest early. Smiling, Weston stepped out of the carriage, patting Armin on the shoulder. Did you finish? Noticing the prince's joyful face, Armin couldn't help but ask. If it were true carving names, there definitely wouldn't have been enough time. I lack the skill for that, so I just carved numbers. Weston thought of a better method. Since Everly was the first person he met, she became a one, known as the first consort in the palace. Aiden and Claudia followed suit accordingly. The prince has ways. Impressed, Armin gave a thumbs up. Weston laughed and headed to the backyard. Seeing lights on in all three rooms, he presumed everyone had returned. Finding no one around, Weston placed the 3 jade pendants on a stone table in the courtyard and sat down in front of it. Staring at the inverted pendants, he hesitated, unsure which one to choose. Sherman, what are you doing? As Weston hesitated, Claudia emerged from her room, curiously asking him. Seeing someone appear, Weston flipped open one of the jade pendants, delighted by the number he found. He happily carried Claudia back into her room. Once Weston entered the room, another figure appeared by the stone objects on the table, and upon recognizing them as the jade tablets from earlier, glanced at Aiden questioningly. Me? I wouldn't dare. This is the work of our Barnabas Patrick, and he did it without telling us. Aiden quickly replied after hearing Everly's words. No, that can't be right. Weren't these things all with you? Everly was confused. Yesterday Aiden had put everything away, so how could Weston have taken them? I don't know either. But he took them, and that's not even the most serious problem. This was what Aiden had been unable to understand all morning as she looked at Sister Tosha. So, what's the biggest issue? You see the jade tablets on the table. Noticing Everly still didn't get it, Aiden pointed to the jade tablets on the table. This isn't right. We're 3 people, yet there are only 2 tablets here. One is missing. Did Weston take it? Following Aiden's finger, Everly examined the table and found only 2 tablets, one labeled 1 and another 2, with no sign of 3. She then thought about the previous night. Weston didn't come to find her or Everly, but instead flipped the card before going to find Claudia. Let's hope so. I've been sitting here for some time, but haven't dared to knock and ask about this. What if he isn't inside? That would mean someone else took the jade tablet. The possibility Everly mentioned was the best scenario, her eyes looking toward Claudia's room. You stay here with the child. I'll go ask and find out. Compared to Aiden, Everly was more decisive. Handing the child over to Aiden, she headed toward Claudia's room. Knock, knock, knock. Open up, hurry and get dressed. We need to talk. She knocked on Claudia's door and called out. All right, we'll be out in a moment. Claudia, hearing Sister Tosha call, immediately responded. Brother Sherman, Sister Tosha needs us. Let's get out of bed. Claudia shook the still sleeping Weston awake. What's wrong? Weston, half asleep, mumbled groggily. Not sure, but it sounds urgent. You dress and open the door to let them in. If there's nothing important, I'll go back to sleep. Shannering that he didn't even know what was going on, Weston didn't want to get up. Staying in Claudia's company felt too comfortable, especially under the warm, fragrant covers. Seeing Weston's state, Claudia had no choice but to get dressed quickly and walk towards the door. Sisters Tosha and you. What's so urgent at this hour? Opening the door, Claudia looked at Everly and Aiden standing outside. Where's Weston? Seeing only Claudia, Everly asked suspiciously. Brother Sherman is still sleeping. Ishan said to come in if it's important, otherwise, he'll keep sleeping. How can he still be in bed with such a big issue? Upon learning Weston was still asleep. No, I left them on the stone table, never putting them in my pocket. It's bad. You, have everyone search. We must find this jade tablet. Realizing Weston hadn't taken it, Everly panicked and instructed Aiden urgently. Okay, take care of the child. In the capital, Everly was now the one in charge. Having previously managed the palace and being a consort herself, Aiden and Claudia had no objections. Don't worry. If we can't find it, we still have plenty. Unconcerned, Weston thought Everly was worried about money and lay back down. Are you crazy? If this gets into the wrong hands, it's a crime of treason. Seeing Weston's nonchalant attitude, Everly was frustrated that he didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Relax, His Majesty won't hold this against us. Brushing aside Everly's concerns, Weston waved her off. Well, stubborn as ever. Feeling speechless due to Weston's attitude, even Everly couldn't help but leave the room in a huff. Weston might not care, but Everly had to. She didn't want her son to grow up without a father. What's there to worry about? Watching everyone leave, Weston closed the door, pulled the blanket back over himself, and continued sleeping, utterly unfazed by the loss of the jade tablet. Chapter 514. The first encounter with a firearm. Aiden quickly gathered everyone. Even though he didn't suspect anyone inside the mansion, Ishan warned them all, telling the one who took it to come forward immediately. No one confessed this unless he knew something important. Aislinn also looked at Armin, understanding his reluctance to name her. Deep down, Aislinn harbored feelings for Armin but felt too lowly as a maid compared to him, who grew up with the prince and considered him as a brother. Despite Armin's various attempts, she mostly ignored him. Her inner conflict was intense. She wanted to step forward because the princesses had always treated her kindly, even appointing her as a supervisor. Aiden noticed Aislinn's odd demeanor. What's going on? You're making everyone nervous. Just as Aislinn was about to confess, a voice interrupted them. Everyone turned to see the prince arriving. This isn't a small matter. The jade plaque is missing. If it wasn't taken by an outsider, then it must be someone inside. And since it hasn't been found here, it likely was taken outside. Armin knows something but doesn't want to speak. Everly did not agree with Weston's words and addressed Armin again. Enough. No more talk of this. Weston glanced at the downcast Armin, knowing he wasn't the culprit. If he had intended to steal, the unmarked jade plaques in the chest would have been easier. Moreover, Armin wouldn't venture into the rear courtyard late at night. Seeing Armin glance at Aislinn, Weston realized the situation. Barnabas, the entrance is surrounded by the brocade dantierds. A guard reported from the main hall. The capital has changed indeed, daring to block my gate. Weston, furious upon hearing about the guards, stormed outside. Barnabas, don't be rash. Aiden held on to him urgently. No worries, nothing will happen to me here, Everly said calmly, confident in their support in the capital. Aiden, seeing Everly wasn't worried, released Weston. Armin, gather everyone with their weapons. Weston anticipated a significant number of men outside, ordering Armin accordingly. Understood. Armin produced a horn from his waist. The sound of the horn signaled urgency, prompting the guards to don armor and wield spring knives, forming ranks at the gate. Who dares defy me here? Weston strode out of the mansion. The guards parted for him, as he faced the brocade dantierds. Behind the assembled forces stood musketeers. Seeing the muskets, Weston remembered the Ming Empire's firearms. They were expensive and mostly stored in warehouses, leading to failures against invaders. Greetings, Barnabas. A commander emerged, bowing respectfully to Weston. Enough formalities. What brings you here encircling my residence? Facing the commander, Weston showed no leniency. Barnabas, we received intelligence of your treasonous actions and came to investigate. Cutting straight to the point, the commander stated his mission. Eschannering this, Everly, Aiden, it was too shocking. This, Your Highness, are you sure that's the purpose? Brandon felt a headache after listening to Weston. Ishan had intended to help, but hadn't anticipated such honesty from the prince. In Brandon's heart, Weston was a hero. Ishan didn't really want to get involved, but he couldn't ignore his admiration for Eben. Ishan glanced at the surrounding crowd and the Braden Way guards who were all listening, making him even more uneasy as he repeated his question to Weston. As long as you don't admit it, we can handle it. We can make it small, right? Sherman, this Brandon doesn't seem like he plans to punish you. Quickly change your story. Yes, it's best not to escalate this. Aiden and Everly understood the Braden Way's intention and urged Weston from behind. I did it because I did it. There's no need for me to lie about it, Weston responded firmly, unwilling to deceive anyone. Your Highness, I'm sorry then. Please come with us to Dongchang. Brandon's expression darkened, realizing the prince wouldn't recant. With everyone watching, he had no choice but to follow through, and said helplessly, Fine, let's see what you can do to me. Weston showed no fear at the mention of Dongchang. Your Highness. Seeing their lord being taken away, everyone in the royal residence panicked and tried to rush forward, but were held back by the Braden Way. Everyone, put away your weapons. Let's not cause trouble. This matter can still be handled. If you act rashly, things will only get worse. The Braden Way Brandon saw the guards getting restless and hurried his men to sheathe their weapons, afraid of conflict. All right, I will report this to His Majesty. If anything happens to our king, you'll face our wrath. With the king now taken, Everly stepped up as the de facto leader. Understanding the urgency, she instructed everyone to stand down while looking intently at Brandon. Rest assured, everyone knows who Eben is. No one dares to harm him. Brandon reassured Everly, seeing her worry. Armin, you've met the Dantes before. Go to the palace immediately and report what happened here. Seeing the Braden Way leave, Everly turned to Armin. Yes, my lady. I'll go now. Armin left promptly, glancing back at Aislinn before he went. All right, everyone prepare. If the king isn't released, we'll raid the prison. Once they returned to the courtyard and closed the main gates, Everly addressed everyone. If anyone is unwilling, I won't force you. No one spoke up, which made Everly realize her lack of authority over Weston's loyal followers. I'm willing. Willing. Our lives belong to the king. We have nothing to lose. Booker stinting to their responses, Everly felt the fervor rise. They were initially stunned by her assuming power. Dale took every chance to undermine Albert. Don't know how to handle it? Ask me again? Pretending to hold his temper, Albert replied formally. Drive those civilians away. Problem solved. Anyone who refuses, lock them up too. Protesting at Dongchang's door is insubordination. Chapter 516. Taking action against civilians. I will not do this. After hearing Dale's words, Albert raised his head and looked at him. Ishan could not accept such actions against those unarmed civilians. All right, it doesn't matter if you're unwilling to do it. Ivar, you go and take care of it. Dale knew that Albert wouldn't do something like this. He was just deliberately provoking the latter. Then he ordered his confidant. Yes. Ivar wouldn't hesitate either, and left with a smile. Wait. Seeing Ivar about to leave, Albert quickly grabbed his hand. What are you doing? If you don't want to go, you can't stop me? Dale didn't speak, and Ivar looked at Albert questioningly. I'll go. Albert glared at Dale, unable to believe how cruel he was. Knowing that Albert couldn't stand seeing the civilians suffer, he had sent Ivar, who was infamous for being merciless in the Eastern Depot, and would execute any command regardless of guilt or innocence. If Ivar were to handle it, those ordinary people would be doomed. After some consideration, Albert decided to take action himself. Sir, what should we do? Neither option depended on Ivar's decision, as he looked towards their superior for instruction. Then let's have Thousand Household Maxwell go. Ishan has a special set of skills when dealing with these people. Dale also thought for a moment, and didn't want the situation to escalate too far. If Ivar were to go out, it would likely result in a bloodbath at the entrance. So he decided to send Albert instead. Yes. Ishannering Dale's agreement, Albert walked toward the door. Sir, where are you going? Seeing Dale get up, Ivar asked in confusion. We will also go outside and see what Albert can do. Then Dale and Ivar also headed toward the door. When Albert reached the entrance, he saw that hundreds of people had gathered there. Thanks to the Herman Way guarding the entrance, otherwise, things might have gotten out of hand. Everyone, calm down. Let's talk rationally. Standing at the entrance, Albert spoke to the agitated crowd. As soon as Albert finished speaking, an egg hit him on the head. Dale and Ivar, who had come out to watch, couldn't help but laugh heartily at this scene. Thousand Household, are you alright? Who did this? Do you know what crime it is to attack the Herman Way? Several Herman Way guards drew their swords toward the civilians after seeing Albert being hit. With everything happening too quickly and too many people present, no one saw who threw the egg. Don't move. Albert wiped his face with a handkerchief and ordered the guards. Everyone listen to me. I understand that all of you came for Barnabas Bryant. Seeing Albert remained calm, everyone assumed he was different from other Herman Way and started to quiet down, listening attentively. Sir, this Albert indeed has his ways. Inside, watching the crowd calm down, Ivar smiled and remarked to Dale. You think he's capable? Ishannering Ivar's comment, Dale's expression turned grim. If Albert proved to be more capable than himself, his position as director would be at risk. No. Seeing Dale upset, Ivar quickly corrected himself. Sir, whatever you say. I follow your lead. Being only a Aldindred household, Ivar could act recklessly in the Eastern Depot because everyone knew he was backed by Dale. Since he does such a good job, then we won't let him do it anymore. I understand. Eschannering Dale's words, Ivar immediately understood and rushed into headquarters. Is what you said true? Will Barnabas Bryant be released if thoroughly investigated? After Albert finished speaking, a civilian asked. Of course. You must trust the court. Seeing the crowd calm down, Albert felt relieved and answered. Fine, we'll trust them this time. Let's go back. The speaker was a highly respected figure in the literary world of the capital. Upon learning that Barnabas Bryant had been arrested by the Hermanway, he quickly brought a large group of people to protest. Understanding Albert's intentions and finding it reasonable, he prepared to leave but suddenly collapsed on the ground. Andy. Jack. When the old man fell, the Hermanway dragged him away from the crowd, separating the civilians. Seeing an arrow protruding from his back, the previously quiet crowd became chaotic, pushing forward frantically. What are you doing? Seeing the old man fall, Albert froze. Looking behind him, he saw Ivar holding a bow, with Dale standing beside him. Albert knew this was orchestrated by Dale. These leaders of unrest must pay the price. Otherwise, what remains of our Eastern Depot's authority? Dale stayed silent while Ivar stepped on the dying elder and disdainfully told the crowd. Murder demands retribution. Enraged by Ivar's desecration, the crowd surged forward. You are playing with fire. Albert tried to stop Ivar. If things continued this way, the civilians wouldn't back down. Before he could intervene, several people restrained him. Firearms troops. Now ignoring everything, Ivar aimed at the crowd. Knowing Dale was watching and seeing this as an opportunity to show off. With the firearms firing, over 10 civilians fell dead at the entrance. Do not fear. Fight with them. One round of gunfire did not scare them off. Instead, they attacked even harder. The Hermanway at the front suffered many injuries and were eventually overwhelmed by the crowd. Withdraw, everyone retreat. Realizing the danger with hundreds of civilians charging forward, Ivar, now panicked, ordered everyone to withdraw. Being in front, the doors closed quickly. Albert, almost last to enter, kicked Ivar backward just as he was about to go through the door. Close the door. Entering the compound, Albert quickly shut the door. Chapter 517. Weston's luxurious confinement. Director Ma hasn't come in yet. Seeing that the gate was already closed, a guard from the brocade uniform Dantiard recalled that Ivar hadn't entered yet. Just as everyone wanted to find Ivar, an agonizing cry came from outside the door. What's happening? Bukarov Zurgayan, who had retreated to the innermost part due to unease, feared that the civilians might storm in. Eschannering the noise from outside, he walked over to ask. Captain Ma didn't enter just now. The scream earlier was likely Captain Ma's. A guard approached and informed Bukarov Zurgayan of the situation. Alden re-up and opened the door. Kill all these rioters. Eschannering the cries from outside, Bukarov Zurgayan understood what kind of torture Ivar must be enduring, urging those in front of him to act. Sir, this is probably not feasible. The guards at the gate exchanged glances and spoke. They were not fond of Ivar either, finding his conduct too outrageous. Getting locked out this time was his own fault. Send out a signal for all brocade uniformed Dantiards within the city to gather here. Secure the entrance. By no means let them in. Ishan couldn't believe how much commotion could be caused by an ordinary commoner. Ishan ordered the men in front of him, knowing that even if they were martial arts masters, they could still be overwhelmed by a crowd. When the Dongchang released smoke signals, the entire city could see something was amiss with the Dongchang direction. Christopher, it's the smoke signal from Dongchang. The Western factory was the first to know about any issues with Dongchang. Johnny rushed into the courtyard, speaking to the Duke who was observing the sky. My eyes are not blind. The Dongchang has never used its smoke signal since its establishment. Today's development is indeed eye-opening. Observing the rescue signal in the sky, he did not panic, but instead smiled at Johnny. With Dongchang using smoke signals, it looks like something serious is happening. Should we send reinforcements? Seeing the Duke's calm demeanor, Johnny asked softly in his ear. No rush. Inform our people not to move without my permission. With the situation unclear, Marlin would not act rashly, deciding to wait and observe. Upon seeing the smoke signal, Montague felt a headache coming on. Such a disturbance had stirred even the Imperial Guard. The city must be in chaos. All right, I'll wait outside for you, Unikishan. Commander Cristoforo heard that he and Montague shared the same purpose, so he didn't add more. Meanwhile, inside the Dongchang prison, Weston was being well-fed and pampered. Why is there such a difference between us prisoners? We want chicken legs too. Protest, protest. Stop all that racket, or I'll have you taste the tiger pliers. The guard serving Weston pulled out his knife at the complaints. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. What do you think you are? You can't compare to a prince. Bukhara down quietly and don't seek trouble. Aviv Jang. Who is this prince? Eschannering this, a prisoner who thought he had good relations with the guard Elon asked quietly. That's Barnabas. Should I tell them your identity? Thinking about the sensitivity, Elon paused before asking Weston directly. It's fine, tell them. I won't be staying here long. Weston took a sip of wine and responded. Understood. This is the illustrious Barnabas Bryant, Weston. Upon the nod from the prince, Elon addressed everyone. Barnabas Bryant. Why is he here? Do you even need to ask? Who can offend the Dantes and still remain free? Silence. Do not disturb Barnabas Bryant during his meal. Eschannering the whispers, Elon demanded quiet. Elon, wasn't Christopher ordering you to starve me? What you're doing, aren't you afraid of incurring his wrath? Looking at the guard, Weston, satisfied, remembered the orders given by Bukarov Zurgayan to keep him hungry for a few days. Though unafraid of confinement, he hadn't expected such treatment. Worshipful Barnabas, you are a hero of the great Ming dynasty. There must be some misunderstanding here. You will soon be freed. I see no reason to offend you. In charge of the prison, Elon knew who he could and could not offend. With someone like the Barnabas of Bryant, it was only temporary. Imprisoning him here was inconceivable. If he offended the prince now, settling old scores later would be difficult for a mere guard. If I had better judgment, I wouldn't be overseeing the prison. Not bad, you surpass most here. It's a pity to see you waste talent in such a place. When I'm free, I'll have Montague transfer you outside. After hearing Elon's words, Weston nodded in agreement. Chapter 5:18. Remembering his original intent. No, absolutely not. Upon hearing the prince's words, Elon hastily waved his hands and said, "Why is that?" Weston looked at Elon in front of him with puzzlement. Ishan couldn't understand why someone would refuse an opportunity that many people dream of their whole lives. "Firstly, thank you, Your Highness. It's just that I'm not comfortable speaking of." Elon sat down and drank the wine in one go, his face reflecting deep melancholy as he spoke to Weston. "I understand, please continue." Seeing Elon explain himself, Weston believed him and gestured for him to continue. "There are plenty of perks here, which help me support my family. In fact, what I excel at is running a business. I've always been fond of such activities since childhood. I'm almost ready to retire. In a while, I'll stop working here and do some small trading on my own." Elon had long made plans, certainly not intending to stay in the prison indefinitely as Weston might have assumed. Standing to Elon's explanation, Weston suddenly recalled his initial aspirations, to live a peaceful life and become immensely wealthy. How quickly things had changed in just a few years. "If you decide to leave here, come find me at the prince's mansion." Looking at Elon, Weston seemed to remember something and directed his gaze towards him. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Encountering Weston's words, Elon froze, unsure how to react. Wanting to rely solely on yourself is nothing short of delusional. The capital is fraught with complexity. If you depend only on yourself, after covering all the necessary bases, you'd be penniless. With my backing, none of these issues will matter. "Thank you, Your Highness." Earlier, Elon had planned to bribe Dale. Unaware of the entire situation, was unacceptable. "Your Majesty, this is a memorial from the Western Depot." Just as Flint fumed, a eunuch entered and reported. "Bring it over." Flint glared at Montague. Since becoming chief inspector of the Eastern Depot, Montague submitted fewer reports each day while the Western Depot was now diligently gathering intelligence. "Look at this. It's your men causing all this trouble." After reading the contents of the memorial, Flint threw it angrily at Montague. The document struck Montague's head, and he hurriedly picked it up. The report detailed events very meticulously, including Ivar killing an elderly man who was a notable figure, sparking public outrage against the Eastern Depot. Flint realized the gravity of the situation and the rising public anger against the Eastern Depot. "Go and resolve this immediately. If the people riot, you'll be the first to lose your head to quell their fury." Flint was incredulous that such an incident could occur under the Emperor's nose, with brazen murders happening in broad daylight, defying all law and order. "Yes, I will address it immediately." Realizing the Dante's desire, Montague dared not delay and turned to leave. "Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, Commander Cristoforo is still outside. Should he send more troops?" Stopping at the door, Montague noticed Commander Cristoforo waiting outside and returned to ask, "If you can handle it alone, do so." Taking a deep breath, Flint replied, "Understood. I'll depart now." Montague dared not say another word, understanding the Dantes' restrained anger. One wrong word could cost him his life. "Sir Ishan, what did the Dantes say?" Outside, Commander Cristoforo eagerly asked upon seeing Montague emerge. "Follow me." Montague looked at Commander Cristoforo sternly and commanded, "Yes." Chapter 5:19. The purpose of dispatching. Soon, everyone gathered here, but just like the City Patrol Battalion, they were blocked outside the streets. "Your respect, Sir Ishan." The commander of the City Patrol Battalion turned around and saw Sir Ishan arriving, quickly walked up to salute. "What's going on here?" Seeing so many civilians, Montague's initial thought was to order the Imperial Dantiards to suppress them by force. But there were too many people. Even with the addition of the City Patrol Battalion, it wouldn't be enough. Ishan asked the commander of the City Patrol Battalion who stood before him. "We just investigated a bit. It's because that so many people gathered, surrounding the Eastern Depot tightly. We estimate there are already over 500 people here, and more keep arriving." The commander of the City Patrol Battalion couldn't possibly know nothing after coming for so long, and he reported everything he knew to Sir Ishan. After hearing the situation, Montague found it aligned perfectly with what the Western Depot had reported. If the Western Depot wasn't involved, that would be truly bizarre. "City Patrol soldiers, seal off the nearby streets immediately. Only allow people to leave, not come in this direction. If anyone gets through, I will hold you responsible." It was already congested here, and seeing more people still coming, Montague ordered the City Patrol soldiers. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Encountering Sir Ishan's words, the soldiers rushed to secure the nearby streets. "Commander Christopher, clear a path for me immediately." Ishan then turned to Commander Christopher beside him. "Yes, hurry up." This task was child's play for them. Thankfully, they brought shields, which they used to push the crowd apart on both sides, leaving about a meter-wide path. Montague strode through this opening. "You're acting all high and mighty." Just as Montague walked inward, an egg hit him. "Who did that?" Commander Christopher, walking beside Montague, quickly drew his sword and shouted at the crowd. "Do you want to continue killing? Executioners, if you have guts, kill us." Seeing the drawn sword, the crowd began to panic and started attacking the Imperial Dantiards on both sides. "Calm down, I'm fine." Though Montague was furious inside, he couldn't see who threw the egg, so he held back. Ishan quickly pulled aside Commander Christopher and said, "Sir, these people are being so disrespectful. Should we arrest all of them?" Commander Christopher didn't understand such subtleties and whispered this to him. "Shut up. Are you stupid? There are 400 to 500 people here. You think the city's jails can fit them all? Even if they could, do you think you can catch them all?" Standing to Commander Christopher, Montague was speechless. Ishan hadn't expected such words from him. Ishan rolled his eyes and responded. Although Commander Christopher's idea mirrored Montague's original plan, He realized after arriving that things weren't that simple. Gathering so many people in such a short time required someone driving them from behind. Throwing eggs at him was a deliberate provocation, aiming to incite greater conflict. Taking a deep breath, Montague wiped the egg from his head and walked toward the main gate. Everyone, calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. When Montague reached the gate, he saw a bloodied body on the ground and recalled the petition mentioning Ivar. Without lingering, he stood on the steps leading to the gate and addressed the crowd below. What misunderstanding? The person is in your hands. Executioners, hand over the mastermind. They had interrogated Ivar and learned he was under someone else's orders but couldn't name the individual. They wanted to find the mastermind. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Remembering that the Eastern Depot was currently managed by Dale and Ivar was under his command. Revealing the mastermind would mean handing over Ivar, leaving the Eastern Depot without a successor. Deciding to pacify them first, he planned to find a scapegoat later. Do you think we're fools? Once we leave, you'll hand over any random person and tell us they are the mastermind. How can we trust you? Right, handle it now. We only trust the Barnabas of Bryant. Let the Barnabas of Bryant come out to handle this. The crowd, initially quiet, was riled up again. Montague suppressed his anger but couldn't see who was shouting. Sir Ishan, is the Barnabas of Bryant also detained in the Eastern Depot? Commander Christopher, hearing the crowd's demands, asked Montague beside him. Yes, I don't know why. They gathered here because the prince was arrested, causing this series of events. Since they came to rescue the prince, let's release the prince and resolve this. Commander Christopher thought of a solution and suggested it to Montague. All right, open the gates. Let's go inside. Seeing how agitated the crowd was, Montague told the deputy commander. Everyone, please stay calm. I will investigate this matter and provide an answer. Montague looked at the crowd by the gate, intending to stabilize them. Fine, we'll wait here. If we don't get an answer today, we won't leave. A man in front, whose elderly relative had been killed, raised his hand to silence everyone and spoke to Montague on the steps. Sir Ishan, the gate is open. Let's go in. The gate soon opened, and the deputy commander approached Montague. Let's go. Ishan turned and entered the headquarters of the Eastern Depot. Dale, what happened here? Sitting in the main hall, Montague looked down at Dale kneeling before him. These rioters surrounded the Eastern Depot. I sent Ivar to suppress them, but unexpectedly, he went on a killing spree. I didn't foresee this. Dale trembled on the ground, surprised by the magnitude of the chaos. Ishan had to sacrifice Ivar to protect himself. Albert, what do you say? Montague was very dissatisfied with Dale and turned to look at Albert. The situation is this. When I led, I successfully persuaded the crowd to leave, but Ivar, following Bukaru's orders, shot and killed the old man with a bow, escalating the conflict. Albert looked at Ivar and revealed everything without holding back. Executing innocent civilians was unacceptable. Ishan recounted the entire incident. Chapter 520. Request for the Barnabas to solve the problem. So, you're saying Terence is the mastermind behind this? Montague asked Albert after hearing him out. Montague had guessed that only Terence could have done something like this on the way here. No one else would dare to be so brazen. But since Terence was his successor and a protege carefully groomed by him, he felt somewhat reluctant. If Montague didn't hand over Terence, the people outside wouldn't leave, putting him in a difficult position. Emo Supervisor, everything I did was for the good of Dongchang, to maintain its authority. If anyone can create a disturbance at our headquarters, how can we uphold Dongchang's prestige? Terence knelt on the ground and shouted his thoughts angrily when he realized what Montague was getting at. You can't be entirely blamed for this. Eschewing Terence's explanation, Montague found an excuse to back down and nodded. Emo Supervisor, Terence is misleading you. He clearly has no regard for human life. Albert rushed to contradict when he heard the supervisor's words. Shut up. Is your hand not also stained with innocent blood? Montague glared at Albert, questioning him. Albert wanted to refute, but then realized it was impossible for a guard in Dongchang to have clean hands, so he chose to remain silent. Why arrest Barnabas Bryant? Given Weston's high standing in the military, Montague looked at Albert and asked. This is because. Just for this small matter? Upon hearing Albert's response, Montague was surprised. You should ask Lord Bukaru about this. Albert realized he was surplus to requirements. No matter what he said, Amo Supervisor Montague wouldn't blame Terence. It was useless. Amo Supervisor, this Jade tablet can only be used by His Majesty. By doing this, Weston is committing treason. Terence wasn't making wild accusations. They had evidence in their hands. Where's the Jade tablet? Montague knew the Emperor's relationship with Barnabas Bryant was close. The issue of the Jade tablet was a minor matter. However, if Barnabas Bryant cared, the Emperor would certainly investigate, requiring someone to take responsibility. Ishan still hesitated, but grew anxious upon hearing they had obtained the Jade tablet. As long as there was evidence, even the Emperor couldn't argue, and they would have to praise them for handling things properly. Albert, quickly give the Jade tablet to the Amo Supervisor. After searching his body, Terence remembered giving it to Albert when he instructed him to capture Weston. I don't have it. Why are you looking at me? Albert turned his head away, pretending not to know anything. Ishani, it was clearly on you just now, and now you deny it? Seeing Albert's behavior, Terence anxiously grabbed him. You can search me. I gave it back to you immediately upon my return. Albert spread his hands, looking oblivious and shrugged. What are you two doing? While waiting for the Jade tablet, Montague saw them arguing in front of him, which made him worried the Imperial Guard would report back to the Emperor, thinking he couldn't manage his subordinates. Amo Supervisor, I clearly gave it to Albert, and now he says he doesn't have it. Amo Supervisor, I returned it to Lord Bukaru as soon as I got back. If you don't believe me, feel free to search me. Watching them each stick to their version, Montague didn't know what to do and glanced at the deputy commander nearby. We'll let this slide. What's most important now is Barnabas Bryant. As long as he isn't bothered, the Jade tablet is just for the Emperor's eyes. The deputy commander, watching this scene, voiced his opinion. What are you staring at? Don't delay, lead the way. Montague, finding it reasonable, glared at Terence and kicked him lightly before instructing. Yes, Ammo Supervisor, Joe, please follow me. Terence hurriedly stood up and led the supervisor toward the prison. When Montague arrived at the prison, all the prisoners began wailing again. They recognized his rank and knew he must be from the palace since even Terence respected him. Thus, he must be a high-ranking official. They pleaded their cases, hoping to get out of there. Quiet. One more word and it's beheading at the Meridian Gate. Bow to Barnabas Bryant. Arriving at the cell, seeing Weston lying on the bed, everyone quickly knelt. Well, Inspector General Ishan has arrived. Let's talk inside. Weston kept his eyes closed but spoke to Montague outside the cell. Yes. Drew, everything has been cleared up. It's just a minor issue. We're here to take you out now. Montague approached the bed and explained. When arresting me, I told you to tell His Majesty. If you had, there would have been no problem. You meddled unnecessarily. Booker standing to this, Weston sat up, turning to look at Montague and grumbled. The subordinates have been dealt with, and I assure you this won't happen again. Sweating profusely, Montague felt an immense pressure just from having Barnabas Bryant sit in front of him. Fine, let's go. Seeing the Dongchang Ammo Supervisor personally come to fetch him, Weston couldn't refuse and started walking toward the exit. Drew, there's one favor you could help us with. Some incidents occurred outside after you were imprisoned. As Weston reached the cell door, Montague whispered behind him. Favor? What kind of favor? Eschewing Montague's request, Weston stopped moving forward, eyeing Montague behind him. After all, he was a prince without command of troops, whereas Montague was the head of the Imperial Dantiard. What help could he offer? Drew, let's discuss this in the main hall. It's inappropriate here. Seeing Weston pause, Montague suggested they move to a more suitable place. Aldenf, just what's going on? Realizing Montague was trying to avoid speaking openly, Weston was more convinced something was amiss. Lying back on the bed, he refused to budge until he was told. Montague, seeing this, had no choice but to recount the events outside, deliberately omitting the part about Terence. Drew, actually, paying attention at the entrance, Albert wanted to stand up and reveal the truth when he heard Montague twist the facts but was held back by Terence. Ishani, what are you about to say? Chapter 521. Recruiting Albert. Weston also noticed the commotion outside and glanced towards the door to ask. Nothing? Didn't you see the supervisor talking with His Highness, the Barnabas? Get lost. Nick knew exactly what Albert wanted to say. Ishan was trying to use this opportunity to frame him, but he absolutely wouldn't let Albert get any closer. Albert looked at Nick, then at the supervisor in the cell, closed his mouth, and quickly left the prison. Everything happened under the watchful eyes of Christopher Fu, who considered that there was no need for him to offend anyone, given they might run into each other again later. After all, he was here to solve matters and not meddle in others' business. Where is Ivar? Upon hearing about the incident outside, Weston's expression darkened. Ishan hadn't expected his imprisonment to cause such a significant disturbance and even lead to an elder's death. Ishannering the perpetrator named Ivar, Weston asked Montague. Ishan's outside now, beaten almost beyond recognition, but barely clinging to life. Let's go. This is partly my fault. I'll take care of it. Weston stood up and walked towards the door, stopping, casting sharply from his previously righteous demeanor, now reduced to a timid figure. I will bear all consequences, and from today on, you will be my guard. Really? Ishannering the prince's words, Albert lifted his head to look at Weston, unsure if this was true. Back when Bryant Patrick sought guards 2 years ago, Albert missed his chance due to hesitation. Ishan longed for another chance, but it never came. Now, Bryant Patrick had unexpectedly approached him. With the prince backing him, what power did Montague or Nick have? Your Highness, that's not appropriate. Albert is our Herman Way Brandon. If you want to recruit someone from below us, we won't object. Montague hastily interjected upon seeing Albert's wavering resolve. Must I explain everything to you? Glancing at Montague, Weston felt frustrated, especially as Albert was about to speak. Ishan placed the knife on Montague's neck. No, Albert, do you wish to serve as the prince's guard? Seeing the knife in Weston's hand, Montague trembled, looking desperately at Albert and gesturing subtly for him not to agree. Although Albert wasn't favored, he was a pillar of the Eastern Depot. Losing him would mean losing a capable fighter. Albert is willing to serve your highness faithfully. Longing to join Bryant Patrick in battle, Albert knelt down immediately. There's no need for excessive loyalty. I consider all as brothers, but you can now share what you know without worry. Ivar acted on Nick's orders in those massacres. With the prince's support, Albert finally had the courage to accuse Nick openly. Your highness, that's not what happened. Ivar misunderstood my intentions. Panicking, Nick realized Albert wouldn't hold back. Seeing the prince's stern gaze, he hurriedly knelt. Come with me outside. Enraged, Weston kicked Nick to the ground, dragging him outwards. Ammo Supervisor, save me. Struggling helplessly, Nick shouted for Montague's aid, his throat pressed by the knife. Your highness, he is my successor, destined to lead the Eastern Depot. Please spare him for the sake of future cooperation. After some contemplation, Montague stepped forward to intervene. Aldenf, Montague, do you realize what you're saying? Please grant mercy, your highness. If you don't step aside, I'll kill you too. You trained a man who kills innocents and stifles talent. Executing him 10 times over is still insufficient. Staring at Montague, Weston already intended to kill Nick. Even with Montague pleading, Weston refused to show mercy today. Montague, step aside. Christopher Fu, seeing the deadlock, pulled Montague aside. Albert, open the door. As Montague was restrained, Weston dragged Nick outside. Ammo Supervisor, save me. The closer they got to the exit, the more terrified Nick became, calling frantically for Montague. The civilians waiting at the gate stirred upon seeing it open. They witnessed Bryant Patrick emerge, holding a man. Meanwhile, Ivar, lying on the ground, opened his eyes, realizing Nick was captured by the prince. Unable to withstand the stress, Ivar collapsed, his last breath giving out. Ivar had been barely hanging on, and seeing Nick taken away, his final strength faded away. Chapter 522. Morning at the G family residence. The Barnabas of Bryant has emerged. Please, Barnabas of Bryant, seek justice for us. As they watched the prince walk out of the Eastern Depot, all the citizens knelt down in unison, shouting their plea. Thank you, fellow townsfolk. I never imagined. Weston stood at the gate, looking at the crowd and feeling his eyes well up with tears. Ishan managed to suppress them and spoke to the people. Ishan then drew his sword and beheaded Dale, whose head rolled down the steps. Ivar, who had been unconscious, finally awoke. Opening his eyes, he saw the severed head of Dale, whose eyes were still wide open. The sight was so horrifying that it scared Ivar to death. It wasn't until nightfall that the citizens slowly dispersed. Your Highness, let's return. Armin arrived at the Eastern Depot with his men. Seeing the prince sitting on the steps, visibly exhausted, Armin approached him. Take care, Your Highness. Montague, standing nearby, looked at the man he had painstakingly cultivated, Dale, and despite his pain, he could only force a smile when Weston glanced at him. Let's go. With the matter concluded, Weston saw no reason to stay and left the scene. Your Highness, where should I go? If Weston left, Albert's position would become awkward. So, he called out to Weston before he departed. Upon hearing this, Weston turned around, looking at Albert first, then at Montague. You are now under the Barnabas of Bryant. You don't need to return to the Eastern Depot. Montague regretted his decision deeply. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have chosen Dale. Realizing all the consequences were his doing, and seeing Albert's loss of trust in both the Eastern Depot and himself, Montague chose to let go for Albert's better future. Ishan Eunuch, the matter here is resolved. I'll report back to His Majesty, the deputy leader said as he too prepared to leave. Go ahead. Montague didn't stop anyone. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively. Move out. Once all the Imperial Dantiards and city patrol troops withdrew, only Eastern Depot personnel remained outside its headquarters. Montague then began addressing everyone, fully aware of the difficult period ahead for the Eastern Depot. Ammo Supervisor. Just as the Eastern Depot settled down, Johnny from the Western Depot rushed into the backyard with great excitement. What good news do you bring? Seeing Johnny's hurried approach, Porter smiled and asked curiously. The matter at the Eastern Depot is settled. Dale and Ivar have been killed to appease the public. Albert has defected to the Barnabas of Bryant. Now, the Eastern Depot is just a disorganized group. Johnny reported everything he had learned to the supervisor truthfully. Ha ha ha, the Eastern Depot was always disorganized. The events at the Eastern Depot sent shockwaves through the capital. All officials knew about it, especially the significant influence Weston now held over the Emperor. Early the next morning, Weston woke up very early, as did Everly, Aiden, and Claudia, all dressed in dark clothes. Your Highness, everything is ready. We can depart. After finalizing arrangements, Armin came to the main hall to inform the prince. Let's go. Satisfied with the preparations, Weston instructed the others, leading the three women out of the residence and into the carriage waiting at the gate. What is Weston up to? That's true. Isn't it time for the morning court session? Where is he going? Officials waiting at the palace gates for the court session noticed Weston's carriage passing by and felt puzzled. Sherman, why must we pass by the palace gate? It's unnecessary, Everly asked, lifting the curtain to see the palace, then sighed. Aiden and Claudia also opened their curtains, indeed passing by the palace gates, looking at Weston questioningly. But Weston remained silent in the face of their queries. After a while, the carriage stopped. Weston and the others alighted and looked up at the entrance adorned with white banners and surrounded by wreaths. Mourners lined up solemnly. A servant at the gate quickly informed the young master upon recognizing the prince's carriage. Soon, a young man in mourning attire came out. G. Buchering pays respects to the Barnabas of Bryant. The young man kneeled before Weston. Please rise, you honor me too much. It's my debt to your family, Weston said as he helped G. Buchering up. The young man was the son of the elderly scholar executed by the Eastern Depot. The scholar had many disciples and considerable influence in the capital. To die at 58 by such cruel means was unexpected. Why are there so few mourners? Weston noticed the sparse crowd and asked G. Buchering, puzzled since there had been many people the previous night. Your Highness, look over there, G. Buchering pointed helplessly. Following G. Buchering's gaze, Weston saw two Hermanway officers taking notes. My father died during unrest, and the Hermanway are watching. His disciples fear retribution from the Eastern Depot and dare not come to mourn, G. Buchering explained, feeling bitter. Regretful? Looking at G. Buchering, Weston patted him on the shoulder. No regrets. My father and I stand firm in our choice. G. Buchering raised his head, eyes resolute. Albert, it's your first day in the mansion. Handle this trouble for me. Weston glanced at Albert beside the carriage and ordered him. Yes. Standing guard, Albert hadn't expected to be given an important task so soon. Wanting to start as a simple guard and work his way up, he was taken aback but understood after a nod from Armin. Paying attention to the two Hermanway officers, Albert knew what the prince wanted. Chapter 523, Not attending court. Mr. Dante from the grain store in the western city and Mr. Maxwell, the manager of the silk shop in the northern city. The two brocade-clad guards had clear divisions of labor. One was responsible for recording, while the other identified everyone present. Speak. Who else is there? While taking notes, one guard noticed that the other had stopped speaking. Perplexed, he raised his head and questioned him. What do you wish to make things difficult for them? After letting them go, he turned and returned to the entrance. Ishan whispered into the prince's ear, recounting all the information he had gathered. Don't worry, they won't bother you anymore. Ishaning Albert's words, Weston reassured G. Buchering, standing before him. Thank you, Your Highness. Please, enter. Inside the palace. Where is Barnabas Bryant? Dantes Flint, having attended court, noticed Weston's absence and asked Montague. I'm not sure. Montague had only returned to the palace last night and had no idea what Weston was up to. Sire, I saw Barnabas Bryant's carriage passing by the palace gate early this morning, heading south instead of coming to court. A minister stepped forward and reported what he had witnessed. You mean to say Weston bypassed the imperial court without attending the morning council? Flint's face darkened upon hearing this. Ishan couldn't fathom what Weston intended. Yes, those of us who arrived early saw Barnabas Bryant's carriage head south. Indeed, I saw it too. Everyone seized this opportunity to voice their observations. This matter doesn't need further discussion. Barnabas Bryant surely has his reasons for not attending court. Flint, despite knowing he wasn't present, didn't reprimand him. Reflecting for a moment, he dismissed it. Director Ishan, yesterday I heard that the Eastern Depot apprehended Barnabas Bryant. Could this be why he didn't attend court? Booker standing to the Dantes' indifferent tone, the Minister of War asked Montague directly. Upon hearing the question, Montague's face changed. Ishan understood that the Minister of War, under the guise of inquiry, aimed to ruin Weston. But he lacked concrete evidence now. Montague? What happened yesterday? Recalling the previous day's events, the Eastern Depot arresting Weston leading to various complications, Flint glanced at Montague beside him. One of my officers claimed to overhear treasonous remarks from Barnabas Bryant and attempted to bring him in for questioning. Unanticipated events followed. Treason? What kind of treason? The Minister of War wouldn't let this chance slip away, pressing Montague further. Enough. The state is already fraught with internal and external troubles. You're still infighting. Flint had endured enough. Observing the Minister of War seizing on this pretext, he pounded the dragon desk in anger. Your Majesty, please calm down. Seeing the Emperor's wrath, everyone hurriedly knelt and pleaded. Let's move on. I will address Barnabas Bryant's issue myself. Court dismissed. All officials harbored resentment. This was blatant favoritism. Regardless of what Weston did, the Dantes turned a blind eye. Go, summon Weston to see me in the palace. Returning to the imperial study, Flint felt this matter required addressing. Since returning to the capital, Weston had yet to visit him. With so much time passed, he wished to catch up. Yes, I'll go immediately. Ishaning the Emperor's command, Montague promptly left the study. Montague dreaded facing Weston the most. Upon reaching Barnabas Bryant's residence, however, the guards at the gate did not allow him entry. Our prince isn't here. Please wait outside. The guards knew who Montague was, but following orders, they refused entry without permission. One of the little eunuchs accompanying Montague could barely contain himself. A mere guard dared to rebuke an Eastern Depot inspector. Shut up. We'll wait a bit longer. Before he could lose his temper, Montague slapped the little eunuch. After concluding the ceremony at G family's memorial, Ishan Wenyu returned to the mansion with his entourage, choosing not to attend court. Ishan also knew the council had already ended. Your Highness. Having waited for over an hour at the gate, Montague hurried towards Weston as he descended from his carriage. Without even acknowledging Montague, Weston headed straight for the mansion. The three princesses followed closely behind, ignoring him. They were well aware of the Eastern Depot's actions against Weston and held no goodwill toward Montague. Your Highness, the Emperor requested your presence in the palace. Seeing Weston ignoring him, Montague reminded him of the Emperor's order and hastily followed, addressing Weston's back. Upon hearing it was Flint who summoned him, Weston halted. Chapter 524. The Jurchen builds a navy. You all go back first. I just need to talk to him for a moment. Weston turned to the group behind him, which included Everly. All right. The three of them didn't say much and quickly went inside the mansion. What does His Majesty need from me? Weston walked up to Montague, his face expressionless as he asked. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's been a while since we last met. Fine, let's go. Weston was going to seek Easton out anyway. He wanted to have a serious talk with him. They proceeded together to the imperial study. Cousin, you're finally back. Easton, who had been reviewing memorials for over an hour, thought Weston wasn't coming until he saw him enter, then happily rose from the dragon throne to greet him. Your Majesty, what do you need from me? Weston, however, showed no emotion, stepping back and bowing to ask Easton. Can I call on you without any reason? Easton sensed the coldness in Weston's eyes, but couldn't understand why. Your Majesty, I plan to no longer interfere in court affairs. From now on, I only wish to be a carefree prince. The title of Barnabas holds no office. He has made significant contributions to the Ming dynasty. Therefore, no one is allowed to harm Weston or his family. Easton didn't want to sever ties entirely. If he were too ruthless, others might speak ill of him. Moreover, Weston had many enemies, and without his status, he would become a target for various factions. Yes, I will ensure it is carried out. News spread rapidly throughout the Ming Empire. Some were elated. Others were distressed. Barnabas, you're back? Did His Majesty say something to upset you? As soon as he returned to the princely residence, Armin noticed the prince's grim expression and rushed to ask. Gather everyone in the courtyard. I have something to say. Understood. I'll get to it right away. Soon. All the people in the residence assembled in the courtyard. What happened? Everly and the others, having heard Armin's announcement, hurriedly came forward, worriedly asking upon seeing Weston's troubled look. Why did you suddenly call us? Aiden also felt something was amiss, as Weston rarely behaved this way. Starting today, I am no longer Barnabas Dinging Bay. I am just an ordinary person. Everyone present was shocked. This was completely unexpected. What exactly happened? Everly questioned Weston, thinking a jade token wouldn't warrant such drastic action. This decision was my own choice and has nothing to do with the Dantes. If anyone wishes, what issue is that? Matthew only outlined the idea and delegated specifics to his subordinates, not wanting to micromanage like his father, who found such burdensome. Originally impressed by the 10 ships capable of carrying 3,000 men, which could be a decisive force once landed, Matthew listened carefully to Roger's next words. Our soldiers aren't skilled in naval warfare. Many experience seasickness when aboard, making them reluctant to use the ships. Only then did Matthew recall this critical detail after listening to Roger. Chapter 525. Struck by common bond with Booker Rushong. I nearly forgot this. Send the people from the Xinhong banner over there, and let them train properly. Matthew thought for a moment. His Zhenhuang banner couldn't be disturbed, the Zhengbai banner was skilled in horsemanship, and Jedediah of the Zhenglan banner was hard to control, leaving only the Xinhong banner. The Xinhong banner had recovered to some extent, but remained the weakest among the four banners. Thus there wasn't much choice. Yes. Also, send a message within the past to contact Barnabas Bryant. I miss him, and would like him to come out for a chat. Thinking about how Weston was now an ordinary citizen, they were no longer adversaries. Matthew saw this as an opportunity to win his favor. Moreover, current trade routes were in Weston's hands. Ishan profited immensely from transactions both inside and outside the pass, also speeding up information exchange. Words, Weston quickly responded. What's really going on? Where did Armin go? Seeing Albert's hesitation, Weston impatiently demanded an answer. Albert bowed his head. Armin had instructed him not to reveal his activities, threatening punishment if disobeyed. All right, I know. We'll talk about it in the carriage. Noticing Albert's discomfort, Raquel interjected, pulling Weston toward the carriage. Fine, tell me more. Once in the carriage, Albert sighed in relief and began leading the carriage forward. After hearing Raquel recount Armin's whereabouts, Weston nodded approvingly. You don't seem surprised at all? Raquel expected astonishment, but seeing Weston's calm demeanor, she was puzzled. Why should I be? I figured it out long ago. Smiling at Raquel, Weston continued. Well, Armin isn't young anymore. If he's found someone he likes, I fully support him. Seeing Raquel still wanting to comment, Weston embraced her comfortingly. I heard from Elder Yu that Bertrand Shui likely stole the jade pendant under threat. I knew this already. The Dongchang used Bertrand Shui's parents' whereabouts to coerce her into service. So, she is a victim too. Regarding the maid Bertrand Shui, one of the earliest servants, Weston had thoroughly investigated the matter. Understanding her circumstances, he didn't blame her but instructed her to approach him directly for any me. That evening, Weston spent considerable time discussing with Booker Rushong. Barnabas Bryant truly has great vision. They discussed strategies against the Wokou pirates attacking coastal areas, causing significant civilian hardship. Several days prior, Easton urgently summoned Booker Rushong to court. With no capable military leaders available, he sought Booker Rushong's expertise. Booker Rushong, invigorated by the challenge, hated the Wokou intensely. Defeating them was always a duty he took seriously. However, confronting the pirates presented difficulties due to Ming's vast territory. Deploying troops everywhere was impractical. Moreover, the Wokou were smart, frequently striking different locations before retreating, making them difficult to catch. This complexity posed a real challenge for Booker Rushong, leaving him to ponder effective strategies. Chapter 526. Elon joins the mansion. General Booker, you flatter me. I just have a few ideas. Besides, these Wokou pirates are truly detestable. Not killing them will not satisfy the public. Weston was not merely addressing Booker Ruesong but looking at countless people, knowing he had to offer strategic advice to Booker Ruesong. All right, let's drink. After hearing Weston's words, Booker Ruesong nodded in satisfaction and raised his wine cup, addressing everyone. Having finished their drinks, Booker Ruesong looked at his two sons who were no good for anything. Booker Tianzhong and Booker Ingzu glanced at each other and drank in silence. Well, it's time for us to leave. Many others coveted this valuable resource. Regardless of whether Tom wrote the letter or not, he planned to visit to assess the current situation there. If he were to go to Shanhaiguan, he would need to bring someone with him. There was someone named Elon who came. I've temporarily accommodated him at the post house. In the past, numerous people lined up to see the prince, but since losing the title, nobody visited anymore. Only then did Armin remember this. Why didn't you bring him to see me? Ama surprised, Weston asked why Armin hadn't informed him when he knew someone had come to visit. Well, Bertrand Shui and I have been busy, so we forgot about it, Armin confessed, wiping sweat from his forehead and lowering his head. Aldenry, bring him here immediately. Clutching his head, Weston couldn't believe Armin could be so careless. Anxiously, he gave the order. Yes, I'll go right away. Noticing the prince's displeasure, Armin rushed out hastily. As one of the most important figures for the richest man in Ming, Elon could not be treated negligently. Armin hurried to the post house, finding its doors shut. Ishan knocked urgently. Armin, what brings you here? The person who opened the door peeked out and asked curiously. The person I arranged to stay here. Is he still here? The man opening the door worked for the prince, so Armin didn't mince words and got straight to the point. Yes. Bring me to him quickly. Soon, Armin was led to Elon's room. Seeing light inside, Armin hesitated on entering abruptly, deciding instead to knock politely. Knock knock. Is Mr. Aviv resting? Remembering this was someone the prince wanted, Armin realized how important he must be and gently tapped on the door. Alden, sir. Elon, who wasn't yet asleep, opened the door and greeted Armin with delight. It was Armin who had initially met him before arranging his accommodation. The prince sent me to invite you over. Please get ready and follow me. Amosra, let's go. After waiting for 5 or 6 days, Elon was eager to meet Weston. Otherwise, he might start his business independently. Isharing that Armin was sent by the prince specifically to invite him, Elon felt honored and packed his belongings quickly, following Armin out of the post house. Your Highness, he's here. Returning to the mansion with Elon, Armin announced to the prince who was in the main hall. Inspector Aviv, it's been quite a while. Seeing Elon behind Armin, Weston greeted him with a smile. Your Highness, I never thought you'd still remember me. Over a month had passed since the events at the Eastern Depot, and Elon was pleasantly surprised that the prince still recognized him. Didn't I tell you? We're partners in big businesses. Don't hold it against me. Your Highness, as long as you provide Elon with sustenance, I'll dedicate myself entirely to your service. Feeling valued by the prince, Elon knelt down in gratitude, having never experienced such recognition. Alright, here are some business matters from Shanhaiguan and some accounts. Review them thoroughly and share your thoughts later. Quickly lifting Elon off his knees, Weston handed him a pile of documents. Yes, should I return to the post house? With the documents in hand, Elon was unsure where to go, glancing questioningly at the prince. Don't worry, you're part of the prince's household now. Naturally, you will stay here. Smiling, Weston assured Elon. Don't worry, we're all family. Let me show you to your quarters. Booker standing intently, Armin, realizing the prince's importance placed on Elon, patted him on the shoulder and led him away. Your Highness, I'm off. Go ahead, go ahead. Watching Elon depart with Armin, Weston nodded in approval. Chapter 527. Awkward Discovery. 5 days after receiving a letter from beyond the past, Weston began to dress himself, preparing for a trip to Shanhaiguan. Just as he finished dressing and walked out of his study, he saw his 3 wives standing by the door. Good morning, ladies. The night before, Weston had not slept in their room but in his study. Ishan thought he could leave secretly in the morning, never imagining Everly, Aiken, and Claudia would rise even earlier than he did. This time to Shanhaiguan, Weston hadn't told them beforehand but intended to sneak away. By the time they noticed, he would be far enough that it would be too late for them to stop him. Unfortunately, his little scheme was discovered. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Weston tried to sidle past the 3 women and leave the residence. Weston, where are you going? As he attempted to slip away, Everly called him out, stepping in front of him. I'm just paying a visit to General Booker's residence to show him my new armor. Facing Everly, Weston felt embarrassed. Then, thinking of an excuse, he smiled nervously and replied. While Weston spoke with Everly, Claudia quickly snatched the backpack off Weston's back. By the time Weston noticed, Claudia had already passed the bag to Aiken, leaving him empty-handed. Really? If you're visiting General Booker, why are you carrying so many changes of clothes and loose silver? Upon obtaining the backpack, Aiken opened it, eyeing Weston questioningly. Well, I actually... Looking at the 3 faces before him, Weston hesitated, struggling to concoct another lie. Alright, I am planning to go to Shanhaiguan soon. You stay here. I'll return within a month, Weston conceded. Having run out of ideas, Everly was furious, not because she forbade him from going out, but because he hadn't informed her. She glanced at Claudia. You're such a one, going out without taking us along. Claudia instantly understood, grabbing Weston's ear in anger. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but this time is serious business, not for fun. Weston apologized hurriedly, wincing as Claudia pinched his ear. What could you possibly do? You're no longer the Christopher of Bryant. Why go to Shanhaiguan? Aiken retorted skeptically. Even though I'm not the Christopher anymore, I'm still a citizen of the Great Ming. I have to stand up for my country. I'll see if I can help out there. If the Jurchens invade, the first to suffer will be our people. Do you want to see the populace endure suffering? Booker standing to this impassioned speech, the 3 women were stunned. This wasn't the lazy, money-loving, pleasure-seeking man they knew. I've wronged you. Are you angry with me? After hearing Weston, Aiken approached him, looking apologetic. Can I go now? Weston only looked at Aiken briefly before asking Everly who blocked his way. Go ahead. With these words spoken, Everly stepped aside. Your Highness, everything is ready. Elon is also waiting outside. Just as Weston strutted out confidently, Armin arrived in the courtyard, smiling. Who's Elon? Ishaning Armin's words, the name Elon was completely unfamiliar to them. Cough, cough, cough. Afraid of arousing suspicion, Weston nervously coughed twice, signaling Armin not to say more. Aiken and Claudia immediately pulled Weston behind Everly. Your Highness, are you alright? The guards noticed Weston's cough and anxiously inquired, not understanding the situation. Ah yes. Is the Elon you mentioned one of our household staff? I don't recall this name, Everly asked Armin, interposing herself between Weston and Armin. This Elon is not from our household. Is Sean someone the Christopher has specially recruited? A useful person? Does he know military strategy? Feeling something amiss, Everly pressed Armin with a smile. Ishan does. Seeing Armin about to reveal more, Weston interrupted urgently. Enough, Armin. Go attend to your duties. I'll talk to my wives and leave shortly. Yes, your Highness. Noticing the Christopher's troubled expression and the glaring wives, Armin realized he'd made a mistake and left promptly. Let's talk. Observing Armin's hasty departure, Everly knew something was afoot. Turning to Weston, she demanded. What do you mean? Why should we talk about anything? Clutching his backpack, Weston attempted to leave again. Talk. What's really going on? You won't leave until you explain. The 3 rushed out to chase him. Attend the princess. The guards at the gate bowed respectfully as they saw the princes and princesses emerge. Let's go, let's go. Weston leaped onto his horse and instructed those around him. Herman, what's really happening? Why are you going to Shanhaiguan? Grabbing Herman, Weston, as he mounted his horse, Aiken asked anxiously. Not much. The Christopher is merely checking on some business in Shanhaiguan, while I'll look into matters concerning the injured. Herman, unaware of the tension, explained casually. Business in Shanhaiguan? Only then did Everly recall how trade between the Great Ming and the Jurchen had improved since the ceasefire, bringing goods across the border into the Great Ming territory. Note, the text contains inconsistencies regarding character names like Herman being used interchangeably with Weston. For the sake of clarity, I kept Herman as per the original text structure, though it seems likely to be an error. Chapter 528. Wife or child. Grain from within the border was also bought by them, and under such operations, Weston amassed substantial wealth. This allowed him to fund shipbuilding and support everyone in the household. Apart from these people, there were many others outside gathering information. But this entire central hub rested in Weston's hands. If any issues arose at the border, Weston's current business would be plunged into trouble. This sounds fun. We want to go too. Yes, staying in the Barnabas's mansion is making us crazy. Upon hearing about going to manage the business, Aiden, who had been learning such skills since childhood, and Claudia, who had never faced a real battlefield, stepped forward to stop Weston's horse, angrily saying to him, if it were real warfare, they wouldn't dare to interfere. But for managing businesses, they wanted to witness the commotion. You should not go. The border area is chaotic. What if you get hurt? Weston looked at them. Ishan hadn't told anyone about this trip, fearing such an outcome, and helplessly explained. Your Highness, Shanhaiguan is stable now. The major battles have stopped. There's no danger. Armin, watching silently, glanced at the sky. At this pace, it was unclear when they could leave, so he hurriedly whispered to Weston. That's still not acceptable. It's not about safety. Weston snapped at Armin, clearly vexed. No one knew what Weston was up to. Ishan didn't tell anyone, merely claiming to check on the business. In truth, he intended to cross the border to discuss with Matthew. If these three came along, Weston couldn't take them across the border. To avoid suspicion, he'd have to hide from them, which could lead to more complications. Weston, come here for a moment. Everly, who hadn't spoken yet, noticed Weston's dilemma and approached his horse. Weston glanced at Everly, who walked aside. Ishan dismounted and followed her. What is it? Weston asked with a smile as he joined her. Nothing much. Are you facing difficulties? Or do you have other business at Shanhaiguan? Everly, serious now, stared at him. Nothing. Weston avoided her gaze. Collaborating with the Jurchens was treason, and he didn't want many people to know. I'm your wife and the mother of your child. If you think they're irresponsible, fine, but don't you trust me? Seeing Weston remain silent, Everly asked, slightly annoyed. No, I didn't say that. It's just better you don't get involved. Ishan replied hastily. Look at them, they won't give up today. If you don't tell me, how can I help you? What did Sister Tosha and His Highness talk about? Claudia asked Aiden. I wish I knew. Watching Everly and Ishan Wenyu, Aiden shrugged. After some time, Weston and Everly returned. Go pack your things. You have a candle's worth of time, or I won't wait. Weston, looking gloomy, said to Aiden and Claudia. Great. Finally, my writing lessons will be put to use. Aiden excitedly told Claudia and Everly. Good, let's hurry and pack. Go, go, Everly laughed. Are you really not coming this time? As Aiden and Claudia packed, Weston asked Everly, noticing her dejection. I want to relax, but if I go, who will look after our son? Ishinra eyes Betrani. Chapter 529. Treading on someone else's turf. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything, Weston interrupted them, speaking to Claudia and Aiden. In the room within the mansion, Bukertal Chui was trying to comfort the young prince, her face showing signs of distress. She hadn't expected that everyone would leave while she had to stay in the palace to take care of the young prince. As she soothed the young prince, she wished for the king and princess to return as soon as possible. Come back quickly, I can't handle this on my own. At this moment, Bukertal Chui remembered a few lines that the king had once sung and imitated him singing. You guys are so relaxed, but it's such a pity for my wife. Armin, who was walking alongside them, remained silent and sullen, knowing Weston's method was to have his beloved look after their child. Mumbling what? Weston, hearing a murmur behind him, turned around and asked Armin. Nothing, nothing. Let's hurry up, or we'll end up having lunch in the wild. Startled by Weston's words, Armin hurriedly changed the topic. All right, let's speed up. Weston glanced at the sky and agreed. They were indeed moving too slowly. This delay was costing half an hour, he said to everyone. Those observing secretly quickly left to report back to their masters. Weston also noticed the departure of these people and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Although Weston was no longer the Abdul, no one dared to relax their vigilance against him. They knew from the bottom of their hearts how much trouble he could stir up. To think he moved again, even taking his 3 wives along, making everyone speculate about where he went. Your Majesty, does this mean that the Abdul intends to leave? Upon receiving the news, Wade rushed to the palace, anxiously reporting the situation to Dante's Flint. Don't worry, he won't leave. Hasn't your person been keeping tabs on him? Dante's Flint shook his head when hearing that Weston wanted to leave. Seeing that Wade didn't understand, he then questioned him. That's right, so what's the matter? Eschannering the Emperor's words, Wade was still confused, not understanding why his subordinates had to keep watch. Weston has a child. Your people only reported that he took his 3 wives without mentioning the child, indicating he didn't take the child with him, proving he will eventually return. Yes, the Emperor is thoughtful indeed. After hearing the Emperor's explanation, Wade finally understood and nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, I believe Weston, now just an ordinary citizen, has made many enemies within the court. I'm afraid someone might harm him. Ishan is our Ming dynasty's asset. Silence. Dante's Flint, listening to Wade, grew increasingly irritable. Ishan slammed the table and angrily shouted at him. Yes. Seeing the Emperor's anger, Wade hurriedly knelt down. Do you think this is all my fault? It was him, Weston, who refused. Why must everyone blame me? Looking at Wade kneeling before him, Dante's Flint yelled furiously. Since Weston left, the great Ming seemed to be shrouded in gloom again. Ishan knew the consequences of Weston's departure, but couldn't control it. Weston entering politics had been forced upon him, and now that he intended to leave, Dante's Flint couldn't stop him. Even if the Emperor grants me death today, I must offer advice. Seeing the Emperor like this, Wade raised his head and spoke humbly. Everyone out. Looking at Wade's resolute eyes, though unsure of the details, Dante's Flint didn't want others present and ordered the servants and eunuchs to leave. Speak. Whatever you say, today I'll spare your life. Once everyone left and the door closed, Dante's Flint walked up to Wade and said, Fine, this task is yours now. Remember, don't let Weston know. I don't want him to do something he dislikes because of my actions. Booker standing to Wade's suggestions, Dante's Flint exhaled deeply and instructed without further comment. Understood. When Weston left, it triggered a chain reaction. After determining his destination, many officials sighed in relief. But in the hall, Weston is merely an ordinary citizen now. What do you fear? After calming down, John smiled and asked. But, enough. Follow the minister's instructions. Some officials understood and immediately responded respectfully. Go now, rest assured. Seeing someone understand, John decided not to elaborate. If he spoke too clearly, it might backfire. Yes. Both those who understood and those who didn't left the Ministry of Revenue's residence, discussing among themselves on their way back and grasping the minister's intentions. Chapter 530. Passing through a creepy village. Night fell, and Weston ordered everyone to stop and find a place to rest in the wild. However, there were no towns nearby, so they had to set up tents. Initially, they did not plan to bring Everly and her 2 companions, but aimed to rush quickly to Shanhaiguan. Since they brought the 3 girls, especially Aiden who was an adept at riding, their speed was slower, preventing them from reaching the city for the night. Now that it was so dark, continuing the journey would be unsafe. Weston decided to find a place to stay. Your Highness, there's a village ahead. One of the men tasked with finding a resting spot reported back to the prince. Good, we'll stay there for the night. Everyone followed the direction indicated by the guard. Ishani, how did you choose this place? There's no one here. Armin arrived at the village entrance and saw that it was eerily dark, showing no signs of habitation. Ishan turned angrily to the guard. Sir, when I came here earlier, it wasn't like this. I remember seeing people living here, the guard responded, puzzled. Ishan had only been away for a little over an hour and couldn't understand why the village looked so desolate now. We should leave. It looks more like a ghost village. Claudia eyed the lifeless village fearfully, suggesting they move on. Weston, noticing the guard's earnest expression, dismounted his horse. What are you doing? Ishaning Claudia's words, Everly grew uneasy and shouted after Weston as he walked into the village. Be quiet. Weston stopped at the village gate under a locust tree and turned to address Everly. Everyone watched him curiously. Squatting down, he shone his torch on the ground and smiled faintly. We'll stay here tonight. Whoever is hiding, come out and see me or I'll set this place on fire. Barnabas, what are you shouting about? The guards jumped at his sudden shout. Seeing the deserted village, Armin questioned him. After Weston finished speaking, lights in the village suddenly blazed on all at once. There really are ghosts. Claudia wanted to turn back, frightened, but was stopped by Aiden. Don't worry, it's not real ghosts, just someone pretending, she reassured him with a smile. Having grown up traveling with merchants, she had seen plenty of eerie places but felt this village, though strange, didn't seem harmful. I am the village elder. May I ask what brings you honorable guests here? An elderly man emerged from the village, accompanied by a few young adults and older residents. Despite their age, their eyes showed hostility towards Weston and his group. Elder, we're just passing through, and would like to stay overnight before continuing our journey. Ishanra is some money for accommodation, Weston politely said, handing the elder 10 silver taels. Do you really mean to stay here? The elder looked incredulously at the money, raising his head in surprise. Is there a problem? Who do you think we are? Weston glanced down at his armor, perplexed. My apologies, please follow me to our best lodging. The elder chuckled awkwardly, realizing the visitors were important figures. The lords have had a long journey. Please enjoy this meal we've prepared, the village elder said after arranging everyone into 2 connected courtyards. No need. We've brought our own provisions, Everly and her friends replied, uninterested in the food served. Indeed, I'll take these dishes away. The elder took back the food, noting the quality of the traveler's supplies. Why were the lights off, elder? And why are there no young people in your village? Weston asked, recalling his earlier impression of the place. A long story indeed. The elder sighed deeply. What happened? Everyone looked at the old man, sensing a tragic backstory. For years, wars near Shanhaiguan have taken many lives, leading to the conscription of young men, thus the state of our village. While unfortunate, this isn't your fault. But why hide like this? Weston reflected guiltily, knowing his previous orders had led to such actions. If it were for defending our homes, we'd support it fully, even sending this old man. The elder pounded his cane angrily, explaining further. Ishan began coughing violently, thinking about the injustice. Please, drink some water. Weston patted his back, offering a cup. Not necessary. The lack of light is due to bandits nearby who dare not come out during the day. The government has done well in keeping them at bay. Hashtag chapter 531. There's something off about the Vance. But after nightfall, the government doesn't manage this area at all. This region turns into a playground for bandits. They commit arson, murder, and plunder without any scruples. Initially, they would send one person on horseback to scout. Any village with lights on would be seen as disrespectful to them, and then they would bring many others to raid. After hearing the elder's words, Weston now understood. It was all a misunderstanding. Ishan hadn't realized they were mistaken for bandits. At the village entrance, someone is always watching. If anyone on horseback is spotted, they immediately notify everyone to blow out the candles. When we thought disaster was imminent, we heard you speak at the village gate, and only then did we realize you weren't bandits. Bandits never waste time talking, so we came out. After the elder finished speaking, Weston and Everly remained expressionless, while Aiden and Claudia's eyes were filled with sympathy, almost shedding tears at the village chief's words. They had been raised in privilege and had no idea about the hardships of common folk. Take this money and distribute it among the villagers. Buy more food. Claudia took out all her silver from her purse and placed it on the table. Although Claudia didn't have much silver left, most of the money she took from the muangfu had been spent. When she ran out, she finally realized how hard it was to earn money. This was what remained. Note: for a more natural flow in English, we should either explain what muangfu is or translate it. However, since you requested only the edited translation without additional changes, I kept muangfu as is. Thank you, noble lady. Thank you. The village chief looked at Claudia's silver, only about 7 or 8 taels, but still smiled as he pocketed it, bowing to thank her. No need, no need. Claudia generously waved him off and helped the elder up. The elder glanced at Aiden, who had also shown sympathy earlier. Aiden, being a merchant, valued money highly. Though she felt sympathy, he explained better than he could. Ishan hadn't expected they'd focus on the 7 or 8 tails of silver. To outsiders, Christopher Baedong Weston, with his vast wealth, had 3 wives arguing over such a small sum. Not about the money, then what? Everly and Aiden looked at Weston for answers. Didn't you notice something odd? Weston lowered his voice and asked quietly, ensuring no one else was around. I don't understand. Everly and Aiden shook their heads, puzzled. Claudia paled, leaning closer and whispering. There really are ghosts. Shut up. Everly and Aiden covered Claudia's mouth to silence her. Weston, tell us what's going on. Having followed Weston for so long, Everly sensed his seriousness. Just now, something was off about that village chief. His story was vague and suspicious. Weston explained his suspicions. Impossible. Ishan sounded so genuine. How could he deceive me? Claudia, having warned herself against being deceived, couldn't accept this outcome and protested. Ishan did talk strangely, exaggerating things. I didn't fully believe him, but I can't say there's anything wrong. Aiden saw through the village chief's lies early on but reasoned that if the elder wanted to harm them, there wouldn't be much point. They wore armor, clearly not ordinary people. Who would dare provoke them? In fact, from the moment I saw him, I felt uneasy. Just now, the village chief seemed to struggle with coughing multiple times, reaching for his water flask but pulling back each time. I thought he was too weak, so I brought it to him. His first reaction was to recoil, showing panic in his eyes and refusing to drink. Weston wouldn't make accusations lightly and elaborated on his observations. Did he poison this water? I don't smell anything. Claudia approached the teapot, examining it closely, sniffing but finding nothing amiss. Give it here. Aiden took the teapot and inspected it thoroughly. Indeed, it's been poisoned. The top layer of this pot has dried, leaving white powder behind. Chapter 532. The Battle with the Bandits. After staying in the pleasure house for a while, Tosha Erin befriended an older sister who taught her many things. Especially in such places, it's a mix of all sorts. You never know what kind of people you might encounter. One must be aware. Otherwise, if you're deceived, you can only blame yourself for your misfortune. Really? Then aren't we in great danger? Aiden held the teapot in her hand, examining its contents as Sister Tosha had instructed, and she turned to Weston with a panicked expression. Since childhood, Aiden had heard elders tell stories about some people disguising themselves as villagers to rob passing merchant caravans. The Zhuge words. This wasn't their first rodeo. They'd already plundered numerous passers-by. Everyone, stay alert. They are not ordinary people. They're wearing soft armor and riding top-quality horses. Seeing everyone underestimating the situation, the Vance frowned and warned them seriously. It doesn't matter who they are. If they come here, don't think they'll leave unscathed. You're right. We've killed officials before, including government officers. These look like high-ranking officials from the capital. Out here in the wilderness, what difference does it make? That's correct, Vance. As long as the drug works, they won't stand a chance. Everyone remained indifferent, having killed important figures before and still lived carefree lives. The Vance's concerns seemed trivial to them. Fine. Don't blame me when you suffer the consequences. The Vance paused. Since he wasn't planning to do any killing himself, he let them do as they pleased. Ishan then left the room, preparing to pack up in case he needed to escape if things went awry. Every time they did this, he always kept an exit strategy in mind. By midnight, everyone carrying knives emerged from the rooms. You two go to that courtyard, and the rest follow me. As they stormed into the courtyard, seeing no movement from the 2 rooms, everyone smiled smugly. Just as they rushed into the rooms, the doors opened, and 7 or 8 guards emerged, immediately surrounding everyone within the courtyard. Armin moved to protect the Barnabas. Didn't expect to get robbed, huh? Weston walked out of the room with a smile, looking at the people in the courtyard. Seeing the scene inside the courtyard through the open door, they were all startled. Over 10 bodies lay on the ground. None of the attackers had survived. Kill everyone outside. Weston saw the elderly and women at the gate and showed no mercy. Anyone appearing there should be prepared to die. Drew, please spare them. They are too pitiable. Claudia, along with Tosha, Erin, and Aiden, stepped out of the room. Erin and Zhuge appeared calm, used to such sights, while Claudia felt queasy, knowing these were guilty people. She quickly pleaded for the villagers' lives upon hearing Weston's command. Seeing the frightened villagers trembling at the gate, Armin hesitated, ordering them restrained instead, waiting for the Barnabas's decision. Inside, Armin also hesitated to harm these commoners. These people appear kind but are actually aiding and abetting. Can you still feel pity for them? Chapter 533. The Only Emma Survivor. Weston was furious at Claudia's compassion towards the enemy. This was the first time he had shouted at her. Ishaning Weston's words, Claudia lowered her head sadly. It's okay. Everly and Aiden stepped forward to comfort the distressed Claudia, knowing that she was still inexperienced in the world and had much to learn. Your Highness, what should we do? Looking at the doorway, Armin listened to the prince but couldn't bring himself to cross that line, turning to confirm with the prince. Kill, Weston said coldly, uttering just one word to Armin by the door. Did I hear that wrong? We've meddled with people we shouldn't have. Everyone hearing Armin's words hadn't expected they would dare harbor thoughts of killing the prince. Your Highness, this old man tried to run but has been caught. Soon, Braden arrived with the village chief at the courtyard entrance, seeing the prince standing there amidst dozens of bodies, which made him pause in surprise before pushing the chief forward. Weston glanced at Braden, only smiling without saying anything. You, who exactly are you all? Seeing all villagers lying in pools of blood, the chief's eyes turned to Armin, and out of fear, he knelt down, shouting loudly in a panic. Clean this up and get some rest early. Weston didn't care about this, turning back into the house. Outside came a scream soon after. With Claudia already settled, everyone slept soundly from exhaustion after traveling all day, sleeping until dawn. They're all up. Weston was the last to rise, seeing the beds around him empty, and quickly dressed. You all woke up so early. In the yard, finding it cleaned, though the air still carried a faint stench of blood, he marveled. Your Highness, the men worked hard to bury everyone. Can they rest another day to recuperate properly? Armin, who was polishing his blade, hurried over, awkwardly requesting from the prince. Of course, everyone is very tired. Rest well and then depart. If something happens on the road, we can respond promptly. Agreeing with Armin, Weston saw a few soldiers outside while others slept, realizing he shouldn't be unfeeling. After all, he had slept enough. I thank your Highness for your understanding on behalf of my men. Armin, unexpectedly pleased, bowed deeply. After Armin left, Weston noticed the absence of the three women, walking outside, guessing they must have gone somewhere. Considering all were killed, the village was no longer dangerous. Ishan imagined they went out for their own reasons. Exiting the yard, he found the village smaller than his previous estate, with only half as many houses. Taking a brief walk, observing the well-constructed homes, he thought that if these villagers had lived honestly, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Greed leads to downfall. Since they acted, they must bear the consequences. Sister Tosha, what should we do with this child? Aiden held a baby and asked Everly beside her. I don't know either. Looking at the baby in swaddling clothes, Everly felt pity but had no solution. Early morning, the three women explored the village. Claudia cared about the money paid to the village chief, wanting to check the chief's house, while Aiden and Everly enjoyed the scenery. They arrived too late last night, but now they admired how beautiful the area was with mountains and water nearby, ideal for ambushes. Walking through the village, they heard a baby crying, leading them to a small courtyard where the cries echoed from a dry well. Approaching the well, they found a baby crying inside the bucket, quickly rescuing it. Knowing Weston's thoroughness, they didn't return immediately, but paused at the village entrance, contemplating. What are you two doing? Weston approached, seeing Aiden and Everly whispering, and walked over. Nothing. Thinking of a plan, the two girls shielded the baby upon hearing Weston. Where did that child come from? Seeing Aiden holding a baby, Weston asked. We found. Aiden recounted the morning's events. All right, when we leave tomorrow, we'll see if there are suitable families along the way who might adopt the child. Reflecting on his actions, Weston felt guilty for not considering the baby's family. No, absolutely don't kill him. Everly, fearing Weston might harm the child, hastily spoke. Alden? Ishan was confused, having already decided not to kill indiscriminately. Sister Tosha, he didn't say kill. Aiden, holding the baby, pulled Everly. Relieved, Everly exhaled. Are we staying in Ellie? I found you. Claudia, who was inside the room, sat on the ground, out of breath after finding a chest. Just as she was about to open the box, the door behind her suddenly opened. With her back facing the door, Claudia's goosebumps rose and her hair stood on end. Remembering there were no survivors in the village, she began murmuring, Evil spirits, please leave. Evil spirits, please leave. Claudia didn't dare to turn around, closed her eyes tightly, and kept muttering under her breath. That's enough. I thought you were brave just now, but what's with this scared reaction? Weston, walking into the room with the other two, chuckled at Claudia's mumbling. Feeling a large hand on her head, Claudia, without fully hearing Weston's words, kept her eyes closed, quickly turning around and throwing a punch. Since Claudia was sitting on the ground and Weston was standing behind her, due to the height difference, Claudia's fist aimed right for Weston's nether regions. Everly and Aiden, standing beside, didn't expect Claudia to suddenly attack and both stared in shock with their mouths agape. Booker, it's me. Can't you recognize me before attacking? Just as Claudia was about to hit, Weston grabbed her arm, tapped her head lightly and said, How did you guys get here? Claudia, after being tapped on the head, cautiously opened her eyes. Seeing Weston, Sister Tosha, and Abigail are in front of her, she stood up happily and greeted them. You almost caused a big mistake. Seeing Claudia still smiling, Weston hugged her and kissed her cheek playfully. Ishin, you came in silently, Claudia giggled sheepishly. So, how's the treasure hunt going? Did you find any? Asked Aiden, noticing Claudia's dirty hands. Of course, this is what I dug out from under the floor tiles. Claudia pulled away from Weston's embrace, pointing at the chest she had unearthed moments ago. Not talking about whether or not there's treasure in the box. How did you know the box was hidden under the floor tiles? Everly asked, looking at the floor tiles, puzzled. Weston also watched Claudia curiously. This shows my brilliance. First of all, thank you to me. Claudia proudly raised her head since no one else figured it out. All right, just get to the point, interrupted Weston, wanting to know more but not expecting a lengthy speech from her. I searched the entire courtyard and only found 20 taels of silver and some broken items. I didn't think that was all. The village chief seemed like a key person, sort of like the brains of everyone. I continued searching and eventually came to his room. Initially, I didn't notice anything unusual, but then I saw a painting hanging on the wall, which gave me an idea. Everyone looked up at the painting on the wall, depicting a tiger descending a mountain, its feet pointing exactly where Claudia had dug. Trapped inside a box must be extremely important to the village chief, perhaps even more than riches. Yes, one letter has the writer's name. Weston pointed out a name clearly written on a letter's cover. Boring. After working all morning, we ended up with a box of letters. Claudia lost interest, brushing dust off her clothes and rising to her feet. These belong to you now. I'll check the village for any other findings, she concluded, running off after thoroughly searching the area. Hashtag chapter 535, the Solomon scheme. Aiden watched Claudia hurriedly run out. Just as she was about to call her back, Everly held her back. Let her play by herself. Everly did not say much more, smiling at Aiden. All right, let's put these things away and take a closer look later. Weston had finished reading one of the letters and looked very grim. Ishan spoke to Everly and Aiden beside him. By lunchtime, Weston had locked himself in his room. Everyone else sat around a long table outside, waiting for lunch. As the house could not accommodate everyone, they brought out some tables and arranged them into one long one. Truly exhausting. This village is so poor. After searching all morning, I only found a bit more than 10 taels of silver. Claudia, breathing heavily, walked into the courtyard and placed her findings on the table, speaking to the few people seated there. Don't worry, you only lost 7 or 8 tails. Now that you've found 10 tails, your morning wasn't wasted. Everly and Aiden couldn't help but laugh after hearing Claudia's words. Aiden smiled and gathered the money together. I'm going to wash my hands. What are we eating later? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Claudia turned to wash her hands. The pancakes smell delicious today. The guard searched the village but found little to eat besides some coarse grains. Only half a bag of flour and a few chickens with over 30 eggs. Those responsible for cooking had to use these items to prepare enough food for 20 people. Soon, everyone sat down, but no one started eating without seeing the prince. They would wait until he joined them before starting. Barnabas, what is his highness doing? Armin, eyeing the steaming hot pancakes, kept swallowing saliva and turned to ask the princess. This constant anticipation made everyone almost drool. Fine, I'll go find him. Seeing everyone's eyes, Everly stood up and headed towards the room. Are we having lunch? Before Everly reached the door, Weston emerged from the room, smiling as everyone stared at him. You finally came out. I thought you weren't coming. Seeing Weston's expression, Everly felt reassured. When she saw the letters in the box earlier, Claudia hadn't noticed anything. And this person has quite impressive skills. It took great effort to subdue him. Armin reported to the prince after capturing the person. Who are you? Looking at the man, whose attire and appearance revealed nothing, Weston stepped forward and asked. That's what I want to ask you. Just who are you? The captured man asked, looking at Weston. How dare you? Eschewing such defiance from a prisoner, Armin kicked the man's leg, making him kneel on one knee. Are you from the authorities? Do you know who I am? Quickly release me, or you'll regret it. Seeing Weston's attire and demeanor, the man realized his identity seemed important. But even if he was significant, it didn't intimidate him. Isn't your backer the Solomon, John? Weston smiled at the man's audacity. You. Who are you? Eschewing Weston guess his identity, the young man looked fearful and incredulous. No, you're bluffing me. Seeing Weston smile, the young man angrily shouted. I don't need to bluff you. I've already seen the correspondence between the Solomon and this place. I was wondering why this area deserved attention, but now it's clear. It's because I will pass through here. Weston smirked at the young man. Your Highness, how should we handle this man? Armin looked at the kneeling man and asked the prince. Aldenf, you must be Barnabas Bryant Weston. Waving his hand dismissively. Early next morning, everyone came to the village entrance, ready to depart again. This child is not scared of people anymore, Claudia remarked, smiling and stroking the baby's cheek who was in Abigail's arms. Ah, it's such a pity. This child was born without any family, Aiden commented after taking care of the baby for a night and a day, having developed much sympathy. Everyone prepared? Weston was the last one to come out of the village, looking around and asking. Everything is ready. We can depart anytime. This child should be given a good place in the city ahead. Weston looked around, then focused on Aiden, knowing from her eyes she had already developed feelings, so he walked up and patted her shoulder. Upon reaching a city, Claudia hadn't expected such prosperity in such a remote area. Be cautious once we enter the city. Our dangers aren't over yet. Seeing everyone get carried away upon entering the city. Yes. After hearing the prince's words, the previously cheerful group now seemed lackluster. Pay your respects to the Barnabas. I am the local governor. It's my fault I didn't welcome you earlier. As Weston led his group walking down the street, a palanquin blocked their way. Then, a man dressed in court robes stepped down from the palanquin and bowed respectfully before Weston. The surrounding civilians also gathered, surprised to see the governor bowing to a young man, understanding from his words that he was addressing a young prince. Alden, I'm not a prince anymore. There's no need for formalities. Looking at the governor, Weston knew from a letter found in the village that his name was Edison, a distant nephew of Minister John. Ishan is someone closely associated with Minister John. We should leave. Now, Weston wanted to find a place to rest and avoid conflict. The other party blocking his path certainly didn't mean well. Wait. Just as Weston was about to leave, the governor called them back. Do you have something else? Turning, Weston asked Edison. Now that you're no longer Barnabas Bryant, but I'm still a governor, how should an ordinary person treat a government official? Edison straightened his posture, talking to Weston arrogantly. What do you mean? Asking a prince to kneel before you. Armin and others were infuriated and shouted at Edison. Aliana, Claudia, and Aiden all wore grim expressions, unable to believe they were being disrespected like dogs bullying a fallen tiger. You dare speak to me like that? Think I won't punish you? Edison was just playing with words, daring not ask the former Barnabas Bryant to kneel. But angered by a guard speaking back to him, he retorted. What are you doing? Several officers approached, putting knives to Armin's neck. What are you trying to do? Let him go. Seeing Armin restrained, other guards stepped forward, weapons drawn, creating a standoff. Attacking a government official could bring disaster to your entire clan. Edison, unafraid, reminded Weston he was no longer Barnabas Bryant. Even if I'm not Barnabas Bryant, killing you would be effortless. Booker standing to Edison, seeing Armin captured, Weston initially planned to avoid trouble but now faced persistent provocation. Oh, in my jurisdiction, I call the shots. If you resist, try me, but today this subordinate defied me and will be detained. Edison intended to provoke Weston, stating that even tigers must lie low within his territory. Barnabas, don't worry. I'll be fine. Armin understood the laws wouldn't severely punish him and reassured the worried prince with a smile. Edison, if a hair on his head is harmed, I'll make you regret living. Though powerless, Weston sternly warned Edison. Let's go. Unfazed by Weston's threats, Edison returned to his palanquin. Don't worry, wait for me. Armin remained unfazed, reassuring the prince and his companions with a smile. Barnabas, why don't you save him? Seeing Armin taken away, Braden questioned the prince urgently. Shut up. Find a hotel first. Weston was livid, unaccustomed to feeling helpless. Annoyed by Braden's question and surrounded by bystanders, he yelled angrily. Wanting to argue, they kept silent seeing the prince's expression. Trying to find lodging, they discovered all inns had seemingly received instructions not to accommodate them. Chapter 537. Everywhere troublesome. After searching for a long time, they finally found an inn. Christian, you're not going to refuse us again, are you? This time, Weston didn't go inside but asked Aiden to speak. After all, the latter had traveled extensively with caravans and knew how to talk well. The innkeeper chatted with Aiden while occasionally glancing at Weston and the others outside, looking somewhat troubled. After a long discussion, Aiden finally persuaded the innkeeper to let them stay. Alright, let's go in quickly. Once everything was settled, Aiden came out of the inn and told everyone, settle the horses properly, give them the best feed. Assuring that they could stay, Weston instructed the inn boy. Amosra, rest assured sir, please come in. Everyone soon settled down. Since Armin's capture, Weston had looked extremely displeased. How did you convince the innkeeper? Claudia, curious, asked Uer while she was playing with the child. I didn't really convince him. He just loves money, Aiden explained to Claudia. How much did it cost? Booker standing to Aiden, Everly also figured it out, asking curiously. Not much. It's worth it as long as we can all rest properly. Why wouldn't they let us stay? Weston was puzzled, looking at Aiden. Back at the inn entrance, he vaguely heard some conversations. It's because of the prices scheming, trying to make us sleep on the streets. I had to pay more and give some promises from our family for us to stay. I'm very curious why they took Armin away earlier. Claudia looked at Uer and Tosha, who remained silent. Armin's relationship with Weston was common knowledge. You don't understand. They were deliberately provoking me. Their true target was never Armin. If I tried to save him forcefully, their plot would succeed. Armin saw through this and chose to turn himself in voluntarily, Weston said helplessly. Inside the jail, Armin was now locked up. Behave yourselves and take care of him, the guard ordered the other prisoners as he locked Armin in. The inmates, signaled by the guard, stood up and surrounded Armin. What do you want? Armin, repulsed by their smell, covered his nose. To teach you the rules. Seeing Armin's disdainful look, they started flexing their muscles, eager to punish the newcomer. Sir, everything is arranged. He won't walk out alive. Outside, the guard reported to Magistrate Edison, who was sipping tea. Good, leave it to you. Tomorrow around this time, check if he's still breathing, then throw him in front of Barnabas Bryant's residence. Yes, sir. In the evening, everyone dined in the main hall, but no one seemed happy. Did you send the child away? Weston, eating with Aiden and Everly, noticed the child they brought was missing. Yes, to a good family, with extra payment to ensure proper care. That night, when everyone was asleep, Weston quietly got up, dressed, and left the room. Though he tried to be quiet, Everly, sleeping beside him, noticed. Your Highness, where are you going? As Weston stepped out, someone waiting at the door spoke. Braden? What are you doing here? Almost surprised, Weston turned and saw Braden sitting there. Who says I'm alone? Everyone, come out. Four guards emerged from nearby shadows. What's going on? Confused, Weston asked the five, including Braden. We're coming with you. We need to watch each other's backs. Braden had sensed something was off with the prince during dinner and prepared a few guards at the entrance. Let's go. Initially hesitant, Weston nodded, seeing the determination in their eyes. They quickly arrived outside Magistrate Edison's residence. Your Highness, there are many guards. One of the guards, seeing about 8 men outside Edison's door, grew worried. Don't worry. You guys stay here to cover me. Entering together might draw attention. I'll be fine. Ignoring the external threat, Weston, experienced in such stealth missions, sneaked into the compound, avoiding the guards at the front unhappily. Indeed, some prisoners did escape. The confidant lowered his head, afraid to speak further. What exactly happened? Did the person we put in there today escape? Edison angrily grabbed the man's collar. That person didn't escape. The prisoners escaped because he unlocked all the cells. Bring men immediately. Catch all the prisoners. If necessary, kill them. They're nothing but a bunch of criminals. Edison let go of his subordinate, realizing that by trying to weaken Weston's morale, he had only succeeded in hurting himself by imprisoning Weston's guards. Yes, but mobilizing troops requires your written authorization. The confidant hesitated. All the jailers were dispatched to catch the escaped prisoners, but they couldn't catch enough due to the shortage of manpower. If the army was mobilized, a formal written order from the price was necessary. Come with me to the study. Edison realized the gravity of the situation. If the escaped prisoners continued to cause trouble, it could lead to serious consequences, especially if the news reached the Eastern Depot and eventually the Dantes. His position would be jeopardized. Standing outside the study, Edison paused without entering. Sir, what is it? Eschannering this, the confidant noticed Edison stopping and asked, puzzled. Before getting an answer, he saw Edison raising his hand, so he quickly shut his mouth. Inside the study, Weston, who overheard the voices, blew out the candle and hid. Understanding Edison's intent, the confidant rushed into the study, pulling out his sword. Danteards. Standing at the doorway, Edison shouted for the guards as he saw darkness inside the room. Sir, no one's here. The confidant lit the candles with a fire stick, confirming no one was inside and informed Edison at the door. Master, what is it? Servants holding weapons rushed to the study. By the time they arrived, Edison had already entered, rushing to the table. Ishan pulled out a letter from a vase and, after checking its contents, sighed in relief. Sir, are you intriguing? Tell me more about this friendship. Reaching the door, Weston asked curiously. Just give me the letter. Ask for whatever you want, and I won't make things difficult for you later. Encouraged by Weston's response, Edison replied with a smile. This letter means nothing to me, but I've heard it's crucial to you. Let's see how sincere you are. 1,000 taels? Edison wished he hadn't spoken so rashly. The other party had hit a nerve. 1,000 taels? Ha ha ha. Tomorrow, I could send this to the capital or spread it around. See if your 1,000 taels suffice. Weston mocked, testing Edison's willingness to pay. All right, 5,000 taels, final offer. More than that, I cannot afford. Edison, reluctant to part with even 1,000 taels, made his offer reluctantly. 500,000 taels. Place the money in the old temple in the south of town the day after tomorrow. I'll collect it then. Chapter 539, Threatening Edison. Originally intending to offer 5,000 taels, since he didn't have more cash on hand, this would give the other party no choice. If the letter got out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the other party immediately demanded 50,000 taels. This was greedier than a lion's appetite. I don't have that much money. I can only provide 10,000 taels of silver, and I need 2 extra days to prepare. Edison wasn't foolish. He flatly refused the demand while proposing his own terms. Ishan had 50,000 taels indeed, which he had saved up for a long time. It represented all his assets. Absolutely, he could not give it all away. So he made a compromise, offering a concessionary proposal. I know very well how much you can come up with. Don't think you can get rid of me with just 10,000 taels. Ishaning Edison's refusal, Weston was not worried at all, as he held all the cards. You shouldn't think you're being smart. Yes, I do have 50,000 taels, but most of it is tied up in business and real estate. To gather such a large sum within 2 days, do you really think that's feasible? Edison explained his predicament, trying to buy time and keep Weston at bay. Regardless, if you fail to come up with the money, you'll have to bear the consequences. Weston led Edison to the door, making sure there was no one behind them, then whispered something in Edison's ear. With that said, he shoved Edison forward and sprinted off into the distance. Edison fell painfully to the ground, having been kicked in the waist by Weston. Chase him. Catch him at all costs. Edison, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and commanded his servants and guards. Yes. Meanwhile, Weston had already changed clothes and met Braden and others, returning to the inn. Back in his room, he found Aliana still unconscious. Ishan too removed his clothes and lay down to sleep. Search everywhere. What's going on here? Get out of the way. Early in the morning, the inn opened its doors, and a dozen officers stormed in. What are you doing? You can't go in there. Everyone began searching the inn. After half a day, they headed upstairs. The second floor was where Weston and his group were staying. Concerned about potential trouble, they had booked all the rooms on the first floor. The guards saw the officers about to search the inn. Thinking of the prince and princess, who were still asleep, they quickly blocked the officers' path. We are acting under orders. Any interference will be treated as complicity, an officer declared boldly as the head constable approached the staircase, eyeing the 2 guards blocking the way. Up. Following a command, all the officers moved up or off. Arrest these men for assaulting officers. Interrogate them thoroughly and see if they're connected to last night's assassins. The head constable, who lost a tooth, covered his mouth as he gave the order. When the constable finished speaking, no one moved, stunned into silence. Can't you hear me? Quickly arrest them. Seeing no response, the constable turned and ordered his officers. Shut up. I've been holding back anger. Since you're here, you leave me no choice. Weston placed his dagger against the constable's neck, furious. Don't, please be careful. This isn't a game. Feeling the cold blade, the constable was terrified, pleading pitifully. What a bunch of cowards. Get out. Glaring at the constable, Weston spat, then kicked him down. Go. Aldenry. Knowing when to retreat, the constable quickly left with his men. Gentlemen, are you all alright? After the officers left, the innkeeper approached Weston and the guards. No harm done. We'll cover all damages. Weston looked at the innkeeper, then surveyed the wrecked scene. You don't need to pay. Please leave my inn. What? Ama surprised, Weston replied. Christian, we agreed before, and we've never shortchanged you. If you fear we might skip payment, we can settle now. Aiken, surprised by the innkeeper's sudden change of heart, approached suddenly. The innkeeper walked downstairs. Braden, don't hide anymore. Seeing the innkeeper leave, Weston glanced at the surrounding guards, but didn't see Braden among them. Ishan guessed immediately and called out loudly. Yes, your highness. What do you need? Hiding behind the group, Braden rushed over upon being called by the prince. Do you know what you've done? Everyone knew Braden's character. He couldn't fight and always hid when things got rough. But no one complained since Braden treated everyone well and was their only doctor, tending to any injuries they had. Noticing the prince's dissatisfaction, Braden hung his head in shame. Your highness, actually Braden didn't abandon Post this time. Please forgive him this once. Claudia stood up for Braden, feeling responsible as a half-brother. Seeing Claudia intercede, everyone was surprised, especially Braden himself. Though the brother-sister relationship between them was known, they never publicly acknowledged it. What do you mean? My point is Braden is our physician. His duty is to heal, not engage in other tasks. With so many bruised faces around, we certainly need him. Not fully understanding Claudia's words, Weston scratched his head in confusion. All right, I have a secret recipe to quickly reduce swelling and remove bruises. Relieved that the prince didn't blame him for not fighting, Braden offered his medical help. Sir. Just as the constable prepared to gather more men, he saw the prince's palanquin. Ishan stopped respectfully to report. What happened here? Magistrate Edison lifted the curtain to inquire. Noticing the constable's bruised face, he asked in confusion. Sir, please seek justice for me. When I went to search for the assassin at the inn, the culprits attacked, beating me and my subordinates mercilessly. Worthless. Edison exploded with anger before the constable could finish speaking. Ishan felt stifled by the incompetence of his staff. Calm down, sir. The priority now is capturing the assassins. All 4 city gates are sealed, and none of the assassins or convicts have escaped. Knowing their appearances, capturing them is only a matter of time. Focus your efforts, and if you fail, I'll hold you accountable. Yes. Initially intending to check on the situation, Edison stormed back to his residence in fury. Bernard. What should we do next? A constable approached, uncertain of the plan. Bring more men and surround the inn. They dared to beat us, and I must settle this score. But the people staying there? Ignoring the warning, the constable retorted. Didn't hear the price put me in charge? Yes. Soon, troops arrived under official orders to search house to house for escapees. With no chance to flee, some resisted, unwilling to return to the dark cells. Yet resistance was futile. Using so many men was intended to prevent chaos. Within a day, most fugitives were either killed or recaptured. Ishani, wake up. The jailer stood outside Armin's cell. What? Did you catch the prisoners? Sitting up, Armin realized he was alone in the cell where 6 inmates once were. You're free to go. Almost furious, the jailer blamed Armin for the days spent hunting fugitives. Unlocking the cell, he gestured for Armin to leave. All right, lead the way. Stretching, Armin dressed and found his possessions intact save for money. Urged by the jailer, he left promptly. Standing on the street, he noticed the city's unusual tension. Unconcerned about this, Armin focused on finding the prince. Ishani, over here. Braden brought 2 guards to wait at the prison entrance. Having rushed out, they hadn't eaten and decided to grab a meal first. Returning, they spotted Armin emerging. Looks like you're well fed in jail. Braden joked, noticing Armin looked even fatter. Hashtag chapter 541. Major instructions. Get lost. Don't force me to hit you. Armin said angrily, responding to Braden's words. Don't get mad. I was just joking around. We've got time for chatting later. I need to take him to see the Barnabas right away. Braden, feeling a bit awkward at being ignored, cleared his throat and addressed the group. All right, continue your posts here. We'll talk when we have the time. Armin noticed Braden's expression and laughed as he spoke to the 2 guards before quickly following him to the front of the inn. Upon entering the main hall, they found it crowded with people. Christian is back. When Armin entered, the guards excitedly swarmed around him. Weston and the 3 princesses also looked his way. Greetings, your highness. This is Armin reporting back. Seeing the Barnabas watching him, Armin walked forward and said with a smile, It's good you're safe. Take some rest. Looking at Armin, Weston felt some guilt. It was his trap, yet Armin had taken the brunt of it. Don't worry, those guys didn't torture me. Plus, I caused a ruckus in jail and freed many prisoners. They had to beg me to leave. Eschannering this, Armin patted his chest and reassured everyone with a laugh. Amazing! Christian is Christian, truly unique. After Armin finished speaking, all the guards started echoing his words. May I ask, have all the people returned? Just then, the innkeeper came out from his office, noticing Armin whom he hadn't seen before. Ishan approached Weston and respectfully asked in a low voice. Oh, this? Weston had planned to rest, but the innkeeper's appearance left him momentarily speechless. Initially, they had agreed to stay another day or 2 until everyone arrived. Now that Armin was released, they should leave as per the agreement. Outside, the area was filled with soldiers, waiting for an opportunity after their previous disagreement. If Armin left now, he might not be able to exit the city or even return to the inn. They could end up sleeping on the streets. Can you give us a few more days, innkeeper? Aiden, skilled in negotiations, suggested everyone retire while he spoke privately with the innkeeper at a corner table. Everyone, go back to your rooms. Armin, follow me for a moment. Seeing Aiden handle the situation, Weston wasn't worried. As everyone prepared to leave, he called out to Armin. Yes, Christian, don't forget to tell us your story when you come back. We'll wait for you. The guards had wanted to hear Armin's stories, but had to wait as he was summoned by the Barnabas. Your Highness, what is it? Following Weston to a secluded spot, Armin asked, noticing the Barnabas's cautious demeanor. This letter is crucial. Go to the capital and deliver it to His Majesty. Ensuring no one was around, Weston trusted only his 3 wives and took out a letter from his robes, handing it to Armin. What if I can't see the Dantes, Your Highness? Armin understood the letter's importance and voiced his concerns. If you can't see the Dante, search progress to Edison. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear any report about the south of the city. All constables and officials looked puzzled at the back of the room. Who was responsible for the south of the city? Edison raised his head and asked the officers in front of him. Ishani, I'm talking to you. What's the situation in the south? Everyone turned to look at the constable who had not spoken, asking him anxiously. All places have been inspected except one. The constable in charge of the south saw everyone looking at him and could only tell the truth. What place? Amos Rely, not the Imperial Palace. Eschannering that the constable had not followed his order and still missed one place, Edison became very angry, looking at the constable and asked, That place is where Christopher Bryant lives. When I went there before, I was driven out. Didn't you see it yourself, sir? The constable covered his face and recounted what happened. All right, make sure to keep an eye on this inn. They mustn't leave. Not even a single person. Eschannering the constable's words, Edison seemed to recall that nothing like this had happened until Weston came. Since then, black-clothed men appeared at his residence. If these 2 incidents had nothing to do with each other, it would be impossible. Thinking about the letter falling into Weston's hands would be disastrous. Having caused him so much trouble, Weston would not let this pass. Everyone in the Great Ming Dynasty knew the relationship between Weston and His Majesty. If the content of the letter reached the Emperor's eyes, he would surely fly into a rage. By then, disaster would be imminent for Edison. Yes. All constables and officials quickly retreated. Scholar, what should we do? Once everyone left, Edison looked at the scholar beside him and asked. The scholar, Edison's wise advisor, had been with him for many years. Whenever Edison was at a loss, he would always consult the scholar. Losing the correspondence, and possibly to Weston, was no small matter. This issue is difficult but not unsolvable, the scholar said meaningfully, having lived with Edison for such a long time, knowing most of his affairs. Ishan stroked his beard and replied deeply, Don't keep me waiting. If this matter is resolved, you won't lack rewards. Upon hearing the scholar had a plan, Edison wanted to know urgently. Seeing the scholar's teasing manner, he immediately spoke up. Cough cough, fine, I'll tell you. Seeing his lord getting upset, the scholar dared not hesitate and quickly proposed a solution. No way. That bastard outside the city. Ishan doesn't follow my orders at all. I told him to send troops to help me capture the assassins, but he only sent a few people to guard the 4 gates. Ishaning the scholar's plan, Edison waved his hand in rejection. It was impractical. The scholar's plan was to get the soldiers outside the city to cooperate with the Yamen, county court, to confine everyone inside the city, prohibiting anyone from leaving. Although the city gates were now closed, after strict inspections, people could still leave. If someone carrying the letter managed to slip through, it would be too late. Doing this solely with Yamen personnel was clearly insufficient. The Yamen people were not just searching for assassins, but also guarding the city gates, which they were already struggling to handle. They needed military assistance. Upon hearing this plan, Edison shook his head, knowing it couldn't be realized. At this point, sir, what matters more now, your face or that letter? Seeing his master's displeased face, the scholar understood the dilemma. There had been grievances before, making them bitter enemies. Even now, Edison did not wish to seek the other party's help. I'll entrust this matter to you. Tomorrow morning, I'll give you my command. If they refuse to come, don't say anything else. Yes. Booker standing to his master. The scholar wiped his sweaty forehead, feeling helpless. Knock knock. Knock knock. Barnabas, something's wrong? While Weston was sleeping, every time he reached a critical moment in his dreams, someone would interrupt. What's the matter? Weston opened the door and walked out of the house, closing the door behind him, then faced Braden. There are many people outside. Aren't you sleepy? So what if there are people? Why are you panicked? Thinking something serious might have happened. Weston already knew since yesterday that the inn had been surrounded by officials. Just go check. Ishaning the prince's words, Braden pointed towards the door. Let's go see. Looking at Braden, Weston also turned towards the entrance. Seeing the guards gathered there, he strode over. Wearing just a thin shirt, Weston came to the entrance. The guards standing there moved aside, allowing the prince to walk out. Go back. No one is allowed to come out. Just as Weston was stepping out, the officials hurriedly stopped him. What do you want? Are you trying to confine us here? Facing the officials, Weston wasn't afraid. Ishan walked out and questioned them. Don't force us to take action. Standing in front of Weston, the few officials retreated fearfully, yet tried to stop him. Weston, is it proper to put my subordinates in this position? As Weston pressed forward, a sedan chair stopped at the post house's entrance. Edison stepped down and smiled at Weston. Isn't this the Birch? May I ask why you're doing this? Aren't we civilians? Is this appropriate? Weston wasn't intimidated. Pointing at the officials at the entrance, he confronted Edison. Chapter 543, Armin escapes. Yesterday, my men came here and said they were beaten by someone who refused to let them search for the assassin. That's why I brought more people today to see what's going on. Weston and Edison were trading words, neither willing to back down, with the tension thick in the air. Go, bring me a chair. I want to see who dares enter while I'm here. Weston was tired, hands on his hips, yelling at Braden. Yes, sir. Braden, hiding at the back, quickly brought out a chair upon hearing the prince's order. Ishan even wiped it clean with his sleeve before placing it behind Weston. Sir, our men at the inn's back saw someone leave just now. Just as they were at a stalemate, an officer came up to Edison and reported. Ishaning this, Edison looked towards Weston. Everyone present heard the report. Weston smiled. The earlier argument with Edison was meant to give Armin time to escape and send the message. If he had been caught inside the inn, it would have been disastrous. Therefore, when asking Braden for a chair, Weston instructed him to notify Armin. Why are you all looking at me? Go chase after him. Edison, seeing everyone hesitate, shouted angrily at the officers. Soon, half of them pursued Armin, while the rest remained on guard, wary of any feints. Advisor, we can also join you for a stroll outside the city walls. It's been too dull lately. A few officers surrounded a horse carrying Edison's advisor, flattering him. Armin, who was escaping, spotted a horse nearby. Seeing some officers around, and hearing the sound of pursuers closing in, he rushed over. Get off, I need your horse. Ishan knocked the rider off the horse and jumped on, turning to the fallen officer and others nearby. With a flick of the whip, he galloped towards the city gates. Ow, my old back. The dislodged advisor clutched his waist, addressing the officers guarding him. Sir, are you okay? Don't just stand there. Quickly take the sir to a physician. The officers panicked. If blamed, they'd be in serious trouble, so they hurriedly carried the advisor away. The pursuing officers found their quarry gone, starting to search outward. But unknown to them, Armin had already spurred the horse towards the city gates. At the city gate, seeing strict searches ongoing, no paper allowed out, Armin struggled, unsure how to get the letter out. Ishani, you old woman, scram. As Armin considered his options, a harsh voice erupted behind him. Turning, he saw a coachman raising a whip against an elderly person. Seeing this, Armin couldn't stand idle, catching the incoming whip. You, don't interfere or I'll make sure you regret it. The coachman, surprised to find his whip caught, realized his strength failed. Apologize, or else I'll cripple you. Armin, unable to tolerate further abuse, confronted the coachman. Himph, here, take the whip. The coachman, intimidated but unwilling to apologize to a poor man, released the whip and drove away. As the carriage approached the city gates, it made a slight noise which the coachman ignored, continuing toward the gates. Armin stood watching the elder, confirming no harm was done, then turned towards the city gates. The soldiers stopped the carriage for inspection. Brothers, I'm a coachman from the Dante family, frequently passing through these gates. Can we skip the inspection? Reaching into his robes, the coachman produced money, offering it to the guards. Well, feeling the money, the guard hesitated, aware of other watchers. If something went wrong, they'd face punishment. All right, let the Dante family carriage pass. That's right, The head of the Dante family is a friend of the governor. The soldiers understood, deciding not to harass the honest driver. Removing the blockade, the soldiers waved the coachman off, who quickly thanked them and drove away. Passing the soldiers, the carriage drew suspicious glances. Halt! Stop that carriage. Sir, what's going on? Bewildered, the coachman stepped down, unaware of the issue. What's this? A soldier retrieved a black mask from under the carriage, questioning the driver. I don't know, it's not mine. Someone must have hidden it here. Unfamiliar with the object, the driver tried to explain. Why bother explaining? You're coming with us. I bet there's something more in the carriage, a soldier speculated greedily, eyeing the vehicle. The superior had ordered all letters confiscated. Search thoroughly. The soldier holding the mask, eager to profit, commanded his fellows. No, you can't. Don't touch the goods. Seeing the impending search, the coachman rushed forward, shouting at the approaching soldiers. Hold still. The soldiers pinned the coachman, disregarding his protests. Opening the curtains, they found many crates inside. All crates out, inspect them thoroughly. Finding only crates, the soldiers eagerly began moving them. No, please no. The coachman screamed as crate after crate was unloaded from the carriage. Chapter 544, The Armor Appears. These items were his responsibility to deliver, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, the contents of the box could not be exposed to the light. If discovered, it would spell disaster. Though the items inside the boxes were important, the Dante family's business was extensive, spanning many regions, each requiring manpower. Initially, carriages were always escorted, but nothing ever happened. The Dante family gradually became careless, focusing solely on how to maximize profits. In the city, no one dared to challenge the Dante family. As long as they left the city and traveled for a while, they could deliver the goods safely. Recently, business had been extremely busy, with deliveries needed in many places. They thought occasional trips posed no issues, so fewer people were dispatched. While moving the boxes, a soldier accidentally dropped one, causing it to fall directly onto the ground. The box broke open, and its contents spilled out. Upon seeing the items scattered on the ground, everyone's eyes widened. They were beyond imagination. The coachman, witnessing the exposure of the contents, knelt on the ground with a face like ashes, knowing his fate was sealed. Whether by the authorities or the Dante family, there was no way out for him. Insolent! You dare to hide armor? Take him away. The soldier picked up the armor from the ground, noticing its exquisite craftsmanship, yet realizing it didn't match the standard issue for Ming soldiers. Instantly grasping the situation, he commanded the other soldiers. The coachman knew he couldn't escape. There was no hope for survival. His family was still under the Dante family's control, and he wouldn't withstand torture if captured. Gazing at the sword before him, he thrust his neck towards it, collapsing in a pool of blood. What are you doing? You can't even hold a blade against such an important person? Seeing the coachman lifeless, the soldier bellowed at the surrounding guards. Murder! Murder! Run! After the coachman died, the surrounding crowd was shocked, frozen in place. Hidden among them, Armin shouted loudly. Run! Everyone began rushing towards the city gates. Already planning to leave the city, upon witnessing death, chaos erupted, and they sped towards the exits. Hold them back! The soldiers attempted to intercept them but failed. After a moment, all the soldiers were exhausted, sitting on the ground. What do we do now? If the superior learns about this, we'll be in deep trouble. Seeing the chaos at the gate, the soldiers looked grim, unsure of what to do next. Don't say a word about this. If the superior finds out, our heads will roll. The squad leader, assessing the scene, warned the others. Yes. Everyone understood. None of them wanted to die. Now they were in the same boat, thriving or perishing together. With no better plan, they agreed. Shut the gates immediately. No one is allowed near. The squad leader hadn't anticipated the breach attempt, swiftly ordering the gates closed. Ishan then took the armor to report to their superior. Sir, we couldn't find that person. We reviewed carefully. Someone might have jumped over the wall, but it could be a mistake. The constable stood beside Sir Edison at the inn entrance, quickly recounting the events, noting the Price's visibly displeased expression. A mistake? Edison nearly lost his temper. No one leaving the city, and this critical detail was overlooked. Frustrated, he interrogated them. Yes. If it were a simple error, he wouldn't comment. But revealing they failed to capture the individual would invite severe punishment. A lie seemed necessary. All right, just spit it out. My 3 wives are inside. Your group barging in. Don't you think it's inappropriate? If I entered your house unannounced, finding your wife unclothed, wouldn't you mind? Upon hearing Armin had escaped, Weston felt a huge weight lifted. Ishan retorted without reservation, no longer fearing retaliation. You. What about you? Booker standing to Weston, though Edison had multiple concubines, having his women criticized enraged any man. Enraged, he lunged at Weston. Sir. The officers quickly intervened, preventing further escalation. So what can you do? Even if I'm no longer the Northern King, you're too insignificant to provoke me. Even those above you would bow to me. Do you think you're worthy? Observing Edison, Weston remained calm, seated confidently. Sir. Sir. Seeing Weston's guards preparing to intervene, he gestured them off, eyeing Edison, unperturbed. As Edison lunged, success wouldn't have been possible without the support of the prefect. Otherwise, how could they have always proceeded so smoothly? This time, prohibited civilian-owned armor was found in the Dante family's carriage, which wasn't a trivial matter. Whether the prefect had a hand in it or not, everyone would inevitably associate them together. Originally, Edison's rage suddenly turned into embarrassment as Beckett watched from the side, making him feel very uncomfortable. Armor. Sir Booker, isn't this a serious matter? Beckett asked, his eyes locked on Edison upon hearing about the discovery of armor. Edison didn't immediately investigate the source of the armor. Instead, he lingered around Beckett after learning of the matter. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. Ishaning Beckett's words, Booker's expression darkened. Under his jurisdiction, the Dante family, closely associated with him, had secretly hidden armor, and he was unaware. If news of this spread, not only would Booker lose his official position, but he might also lose his life. Everyone, pack up. We're leaving now. Watching Edison before him, Beckett took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and ordered his guards. Wait, you can't leave yet. Just as Beckett finished speaking, Edison interjected. On what grounds? What authority do you have to detain me? Booker standing to Edison, Beckett sneered. Because I am the prefect here. Is that reason enough? Edison stood firm before Beckett, unwilling to let him leave until the letter was found, especially now with the incident involving the armor. If Beckett left, he would surely report to the court, threatening Booker's life. Now Booker held the power here and decided to imprison Beckett until he reported to higher authorities and received further instructions. Concealing armor was historically akin to rebellion and could result in the extermination of one's clan. For such a major event, implicating just the Dante family and a single prefect wouldn't suffice. Everyone return. We will let you leave once we find the assassin. Edison stepped back and spoke to Beckett. After Booker finished speaking, the soldiers drew their weapons and forced Beckett and his party back into the inn. No one is to leave without my permission. No one is allowed inside either. In case of any trouble, deal with it first, then report. Having given instructions to his men, Edison left for the Yamen to address the armor issue. If things escalated beyond his control, he'd be helpless. How are things? Once everyone returned to the main hall, Everly noticed Beckett's troubled face and approached him quickly. Right after Aaron spoke, the inn's door was locked from the outside. Ishani, why lock the door? Claudia rushed to the door, trying to open it but finding it locked, she yelled angrily. All right, I understand Edison's motives. Ishan fears the court and has put us under house arrest here. Seeing Claudia struggling with the door, Beckett explained to the three women. So we're losing our freedom forever? Upon realizing they were under house arrest, Claudia sat down hopelessly. In Yunnan, she had already experienced being confined at home, and she never expected to be confined again here. What if Edison tries to silence us permanently? Upon hearing Beckett, Aiden's face darkened. No, if I disappear, the court would send many people to search every place between Beijing and Shanhaiguan thoroughly. If we were outside the city, he might take action, but here within the city, many civilians are watching. If anyone witnesses Beckett being killed, it would be disastrous for him. Beckett was unafraid of Edison acting rashly. He had already anticipated this move. That's good, but staying here indefinitely doesn't seem productive. Relieved there was no immediate danger, Aiden sighed but wondered about their prolonged confinement. Don't worry, within 5 days, we will leave freely. Beckett had already planned everything meticulously. Ishan had dispatched Armin to Beijing for help, estimating a 5-day round trip, as the distance wasn't too far from the capital, but still far from Shanhaiguan. Barnabas, where did the boss go? As most had dispersed, Braden quietly approached Beckett. To save us, who else could? Braden was stunned by Beckett's confident reply, and followed him upstairs. Back at the Yamen, all officials gathered around, examining the seized armor. This craftsmanship is impressive. But the emblem isn't from the Ming dynasty. Could it mean? Before they concluded, Edison coughed. Are you all idle? Get back to work. Yes. The officials quickly dispersed. After they left, Edison glanced at the armor on the ground, then headed towards the main hall, with the squad leader following closely behind, carrying the armor. Chapter 546, Cover Up. 5 minutes later, Edison emerged from the hall and beckoned to a few people. Sir, what's wrong? A few constables hurried over to their superior, unsure why he had summoned them. Dispose of the bodies inside and tell everyone it was the work of assassins. Yes, sir. Upon hearing his command, they were all shocked. They had just seen the soldiers who entered the hall with Sir Booker end up dead. But this was Sir Booker's order. They did not dare to question him and quickly proceeded to clean up the hall. Edison looked at the bodies being carried out with cold indifference. If it weren't for these soldiers uncovering the armor and revealing it in front of Beckett, he wouldn't have resorted to killing to cover up the evidence. It would be catastrophic if word got out about the armor. They had to keep it secret. Sir, everything has been taken care of as you instructed. A constable reported breathlessly as he rushed into the courtyard where Edison stood, looking up at the sky. Good. So long as it's clean, Edison replied, nodding in satisfaction. Now all the soldiers at the city gate were dealt with. We also need to warn our own people. I don't want to hear any rumors. Those who can't control their tongues shouldn't blame me. Then Edison remembered that not only the city guards but also the constables by his side had witnessed everything, as well as everyone in the Yamen. These were potential risks that worried Edison, so he instructed his trusted aides accordingly. I understand. I will handle it immediately. If anyone dares speak, I will make sure they remain silent forever. Understanding the seriousness of the situation after spending so much time under Sir Booker, the aide knew what needed to be done. Edison glanced at the time and felt he should go pay a visit to the Dante family to ask about the incident. Why on earth would they transport armor out of the city in broad daylight? My lord, where are you going? Just as Edison stepped out of his residence, he encountered his injured strategist who had returned. The moment the strategist entered the residence, he saw everyone agitated and was about to ask what happened when he saw Sir Booker coming out. Come, let's talk while we walk, Edison said. Realizing he almost forgot about his strategist, they sat together in a carriage heading towards the Dante residence. Along the way, Edison explained the whole story. What? This is serious trouble. The strategist's face changed abruptly upon hearing the account. What do you mean? If I hadn't handled them, news might have leaked, causing real disaster, Edison retorted, explaining his rationale. But 8 soldiers died within half a day. If the person outside the city learns of this, what do you think he'll think? The strategist sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Ishan couldn't believe what had transpired during his absence. Edison froze, recalling previous conflicts with this outsider. With those 8 soldiers belonging to this outsider, he realized he had gone too far. That man now held considerable power, far beyond Edison's capabilities. Ishan regretted his actions. Now what should we do? Edison was at a loss. Since the deed was already done, he could only try to mitigate the damage, yet he couldn't figure out how. So he turned to his strategist, hoping for a solution. This is a difficult situation. For now, we must go see the Dante family first. Seeing Edison's expectant gaze, the strategist sighed. With everything in disarray, he felt equally helpless, shrugging helplessly. What use are you if you can't offer solutions? Your sole purpose is to advise me, and if you fail to do so, you can die. Angered by the lack of response, Edison choked the strategist's neck, glaring fiercely. Sir, I have an idea. Struggling under Edison's grip, the strategist patted his hand weakly, managing to speak. Ishaning this, Edison released him, his eyes fixed on the strategist. Though the strategist once provided good advice, his value seemed to wane over time. Yet Edison kept him around, thinking he might come in handy someday. Now, in this critical moment, he found the strategist useless and regretted keeping him. Meanwhile, as Edison headed to the Dante residence, Beckett wasn't idle. Ishan put on some clothes and made his way to the inn's backyard. Your Highness, please be cautious, Armin fretted behind Beckett. Don't worry, Beckett reassured him, smiling. With unmatched wall-scaling skills, Beckett quietly leapt over the wall under the cover of darkness and disappeared into the night. Ishani, what are you doing? Just heard a noise. Outside, the two constables sensed some movement but saw nothing, dismissing it. Beckett wandered aimlessly in the city, trying to find the Dante residence, having heard earlier about the armor production there. Despite walking for a long time, he still couldn't find it. It's dry season. Be careful of fire hazards. Emotionally, Beckett heard the watchman's bell. Lost without direction, he decided to seek help from the watchman. Excuse me, sir. I'm new here, looking for my relatives, but I can't find their place. Blocking the watchman's path, Beckett asked for directions. The watchman surely knew every street and alley in the city. Where do your relatives live? Let me see if I know. Hashtag chapter 547. Clan Ishanid Charlton. The Eden did not suspect anything but smiled as he spoke to Weston. Well, I remember my relative mentioning the Dante family before. Ishan said it was very close to the Dante residence, but I don't know where the Dante residence is or where my relative lives. Weston thought for a moment before responding to the Eden. Looking at the Eden in front of him, Weston did not directly ask where the Dante residence was, but instead asked about its general location. It was already late, and if he had directly asked about the Dante residence, the Eden would not be a fool. It would be obvious that he had an agenda with the Dante family. A lot of time had passed since the city gates closed. If Weston really wanted to go to the Dante residence, it would have been easy to find someone to ask, leaving no reason to still wander the streets. Just follow this street straight ahead. When you see a tavern, turn south for a while until you reach a bun shop. Just east from there, you'll find it. Ishaning that Weston wanted to go near the Dante residence, the Eden, although not knowing where Weston's relative lived, still gave directions to the Dante residence. Thank you. Please take this money. Having memorized the route given by the Eden, Weston pulled out a silver coin from his pocket, intending to hand it over. What are you doing? I'm not showing you the way for money. The Eden looked somewhat angry at Weston's gesture. All right, thank you. Seeing the Eden refuse the money, Weston put it away and bowed politely. Ishan then walked briskly towards the direction of the Dante residence. Upon arriving, he noticed there were many guards around the Dante residence, just as many, if not more, than those guarding Edison's mansion. Weston never entered through the main gate. Instead, he went to the usual spot, leapt over the wall, and landed in the yard, which seemed thinly guarded despite appearances. Weston put on his mask and jumped into the courtyard. Avoiding the patrolling guards, he made his way to the entrance of the main hall. Upon reaching the main hall, he saw several people standing inside. Though he didn't recognize most of them, he recognized Edison. Who's there? Just as Weston intended to move forward, a voice sounded from behind him. Oh no, so soon. Surprised by the voice, Weston paused for a moment, then started running. Ishan hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. Assassin! Catch the assassin! The guards, now aware of an intruder, began shouting for reinforcements. Inside the main hall, Edison and the Dante clan Ishanid exchanged glances and hurried outside into the courtyard. Clan Ishanid, we saw someone earlier, but we don't know where they went. As the clan Ishanid stepped out of the main hall, a guard approached and reported the situation. You audacious scoundrel, daring to cause trouble in my home. You must catch him. Ishaning of the assassin, the Dante clan Ishanid ordered his guards and servants urgently. The Dante residence was enormous, even larger than Weston's residence in the capital. Ishan nearly got lost. Fortunately, he encountered a servant, whom he knocked unconscious and dressed in his clothes, blending in with the staff to search for the assassin. This time, we need Brother Booker's help, Charlton remarked, looking around as everyone searched. No problem, but your armor being exposed like that is troublesome. People in the city will target you. You need to be very careful and ensure the armor is handled properly. Edison waved off the thanks, addressing the immediate issue of the armor. Don't worry, only I know where it is hidden. Others won't find it easily. Ishan had arranged for the armor to be dealt with immediately after it was searched at the city gates. That's good, but I've run into new trouble. Can Brother Dante help me? After dealing with the armor, which was Edison's primary concern, he remembered killing 7 soldiers and glanced at Charlton. What could have troubled you so much? If I can help, I will do my best. Charlton was surprised to see Edison seeking help one day and responded with a smile. These armors, they weren't at. Edison hastily explained the entire situation to Charlton. Booker standing to Edison's words, Charlton felt the matter was complicated. The two parties were already at odds, and this incident would worsen the situation, possibly leading to more serious problems. So what do you mean, brother? After hearing the explanation, Charlton looked back at Edison. I want you to mediate, so we can work together and make more money. Fine, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll visit the outskirts with some gifts. They won't refuse me outright. Charlton, after considering, agreed to Edison's request. In truth, he was motivated more by profit than personal loyalty, as he was merely managing affairs for influential figures. Meanwhile, Weston, disguised as a servant, stood nearby, listening intently to their conversation. Ishan realized that Edison and the commander outside the city had a falling out, presenting a potential opportunity. My lord, the assassin wasn't found. The assassin wasn't found. Soon, everyone searching the estate returned to report to Charlton. Fools, what can you do if you can't even capture one man? Charlton angrily yelled at his guards and servants. Calm down, Edison interjected. How can I not be angry? We don't know why this person came here. If it's for money, it's no big deal, but if it's about the armor, we need to prepare. Fine, continue searching for the assassin. I'll head back now, don't forget our conversation. Edison, disinterested in further involvement, bid farewell to Charlton and left. Chapter 548, Siege on the Inn. The moment the assassin appeared, Edison sensed it. It was definitely the same person who had infiltrated his residence before. Despite having so many officials under his command, none of them managed to capture the assassin. Charlton's subordinates were nothing but a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crabs. They weren't even worth mentioning. It was already late, and Edison couldn't linger here indefinitely. Ishan needed to get some rest. The next morning, many people knelt in the hall. Charlton sat in the main seat, his face ashen. What exactly happened? Did that person just vanish into thin air? Charlton's appearance was haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. Ishan glared at everyone in the hall, shouting angrily. All right, quickly prepare some gifts for me. I have to leave the city for a trip. Looking at these people, Charlton felt exasperated. Further words would be useless. They wouldn't understand anyway. Ishan didn't care anymore since the armor was hidden and wouldn't be discovered. Ishan then turned to Fabio and said, Yes, how much should we prepare? The Gustavo, hearing that his master was going out, quickly asked, Prepare according to the highest standard. Ishaning Fabio's words, Charlton thought carefully before responding. Yes, sir. Preparing according to the highest standard meant this gift would be extremely substantial. Soon, all the gifts were loaded onto the carriage. Beckett also added a few items secretly, his lips curling upward involuntarily. What are you smiling about? As Beckett watched the carriage and smiled slyly, Charlton walked out from inside the residence. Seeing Beckett smiling, he asked angrily. Ishan had been holding in his frustration all night and now found an outlet. Sir, my cousin is getting married today, so I can't help but smile. Please forgive me. Seeing Charlton, Beckett hastily bowed and improvised a lie. Your cousin is getting married? Charlton's eyes flickered toward Beckett as he asked. Certainly. Beckett glanced around and noticed other servants and guards watching him closely. Ishan knew there was no way to escape this situation. Cole, give him 10 taels of silver. Although he is a servant of our Dante family, he shouldn't lose his dignity outside. Charlton turned and instructed Fabio. But I didn't actually receive the money. It's still with Fabio? Surrounded by several guards, Beckett spread his hands helplessly. That's not our concern. We only care if you're treating us. Seeing Beckett as an ordinary servant, the guards paid him no particular attention, grinning widely. All right, we have time. Let's grab a drink together. Beckett harbored murderous intent, but realized the front gate was sparsely guarded, though still within the Dante family compound. Ishan decided against action and led the group towards a tavern. Once inside a narrow alleyway with no one around, Beckett emerged alone among the 6 who had entered. You asked for death. Wiping the blood from his hands, Beckett headed towards the inn. Reaching the inn's entrance, he saw many people gathered outside. Attack! Edison stood at the gate, seeing the tightly shut door, and commanded the officers. Charge! Inside, Braden looked anxiously at Aliana, knowing that without the prince, the decisions fell to her. Bring things to reinforce this door. Don't let them in. Sweating profusely, Aliana was unaware of Beckett's whereabouts. The front door was nearly breached, and she guessed it might be because of him. She ordered immediate reinforcement of the entrance. Sir, we can't break down the door. After half an incense stick's time, unable to breach the inn, a soldier approached Edison. Are you incompetent? If this route doesn't work, try elsewhere. Fuming, Edison scolded the soldier. Yes, follow me. Ishannering his superior, the soldier led a dozen men away. Watch out, someone's in the back. While focusing on the front, intruders had stormed the rear courtyard. Without orders, the rear guards dared not act first, retreating to the main hall. Distracted, the front door finally broke. Retreat to the second floor. Seeing the dire situation, Aliana ordered everyone upstairs to block the invaders from reaching the upper level. We've finally made it inside. Hashtag chapter 549. Escaping after a conflict erupts. Edison, what exactly are you planning to do? Everly stood on the second floor, looking down at Edison who had stormed in with his men. She demanded an answer. Don't you see? I'm going to kill all of you. Ishannering her voice, Edison glanced up to the second floor and saw that it was Weston's queen speaking. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips as he laughed maniacally and shouted back. I think you're asking for death. If His Majesty finds out about this, your entire family will be executed. Leave now, and I promise no harm will come to you. Upon hearing that they were all going to be killed, Everly felt a wave of tension sweep over her. With only a dozen or so people on her side, there was no way they could fight back. All she could do was invoke the Dantes' name, hoping to scare him off. After listening to Everly's words, Edison's expression turned grim for a moment as he pondered over what she said. Haha, you really make me laugh. I've already thought about the consequences of my actions. Do you really think I would be afraid? Everly hadn't expected that Edison wouldn't be intimidated. Where is Weston? There's been so much commotion here, but where is he? Edison completely dismissed Everly and suddenly recalled something, causing his expression to stiffen. Ishan then looked around the second floor, but couldn't find Weston's presence. Ishan laughed bitterly and asked Everly, Sir, it's not good at all. Just as Edison finished speaking, a soldier rushed into the inn, breathing heavily. Why are you panicking? What happened? Seeing the soldier struggling to speak, Edison slapped him hard across the face. The manor is on fire. Half of you, come with me to put out the fire. The other half, stay here and keep an eye on them. Ishaning that his manor was burning, Edison grew anxious. Ishan quickly glanced up at Everly on the second floor before issuing orders to everyone. Ishan had brought almost all his men when he set out, fearing that he wouldn't be able to capture Weston and his group. Only a few servants remained behind. Ishaning that his manor was burning, he panicked. His entire estate was there and mustn't be damaged. Without wasting any time, he led half his men back. On the second floor, Braden was preparing to make a last stand when he noticed that half of the guards downstairs had left. What's happening? Looking at the remaining officials downstairs, Braden asked in confusion. It must have been the Barnabas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left. Standing at the back, Aiden thought of how Weston hadn't returned yet. The person capable of setting Edison's manor ablaze within the city walls could only be him. Now what should we do? If they return, they won't let us go. Watching the remaining guards glaring at them and remembering Edison's words that he intended to kill everyone, they were terrified, looking at Queen Everly for advice. We can just fight our way out. As long as we get away from here, nothing will happen to us, right? Claudia seemed excited, having never experienced anything so thrilling before, and suggested this with a grin. Don't be ridiculous. Braden glanced at Claudia, clearly displeased by his sister's suggestion. No, this time we'll listen to Claudia. Everly and Aiden exchanged a look before Everly addressed everyone. Yes, ma'am. Everyone hesitated at first, but followed the Queen's order without question, getting ready for the attack. Edison, returning to his manor, saw several rooms engulfed in flames as soon as he entered. Quick, extinguish the fire immediately. Seeing the fire was raging through his study, which contained many valuable antiques and important documents, he urged everyone desperately. Meanwhile, Weston sat atop a roof, watching Edison scramble around. Ishan glanced at the sky, realizing it was time to leave. Earlier, upon returning to the inn's entrance, Weston had found it surrounded by Edison's soldiers. If he had stepped out then, Edison would certainly have seen him. Upon noticing his absence from the inn, Edison might have connected the dots between Dante Manor and his own situation. This would have caused unnecessary complications, so Weston decided on a relieving errand while besieging Wei strategy. When Weston returned to the inn again, he saw that quite a number of people still guarded the entrance. Now, however, he had no reason to fear them, so he strode towards the door confidently. Who are you? Get lost. As Weston reached the door, a soldier poked his head out, mistaking him for a patron, and rudely ordered him to leave. Without a word, Weston drew his sword and slashed across the soldier's neck, who then crumpled to the ground. The sound outside drew the attention of the people inside the hall, who rushed forward with their weapons. Attack! Seeing Weston return and charge through the front door, Everly issued orders to everyone upstairs. Danteards poured down from the second floor, engaging in a fierce battle with Edison's men. Go inform, sir, they've rebelled. Surprised by the sudden attack, one of Edison's men yelled in alarm. Leave no survivors. Kill them all. Having observed these men for some time, Weston concluded they were all cut from the same cloth as Edison. Ishan didn't plan to spare any of them. Kill. By the time the fighting ended, Weston was exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Where have you been? Why did you take so long? Seeing Weston sitting on the ground, Everly, Aiden, and Claudia hurriedly approached him with concern. I had some business last night that worried you. I'm sorry. Looking at their worried faces, Weston smiled reassuringly. Enough talk. We need to leave this place quickly. Realizing time was running out and that the fire at Edison's manor was nearly extinguished, Weston knew that if Edison returned after putting out the fire, they would have difficulty escaping. Let's go. The group left the inn and headed swiftly towards the city gates. Wait, we shouldn't go this way. Let's head to the west gate. Just as they were heading towards the east gate, Weston stopped and gave new directions. The west gate? Why? Isn't this the opposite direction? Everyone was confused by Weston's decision and asked skeptically. There's no time to explain now. Growing increasingly anxious, Weston urged them to hurry. With no further delay, the rest mounted their horses and rode toward the west gate. Sir, the fire. Everyone looked towards the west of the city. Only when danger strikes would the city gates release smoke. Someone was attempting to breach the gate. The onlookers, unsure what to do, watched as Edison remained unconscious. The soldiers at the west city resisted, but it was futile. Weston swiftly subdued everyone and left the city with his men. Sir, you're finally awake. By evening, the doctor had prescribed some medicine for the unconscious Edison. After taking the medicine, Edison gradually regained consciousness. Upon waking up, everyone around him was incredibly relieved and quickly surrounded him. What happened? Holding his head, Edison asked the crowd. Sir, during the day? Just as he was puzzled, the butler recounted the events of the day. What? Weston escaped. Before fainting, Edison was fully aware of the situation, but he didn't know what happened afterward. Other matters were insignificant compared to the escape, which worried him greatly. Yes, when we returned to put out the fire, they suddenly attacked at the inn. Our people couldn't react fast enough and were all killed. They then fled through the west city gate, killing many of our men. Send someone to chase after them. Ishaning that the culprits had escaped, Edison urgently ordered his subordinates. Sir, they've already been gone for half a day. If we chase now, it's too late. Though he considered Edison's suggestion, the idea wasn't feasible. 50+ people at the inn failed to stop a dozen enemies. Chasing them would only lead to their deaths. It's over. As Weston disappeared into the distance, Edison closed his eyes, realizing he was doomed. Be quiet, or we won't be gentle. On the other side, Weston and his group, who managed to escape, weren't faring well. They were captured by others. Who are you? Facing unfamiliar faces, Aliana asked with anger. You don't need to know that. Come, let's drink. Charlton was in the military camp outside the city. Old Dante, why are you here? Sitting in the main seat, Bertie glanced at Charlton. I'm here to ask for your help. Charlton didn't dare be disrespectful to the seated figure, a fourth-ranked general, Che. Just say what you have to say. Che knew Charlton wouldn't come without reason. Being old foxes, neither held much favor for each other. Che spoke sternly. I came today, actually to discuss something with Bertie. Just as Charlton prepared to speak, a voice came from outside, followed by a soldier entering. General, 7 of our soldiers were killed by Edison. Upon hearing this, Che stood up angrily. What? General, calm down. It must be a misunderstanding. Rushing to appease the furious general, he knew Charlton. Realizing their interest in the horses, the officer provided the information. Take me to them immediately. Familiar with the royal stable's horses, Armin eagerly requested to see them. All right, follow me. Given the visitor's high status, the officer led the group quickly. Reaching a tent, Armin rushed inside. Armin. Seeing Armin enter, those inside were visibly surprised. Barnabas brothers, it really is you. Chapter 551, Capturing Charlton. The people who were tied up in the tent all stood up excitedly when they saw Armin enter. Your Highness, what happened to you? Seeing that the prince and princess were all tied up here, while he had clearly left them in the city earlier, someone exclaimed. It's a long story. Quickly untie us. Weston sighed after saying this. I brought reinforcements this time, along with the Dantes' edict. Edison can't do anything now? Very good indeed. Weston, who was being untied, nodded in satisfaction at Armin's words. Let's hurry out of here. Seeing that the ropes were already loosened, Armin urged the group anxiously. Weston also walked toward the tent entrance, but stopped just outside. Pay homage to the Barnabas. Porter and his agents from the Western factory bowed respectfully to Weston. No need for formalities. I'm no longer the prince. Here. Armin recalled the prince's plan to use the army outside the city to control the entire fortress. Knowing Edison had many supporters within the city, their current forces might not suffice. Amosra, Lord Patrick, gentlemen, this way. The captain had already sent word to Bertie and hurriedly led the group forward. General, the Eastern Depot agents have arrived and seem to be looking for you. A soldier reported this to Bertie. Eastern Depot? Che scratched his head, puzzled as he had never crossed paths with them before. Why would they come now? General Amoson, I have matters to attend to, so I'll return home. We should catch up over drinks later. Eschannering the Eastern Depot mentioned, Charlton felt uneasy. Fearing they might be after him, he quickly excused himself from Che. All right, I'll spare Bukuro Yuanhong for your sake, or I'd really kill him. Che agreed, thinking it better not to make things worse for future meetings. Just as Che escorted Charlton away, Porter and his group arrived. General, this is Lord Patrick of the Western Factory. Patrick, greetings. This is Barnabas Dingingbay Weston. The captain introduced each visitor, and Che was startled by their prestigious identities. Weston noticed Charlton walking away. Recognizing the visitor's status, Charlton sped up. Remembering the servant, he tipped 10 taels at his gate. To his surprise, that servant was the prince. He resting on Weston for a longer moment, then asked Armin, You, if we search your home, wouldn't everything be clear? Eschannering that he still didn't admit, Armin replied, Amosra, but if nothing is found, I will need you to give me an explanation, or else I won't stop until I bring this matter all the way to the capital. Charlton wasn't afraid at all. He had long hidden the armor in a safe place. Even if they searched, they wouldn't find anything. Facing the threats of these few people, Charlton remained calm and looked at everyone around him. Weston and Porter simply didn't care what happened next. Che and Armin's faces were less than pleasant. They knew, just as Charlton said, that if things went wrong, it would indeed be hard to resolve. It's fine. I'll find the evidence, take him away. They were wary inside, but Weston wasn't scared. Even without the Dantes' favor, he was free of any official position. What could anyone do even if they sued him? Your Highness, sir, please come in. Beside them, Che was thoroughly confused, not fully grasping the situation, so he hurriedly let the group into the tent. Che, receive the Imperial Edict. After entering the tent, Porter took out the Imperial Edict and read it aloud to Che. Everyone knelt upon hearing the edict, except Weston, who remained seated. Porter noticed but didn't comment, continuing to read the edict. By Imperial Decree. After reading the edict, Porter handed it over to Che. Che receives the edict. Upon hearing the Dantes' command, Che accepted the edict, confirming its content matched what had been read aloud. Che will heed the orders of your Highness and sir. Early the next morning, Che gathered the troops. Just stay here. After donning his armor, Weston spoke to his 3 wives. The situation in the city was unclear, and the other party might act recklessly. Besides, Aiden, Everly, and Claudia couldn't defend themselves if anything happened. But we're worried about you going. Why can't someone else go? Just wait here quietly until it's over. The 3 women understood how perilous this trip was, and were naturally concerned for Weston. Oh dear, looks like I interrupted something. I'll come back later. At that moment, Porter walked in and heard the argument, promptly turning to leave. Don't go. What's going on? Grabbing Porter before he left, Weston asked urgently. Yes, everything is prepared. We can set off now. Responding to Weston's call, Porter quickly replied. Let's go. Glancing at his wives, Weston turned and left. Aiden, Everly, and Claudia watched as Weston rode away, stepping out of their tents to watch him leave. Your Highness, rest assured. My camp is secure. I'll protect the princesses. Deputy immediately upon entering the city. Yes, sir. Following the order, the deputy quickly dispatched the troops. Your Highness, where do we go first? Now that the city gates were secured, Edison couldn't escape. Victory seemed within reach. Che, having read the edict, understood the Dantes wanted everyone to assist Barnabas Bryant, intending to credit the victory to him. Ishana to the government office first, and apprehend Edison. Considering Weston's command, everyone agreed and headed towards the office. No, Che has brought troops into the city. Edison, still eating breakfast, received this urgent news from a servant. Che is in the city? So what? Chapter 553, Capture Edison, but no evidence found. Upon hearing the servant's words, Edison paid no heed. To him, Che was merely a petty clown who played minor roles. Although their ranks were not far apart, Che still had to obey his commands. Thinking back to how Charlton had mediated relations yesterday, Che, driven by his pride, had brought men into the city. You may go now. Feeling that nothing serious had happened, Edison waved off the servant casually. But sir, I know, get out. Edison was feeling somewhat disturbed and didn't want to listen to more nonsense from the servant, so he spoke impatiently. Yes. The servant had more to say, but the courtyard, prepared for any attack. After dealing with those in the front yard, Weston and others headed towards the back courtyard. Upon reaching the hallway, they halted. Weston, it has been quite some time. Edison looked at Weston and greeted him with a smile. It's been a while since our last meeting at the inn. Never expected we would meet again here at your residence. Weston smiled back at Edison as though they were old friends. Edison, today your life hangs by a thread. If you surrender your weapons, I can guarantee you a dignified death. Ishaning the prince being so courteous to Edison, Che felt frustrated. Ishan bore a deep grudge against Edison but couldn't act due to their ranks. Now with this golden opportunity, he didn't want to let it slip easily. Weston and Porter looked at Che, realizing he wanted to provoke Edison. Seeing Edison still had over 20 men with him, if a fight broke out, although Edison would certainly die, it would come at a cost to their side as well. Since you've put it this way, there's nothing left to discuss. Let's fight. Of course, Edison did not wish to die, but knowing Che wouldn't spare him, he resolved to fight rather than beg for mercy. Wait. Weston tried to stop him upon hearing Edison's words. Kill them all, leave none alive. As Weston spoke, Che pulled out his blade and gave orders to the soldiers. The two sides clashed fiercely within the round but maintained a smug smile, taunting him. I haven't forgotten, but the Ming dynasty has laws. I believe justice will prevail. Che sheathed his sword and ordered the soldiers to take Edison away. Seeing Che hold back, Weston breathed a sigh of relief. If Che had acted rashly, it would have complicated matters. Search thoroughly. See if anything can be found in the house. Despite searching the entire government office, they found no evidence, leaving everyone puzzled. Ha ha ha, you'll never find anything incriminating against me. You won't catch me. After the previous incident, Edison had burned all correspondence, some by his own hand, and some thanks to Weston's fire, which ensured a clean slate. Now what? Without evidence, Edison won't die easily. Everyone was baffled, especially Che, who was eager to punish him to vent his anger. Don't worry. This isn't a task one person can accomplish alone. Who does he usually rely on? Seeing Che's anxiousness, Weston patted him on the shoulder and asked, still unfamiliar with the local situation. Hashtag chapter 554. The Manuel is the biggest Christian. People around him? Ishaning the prince's words, Che fell into deep thought. Indeed, many things Edison could not handle himself. Seeing the corrupt official finally being arrested. Wah. Walking to the entrance, Edison saw Charlton in chains, just like himself. Christopher to his covered mouth. His mumbling was incoherent. To the Dante family estate. Weston rode his horse, holding two ropes, each tying one person. Everyone headed towards the Dante family. Arriving at the Dante family estate, there were no signs of disturbance as usual. Bad news. Come out quickly. Seeing the army approaching, the servants at the gate hurriedly called for help. Oh, looks like the Dante family is impressive, having so many bodyguards. Looking at the people blocking the entrance, Weston pulled Charlton forward and said, My apologies, your highness. Everyone, put down your weapons. Stepping forward, Charlton looked at the crowd by the gate, feeling speechless. They hadn't even seen clearly who came but already pulled out their weapons. Furiously, he ordered the guards and servants to put away their weapons. Master? What's going on? Seeing the master bound, the guards and servants were puzzled, unsure of what happened. Don't argue. Drop your weapons. After waiting for a while, noticing no one dropped their weapons, Charlton became furious and roared at everyone. Release our master immediately, or things will get worse for us all. At that moment, Fabio emerged from the crowd and addressed Weston. Aldenf, are you joking? The Dante family secretly forged armor, stored it, transported it, and sold it. This crime deserves death. Do you have any further arguments? Seeing Fabio speak boldly, Weston showed the imperial decree to the Dante family members. No one kneel. We're already doomed. This crime calls for the execution of 9 generations. Even if you drop your weapons, the court won't spare us. Just as Fabio hesitated, someone inside the mansion shouted, Everyone, pick up your weapons. Upon hearing these words, Fabio commanded everyone to do so. They were almost intimidated when suddenly a troublemaker appeared, catching Weston's attention. You're digging your own grave. Remembering the horrific scene at the yamen, wanting to pacify everyone by having them drop their weapons, Charlton knelt down, lowering his head in despair as he saw the others still resistant. Aren't you Edison's strategist? Recognizing the man who emerged, Edison and Charlton identified him first. Since Edison's mouth was covered, Charlton exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing Charlton's words, Weston's gaze followed, surprised to find the unexpected. Remove whatever is in Edison's mouth. Noticing Edison wanted to speak, Weston ordered Armin. Why are you here? Seeing the advisor appear, Edison was bewildered. You're working for him. Immediately after Edison's words, a black arrow pierced through his chest. Realizing something instantly, he pointed toward the advisor holding the bow before dying. Without stopping, the advisor drew another arrow, aiming to kill Charlton and cover up the crime. Barnabas, save me. I'll tell you everything. Seeing Edison die before his eyes, Charlton, terrified by the ongoing attempt to kill him, quickly cried out to Weston for help. Unlike Edison, Charlton was not fearless and would have resisted earlier if he had the courage. Armin, witnessing the assassination attempt, Weston, seated on his horse, reacted just in time, ordering Armin standing beside Charlton. An arrow flew towards Charlton, but Armin stepped forward, drawing his sword to deflect it. Why attack our master? The Dante family Gustavo watched, thinking the advisor was distracting them but realizing he aimed at the master, pushing aside the latter in question. Die, you too. Angry at the talkative Gustavo, the advisor stabbed him to death with a dagger after breaking his bow. Farrell, Charlton, narrowly escaping death, witnessed his Gustavo killed, shouting loudly. Master, I cannot stay with you. Farrell lay on the ground, glancing at Charlton, using his last breath to speak. Braden, where are you, Braden? Seeing the audacity of the attacker, Weston remembered his crossbow lead directly into the mansion. As everyone was at a loss, Charlton spoke up. Quickly speak. Ishannering Charlton had a solution, Armin urged anxiously. I need you to agree to 2 conditions. Now you dare to set conditions when you're already a prisoner? If not for me, you'd be dead already. Standing beside, Armin scowled and spoke harshly to Charlton. These are separate matters. I appreciate you saving me, and I will tell you what I know, but I must have these 2 conditions met. Seeing this, Weston, feeling helpless, said to Armin, tell us your conditions. With no immediate plan and facing the closed gates, Weston turned his attention to Charlton. First, my wife and children are innocent. Please let the court spare them. Understanding that Weston was no longer the Barnabas of Northern Defense, he looked at Porter, who hadn't spoken much since they arrived. Only the Western Depot, a powerful institution, could decide on the fate of the entire family. That's beyond my power, but I'll do everything I can to protect them. Porter, noticing the prince's gaze, dared not take it lightly. Ishan replied cautiously to Charlton. Thank you. Charlton knew well what crime he committed, and this assurance was enough. Second, kill the man from before. I want revenge for Farrell. If the clerk hadn't spoken those words, his Gustavo Farrell and the servants wouldn't have rebelled, avoiding the current situation. Amidst the confusion, a guard spoke up. How do you know this? Ishannering of a possible escape, the clerk approached him. One day, after Master drank too much, I took him back, and he mentioned a secret passage leading inside. But he got too drunk before telling me where it was. Does anyone know where it is? This is our only chance. If we fail, we'll all die here. Seeing silence, the clerk growled at everyone. Sir, Charlton wouldn't tell servants something so important. Everyone glanced at each other and shook their heads. A servant stepped forward. True. We're just servants. Quiet. Frustrated by their chatter, the clerk waved impatiently. Bring Charlton's wife and child here. Realizing these servants didn't know, he figured Charlton's family must. After his command, no one moved. What are you waiting for? Do as I say. Standing, the clerk walked among them. His wife and child are innocent. They've always treated us well. The guards and servants bowed their heads, one whispering. Slap. The sound of a slap echoed. Does it hurt? The clerk asked the slapped guard. Yes, he answered, clutching his face. I don't think it hurts compared to a beheading. If we don't escape, that's what awaits you. Yes. Several guards then headed towards the rear courtyard. Relieved they finally listened, the clerk sighed. Soon, a woman and a boy around 10 years old were brought into the hall. Good evening, madam. The clerk greeted her respectfully. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? Charlton's son, angered, struck the clerk with his small fists. Hashtag chapter 556, discovering the secret passage. Cora, it doesn't matter who I am right now. What matters is that we are all trapped here and can't leave through the main gate. Please tell us how we can get out. The clerk remained very polite as he smiled and asked Cora, aware that this was the Dante residence where everyone clearly held her in high regard from their earlier demeanor. Ishan didn't want to cause trouble. I don't know who you are. How dare you cause a disturbance in the Dante household? Get him out of here. Cora obviously hadn't fully grasped the situation. Earlier, she had only heard about some big events happening at the front and was told to hide with her son. She didn't expect to be brought here. After Cora finished speaking, no one in the room made any move. Why aren't you moving? Have you all become deaf? Cora's eyes scanned the room, bewildered by the lack of action. All right, Cora, you should know what Charlton has been up to. The officials are already outside. If we're caught, not just our lives will be lost, but even our clans will perish. Do you think they'd choose to listen to you at such a time? The clerk stood there, laughing slightly after hearing her words. Humph, the Dante family really raised a bunch of ingrates for nothing. Cora knew well what Charlton had been doing. She had tried to stop him, but to no avail. Now that the East Depot incident had broken out, she didn't want to evade responsibility, but what chilled her heart was that these servants and guards, who had received benefits from the Dante family, refused to heed her words when it mattered. Lady, you can't blame us. Who would have thought Lord Dante's illegal armor manufacturing would drag us into his fate too? You're the ones at fault. We are innocent too and wish to live. One by one, the guards and servants stepped forward, shouting angrily. They had joined the Dante family merely for food and shelter, never expecting it could cost them their lives. Seeing this, Cora hugged her son tightly, fearing what these servants might do in their panic. Everyone, be quiet. Noticing the escalating tension, the clerk quickly interrupted. Cora, please tell me where the secret passage in the house is. We just want to leave. Once everyone calmed down, the clerk looked at Cora and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's no secret passage in the house. Cora shook her head firmly upon hearing the clerk's words. That's impossible. Someone as shrewd as Charlton couldn't have not prepared an escape route. The clerk's face darkened as he glared at Cora. Humph, are you stupid or something? If there were a secret passage, wouldn't I have fled already? Why would I waste time talking to you? Ishannering this, despair filled the room. People had hoped for a slim chance of escape, but now realized there was no secret passage, leaving them disappointed. About the secret passage. Just as the clerk also felt despair, little Master Dante, in Cora's arms, spoke up. As soon as her son started speaking, Cora covered his mouth. "Buckertal Master, what did you say?" No one heard the boy's words except the clerk, who stared intently at Cora, suspecting she knew more. "Don't know what you're talking about. Bad man, leave my mommy alone." Buckertal Master Dante swung his fists at the clerk. "My patience is limited. Tell me where the secret passage is." The clerk grabbed Buckertal Master Dante and stared hard at Cora. I'll talk. Seeing her son struggling to breathe, Cora finally gave in. "If you had spoken sooner, we wouldn't be here. Bring us there quickly." With the sound of the door being smashed from outside, the clerk urgently instructed Cora, "Follow me." Knowing her son's life was in danger, Cora led them without hesitation. "Is this it?" Once they reached her room, the clerk saw nothing unusual and grabbed the little master, looking at Cora. "Not yet, I haven't activated the mechanism." Cora walked to a wall, pulled a ring, and the wall rotated to reveal a door. "There, that's the secret passage you wanted. Can I have my son back now? Let's go." Seeing the secret passage open, the clerk ordered the guards and servants to follow. Once everyone was inside safely, he released the little master. "Cora, why not come with us? Staying here means certain death alongside Charlton." As he entered the passage, the clerk turned and looked at Cora, feeling a twinge of regret seeing her still beautiful despite the circumstances. "I'd rather die here than leave." Humph. Disappointed, Beckett left without another word. At that moment, the door burst open as Armin stormed in, finding the place mostly empty. "Arrest them all." Armin rushed in, seeing no one, and immediately headed toward the rear courtyard. Upon entering, he found only women and children remaining. They left via the secret passage. Cora pointed to the entrance, addressing Armin. "Cora, I presume?" Armin approached the entrance, smiling as he confirmed with her. "Yes, chase after them quickly. It's not too late to catch them." Cora harbored no fondness for those who threatened her son. "Don't worry, someone is waiting for them on the other end of the passage." Armin laughed, turning to Cora. "How do you close this passage?" Looking at the entrance, Armin marveled at its hidden nature, wondering how it remained unnoticed until now. Hashtag chapter 557, Amos Mission to Justice. Understanding to Armin's words, Adelita was somewhat surprised, and then closed the secret passage's door. "Sir, the entrance behind us is closed." As they walked through the secret passage, one of the guards noticed the light from behind had vanished and anxiously informed the price. "Humph, that wretched woman. She must be trying to trap us here. We should have taken that child with us." Seeing the light disappear behind him, the price realized he had made a fatal mistake. Ishan looked back and muttered to himself, "What do we do now?" Walking in the secret passage, the servants and guards were momentarily at a loss in the dark, claustrophobic tunnel. When everyone couldn't see anything, fear rose to an extreme peak within them. "Don't be afraid. There has to be an exit ahead. Otherwise, how did they get through?" The price, noticing everyone's panic, quickly tried to stabilize the group's morale. "Go on." With the price leading the way, everyone felt more assured and hastened towards the exit. How can this be a dead end? When they reached the end, they found no path ahead, only a wall blocking their way. That's not right. This can't be a dead end. Everyone, search around for any mechanisms or hidden passages. They had gone through such trouble to build a straight tunnel, so it wouldn't make sense if it ended at just a wall. There had to be another way out. Found it. After fumbling around in the dark for a while, one person found a loose brick and pressed it down. Half the wall turned, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through. "Go." The price glanced at the ladder behind the wall. Since it led upward, this must be the exit. Ishan took a step back and instructed his servant. Seeing the exit, the servant didn't hesitate and climbed up the ladder immediately. "Sir, it's safe outside. Please come out." Once out of the secret passage, the servant urgently called out to the price inside. "Go." Ishaning that it was safe outside, the price quickly climbed out. Breathing in fresh air, he felt a sense of rebirth. "Destroy this secret passage. Don't let anyone else follow us." After everyone had exited, the price looked at the passage's entrance and ordered the others. Now that they had escaped, the secret passage was useless. Thinking about Adelita's earlier gaze made him seethe with anger. Since she refused to go with him, he would cut off her escape route too. Upon hearing the price's command, the others were confused. They thought they should be fleeing rather than destroying the passage. Cough, cough. To prevent the soldiers from catching us through the secret passage, we barely escaped. Anyone who wants to be caught again can do as they please. Seeing that nobody moved, the price felt somewhat awkward but then explained further. "Let's all give a hand. Bring that cabinet over here and block the entrance." Ishaning the price's words, everyone started moving various objects to block the exit. Having narrowly escaped, they did not want to be captured again. Booker standing to the price's orders, they decided to trust him this time. All done. After completing everything, the price led everyone out of the house. "It looks like we're far from the Dante residence." Looking around the courtyard, which did not resemble the area near the Dante residence, the price smiled at everyone. "Great." Everyone cheered upon hearing the price's words. Just as he opened the courtyard gate, the price froze when he saw what was outside. "Ishan Lo." Weston greeted the price with a smile as he opened the gate. "Quickly, go back inside." Seeing the soldiers outside, the price turned and ran back. After taking a few steps, many people jumped into the courtyard, cutting off their escape. "Greetings, Barnabas Bryant." Seeing they were surrounded, leaving was impossible, the price stepped forward with a forced smile. "Drop your weapons, and I will spare your lives." Weston observed the crowd. Many of them were Seeing everyone lay down their arms, Weston ordered Che. "Yes, your highness." Ishaning the prince's command, Che quickly controlled the situation by rounding up the servants and guards. "Barnabas, sir, since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave now. Che, seeing the situation under control, prepared to leave. Edison was dead, and his vengeance achieved. The rest wasn't his concern. Wait, Barnabas. I need to stay here a few more days to discuss some matters. Could General Amosin arrange a place for us? Before Che could leave, Porter, who had been silent until now, stopped him. Chapter 558, Detention. Although the immediate issue has been resolved, the masterminds behind the scenes have yet to be uncovered. This time, Barnabas Flint sent Porter not merely to observe, but to conduct an investigation. Even though the suspects have been apprehended, the real puppeteers in the capital still remain hidden. General Amosin, have you made any arrangements for our stay? Asked Weston, who felt the need for a rest. Since arriving here, he had barely had a moment's peace. His gaze shifted towards Che as he spoke. Well, the Price's office hasn't been cleaned up yet, and there really isn't anywhere suitable at the moment, replied Che, momentarily perplexed by the request. Normally, accommodations would be arranged at the Price's office, but now it was filled with corpses and hadn't been cleared yet. His own military camp outside the city walls was too rudimentary to properly host the prince and the eunuch, posing a significant challenge. Your Highness, I think this place is perfect, remarked Armin, pointing towards the Dante residence. Earlier, Armin had toured the Dante residence and knew its interior rivaled even the prince's palaces in the capital. Yes, exactly. The Dante residence is empty now. Your Highness and Sir Patrick can stay here. Che realized this solution and smiled, addressing both Weston and Porter. Fine, let's stay here, agreed Weston after glancing around. Finding the location satisfactory, he nodded contentedly. The prison was already overcrowded. Everyone, quiet down, shouted a guard, struggling to maintain order as more inmates were crammed into the already limited space following the detention of the Dante family. I never thought that such a prominent clan like the Dante family would come to this, laughed the other prisoners, their mocking laughter echoing around the incarcerated members of the Dante family. Members of the Dante family hung their heads in silence. Charlton stood by the barred window, staring out into the distance. Mother, why are we here? Asked the young boy nestled in his mother's arms, bewildered by the harsh words and the grim surroundings. It's all right, we'll be out soon, reassured Adelita, tears streaming down her cheeks as she held her 5-year-old son close. She couldn't believe their sudden misfortune. Ishanaring his son's innocent question, tears also welled up in Charlton's eyes. Ishan hadn't anticipated that one poor decision would bring ruin upon his entire family. Dan teared. I need to see Barnabas Debay. I have something important to tell him. With newfound resolve, Charlton approached the cell bars and shouted to the guard. Ishani, can you keep it down at this hour of the night? The sleeping guard grumbled, approaching the cell where Charlton stood shouting. I have something urgent to discuss with Barnabas Debay. Please convey this message. If he wants to know everything, I'll tell him. Have him come and see me right away. Realizing death loomed near, Charlton didn't want his 5-year-old child and wife to die with him. Ishan sensed Barnabas Debay wasn't a man who killed indiscriminately. Perhaps there was a chance for mercy if he spoke frankly. It's late. Why didn't you speak earlier? The guard muttered, waving off the plea. Please, this is very important. Don't leave yet. Charlton quickly interjected as the guard turned away. Do you intend to let us sleep or not? Shut up. The other inmates, mostly death row prisoners, rose from their bunks and angrily shouted at Charlton. I'm done. I won't shout anymore. Charlton hastily bowed, avoiding further confrontation as the angry gazes fell upon him. The inmates returned to their bunks. Charlton, have you truly thought this through? Came a voice from the adjacent cell as Charlton prepared to rest. Hemph, what's it to you? Charlton retorted coldly, recognizing the voice as Liu Yuanhong's secretary. After seeing his family, Charlton learned the events leading up to this disaster. Ishan couldn't believe they targeted his child to threaten his wife into revealing the secret passage. Haha, don't get so worked up. When I got the location of the secret passage, I wanted to take your wife with me, but she refused. She chose to die with you. Do you mean to say my wife and child won't be safe just because I reveal everything? What do you think? The secretary asked, causing Charlton's face to turn pale. Nothing, just a reminder. You know who the higher-ups are better than anyone. Even if you secure their safety, fate will catch up, said the secretary ominously, letting Charlton draw his own conclusions before walking away. Charlton sat on the ground, realizing the truth of the secretary's words. The higher-ups would never allow witnesses to live, no matter their innocence. Early next morning. This courtyard is indeed quite nice, commented Weston, noticing the beautiful garden while waking up to find Porter feeding fish by the pond. Not bad at all. Selling armor is a lucrative business. Even someone like Charlton, just a middleman, profited handsomely, remarked Porter, sitting beside Weston after finishing feeding the fish. Beside him, Porter, upon hearing the prince's words, shifted his gaze to the guard as well, realizing he had nearly forgotten this detail. It was very late last night. I thought you were resting, so I didn't want to disturb you. I made Charlton wait until early this morning to report it. The guard, intimidated by the prince's stare, trembled and quickly explained. After the guard finished explaining, Weston didn't release his grip but kept holding the guard tightly. Your Highness, the most urgent matter now is to interrogate Charlton and get all the information he knows. Noticing the prince hadn't let go, Porter rushed over and whispered in Weston's ear. Aldemf, Armin, you follow him and bring Charlton, his wife, children, and that secretary here. Upon hearing Porter's suggestion, Weston finally released the guard and commanded Armin. Yes, don't delay any further. Armin immediately seized the guard and headed out. Your Highness, please drink some tea to calm down. These guards aren't like those in the capital. Once Weston sat down, Porter brought a cup of tea over. If Charlton had suddenly died last night, our lead would be lost. Moreover, if he had time to reconsider after wanting to speak last night, what would we do? Weston voiced his dissatisfaction with Porter's earlier actions. Your Highness makes a good point, Porter acknowledged, realizing his oversight and bowed his head. You're now the Grand Eunuch of the Western Depot. You must always think thoroughly and not be blinded. Praising Porter for acknowledging his mistake, Weston patted his shoulder. Your Highness, why don't you return to the capital? His Majesty wouldn't hold it against you. Unexpectedly, Porter understood why Weston, despite his youth, had become an honored prince of the Ming dynasty. Recalling the Dantes' orders, he advised the prince. Why should I return? All the officials harbor treacherous intentions. None of them genuinely wish for the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. They pursue their own interests secretly, fighting among themselves for power and influence. That's why I chose to leave. Weston revealed his true reasons for leaving. Ishan wasn't just tired but felt powerless. Despite his tireless efforts between Shanhaiguan and Nanchaman, he couldn't save the Ming dynasty. Through various channels, he learned that the Jurchen troops were preparing for war, while the southern barbarians watched menacingly. One person alone couldn't reverse the declining situation. Only by taking another path could he hope to save the Ming dynasty from peril. Yes, your Highness is wise. Porter stopped trying to persuade the prince. You're awake. Just as Weston prepared to continue, Everly, Aiden, and Claudia walked out of the room where they had slept the night before. I'll gather a few escorts immediately. Armin acknowledged the command and left. Chapter 560, A True Man. Charlton and his wife looked at the Dante residence, which was still called the Dante residence yesterday. In a short span of time, they had turned from wealthy merchants into prisoners. How ironic. Just as they were feeling sentimental, Claudia approached the trio. Buckertal kid, you're so cute. What's your name? Claudia's gaze fell upon the group being escorted over and noticed a little boy among them. Ishan walked up to the boy with a smile and asked him. Bad man. Charlton's young son, looking at Claudia in front of him, used his head to knock Claudia onto the ground. What are you doing? Weston and others, seeing Claudia being knocked down, quickly rushed over to help him up. Bertrand Han, what are you doing? Charlton, startled by seeing Claudia on the ground, immediately knew he wasn't an ordinary person when he saw the anxious looks on the prince and Patrick Gongong's faces. Ishan squatted down and shouted at his son who attacked Claudia. They are bad people. Gordon, seeing the fearful expression on his father's face, hugged his mother tightly and started crying. It's all right, I'm fine. Claudia, who had been helped up, waved his hand. Bring this child to be locked away first. Wade glanced at the boy and ordered his guards. I beg for mercy. The child is too young and doesn't know better. Please spare him this time. Upon hearing Wade's words, Charlton and his wife knelt down, bowing their heads while pleading for forgiveness for Charlton. That's enough. Get up. Claudia, seeing Charlton and Cora kneeling, hurriedly tried to help them up, but they refused to stand. My lord, please forgive my son. He is only 5 years old. That's enough. I forgive all of you. Claudia glanced at Weston and Wade, noticing everyone watching him. Looking at the poor family before him, especially the tear-streaked face of Cora, Claudia could not bear it any longer and spoke up. Thank you, kind lady. Thank you. The couple didn't know Claudia's name, but seeing how both the prince and Wade were concerned about Claudia made them realize his noble status. Patrick Gongong, please start interrogating him. Leave the Dante family trio to me. Weston felt some sympathy and suggested to Wade beside him. My lord, this isn't proper. The Dantes assigned me here specifically to handle this case. If I'm not present? Upon hearing Weston's suggestion, Wade's expression darkened. It wasn't that he wanted to refuse Weston, but because he had direct orders from the Dantes and no other option. Do my words not count? Or do you not trust me? Weston scowled at Wade unhappily. No, I will start the interrogation now. Ishaning the prince's command, Wade dared not say more and hurriedly grabbed the strategist standing nearby, leading him towards a room. No. The strategist hadn't expected to be interrogated by the Jisho inspector. The West Factory's methods instilled fear throughout the Ming dynasty. Regardless of his pleas, Wade dragged him into the room, and screams soon followed. Back in the courtyard, the Dante family stood there, trembling. They feared they would also be treated like that since their son had insulted them earlier. I beg you, my lord, spare my wife and children. Let everything be taken out on me. Charlton swallowed hard, stepping between his wife and son and addressing Weston. My lord, I am willing to go with you. How touching. Seeing their resolute expressions, Weston couldn't help but applaud sarcastically. Claudia felt uncomfortable and prepared to intercede, but Everly stopped him. Both she and Aiden knew Weston well. He wouldn't mistreat women or children. Just release their bindings. Sitting in a recliner, Weston commanded his guards. My lord, these are criminals. If we untie them, I fear they might harm you. Ishansitant, the guards reminded him. Don't worry. Weston waved it off, not concerned that Charlton would pose a threat. Tosha, take Ewer, Bertrand Booker, and Cora and her children for a walk. I have things to discuss with Mr. Dante. Weston instructed Everly, seeing the stunned Dante family. My lord. Cora clung to Charlton's hand. Don't worry, go with your son. Charlton knew Weston wouldn't kill him in front of his family if he intended to. This consideration showed some respect for him, and he nodded to his wife. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Weston reassured the anxious Cora with a smile. After she glanced at Charlton one last time, Cora took her son and left with Everly. My lord, ask whatever you need. I will tell you everything. Once his family was gone, Charlton kneeled before Weston, head bowed. AI, get up. You are dishonoring yourself. A man's knees are golden. Don't make me lose respect for you. Weston admired Charlton's willingness to sacrifice himself for his family. But seeing him kneel again, Weston was displeased. Yes, I understand. Ishaning the prince's words, Charlton stood, wiping tears from his eyes. Sit down. We are just old friends catching up. Forget the roles of prince and prisoner. Let's chat simply. Noticing Charlton's uneasy stance, Weston tapped the adjacent recliner. I dare not sit next to the prince. Charlton hesitated, not daring to sit beside the prince. Chapter 561. Execution at the East Gate. It was me who asked you to sit down. What's there for you to hesitate? Weston quickly told Charlton when he saw that Charlton was still hesitant. Yes. It's shattering that even the benefactor, the real mastermind behind everything. Charlton laid back on the chair, gazing up at the sky, speaking to Weston beside him. Tell me more, I am very curious. Booker standing to this, Weston also lay back, the chairs being barely 2 steps apart. When hearing Charlton mention the benefactor as his savior, Weston became more curious and urged him further. Meanwhile, in a small room nearby, the clerk with a gagged mouth was under intense interrogation by agents from the Western Depot. Wah. The previously obstinate clerk couldn't withstand the cruel torture any longer and wanted to speak, but his mouth was gagged. Porter stood beside casually watching, not paying attention to the clerk being tortured. The clerk felt helpless, wishing he had confessed earlier to avoid such suffering. Big sister, will father be okay? On the street, Gordon held Claudia's hand, asking anxiously. Others, including Armin, kept their eyes on Gordon, fearing any harm to the princess. Seeing no ill intent, they finally shifted their gaze. We'll see your father once we're back after having fun. Claudia responded, unsure what to say since even they couldn't predict the Barnabas's temper, hence unsure about Charlton's fate. Aliana understood Claudia's kind heart, and seeing her predicament approached Gordon. Really? That's great. Though just 6 years old, Gordon understood much, clapping happily at the big you. Ishan sat back down. Claudia felt bewildered by Weston's drastic change. This wasn't the Sherman she once knew. Seeing Weston's coldness, she turned to leave. Bertrandly. Seeing Claudia leave, Aliana, torn between pleading with Weston and worrying about Claudia going alone, hurriedly pursued Claudia. You're truly merciless. Aiden shot a look at Weston before retreating to her room. Clap, clap, clap. Barnabas indeed makes decisive decisions. After the 3 consorts left, Porter brought in the battered clerk and commended Weston's firmness. How did things go on your end? Seeing Porter finished interrogating, Weston inquired. These are the confessions, please review. Porter handed over the results. Alden, he's useless now. Execute him with the rest tomorrow. Having reviewed everything thoroughly, Weston concluded the matter. Seeing the beaten state, confirmed the confession's truthfulness. Spare me. I've confessed everything. The severely beaten clerk, hearing he was still to be executed, begged desperately, remembering Charlton's family facing the same fate due to non-disclosure. Despite revealing everything, the prospect of execution terrified him. Desperately looking at Porter, he sought mercy, as Porter had assured him of sparing his life if he cooperated. Thus, he had confessed everything. Sat dejectedly in the corner, gazing at the only window, viewing the outside world through its small opening. Pleasantly spare my child's life, please beg his highness, Adelita pleaded, kneeling before Claudia. Mother, I don't want to ask him. Booker told Gordon, though not fully comprehending, seeing his mother's sorrow, rushed over and grabbed her sleeve. Be silent. Adelita sternly rebuked Gordon upon hearing his words. Bertrand Booker, let's go. Everly arrived at the prison entrance and, noticing Claudia's distress, urged her to leave. I'll do my best, Claudia replied, looking at Adelita inside the cell and feeling sympathetic but helpless. Watching the young Gordon, she resolved to save them. Make sure they're well fed and well cared for, or you'll join them on the execution ground tomorrow. She ordered the prison warden at the entrance. Yes, I will take good care of them, the warden, recognizing Claudia as Lady of Christopher Beiping, bowed in response. Bertrand Booker, let's go. Everly, noticing Claudia's poor mood, pulled her away from the prison. Sister Tosha, why did Brother Sherman do this? Claudia asked while lying in Everly's arms in the carriage, tears streaming down her face. According to Ming law, the Dante family truly broke the law, and their punishment is death for all family members. It's fortunate that no further relatives were implicated, Everly explained. Even if another official had been involved, they wouldn't dare bend the law. If Weston showed favoritism now, future offenders might expect leniency, making the law meaningless. I understand, Claudia nodded after Everly's explanation. By noon, Weston, Porter, and various city officials gathered at the eastern city gate. Bravo! Kill them, right? The crowd cheered, showing no sympathy for the extermination of the Dante family. Standing below the platform, the Dante family saw this and realized they had made grave mistakes. The time has come. Bring the prisoners forward. The newly appointed Price glanced at the prince and eunuch before speaking, acknowledging their superior authority despite his own title. Seeing both the prince and eunuch nod, the Price commanded the constables. Porter noticed a small tent near the execution platform, and then saw 2 adults and a child brought to the center. Barnabas, is this your arrangement? Do I not have the right? Weston retorted without turning his gaze from the platform. No. Porter dared not argue with the prince, reflecting inwardly on how Weston could suddenly disregard the rules he preached just yesterday. Odd. Why are the prisoners wearing hoods? The Price noticed something amiss, but looked to the prince for guidance. If we delay, it won't be proper. Carry out the execution. The prince ordered, and the Price tossed a token to the ground. Execute. The executioner's blade swung, and 3 heads fell to the ground. After the execution, the crowd gradually dispersed. Barnabas, I have completed the Emperor's task. I should return to the capital. There's much to handle. Porter stood up and bowed to Weston. Be safe on your journey. No need for me to instruct you on how to report back to the Emperor. Weston responded without hesitation, smiling. Rest assured, I understand. Porter, aware of Weston's unspoken message, smiled back. Barnabas, you really won't return? I will, after my trip to Shanhaiguan, Weston replied, understanding Porter's concern about the Emperor's instructions. Right, His Majesty wanted me to inform you that your son has entered the palace and needn't worry about safety. Ishan is already an 8th rank Imperial Cavalry Dantiered. Ishanra is the Imperial Edict. You mean Alden Ping is given an official post? Don't jest. Chapter 563. Rescuing 3 people. After hearing Porter's words, Weston stood rooted to the spot in disbelief. Ishan had no worries about Flint taking his child into the palace. Flint wouldn't harm Giles. But when he heard the latter part of Porter's statement, He froze completely, unable to believe what he was saying. After all, his son was only around 1 year old. How could he be an 8th rank Yunqiwai? Ishan thought Porter was joking. When I arrived, there were so many things that I forgot. Quickly bring out the Imperial Decree. Seeing Weston's disbelief, Porter said to his confidant, Sir. The aide hurriedly retrieved the Imperial Decree from a package and handed it to the supervisor. Oh, I haven't announced it yet. Just as Porter was about to go through the motions, the Imperial Decree was snatched away by Weston. There's no need for that. I can read it myself. Weston waved his hand, never one for pretense. As he looked at the content of the decree, he finally believed it. His son was indeed an 8th rank Yunqiwai. I congratulate His Highness here. When we return to the capital, you must invite me for a drink. Seeing Weston finally believing and looking pleased, a rare sight on the face of the Abdul, Porter couldn't help but smile. Weston, now more delighted than if he had been appointed to office himself, also smiled back. That's a certainty. There'll be plenty of good wine then. Ishan when you quickly put away the Imperial Decree, happy as he responded to Porter. Well, we should be on our way. Enjoy yourself, Your Highness. Seeing it was getting late, Porter decided it was time to leave, smiling at Weston. All right, I won't see you off. As Porter left with his entourage, Weston was overjoyed and hurried back to the mansion to share the good news with his wives involved. If the incident was reported to the Dante family's treason charges and Weston's protection of family members would certainly cause suspicion. Moreover, Weston wasn't officially the Abdul anymore, so his word alone wouldn't carry much weight. What's going on? Who killed whom? Armin was confused, listening to Aiden and Claudia's words, asking the prince. Don't ask me. They think I killed 3 death row prisoners and blame me. Maybe they're all living Buddhas. Weston shrugged, acting innocent. You killed the Dante family and act like nothing happened. Claudia was clearly upset by Weston's indifferent attitude. Miss Mu, you've misunderstood His Highness. Who's that? Claudia, already agitated, turned her head to the new voice. Dante Foreign, Gordon. Claudia saw Dante Foreign, Gordon, and Charlton standing safely behind, smiling at her. She was momentarily stunned. Ah, ghosts. Realizing these people were supposed to be executed, she hid behind Weston in fear. Everly and Aiden were also startled, but didn't react as strongly. Seeing the Dante family intact proved Weston hadn't killed them. Weren't you against me killing them? Now that I haven't and brought them here, you're afraid? Weston laughed, watching Claudia's frightened reaction. They didn't die? Then who did? Claudia asked Armin, confused. I never said the ones killed were them. Armin shrugged, just as baffled. Sherman, his heart. I knew you weren't that kind of person. Everly also smiled at Weston after listening to the story. Cough, cough. Weston wasn't waiting for Everly to speak, but shifted his gaze to Claudia and Aiden, giving them a stern look even though they were unaware of the situation. His Highness, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'm the same. Brother Sherman. Are you angry with your little sister? Seeing Aiden apologizing, Claudia approached Weston, grabbed one of his hands, and began to coo at him. Claudia's act of being playful made everyone uncomfortable. All right, I forgive you both. Weston couldn't take Claudia's cajoling any longer and quickly spoke up. Ha ha ha. Everyone around them burst into laughter, asking for a beating. Claudia noticed the disapproving look in Weston's eyes and started playfully roughhousing with him. Yeah, what's this? Just as Weston and Claudia were fooling around, Everly noticed something hanging from Weston's waist, picked it up curiously, and asked, Wait a moment, this is great news. A joyous occasion for our royal house. Upon seeing the imperial edict taken by Everly, Weston quickly retrieved it and announced to everyone with a smile. What good news? Enchanting Weston's words, everyone turned their attention to him. The 3 members of the Dante family in the courtyard also looked over. Your Highness, we don't quite belong here. Could you please find a place for us? We appreciate it. Claudia and others glanced at the Dante family of 3, realizing they were about to announce important news for the Diving North Royal House. As outsiders, they shouldn't remain here. Charlton also sensed the awkwardness and addressed His Highness. Do you want to go somewhere? I saved your lives, so now you belong to me. Are you trying to escape? Weston asked Charlton sternly upon hearing their words. I dare not. Seeing His Highness' displeasure, Charlton pulled his wife and son to kneel on the ground. Ha ha ha. The others watching couldn't help but laugh. You're so foolish. Charlton's wife slapped his back. Your Highness, what do you mean? Realizing what was happening, Charlton looked up at His Highness. Exactly, you are now part of the Bryant Royal House. Your lives belong to me. From now on, you only need to work for me. Weston hurried to Charlton's side, helping him and Charlton's wife up and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Even Gordon bowed formally and thanked Weston. This son of yours is smarter than you. Looking at Gordon, Weston felt very fond of him and said with a smile, Armin, cultivate this young lad well. Ishan can take over your position in the future. Thinking of his own son needing protection in the future, Weston saw that Gordon was about the same age as his son, making him an ideal choice. Ishan instructed Armin accordingly. Understood. Armin, understanding the prince's intentions, nodded. At this, everyone gasped. Initially, they thought Gordon was speaking to Armin, but they soon realized he was looking straight at Weston with determined eyes. You little brat. Do you think you can just fly away from this? Wait till I spank you. Charlton, noticing the disappearance of the prince's smile and unsure if the prince was angry, angrily unbuckled his belt and grabbed Gordon, ready to punish him. But Gordon's eyes remained steadfastly focused on Weston. Ha 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 ha. Just as Charlton prepared to strike, Weston burst into laughter. Your Highness, my son is still young. Please punish me instead if necessary. Charlton, confused by the prince's laughter, fell to his knees. You've raised a fine son. Gordon, you will follow Armin. I look forward to the day you defeat me. Weston, seeing the determination in Gordon's eyes, imagined a future general and clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. Certainly. Armin, I entrust him to you. All right. Chapter 565, Cultivating Gordon. When Armin heard Gordon's words, he was reminded of his own past. When he first entered the Barnabas' mansion, he was also just 16 or 17 years old, following the then chief Dan-tiered Earl. His thoughts were similar to Gordon's, but while he wanted to defeat Earl, he wasn't as bold as Gordon, who wanted to challenge the Barnabas himself. Thinking of this, Armin felt a mix of emotions. His former good friend was now separated by life and death. Tosha, you read this imperial decree for everyone. Let everyone be happy and give our little guard some pressure. Looking at Gordon in front of him, who seemed fearless, Weston thought that if his son were like this, he would be content. Ishan then turned to Aiden. Is this true? Aiden took the decree from Weston's hands and, after reading its contents, looked up in surprise and asked Weston, "What?" Alden re up and read it out. Seeing Aiden's shocked expression, they became even more curious about the contents of the decree and urged her on. Our Giles has been appointed as an 8th rank Dodge Cavalry Dan-tiered by His Majesty. Aiden said happily to Claudia and Everly. 8th rank Dodge Cavalry Dan-tiered. And Giles is not yet 1 year old. Upon hearing Aiden's words, Claudia was also stunned. A child barely a year old was already being made into a young general. Gordon had no idea what the Dodge Cavalry Dan-tiered was. Congratulations, Your Highness. Charlton, hearing the prince's words, quickly bowed in gratitude. Don't worry, your son's future achievements will definitely not be low. After looking at Charlton, the prince smiled and said to him, Yes, all thanks to Your Highness's cultivation. Charlton understood the prince's meaning and hurriedly bowed. Your Highness, did you forget something? Just as everyone was happy, Armin whispered to remind him. What? Weston turned to Armin and asked, The Shanhaguan, did you forget? Elon and the others who set out at the beginning are already there. Seeing the prince's appearance, Armin couldn't help but feel speechless. Indeed, here they had lingered and forgotten such an important matter. Ishan quickly reminded him. Oh, I forgot, really forgot. After Armin's reminder, Weston slapped his forehead. Ishan had actually forgotten such an important thing. Charlton, we are going to Shanhaguan next. It's quite a distance. I will have someone send you back to the capital. Stay in my mansion and don't leave until I return. Then we'll decide your next move. Ishan looked at Charlton, thinking that if this family of 3 were to go to Shanhaguan, they would only be a burden. After considering this, he spoke to Charlton. Whatever Your Highness arranges. But I'm worried about the capital. Charlton didn't object much. After all, he had acquaintances in the capital. However, he was somewhat concerned and asked the prince, Don't worry. As long as you stay obediently in the mansion, no one dares to search for you. If not elsewhere, in the capital, Weston could ensure the safety of Charlton. Easton won't let Giles off. Ishaning Weston's words, Everly couldn't hold back her emotions anymore and burst into tears. Alright, this is also why I'm sending you back to the capital, to bring the child out of the palace and home for care. Although Weston trusted Easton, having his child in the palace made him uneasy. Seeing Everly's emotional state, he explained to her, My son has the potential to be a great general. Watching his son Gordon, Charlton laughed happily. Do you know you're pushing Honor into a fire pit? Mrs. Dante, however, was unhappy and scolded Charlton. How can this be a fire pit? We're paving the way for our son. Whether he leaps over the dragon gate depends on himself. His father has done all he can. Charlton envied his son. At 5 years old, he was already favored by the prince, far surpassing Charlton's own daring adventures. Do you understand nothing? Didn't you hear what the decree said? Already an 8th rank Dodge Cavalry Dan-tiered, and only 1 year old, already outshining almost all his peers. The future is limitless. Our son will merely be a green leaf, protecting Bukertal Barnabas' safety. Mrs. Dante saw through the situation clearly and pointed out her understanding to Charlton. How could I not know? The prince saved our whole family. Our lives belong to him. If he wants them, he can take them. With such high status granted, which Weston had turned into a temporary palace since the Dante family was no more, he asked. We have 8 people here, and besides Elon, 9 others are in Shanhaguan, Armin responded after pondering for a moment. Our forces have been decimated. It's time to train new recruits. Weston realized they were severely understaffed, especially facing formidable opponents. Ishan intended to recruit more guards while dealing with Charlton. Your Highness, I don't think it's necessary. Training guards would require substantial expenses, both for training and maintenance. Honestly, relying on Your Highness's reputation should suffice to navigate through the Ming dynasty. Armin voiced his concern, mainly about finances. Navigate? I'm no longer the Bryant Barnabas. This incident shows they intend to kill me. Without this title, I'm just an ordinary person. Without guards, my life might be in danger soon. Weston expressed a different opinion, gesturing helplessly as he explained. How many people do you need, Your Highness? Armin didn't consider this before, realizing the recent events indeed aimed to kill them. The more, the better. Yes, Your Highness. Eschannering this, Armin winced slightly, thinking it seemed like building an army rather than recruiting guards. Your Highness, are you bringing Charlton to the capital to distribute armor to these people? Just as Armin was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and anxiously asked Weston. That's right. Armor plays a crucial role in war, so I want each of my guards to have a set. Weston hadn't told anyone else about this plan, Your Highness? Armin asked. Naturally, at our old residence. Armin, did we take a wrong turn? Weston saw a sign reading Fey Residence, and anxiously confirmed with Armin. No, it matches my memory too. Go find out what's going on. Yes, Your Highness. Armin handed his horse to an attendant, and approached the entrance. You cannot enter. The guards immediately blocked the entrance. Chapter 567. The New Birch Destin. Upon arriving at the door, Armin looked at the few soldiers standing there. Who is your master? Why are you living here? Despite his growing anger, Armin still spoke politely to the guards. Where did you come from? If you don't leave, we'll throw you into jail. The soldiers at the gate didn't recognize Armin and started pushing him around, relying on their master's reputation. Do you want to die? Seeing this, Armin was enraged. Ishan grabbed one of them and threw a punch that sent the man sprawling to the ground. You dare to hit us? Brothers, beat him up. Seeing their companion fall, the other soldiers drew their knives and charged at Armin. Standing nearby, Weston turned away and patted his horse. Barnabas, everything's handled. We can go in. Soon, the commotion ceased as Armin came to Weston and reported. All right, let's go. Hearing this, Weston turned back, glanced at the fallen men on the ground, and marched into the governor's mansion. What are you doing here? A servant who was cleaning the courtyard saw Weston and Armin walking towards the main hall. After a moment's thought, realizing he didn't recognize them, he asked. Ignoring the servant, Weston and Armin continued forward, causing the servant to look back at the guards lying on the ground. Someone's making trouble. Come quickly. Recognizing their hostile intent, the servant shouted for help as Weston and Armin proceeded inside. Weston and Armin arrived at the main hall without any hindrance and sat down. It looks different now compared to when we left. Examining the hall, Armin noted the changes in its arrangement. Don't move. Who are you people? Do you know where you are? Soon, servants and guards rushed in with weapons aimed at Weston and Armin. Who dares challenge us? I'll disable anyone who comes near. Seeing this, Armin smiled and said to the guards, while Weston remained unperturbed. Everyone stepped back in fear. The guards from the entrance were still lying on the ground, badly injured. Gentlemen, may I ask why you've come to Mr. Fei's residence? Perhaps we could be friends instead? Just then, Fabio entered the main hall and, noticing Weston sitting in the main seat, asked with a smile. Defend him. Yes. All guards and servants complied despite not knowing who Weston was. Your Highness, I apologize for not greeting you properly at the gate. After they put away their weapons, Fabio and others bowed deeply. Your Highness. Following Fabio's lead, the rest quickly bowed. Who gave you permission to stay here? Approaching Destin, Weston demanded an explanation. I am the prefect of the city. When I arrived, I found no suitable place to live. Seeing the governor's mansion vacant, I moved in. Destin hesitated, realizing this was Weston's former residence. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Move out within 2 hours. Anyone who remains will face my wrath. After listening to Destin, Weston considered and issued his ultimatum. Your Highness, only 2 hours? I'll find you another residence immediately. Destin's face fell. Ishan had spent much money renovating the mansion and hadn't yet enjoyed it. An order from the prince is absolute. Will Birch Fei defy it? Armin intervened, sensing Destin's resistance. I wouldn't dare. But your Highness isn't a prince anymore, right? Book-curving in the governor's mansion might not be appropriate. Destin, feeling insulted, retorted sharply, glaring at Armin. Armin was taken aback, surprised that Destin was already aware of his demoted status, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 568. Driving away Destin. Even if I'm not the king of Brian anymore, I just want to live here. What can you do to me? Weston wasn't afraid at all, his gaze fixed on Destin as he spoke. I dare not. Indeed, as Weston had said, Destin hurriedly knelt down and replied. If anyone refuses to leave, just let General Yuan know, and he will send people over. Looking at the kneeling Destin, knowing that he wouldn't be truly convinced, Weston commanded Armin beside him. Understood. We've been here for quite some time. I'm sure General Yuan already knows and should be on his way here. Your Highness, I'll immediately have my men pack up. I promise we'll be out in 2 hours, Destin said after hearing Armin's words. Before coming to Shanhaiguan, he had studied the situation and knew about its general conditions. Knowing that the king of Bryant, Weston, had once saved the life of Shanhaiguan's commander, Donnie, who trusted Weston unconditionally, Destin realized Donnie might not yet know about his occupation. If Donnie found out, his future would be uncertain. Therefore, he could only comply with Weston's demand and hurriedly began packing. Sir, there's simply too much stuff. A lot of things can't be taken away. An hour later, everyone had gathered many items, and Fabio came to Destin with this news. Take only valuable things, and those you might need later. Aldenry up. Watching the time slip away, Destin looked at the mansion he had built, which was about to change hands, and felt a pang of loss in his heart. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Destin stood at the entrance of the mansion with his people carrying large and small packages. For a moment, they seemed lost, unsure where to go next. Just then, they heard the sound of hooves approaching. Whoa! Donnie arrived with his men. Magistrate Fei, are you fleeing? After dismounting, Donnie approached Destin, puzzled by the latter's distressed appearance. Destin, feeling humiliated, ignored the question and turned away. Behind Donnie, Kobe noticed something amiss and quickly pulled Donnie. What is it? Noticing someone tugging at him, Donnie turned to see the sign above the mansion read, Fei Mansion. Fei Mansion? When did the city lord's residence become Fei Mansion? Looking at the sign, Donnie understood why Destin looked so pitiful. Ishan turned to Destin and asked, nowhere to go, so you decided to stay in the city lord's residence? Scram. Upon realizing Donnie wasn't going to press further, Destin hurriedly left with his people. Who was that? Since Weston left Shanhaiguan, Finian rarely visited the city and didn't know there was a price, asking Kobe out of confusion. I told you before to come into the city more often, and now you don't even know who Destin is. Kobe sighed at Finian's ignorance. Christopher to years of warfare, few people lived here, so there was no price. In recent years, merchants flooded in, and the court appointed a price, which was whom you saw earlier, Kobe explained patiently. So, is his rank higher than ours? Why do you ask? Don't get any funny ideas. Although our military rank is higher, our duties differ. If you attack him, the court will punish you. Answering Finian's questions, Kobe sensed something amiss. Turning to Finian, he saw the latter smiling, an expression that appeared only when he was plotting mischief. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Seeing his brother's nervousness, Finian patted him on the shoulder and laughed. How do you expect me to know? Even if you're not like that, you still act like that. Enough talk. Hurry up and bring the stuff inside. Donnie, noticing their banter, ordered them. Yes, sir. Ishonored you two brothers. In the courtyard, Armin greeted Donnie, Finian, and Kobe happily, having fought alongside them before. Kid, you've matured quite a bit. Donnie playfully thumped Armin on the chest, noting his growth. I've grown up, don't treat me like a child anymore. The four chatted joyfully in the courtyard. Who's here? Ishannering voices, Weston stepped out from the hall, looking at the group in the yard. Your Highness, you look well. Donnie nearly forgot why he had come, but was here to greet the king. What are you doing here? Seeing Donnie after such a long time, Weston felt a surge of affection. Noticing the bags carried by Finian and Kobe, he asked curiously. You came so suddenly. I barely had time to prepare anything, but please accept this gift. After speaking, Donnie gestured to Finian and Kobe, who promptly opened the bags. Good heavens, this is excessive. Opening the bags revealed expensive medicinal herbs, including ginseng casually thrown in. We're close to Shanhaiguan. These are abundant. I can't consume it all, so I brought it for you. Armin, take everything downstairs and store it properly. Seeing the contents, worth tens of thousands of silver taels, especially the rare ginseng, Armin took the bags and left. Quickly, come inside and have some tea. Weston hadn't expected such a generous gift from Donnie and invited everyone inside. Wait outside. I have matters to discuss with His Highness. Just as they were entering, Donnie instructed Finian and Kobe to wait outside. Yes, sir. Finian and Kobe obediently stayed outside upon hearing their general's order. Chapter 569. Injustice for Weston. After the dusty journey, they had hoped to enjoy some hot tea but instead found themselves stationed at the gate. Donnie, seeing the reluctance in the faces of the two guards, did not pay them any mind. Ishan walked into the hall and closed the door behind him. Why does he need to close the door to talk about something? Seeing the door shut, Finian turned to Kobe with a puzzled look. Shut up. If this much secrecy was required, it must be something important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been left outside while the prince stayed inside. Kobe, hearing Finian's grumbling, quickly hushed him. Why are you two standing here? Why don't you go inside? Armin, having returned after putting things away, noticed Finian and Kobe standing at the entrance, looking confused. General ordered us to stand outside. Finian, noticing Armin's return, shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Come on, there's a stone table in the yard. I brought some pastries from the capital. Let's have some tea and chat. Seeing their unhappy expressions, Armin, noting the stone table and benches in the yard, smiled and suggested. Great. After hearing Armin, Finian and Kobe exchanged glances. Finian then happily moved from the door. Are you not coming? Finian stepped down from the stairs and, seeing Kobe still standing at the entrance, asked curiously. Well, General ordered us to stay at the door. Kobe glanced back at the door, hesitating. Oh come on, didn't you hear he said we can sit in the yard? You'll still be able to keep an eye on the entrance. Plus, Alden brother mentioned these pastries are from the capital. Seeing Kobe's hesitation, Finian knew his younger brother always took the rules too seriously. Naturally. Let me get them now. Armin, noticing Kobe's glance, nodded in agreement. The trip from Beijing to Shanhaiguan had taken longer than expected, with an additional month spent along the way. By now, even the snacks bought en route were getting stale. But just as well, with Finian and Kobe here, they could help finish them off before they spoiled. Alright, I've never tasted pastries from Beijing either. Kobe, feeling conflicted, eventually agreed. What could this Jurchen Elwin want so urgently? Inside the hall, Weston examined the letter brought by Donnie. Ishan couldn't fathom why the Jurchens were insisting on this meeting. Your Highness, whatever it is, you absolutely cannot leave the pass. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain to His Majesty. Our spies report that the Jurchens are strong and seem to have ulterior motives. However, their informant wasn't high enough in rank to uncover the full plan. This invitation likely aims to detain you for future attacks on the Ming dynasty. Upon receiving the letter, Donnie had also read its contents and promptly shared his thoughts upon seeing the prince's hesitation. They went through all this trouble just to lure me out of Shanhaiguan? After hearing Donnie's analysis, Weston shook his head. Shannering Weston was no longer Barnabas Dingbei. Donnie thought of his contributions to the Ming dynasty, undeniably the greatest in a century. For someone so meritorious to receive such treatment made him furious. Noticing the prince's troubled expression, he added, It must be this. I'll gather all birdies right now. Seeing Weston silent, Donnie confirmed his guess. Remembering how many officials in Beijing disliked Weston and worked against him, he grew angrier, ready to rally support. You stop right there. Don't make a foolhardy move. Silent until now, Weston finally called out as Donnie prepared to leave. While some people had indeed plotted against him, it was his own choice to step aside. Donnie's actions could lead to disaster, especially given the threat from the Jurchens outside Shanhaiguan. If this move failed, the court would surely strip Donnie of his position and send someone else, risking instability. Aren't you willing to bear this injustice alone? But Donnie, not considering the consequences, protested, worried for his friend. In the courtyard, Armin, Finian, and Kobe heard the commotion at the hall's entrance and hurried over, curious about what had happened. Chapter 570. Flintlock Pistol. Don't come over. Weston shouted at Armin, Finian, and Kobe who were approaching. Yes. The three of them stopped mid-stride, turning away as they stood in the courtyard. Donnie, let me talk to you properly. Weston eyed the trio in the yard. If it were just Armin, he might have spoken freely. But with Finian and Kobe around, he feared what they might say. Hastily pulling Donnie back into the main hall, the latter glanced at the three outside, curious about what else the Barnabas had to say. Once Donnie returned, Weston closed the main hall's door. What's going on? The trio standing in the yard exchanged puzzled looks, none of them knowing what had transpired. That's all between grown-ups. We can't meddle. Let's continue our tea. Armin patted Finian and Kobe on the shoulders, leading them back to their stone table to resume eating and chatting. After some time, Donnie understood what the Barnabas was driving at. So that's how it is. Does His Majesty know about this, Your Highness? Donnie held immense respect for Weston, even more so than for the Dantes. Previously imprisoned and nearly executed, it was the Barnabas's intervention that saved him from a grim fate in the capital's dungeon. I haven't told anyone, not even Armin. Only you. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. What do you require of me? To his surprise, Donnie had already guessed Weston's intentions without needing to be explicitly told. Smart. I need you to. Weston was pleased by Donnie's quick understanding and whispered his plans. All right, I understand. Your Highness, I'll take my leave now. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, send word, and I'll personally handle it. Donnie walked out of the main hall with Weston, speaking as they left. Very well, travel safely. General. Finian and Kobe, who were still eating in the yard, immediately stopped and stood up as they saw the general exit. Back to camp. Noticing how full and burping the two looked, Donnie ordered them curtly. Your Highness, what did you say to Donnie? Ishan seemed quite agitated earlier. After Donnie left, Armin approached Weston curiously. Ishan wanted to stand up for me once he learned of my situation. It turns out this move worked better than expected. Recalling Donnie's talent, Weston realized that saving him wasn't just an act of mercy but also a gain for the Ming dynasty. Observing Donnie during their conversation confirmed his loyalty. What's next? Seeing the smile on Weston's face, Armin remained clueless about the significance of the conversation. You stay inside the pass. I'll go to the banquet alone. Alone? That's unacceptable. Absolutely not. Ishaning Weston's decision, Armin objected fervently. Do you really think you can control me? Smiling at Armin's concern, Weston dismissed him without another word, heading towards the backyard. Well, I guess I can't control him, Armin muttered to him. Excellent. I like this protective gear. Beyond the wall, ensuring his safety was paramount. Quickly donning the soft armor, Weston felt reassured. Anything else? After putting on the soft armor, Weston inquired about the other items on the table. Well, check this out. This is a flintlock pistol from Russia. I know about it. Recognizing the flintlock pistol handed over by Armin, Weston recalled that while short and small, it was the precursor to the modern handgun, effective despite limited firepower. How many shots can it fire? Recalling the Ming's disused musket units, Weston saw potential. Selling flintlock pistols could be a highly profitable venture. Chapter 571. Escort Weston to depart. After hearing the prince's plan, Armin was utterly astonished. Fortunately, he was there. If anyone else had been present, they would have surely thought the prince had gone mad. All right, I'll figure out the rest on my own. Leave this place to you, and make sure no one discovers that I've left. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Looking at the table filled with various items, having these would certainly provide a lot more stability for the trip to Jianzhou. Thinking about how many people were watching him, if he left this place alone and went straight to Jianzhou, some in the court would definitely spin wild stories and use it as an excuse to cause trouble. Yes, call me if you need anything. After hearing the prince's words, Armin turned and left the place. The next morning, Weston got up early. Ishan packed the few items he had chosen from the previous day, opened the door, and looked around the courtyard. Seems like everyone is still asleep. It's the perfect time for me to leave. Weston poked his head out, seeing no one in the courtyard, quickly grabbed his belongings, and walked out of the room. When he reached the stable, he stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of the horses inside. The number of horses here was known, and if one were missing, someone would notice. Reluctantly, he carried his belongings towards the city gate. Your Highness, let me take that bag. The sky was barely brightening, with very few people on the streets. Kobe, who had been waiting by the city gate early, saw the prince arrive and rushed forward to help carry the bag. Out here, don't call me Your Highness. No one must know I've come out. Seeing Kobe approach, Weston was somewhat bewildered. Ishan had clearly instructed Donnie to come personally without bringing anyone, but facing the prince, Kobe had no choice but to comply. These are General Yuan's instructions. Sir Alden, please rest assured. Kobe knew well what should be said and what shouldn't when entrusted with such an important task as escorting the prince out of Shanhaiguan. Sir, this bag is quite heavy. Kobe nearly dropped the bag he took from Weston's hands, surprised by its weight. Let's go. Weston saw they were almost at the city gate. Fortunately, he had a large cloak with a hood to conceal himself. Ishan led Weston towards the city gate. Hold it. You haven't been inspected yet. One guard, after recovering from being shouted at, realized the suspicious man had left with General Patrick and hastily intervened. What now? Seeing the guard stopping Weston again, Kobe was speechless. They had never been so proactive before. Weston's identity couldn't be exposed, so Kobe rushed to intervene. General Patrick, everyone leaving the city must be checked. We can't let this hooded man leave without knowing who he is. The guards were puzzled. Why was Kobe so nervous checking Ishanwenyu? This man cannot be checked. I vouch for him. Kobe spoke firmly to the guards, understanding their rigid mindset. Who can't be checked? Destin walked up, having heard the commotion from afar. Both Weston and Kobe turned to see Destin approaching and exchanged glances. Magistrate Fei, you're up pretty early. Kobe knew about the feud between Destin and the prince. On the prince's first day at Shanhaiguan, he expelled Destin from the city lord residence, causing him to lose face publicly. Wondering why Destin was here so early, Kobe feared he might have discovered the prince's departure. I was just taking a stroll and happened to reach the city gate. Earlier, I heard General Patrick wanted to be an exception. Destin, caught off guard by Kobe's question, had found a regular residence near the city gate after being evicted from the city lord residence. Ishan was simply taking a morning walk when he noticed something unusual at the city gate. Destin quickly shifted the topic as all eyes fell on him. Not exactly. General Patrick is leaving the city. We didn't stop him. But this hooded man we wanted to inspect, General Patrick wouldn't allow it. The city guards belong to the patrol camp under Price jurisdiction. They reported directly to Magistrate Fei. Who is this man? Why doesn't he need to be checked? Destin turned to Weston, sensing a familiar presence, and asked Kobe. This man has a special status. Chapter 572. Finian comes to the rescue. It seemed that everything one feared would indeed come to pass. Kobe glared at the man who spoke. It was none other than the very first person he had kicked. Ishan never thought that retaliation would come so soon. Although Destin currently held sway in the city, Kobe couldn't back down, remembering the mission entrusted to him by the general. Ishan had to ensure Weston's identity remained a secret. I won't believe it. If there's nothing wrong, why can't we see his face? Unless there's something suspicious about him. Destin grew even more curious upon hearing Kobe's words. Someone whom Finian protected so vigorously yet couldn't show his true face? Destin's eyes fixed on Ishan Winyu as he voiced his suspicions. Nonsense. There's nothing wrong with him while you have issues. Enraged by Destin's remarks, Kobe roared. Why are you so agitated? I didn't say anything wrong. What do you mean? Confused by Kobe's warning, Destin asked. Ishan couldn't understand what relationship this person had with Kobe and Finian, which caused such a fuss. This is our general's son, visiting Shanhaiguan secretly to avoid exposure. If he gets captured by Jin spies, you know the consequences. Kobe whispered into Destin's ear. What? General Yuan's son? Upon hearing this, Destin's pupils dilated, realizing the person standing there had quite a significant background. Kobe, hurry up. The general is still waiting. Seeing Kobe still talking to Destin, Finian urgently shouted. Coming. Think carefully. Only you know about this. If anything happens to the general's son, you'll be responsible. Kobe patted Destin's shoulder and smiled, watching the nervous Destin. I didn't hear anything. If anything happens to the young master, it's not my concern. Destin realized he had stepped into a mess. The arrival of Donnie's family was no small matter. Before birdies went on expeditions, their families would be protected by the court to prevent them from being captured and used as leverage. Go. Kobe, mounting his horse, followed Finian to escort the prince away. Sir, just letting him go like that? The guards at the city gate watched Destin freeze, confused by his sudden change from stopping the man to now allowing him to leave. Just let him go. You blind fools. Didn't you see Kobe vouch for them? Frustrated, Destin bellowed at the guards. If not for these few, obstructing General Yuan's son, he wouldn't have meddled. After scolding them, he turned and left the city gate. The guards looked at each other, utterly bewildered by the entire situation. Finian, you came just in time. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble, said Kobe as they rode along. The general feared you might need help and sent me specifically. Fortunately, I arrived on time. Didn't we say to keep it secret? Why were you sent here as well? Weston, still wearing the cloak, felt exasperated. Originally, Donnie only dispatched Kobe, but now Finian was also here with over 10 soldiers. Finian was infamous in the camp for being loose-lipped. Once he knew, everyone would soon find out. Weston questioned Finian while riding. Your Highness, this can't be blamed on the general. As the main commander, whenever he leaves the camp, everyone watches. It draws too much attention. To keep things confidential, he had to send us. Finian explained Donnie's predicament. Fine, tell him when you return that the city lord's residence depends on him. That Destin isn't someone to be underestimated. If he knows I'm not at the residence, he'll surely stir up trouble. Recalling Destin at the city gate, Weston reminded Finian of the potential issue. Rest assured, everything will be fine. They soon reached the border city gate. Open it. Finian commanded the guards at the entrance. Exiting requires the general's token. The guard saw Finian, but reminded him that the gate needed to be opened with proper authorization. What's going on? Isn't it already mutual market time? Why can't people enter and exit freely? Ishaning the soldier's explanation, Weston asked Kobe, puzzled. Your Highness, it hasn't reached the designated hour yet. Mutual market hours are strictly during noon, and the gates close afterward until the next day's noon. Kobe explained the regulations and timing to Weston. Is that so? You're doing a good job. Satisfied with the arrangement, Weston nodded. This schedule helped prevent surprise attacks by the Jin army and promoted rapid development of the mutual market. Ishanra's the general's token. Open the gates immediately. Donnie's foresight was evident. Finian showed the token from his chest to the guard and gave the command again. Yes, it's the general's token. Open the gates. Chapter 573, Bandits Rob on the Road. The soldier saw the token in Finian's hand and hurriedly opened the city gate. We will escort you to this point. Please take care of yourself, young master. Take care on the road. The city returned to the capital. After leaving Shanhaiguan, Beckett wandered aimlessly for half a day, unsure of his destination. Matthew wanted to meet him, but there was no scheduled time. The distance from here to Shangjing was significant, involving numerous checkpoints. Dressed as a Ming citizen, he might not even pass through one checkpoint before being stopped. Then Beckett thought of someone and headed east on his horse. Things really have improved. Riding along the road, Beckett noticed many vendors selling goods on both sides. Ishan remembered when he and Armin came here during the plague outbreak. It was surprising how, under the new Elwyn Matthew, the Jurchen society had thrived within just over a year, significantly increasing in population. Beckett marveled at Matthew's capability as the founding emperor of the Qing dynasty. Stop. Stand still. As Beckett rode, several masked bandits blocked the road. What do you want? Seeing the surrounding men, Beckett instinctively asked. Immediately after, he regretted it. Their attire clearly indicated robbers. Can't you respect us a bit? Can't you see our identities? Upon hearing that Beckett couldn't identify them, they grew angry. Sorry, if you want money, here is 100 taels of silver, enough to last you for a while. Realizing his foolishness, Beckett chuckled and threw a bag of 100 taels to the leader. Christian, 100 taels. Despite the recent recovery and improving lives, the scars from previous wars lingered. One of the gang members, astonished by the easy payout, spoke excitedly to the leader. They had never seen 10 taels of silver in one raid before. Calm down. Look at your lack of resolve. The leader scolded them, looking at their reactions. Who are you? Noticing Beckett's hat and gem-embedded shoes, the leader suspected he wasn't ordinary. Handing out 100 taels so casually made him uneasy. For so long, Nothing happened during their raids because of his discernment. Ishan quickly let suspicious figures pass and only targeted merchants, avoiding unnecessary trouble. You don't need to know my background. This money should be enough for your business. Beckett didn't wish to reveal himself just yet. Christian, this guy must be very rich. We should take advantage and get more money. Shut up. We are robbers who take from the rich and give to the poor, not brutal soldiers. Two factions formed within the gang, those wanting more and others sticking to principles. Ishani, done deciding? I'm in a hurry. Impatient with their discussion, Beckett urged the leader. Let him go. The leader, holding the money, instructed everyone. Yes, move aside. Christian, we have over 20 men. Capturing him is easy. Ishan must carry more than 100 taels. With all his money, we could buy a lot of land. Shut up. You're blinded by greed and forgot why we do this. The leader slapped the man, reprimanding him. Brother, thank you for the money. Long roads ahead. May we meet again someday. The bandit leader bowed gratefully. From the moment he met Beckett, he sensed something off. An unprovocable presence. Be careful, boss. Amostonly, the slapped subordinate stood with a knife, lunging at the leader. Since you won't heed me, you'll die. I need the money even if you don't. Swiftly, before anyone could react, a silver needle struck the assailant's neck, dropping the knife. Who attacked? The leader, initially bracing for death, watched the traitor collapse. Chapter 574, Bandit Chief Vlad. Ishan then crouched down, examining the silver needle on the latter's neck and checking his breath, discovering that the man was already dead. Who struck just now? Ishan stood up and looked around, asking aloud. Ishan was a man of the world. If someone had saved him, he certainly needed to express gratitude properly. Christian, we don't have that kind of skill. One of his subordinates approached as their boss scanned the surroundings. It was you. Upon finishing the sentence, the bandit chief turned his gaze towards Weston, who sat majestically on horseback with an air of mystery. Ishan knew that all his men were fools, so if any of them had such skills, he wouldn't be the boss anymore. There was only one outsider here. I saw you weren't too bad, so I lent a helping hand. In reality, Weston felt compelled to help. This bandit chief seemed inherently good-hearted. If he really were killed, allowing the traitor to gain influence, dealing with 20-plus bandits alone would be very difficult indeed. Thank you. Where are you heading? We can escort you there. The bandit chief hadn't expected that after previously robbing Weston of 100 taels, which Weston had given willingly, the latter would repay him for his kindness, making him feel rather ashamed. Quickly, he addressed Weston. I'm going to Jinzhou City. You needn't follow me. Just go home and find proper work. Don't rob people anymore. Today you've encountered me, but if you meet others, you won't be so lucky. Seeing these 20-odd people following him would attract attention from everyone, Weston thought it best not to draw undue notice. Alright, whatever you say. But ahead there are several groups of bandits, no fewer than a dozen waves. Be careful. Upon hearing this, the bandit leader no longer insisted, pointing out the road to Jinzhou, warning Weston about what lay ahead. A dozen waves of bandits. Are you scaring me? Just as Weston was preparing to leave, he heard the bandit chief's words and stared in disbelief, questioning whether the man was joking. Despite being equipped with life-saving weapons, facing a dozen bands of bandits would make even Lubu call them father. Even then, getting slapped multiple times would be likely. Weston wasn't willing to risk his life gambling. These bandits all know me, and as long as I'm here, I can ensure your safe passage to Jinzhou City. The bandit chief had been saved by Weston and was thinking of how to repay him. Seeing Weston's hesitation due to those many bandit groups, he puffed his chest confidently. Eschannering this, Weston couldn't help but think the man was jesting. 20-odd bandits recognizing all future bandits sounded absurd. Rivals in the same trade were usually enemies. Christian, are you sure they'll respect you? After hearing the bandit chief, not only did Weston doubt it, but one of the bandit chief's subordinates also stepped forward to whisper in suspicion. You get lost. They're all my sworn brothers. Safety is guaranteed. If you don't want to follow me, there's another route to Jinzhou. With a kick to his subordinate, who offered no retort, the bandit chief reassured Weston. Where is the other route? Looking at these bandits, Weston found it hard to trust them, especially after knowing them for less than an hour. After saving them once, they immediately offered to guide him. In this era, caution was paramount. A misstep could mean the end for him. Eschannering there was another option, Weston asked directly. You can go around in a big circle and reach Jinzhou City. Upon hearing the suggested route, Weston rolled his eyes. Of course, he could detour, but passing through checkpoints sooner would allow him direct access to Shangjing without unnecessary delays in Jinzhou. I'd rather you take me to Jinzhou City. Seeing no other way, Weston decided to rely on these bandits. Fine, let's head for Jinzhou. Going to Jinzhou City. Great. I've never been to Jinzhou. Upon receiving the order, the entire group started toward Jinzhou City. Brother, I'm Vlad. From now on, you're my benefactor. Just ask if you need anything. By the way, what's your name? For this journey to Jinzhou, all remove their face masks. The bandit chief, riding beside Weston, noticed his wide-brimmed hat but paid no mind, introducing himself warmly. Alden Ping. Weston understood this bandit chief wasn't simple and intended to pry into his identity. Thinking about it, he used his son's name. His own name carried an infamous reputation here, having caused many Jinshu deaths. Revealing his true identity could lead to dire consequences. Alden Ping? Vlad pondered for a moment, not recalling any significant figures named Alden. As promised, they encountered several groups of bandits en route, but all allowed them passage thanks to Vlad's connections. Your influence is quite extensive. Observing Vlad's interactions, Weston grew more intrigued, surprised by the ease with which other bandits deferred to him, some groups numbering over 100 men. Not too bad. Vlad remained modest, replying humbly. The last checkpoint lies ahead, guarded by soldiers. Soldiers? At the mention of soldiers, Weston tensed. Ishan come to Jinzhou specifically to avoid soldiers. Being identified as a Ming person and being alone would surely result in immediate execution as a spy. Don't worry, sit tight on the horse. I'll get you through safely, ensuring no one touches your hat. Noticing Weston's anxiety, Vlad smiled reassuringly. Don't panic. If anything happens, don't draw your weapons. Understood? Vlad reminded his men, concerned for Weston's well-being. Hashtag chapter 575, young clan leader Vlad. These subordinates had just been recruited and had never been to Jinzhou before. They were afraid that something might go wrong. Yes, these subordinates were also very nervous. They had never been to Jinzhou City, and their legs trembled at the sight of soldiers. Stop. Show your identification. As the group approached the checkpoint, a crowd of soldiers surrounded them. One of the centurions stepped forward and addressed the group. What is an identity proof? Upon hearing what the other side demanded, Weston was puzzled. There had never been such a requirement before. Why did they suddenly need to verify identity now? If identity verification was required, he had nothing to show for it, and certainly wasn't a member of the Jurchen people, which would be immediately exposed. Looking around at the 40 or 50 men nearby, Weston felt helpless and turned to look at Vlad, hoping for help since Vlad had previously said there would be no problem. Are you blind? Don't you know who I am? Vlad stared at the centurion with anger in his eyes. Pay respects to General. Seeing the man on horseback, the centurion immediately knelt on the ground. Noticing the centurion kneel, the surrounding soldiers quickly followed suit, kneeling beside him. What are you all standing there for? Quickly remove the roadblocks. The centurion, trembling with fear, stole a glance at Vlad on horseback and hurriedly commanded his soldiers. Sir, brothers, we can proceed. Vlad watched as the roadblocks were moved aside and smiled at Weston and his subordinates before riding forward. Weston and the commoners who had followed Vlad from the forest were stunned, not expecting their leader to be a general. Aren't you going to Jinzhou City? Riding forward a bit, Vlad, hearing no movement behind him, turned around and asked. We're not going to Jinzhou City. We will immediately give up our thieving ways and definitely won't be bandits anymore. Please, General, let us off. The 20 or so bandits, upon learning Vlad's true identity, quickly begged for mercy on their knees. They were terrified that Vlad had deliberately lured them here to capture them all at once. All right, all of you, return home. Vlad looked at these subordinates, intending to say more but held back, simply waving them away. Thank you, General. Upon hearing Vlad's words, the commoners happily left the area. And you? Once his subordinates were gone, Vlad looked at Weston and asked. Weston, seeing everyone else flee, didn't know what to do. I'm going to Jinzhou City with you. Where else could I go? There was no turning back now. With so many bandits behind him, even if he managed to return safely, he wouldn't reach Shangjing. Looking at the waiting Vlad, he laughed and responded. Let's go. Though Vlad didn't know this man's identity, he couldn't help but admire his boldness. General, who was that person brought back by the young clan leader? After Vlad and Weston left, the checkpoint personnel breathed a sigh of relief. A soldier approached the centurion and asked, You ask me, and who should I ask? The centurion, still furious, shouted back at the soldier. You still won't reveal your identity? I already know yours. Now only Vlad and Weston remained. Vlad looked at Weston and asked, Do you really think you need to ask when you already have an answer in mind? Weston glanced at Vlad beside him and shook his head, Christophering the checkpoint passage, knowing that Weston had been in the Jurchen region. The fact that a centurion could act like that must mean the person was of high rank in the 8 banners, likely of noble lineage. For someone with such status to become a bandit and bring a stranger to Jinzhou seemed far too coincidental. The Barnabas of Bryant truly is wise. I thought my actions were flawless. How did you figure it out? Upon hearing Weston's words, Vlad stopped pretending and asked him curiously. Your arrogance is evident on your face. It comes from years of being the master, giving you an innate sense of superiority. Yes, Vlad will take note of your instruction. Ishannering Weston's words, Vlad hurriedly saluted. We're here. Soon, the two arrived at the city gates. Having wandered outside for a month, Vlad was visibly pleased upon seeing Jinzhou. What's that? Weston's expression matched Vlad's, having not visited Jinzhou for a long time. Seeing something at the city gate froze his smile. Ishan pointed at it and asked Vlad, What do you think? Isn't that you? Can you not recognize yourself? Following Weston's gaze, Vlad smiled mischievously and retorted. Why? Didn't I say not to mention this? Why erect a statue? Are you trying to ensure I don't die? Seeing the statue, Weston was furious. If someone with ulterior motives saw it, it could cause trouble. Learning he had helped solve the plague for the Jurchens could lead to dire. This is our hero. Don't let him escape. I saw him do it intentionally. He must be severely punished. Seeing their hero's statue fall, the local civilians rushed over, ready to apprehend the culprit. Hold them back. Vlad watched helplessly as the crowd became agitated and quickly ordered the soldiers to block them. Why are they so agitated? I'm right here, aren't I? Weston's face was grim. There was no need for secrecy. He hadn't even covered his face, just wearing a simple hat. The crowd has grown too large. It looks like you need to reveal your identity, Vlad said, finding the roadblock solid. After hearing Vlad's words, Weston looked around and realized that indeed more people were gathering, and the soldiers couldn't hold them back much longer. Everyone, calm down. Look who pushed over the statue. With Weston's agreement, Vlad stood on higher ground and addressed the crowd. The crowd gradually quieted down, recognizing Vlad, and followed his gaze to the perpetrator. Weston removed his hat, revealing his true identity. Who is he? Do you recognize him? Upon seeing Weston, the crowd glanced at each other, not knowing who he was. Cough, you don't recognize me? Almost losing composure, Weston pointed at his face, bewildered, towards the crowd who had been ready to attack him. We don't know. Have you seen him before? Ishan doesn't look familiar in Jinzhou City. With such fair skin, he must be from Shangjing. Indeed, only someone important would dare act so recklessly. Even after explaining, the crowd still looked puzzled and didn't recognize him. This ignorance. Seeing the crowd still unaware of who he was, Weston shook his head in dismay. Ishan is the hero who saved Jinzhou and all the Jurchens. Previously, those affected by the plague in Jinzhou received medicine from Shanhaiguan, all funded by Lord Alden himself. You condemned him for toppling the statue of a hero when he stands right before you. Vlad patted Weston, understanding his frustration, and explained to the crowd. Now I remember, this is the great hero. Ishannering Vlad, everyone turned to Weston. One person shouted out, the hero has returned. Ishanro. One voice prompted many others, leading to cheers erupting among the crowd. Just as the crowd cheered, someone quietly slipped away. That's enough. Let's go quickly. Weston felt speechless seeing the dramatic change, quickly put his hat back on, and turned to Vlad. His identity was still not meant to be public. This trip was a secret visit. Let's go. Vlad soon escorted Weston to the city lord. Even hold 2 days of drinking? Vlad approached with a towel, chuckling and offering it to Weston. Just 2 days? Have I sobered up these past 2 days? Bukerstinning to Vlad's teasing, Weston was flabbergasted. This was ridiculous. Alright, once you vomited, rest properly. The banner leader has prepared a banquet for you tonight. Vlad had no more words. After days of drinking, even his stomach was churning. Ishan patted Weston's back comfortingly. Upon hearing this, Weston was shocked and tried to question Vlad but tripped and fell on the floor. Lord Alden, are you alright? Seeing Weston fall, Vlad quickly helped him up. What? Another banquet? I've been here 3 days already. You want to drink me to death? Weston got up, looking at Vlad. Well, that's not related to me. Telling me won't help. I have to follow our banner leader's orders. Chapter 577. Vlad's past. Vlad, judging by your name, you aren't from the Jiannu tribe, are you? Weston wiped his mouth, feeling much better. Ishan walked back with Vlad and looked at him, not believing he was a Jiannu warrior. Confused as to how he became a general in their army, Weston asked. No, my father was from the Great Ming. Ishan was from the Great Ming? Though prepared, Weston was still shocked by Vlad's words. The Jiannu have strict hierarchies and value lineage most of all. How did someone with half Ming blood become one of their generals? Well, that's a long story. We've reached the main hall. Vlad avoided the question as they approached the main hall. Alright. Seeing Vlad's expression, Weston realized it was not a simple matter. It might be painful for Vlad to talk about, so he didn't press further. Mr. Alden, have we treated you well these past few days? As she welcomed Weston, Gino walked over. Certainly, but my head still hurts from your strong wine. Luckily, I can hold my liquor, or I would have been drunk long ago. Weston spoke while facing Gino. Though he'd vomited just now, men shouldn't admit defeat. So he held on. Well, since Mr. Alden wasn't too intoxicated, it means our hospitality left room for improvement. Killian, fetch more wine. If guests aren't well attended to, where will my reputation go? Ishannering Weston's playful remarks, Gino planned to get even. Okay, brother Sean, there's plenty of time to meet again. No need to finish a lifetime's worth of drinks in just a few days. Weston initially wanted to put on a show, but didn't expect Gino to be so straightforward, quickly holding back Vlad who was leaving and laughed. Yes, let's not drink today then. Ishannering Weston's words, Gino was quite spent. Ishan hadn't anticipated Weston's capacity. If it continued, Gino would likely pass out first. Oh, I plan to head to Shengjing tomorrow. I hope you can provide me with some convenience. Weston relaxed, remembering his mission, quickly mentioned it. Don't worry, it's a minor matter. I'll find someone to accompany you to ensure a safe journey. When he heard Weston intended to leave and go to Shengjing, Vlad perked up with anticipation. Because of his identity, Vlad had never been to Shengjing. Now seeing an opportunity, he looked eagerly towards Gino. Alden, General Yang accompanied me here this time. Let him escort me to Shengjing. Familiar company makes the road less lonely. Weston saw Vlad's eagerness and spoke to Gino. Alright Killian, take a few men and accompany Mr. Alden to Shengjing. Gino originally didn't want Vlad to go due to his sensitive background and being close to the Elwing. However, looking into Vlad's hopeful eyes, he relented. Considering his current status as the chief of the Plain Red Banner, letting Vlad out wouldn't hurt. Yes, Killian guarantees completion. Later that evening, after dinner, Gino went to bed early due to the drinking. Weston returned to his quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Soon after returning, Weston heard knocking at the door. Opening it quickly. Something wrong? Looking at Vlad standing at the door, Weston asked, Can we talk inside? Vlad glanced around at the passing soldiers, pointing toward the room. Of course, come in, before passing away. Vlad grew up facing discrimination. Reaching adulthood, he gained little status within the Plain Red Banner. Eventually, they sent him to the battlefield to be toughened up, not to Shanhaiguan but to Korea, where he earned military achievements, becoming a general quickly. After Gino became the leader of the Plain Red Banner and, growing older with no heirs, he recalled Vlad from Korea. Now, the Plain Red Banner, the weakest among the 4 banners, needed leadership to prevent disarray. Chapter 578. Deliberate detention. It's fine. Isn't everything going well now? Soon, you'll be the leader of the Zhenghong Banner. This isn't an honor anyone can obtain. Weston patted Vlad on the shoulder after listening to his words. Weston had previously been concerned that if Vlad had the blood of the Ming on his hands, and if he returned, some Ming soldiers would definitely oppose it. Let's hope for the best. You've lived among the Jurchens. They care so much about lineage it's become absurd. My chances of leading the Zhenghong Banner are slim to none, Vlad said with a shake of his head after drinking some water, appearing utterly helpless. Previously, Vlad also thought he could build a name for himself within the Jurchens. But when he gained recognition, once everyone learned of his half-Ming ancestry, they began distancing themselves from him, completely cutting off any possibility of promotion. With no hope left on the battlefield, Vlad decided to return to Thomas to prove himself. Well, it's getting late. We still have to go to Shengjing tomorrow, so let's get some rest early, Weston said as he saw how disheartened Vlad was. Knowing that such matters required patience, he didn't want to push. Amosra, I'll make sure everything is arranged for tomorrow. Realizing he had talked too much, Vlad quickly bowed to Weston before leaving the room. After escorting Vlad away, Weston, feeling the effects of excessive drinking from the past few days coupled with poor sleep, also went to bed. Ishan slept until the next day. Alden. Waking up, Weston still felt a throbbing pain in his head. Recalling he needed to travel to Shangjing today, he quickly got out of bed, stretched, and started dressing, packing all his essentials. When he finally stepped outside, he noticed it was almost noon. Irritated that Vlad hadn't woken him, he headed toward the front courtyard, where everyone was rushing around frantically. What's going on? Why the rush? Weston asked one of the servants. Sir Alden, you might not be able to leave today. Just as Weston came out, wanting to ask what was happening, Vlad entered the courtyard and addressed him. Why? We agreed on yesterday, Weston asked, surprised. An assassin infiltrated the city lord's mansion last night. Thankfully, they were caught in time, only killing a few servants. However, the assassin hasn't been apprehended yet, so please do not leave just yet. I need to see Thomas. Frustrated, Weston couldn't believe he faced another delay in Jinzhou. I will speak to the commander. Please return to your room and rest for now. Seeing Weston's reluctance, Vlad ordered his soldiers to escort him back. After shutting Weston inside, Vlad sighed deeply before heading to the main hall, questioning Thomas's intentions. Why did you detain Weston? Vlad asked Thomas. You're asking me? Even I want to know. But once you see this, you'll understand, Thomas replied. In Thomas's eyes, Weston was a hero of Jinzhou who had once helped him. Originally, Thomas planned for Vlad to escort Weston to Shangjing last night, but remembered a previous order. After forgetting due to heavy drinking, he received a letter from the Elwyn early that morning and hastily orchestrated the incident to detain Weston. Isn't Weston the Elwyn's teacher? Why such an order? Vlad questioned, holding the letter. I don't know, but the Elwyn must have his reasons, which we can't speculate on. Thomas shook his head. Deep down, even Thomas didn't understand the Elwyn's motives. Vlad knew little about Weston's influence. Not only was Weston the Elwyn's teacher, but without his efforts, the Elwyn might never have attained his position. How long should we detain Weston? Vlad wasn't overly concerned for Weston, but rather frustrated at missing the opportunity to go to Shangjing. Until further notice from the Elwyn. Ensure Weston doesn't leave the mansion under any circumstances, Thomas ordered. Yes, sir. Ishaning this, Vlad nodded and left the hall. General. Later, Vlad approached Weston's quarters. All of you stand guard outside. I need to speak with Sir Alden. These instructions might not be suitable, the guards hesitated. You're not being dismissed. Stay in the courtyard and watch over. The commander entrusted Weston to me, and you report to me. Will you disobey? Realizing his authority lacked weight, Vlad sternly instructed them, knowing as the commander's nephew, he held nominal rank but minimal actual influence within the city lord's mansion. Yes, sir, the lead soldier, seeing Vlad's frustration and recalling their orders to follow him, reluctantly complied, moving into the courtyard to maintain visibility on the house. Thus, Vlad gained the space to speak with Weston privately. Chapter 579, Planning to Escape. Several soldiers stood in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on Beckett's room. Even if you don't give face to a monk, you should still give face to Buddha. One day someone might be useful. Everyone had witnessed Vlad's efforts. If not for his father's position, he would have already been sitting in the deputy commander's seat within the first banner. Once the old commander stepped down, he could directly control the military power of the first banner. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. If he were to rise in the future, their good days would arrive as well. After watching those people leave, Vlad opened the door and walked into Beckett's room with supplies. Whoosh! Just as Vlad closed the door, a silver needle was embedded in it. Vlad looked at the silver needle nailed to the doorframe and broke out in a cold sweat. Ishan never expected Beckett to act so silently and stealthily. Ishan shuddered to think what would happen if the needle had hit him. He wouldn't even know how he died. What are you here for? Beckett, lying on the bed, looked at Vlad standing frozen at the door and asked, Brother Alden, I brought some good wine and food, wanting to drink a little with you. Your move really gave me a fright. Upon hearing Beckett's words, Vlad was startled. Ishan turned to look at Beckett and, smiling, placed the items on the table. I'm starving. You guys didn't bring me anything all day. Are you treating me like a prisoner? Beckett, who had been quite unhappy, perked up at the smell of food. Ishan quickly got out of bed and came to the table, complaining to Vlad. Well, things happened suddenly. We didn't have any other choice, but we'll find out soon. Ishaning Beckett's words, Vlad forgot about the matter for a moment and awkwardly started unpacking the food from the box. Ishan smiled and spoke to Beckett. You and I both know what's going on. Let's not play games. Beckett began eating ravenously while speaking to Vlad. In the morning, Beckett had woken up groggy from drinking and with a severe headache. Without fully understanding what had happened, he was shut inside the house. Lying there all day, his mind cleared, and he finally understood. Thomas had confined him here. Everything was too coincidental. There was no other reason. Originally, he intended to stay overnight and leave, but after 2 more days, an assassination attempt occurred at the city governor's mansion one night. Brother Alden, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by playing games? This matter had nothing to do with Vlad, but it was under Harold's orders, so he couldn't reveal anything. Ishan pretended to know nothing. However, upon seeing Beckett's gaze, he felt guilty and immediately lowered his head. Alright, you've been seen through. I'm not in a rush anymore. Anyway, I can't go to Shangjing right now. Wait until your herald writes a letter to Thomas to take me to Shangjing, then I can leave. Seeing Vlad's expression, Beckett knew he was right. Initially, it was just a guess, but now he was certain. If they really weren't letting him go to Shangjing, Thomas didn't have the guts or need to stop him. Only his disciple could have done this. Upon hearing that Beckett wasn't in a hurry to leave, Vlad became anxious and hurried to the door, opening it slightly to check if anyone was listening before returning to sit beside Beckett. Brother Alden, I won't hide it from you. It has nothing to do with our first banner. As you said, we're helpless. You will still need to go to Shangjing. Beckett saw Vlad's worried face and tried to hide his own anxiety, acting unconcerned. No problem, I'll wait here. I'm not blaming you guys. The herald's order cannot be disobeyed. Eschannering Beckett's words, Vlad grew impatient, hoping to make Beckett anxious so he could leave as well. Alright, I've eaten enough. Clean up later. Beckett, having been focused on eating, noticed Vlad's demeanor and concluded it was time to speak. Brother Alden, if you could leave now, would you still go to Shangjing? Seeing Beckett finish eating and lie down, Vlad hurried over and squatted by the bed, asking him. After leaving the main hall, Vlad had thought of a way to free Beckett but worried that once Beckett realized it was part of the herald's scheme, he wouldn't continue to Shangjing. If it matched his thoughts, he wouldn't need to let Beckett go. I went through so much trouble to leave Shanhaiguan just to get to Shangjing. Closing his eyes, Beckett waited for Vlad's question. Ishan turned to look at Vlad. Good, this time I'm going with you. Brother Alden, don't trick me. Eschannering Beckett's response, Vlad decided to take a chance but, looking at the reclining figure, felt uneasy. This was no joke. If he let Beckett go without permission, he'd lose everything before reaching Shangjing. Don't worry, I keep my promises. When do we leave? Beckett pulled out his bag, which remained unopened, and seriously asked Vlad. Once I deal with the few people outside the door, we can go. Seeing Beckett's readiness to leave, Vlad realized Beckett had intentionally acted the way he did earlier. Leave it to me. I'll handle those outside the door. Seeing Vlad cautiously considering, Beckett rummaged through his bag. What are you doing? Vlad rushed over upon realizing Beckett had a plan. Ishan watched Beckett sprinkle white powder into the leftover food, puzzled. Once you go out, give them this. In 1 instance sticks time, they'll all be asleep. Finishing up, Beckett placed the food back into the box and told Vlad. What did you put in there? Vlad walked to the table, inspecting the food in the box, confused. It's a sleeping potion. Chapter 580. Arch-rival Heron. Beckett glanced at his vial of medicine and smiled slightly, then said to Vlad who was standing in front of him. Sleeping potion? Vlad had always been on the battlefield and had never seen such things before. No one used this among the Jurchens either. Alright, you don't need to know so much. Alden, re up and take the food box out. Beckett didn't want to explain too much, and quickly shoved the food box into Vlad's hand. Why is my head so dizzy? Not good. This meal seems to be problematic. Quick, call for help. By the time the three realized something was wrong, it was already too late, collapsing directly onto the table. Soon, Vlad returned from outside and entered the courtyard. Ishan approached the three soldiers, checked their breathing, and found that they were only asleep, relieving him greatly. After all, Vlad would return eventually. If he killed anyone, his remaining status within the Manchu banner would vanish. Ishan then hurriedly supported one of the soldiers towards the room. You're really thorough. Beckett, waiting inside the room, immediately understood Vlad's intentions upon seeing him bring a soldier inside. Smiling, he praised Vlad. Beckett quickly changed into a soldier's uniform, picked up his belongings, and followed Vlad out. The two walked towards the main gate of the city lord's residence. Along the way, they encountered many soldiers, but none seemed to notice Vlad. From this, Beckett could tell that Vlad wasn't highly regarded within the banner. General Young, where are you going at this hour? Just as Vlad was leading Beckett out and could see the gate, he was suddenly called by someone. Heron, do I need to report to you every time I go somewhere? Eschannering this voice, Vlad knew exactly who it was without turning around. Ishan turned to face the person walking over and retorted. Ishan then stepped in front of Heron, realizing that if it came to blows, it would attract attention and expose Beckett's identity. Beckett pulled Vlad back urgently. Vlad had indeed been provoked. Feeling Beckett's tug, he remembered Beckett was still behind him. Ishan couldn't act rashly and released Heron, deciding to settle this later and first get Beckett away. Sorry, I'm at fault. Get lost. Seeing Vlad concede, Heron decided not to press further, fearing Vlad might act recklessly. Let's go. Expressing his anger, Vlad turned and told Beckett, General, that soldier behind you looks familiar. Who is he? One of the soldiers behind Heron whispered quietly to him as they watched Vlad and Beckett leave. Oh, have you met him before? Heron, who had forgotten to ask, felt the same way but had been focused entirely on Vlad. Eschannering the soldier's words, Heron recalled this and asked, Well, it seems I haven't met him. It's just, I can't place it. The soldier scratched his head, momentarily thinking he recognized someone but quickly forgot who it was. The two walked out of the city lord's residence and mounted the horses Vlad had prepared. Why did you argue with him? If we attracted more people, we wouldn't have escaped the city lord's residence. I would have been fine, but the person you just offended, would he let this opportunity pass? Riding for some time, Beckett finally spoke to Vlad. Chapter 581. Leaving Jinzhou. No need for you to care. Vlad was extremely irritable at the moment. If it weren't for Weston, he would have already attacked without allowing Gavriel Aldinhu to gloat so much. Now, hearing Weston lecturing him again, Vlad couldn't hold back and retorted immediately. Not like that, can't I just stop talking? Seeing Vlad's anger, Weston didn't plan to say anything more and continued riding alongside him. Fine, I'll stop talking. Okay. Looking at Vlad, Weston chose to be quiet, but after a while, he felt something was off. Ishani, aren't we going too slow? After riding for a long time, Weston noticed the streets were eerily quiet. Their slow pace made him worry about Thomas catching up, which would be disastrous if she did. The city has restrictions on horseback riding during this time. If we cause a disturbance, won't it make it easier for us to be discovered? Upon hearing Weston's words, Vlad understood his concerns and patiently explained. Go. Upon understanding Vlad's explanation, Weston felt it was pointless and spurred his horse into a sprint. This situation called for no rules when they were escaping. You. Go. Seeing Weston gallop away, Vlad had nothing more to say. Ishan realized his words were in vain. Watching Weston disappear into the distance, he decided not to worry about protocol and he found lying on the ground. What happened here? Grabbing the stablemaster, Gavriel Aldinhu demanded an answer. Which devil did this? Putting castor beans in the fodder. Seeing the horses lying on the ground, The stablemaster checked the feed trough and found castor beans mixed in, angrily shouting, "Run after them on foot." With no horses available, Gabriel Aldenhu feared Vlad and Weston leaving Jinzhou. To catch them before they left the city, he led his men on foot. To reach Shangjing, one must leave through the east gate. Remembering the commander there was close to Vlad, Gabriel Aldenhu believed they'd definitely go that way. Ishan took a shortcut with his men in pursuit. Whoosh! As they escaped, a firework exploded in the sky behind them. What does this mean? Stopping his horse, Weston looked back and asked Vlad beside him, "What do you think?" "Just run." Seeing the fireworks, Vlad urged Weston impatiently. "Damn, you didn't tell me you had this trick." Following Vlad, Weston rode faster while complaining. A Masha commotion would likely alert the whole city, and the gates would surely be sealed, as he pointed out. "Don't talk anymore, let's hurry. If the gates close, we can't get out." Before reaching the gate, the guard saw the fireworks and promptly closed the gate. "The gate is closed. What are we going to do now?" Seeing the heightened security at the gate, Weston asked Vlad, who continued looking forward without replying. "Stop." Seeing two horses approaching, the gate guards prepared for battle. "Lower your weapons. Lower them." Recognizing Vlad, the gate commander ordered the guards to stand down. "Greetings, General." The commander approached the halted Vlad. "Aldenry, open the gate. I need to leave the city." Prepared for this, Vlad knew today's gate commander was on his side. But what was that signal? Ishaning Vlad's request, the commander hesitated. Despite knowing Vlad was his superior, the fireworks signaled major events requiring closure of all gates, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Even with a strong friendship, disobeying orders could cost lives. There was an assassin at the city lord's residence, but it's been handled. "Do you have the commander's authorization, General?" Considering Vlad must have important business to leave at this hour, the commander cautiously asked. "Yes, come here. I'll show you." "All right, it's the commander's authorization. Open the gate immediately." Verifying the document Vlad showed, the commander ordered the gate opened. "Go. Close the gate." Watching Vlad ride away, the commander ordered the gates shut. "General, bad news, Vlad and Weston have escaped." Arriving breathlessly at the closed east gate, Gabriel Aldenhu heard his soldier report helplessly. Blast! Seeing the gate closed, Gabriel Aldenhu fell to the ground in despair, roaring. After regaining his strength, Gabriel Aldenhu stormed angrily to the east gate. Report to Birdie. Note: names like Weston, Vlad, and Gabriel Aldenhu have been transliterated directly to preserve their Chinese pronunciation. Chapter 582. Manny pursues tirelessly. The general at the gate saw Manny approaching and hurriedly came forward. His heart was also very uneasy, as nearly everyone in the Red Banner knew that Manny and Vlad had a deep-seated conflict. Thinking about the fireworks earlier and how he had let Vlad leave, he feared there might be some connection between these two events. If there were, the Manny before him would definitely seize the opportunity to cause trouble, leading to dire consequences for himself. "Why did you let Vlad and his entourage go just now?" Manny asked angrily, breathing heavily as he interrogated the man in front of him. "I didn't let General Yang go. Ishan had a directive from the commander with the commander's seal on it. How could this possibly be fake?" The guard answered, having already taken precautions. Clearly, something had happened in the city related to Vlad's departure. "Directive? Where is it?" Upon hearing the guard's words, Manny extended his hand and asked. "It was naturally returned to General Yang. It serves no purpose for me to keep it. If you don't believe me, ask the soldiers behind me." The guard spread his hands, smiling, and said to Manny, "I saw it. General Yang indeed left with the directive." The soldiers behind the guard all chimed in. "You." Ishaning these words, Manny was utterly furious. They had obviously deliberately let him go, and now they were corroborating each other's stories. Enraged, he pointed at them but couldn't even speak from anger. "Hold up, General. General." Just as Manny wanted to reprimand him, a voice came from behind. "What?" Looking at the rider approaching, Manny asked. "The commander orders you to immediately ride out with men and pursue. Bring him back or don't return." The soldier quickly conveyed the commander's order to Manny. "Bring out all your horses. I need to requisition them temporarily." Ishaning the commander's order, Manny felt terrible. Ishan hadn't run away, so why was the blame being pinned on him? This made him extremely unhappy. But it was an order from the commander, and after reluctantly looking at the horses, he realized there weren't enough for everyone. His eyes turned to the guard before him. There are usually horses at the gate for quick message delivery. Fearfully, it won't work. The gate's horses have their uses too. If anything happens, I can't take responsibility. The general at the eastern gate watched the commotion with interest and explained his predicament to Manny. "Bloody hell, do you need more encouragement?" "That I had a directive." Vlad, drinking water, smiled at Weston. "How did you deceive him then?" "Am I surprised to hear there was no directive?" Weston asked curiously. "Oh, I see. That person is your contact, and saying you had a directive was just an excuse to exonerate him." Seeing Vlad's expression, Weston instantly understood, voicing his guess. "That's right. Let's rest for a bit longer. We'll keep moving once we've gone further." Vlad knew Weston would figure it out. Glancing towards Jincheng, fearing pursuit, he stood and spoke to Weston. "All right, let's go." Weston was unfamiliar with the area outside Shanhaiguan and could only rely on Vlad to lead the way. By the next morning, after traveling all night, they had covered a considerable distance. "That's enough, let's rest. I can't go on." Feeling tired, Weston told Vlad. "We're here. Let's rest and eat properly," Vlad said, smiling as he looked at a distant courtyard. "All right, let's go. Sir, bring us your best dishes." Entering the courtyard, Vlad addressed an old man. "Right away, esteemed guests, please wait." The old man saw Weston and Vlad and quickly started preparing the food. Vlad led Weston to an empty table in the courtyard. "Not good, let's leave quickly." From the moment they entered the courtyard, Weston felt something strange about the people inside and suggested they leave. "Don't worry, everything's fine." Of course, I followed the commander's orders. This must be Lord Weston then? Now that he saw Weston and Vlad, all he needed to do was take them back. At the moment, he wasn't in a hurry and looked towards Weston, who was eating, and asked him, "Don't ask what you already know." Weston, hearing Kashi Alden's words, secretly detested him for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Ishan spoke 4 words while still eating. "Yes, the commander has ordered me to escort his excellency back. Once you finish your meal, let's head back to Jinzhou." Kashi Alden felt very displeased by Weston's attitude, having spent an entire night catching up to them. Finding Weston so uncooperative made him furious. But recalling Weston's identity as the Herald's former mentor, he dared not show disrespect. "Vlad, since you brought the Lord away without permission, the commander has already said that if Lord Alden comes peacefully, you must be escorted back." Kashi Alden, unable to contain his anger, turned to Vlad, who was smirking beside him. "Let's talk once we finish eating. Would you like something too?" "General, we..." The soldiers behind him, having ridden all night, were starving, holding their stomachs pitifully as they looked at Kashi Alden. "Eat? You'll stand outside now." Already irritated, Kashi Alden yelled at the men when he realized they wanted food while he hadn't even eaten yet. "Yes, sir." The soldiers had no choice but to leave the courtyard. Everyone around them pulled out weapons, encircling Kashi Alden. "Ishanlp." Someone. Sitting weakly on the chair, surrounded by armed men, Kashi Alden realized he'd been trapped and called for help from the soldiers outside. "The general is in danger." "Stand still." The soldiers at the door heard the cries inside and sensed the danger, trying to rush in to save their general. Just as they were about to, one soldier blocked the entrance. "What are you doing? Can't you see the general is in danger?" "I see. If the bandits killed the general, it's none of our concern." This soldier glared coldly at the others. "Do you want to continue following Kashi Alden? If he survives today, he might kill us too. Think carefully before rushing in." All the soldiers exchanged glances. Seeing no opposition, they turned their backs to the courtyard, ignoring Kashi Alden's cries for help. "Ishanlp, are you all deaf? If you don't come in, I'll break your legs." Kashi Alden, sweating profusely and realizing no one would come to his aid, continued yelling. "They dare. Don't they know who I am? Without me, where would they be now?" Realizing the betrayal, Kashi Alden angrily questioned aloud, feeling entitled to their loyalty. "Without you, they wouldn't be here today. But are you still the same person they followed loyally?" "Vlad, stop talking nonsense. You can't lecture me." Betrayed by his own men and taunted by Vlad, Kashi Alden could no longer contain his rage and shouted at Vlad. "Who needs your lectures? I deliberately brought you here today." Looking at Kashi Alden, Vlad snorted, drawing his sword. Chapter 584. Laying a trap to kill Gavriel Aldenhu. "Vlad, what are you planning to do?" Gavriel Aldenhu, who wasn't initially afraid, was now petrified when he saw Vlad drawing his sword. Ishan asked in a panic. "Aldenf, didn't you come here to capture me and then accuse me in front of the commander, aiming to have me executed?" Seeing fear in Gavriel Aldenhu's eyes, Vlad sneered and questioned him. "Yes, I don't like you, but I never intended to kill you. If you let me go this time, the leadership of the main Red Banner will be yours. I promise not to compete with you, and will support you as the leader of the main Red Banner. Please, let me go this one time." Gavriel Aldenhu realized Vlad was going to kill him. In the face of death, nothing else mattered. His eyes were filled with fear. "Actually, things are very simple. Why didn't you think of it sooner?" Seeing Gavriel Aldenhu's submission, Vlad grabbed the back of his hair, confused at why Gavriel Aldenhu hadn't thought of it earlier. Gavriel Aldenhu couldn't move, watching Vlad with terror in his eyes as sweat poured down his forehead. Weston, standing by, had no intention of intervening. Ishan folded his arms, watching as this was an internal matter of the main Red Banner, and who lived or died was none of his concern. "It's getting late. We should leave." Releasing Gavriel Aldenhu's hair, Vlad sheathed his sword and spoke to Weston, who had been watching from the side. "Let's go." Seeing that Vlad hadn't made a move, Weston followed him out. Gavriel Aldenhu, lying on the table, remained conscious, sighing in relief but also vowing revenge on Vlad upon returning to Jinzhou City for the humiliation he suffered today. "What are you doing? Ishanlp, save me." Just as Gavriel Aldenhu was contemplating his next move, he saw other people in the courtyard approaching him with drawn swords, causing him to shout in fear. "General Yang." The soldiers at the gate bowed respectfully as Vlad emerged. "You can stand up. You know how to report back, right?" Vlad glanced at the dozen or so men at the gate. They hadn't intervened when Gavriel Aldenhu screamed for help, showing their hatred toward him. Pitying them, Vlad didn't plan on killing them all. Looking at the bloodied corpse of Gavriel Aldenhu inside, he asked them, "We saw a group of bandits burst out and kidnap General. Let's go." Satisfied with the answer, Vlad nodded, mounted his horse with Weston, and left. They headed toward Shangjing without worrying about pursuers. Christopher to a sleepless night, they found an inn on the road and planned to rest for the night before setting off early the next morning. After sleeping for the afternoon, Weston knocked on Vlad's door. "Come in." Opening the door, Vlad saw Weston and beckoned him inside. "You're quite cautious." Inside, Weston noticed a dagger in Vlad's hand, surprised by his vigilance. Safety first when traveling. Christopher to the internal exclusion within the main Red Banner and lacking command authority, Vlad left Jinzhou City alone, living among bandits and eventually becoming familiar with them all. Over time, anyone attempting to harm him ended up dead at his hands. "I never imagined you'd set such a trap today." Seated in a chair, Weston smiled. Initially thinking Vlad was just a naive young man, he was impressed by the depth of Vlad's strategy, predicting Gavriel Aldenhu's pursuit and betrayal, all anticipated by Vlad. Not everyone could devise such a comprehensive plan, which Weston admired. "There's nothing special about it. Ishan wanted me dead, so to protect myself, I had to strike first." Despite the praise, Vlad felt slightly uncomfortable, responding with a helpless look. "Why didn't you finish them all? Do you know if these people return, Thomas won't easily believe them? Under torture, they might crack." Keeping secrets is impossible if you rely on them. Weston couldn't understand why Vlad didn't eliminate all witnesses after committing such a deed, but he didn't, leaving Weston puzzled. Although the main red banner doesn't recognize or accept me, I am still one of its own. I cannot become a mass murderer. Killing my comrades is something I can't bring myself to do. Vlad had considered everything Weston mentioned. A Masha complex trap wouldn't overlook potential leaks. Deep down, while hating the Jurchen, Vlad didn't want to slaughter indiscriminately. He only sought to prove himself. Despite enduring unfair treatment, he chose to avoid conflict and became a bandit outside Jinzhou City. However, Gabrielle Aldinho's relentless pursuit left Vlad no choice but to act preemptively. Don't you ever consider going back there? After hearing Vlad's explanation, Weston paused, deep in thought, before asking, back? To that place? Vlad scoffed, shaking his head. His identity was awkward and fraught with distrust, having grown up among the Jurchen and earning their trust despite never being fully accepted. Returning within the Great Wall would subject him to suspicion, rendering it unfeasible. Instead, he aimed to gain footing within the main red banner. Alright, it's late. I'll get some sleep. Initially hoping to recruit Vlad, Weston's determination only grew after this conversation. Although Vlad refused outright, Weston wasn't deterred. With ample time spent among the Jurchen, he believed he could persuade Vlad over time. Chapter 585. Looks honest but isn't honest at all. The next morning, the two of them continued on horseback. Weston had been to Shangjing before, but the road seemed changed and unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Vlad, who had never been there, consulted a map he had prepared in advance. Ishan checked the route and landmarks and informed Weston. By tonight, we'll reach Anqing. If we travel for half a day tomorrow, we can arrive at Shangjing. Good, let's go. After confirming the direction, they hurried toward Anqing on their horses. Upon reaching Anqing that evening, they were stopped by soldiers at the city gate. Who are you? What brings you to Anqing? The guards, noticing Vlad and Weston's attire, identified them as belonging to the right banner but knew Anqing was under the jurisdiction of the left banner and was Silas's stronghold. They needed to verify their intentions, fearing potential troublemakers. Captain Gavriel of the right banner. This is my subordinate. We plan to stay overnight here before heading to Shangjing tomorrow, Vlad replied, realizing it would be risky to reveal his own Han name. Recalling that Gavriel was dead, he used the name to deceive the guards. Alright, proceed. They were allowed entry without much hassle since the guards saw Vlad's respectable position within the right banner. Unnecessary conflict with the right banner wasn't something they wanted. What's going on here? It feels strict him. Did they not want him to see something? Vlad's slip-up earlier hinted that this might involve troop mobilizations. Considering Shanhaiguan was quiet, where could the Jurchens be moving towards? North to the Xiongnu or south to Korea? Both seemed unlikely. General Patrick guarded Korea, and the Jurchens had good relations with the Xiongnu in the north. Just as Weston pondered, he heard movement outside. Peering through a narrow door crack, he saw Vlad leaving the inn. Wondering what Vlad was up to at night, Weston suspected it was important enough for secrecy. Ishan followed discreetly. Vlad, unaware he was being followed, walked a couple of streets before stopping. Weston, hiding nearby, saw Vlad enter a brothel, which shocked him. Previously, Weston thought Vlad was upright, but entering a brothel shattered that image. Knowing his wife and child would feel betrayed, Weston hesitated to enter such a place. Walking a few steps, he paused. Why not just look inside? Curiosity gets the better of me. Deciding, Weston approached the brothel boldly. Welcome, sir. A woman greeted him warmly, noticing his good looks. The women there, accustomed to rugged Jurchen men, surrounded him eagerly. Do you have business elsewhere? Scatter. A madam emerged, scolding them. Yes, madam. They dispersed reluctantly, still eyeing Weston. You're new here, aren't you? The madam noticed his unfamiliar face, momentarily lost in admiration. Imagining herself decades younger, she felt tempted but composed herself with a smile. Weston nodded, looking around curiously. This unexpected turn of events would unravel further secrets. Chapter 586. Upstairs, woman Taya, a Mosra thing. A brother of mine told me that the women here are beautiful. I wonder if any of them will be to my taste. After Beckett entered the brothel, he glanced at the guests and serving women around him. Ishan could hardly bear to look. Not one of them came close to his wife's beauty. Rest assured, sir. The women on this floor cater only to ordinary patrons. Our top performers are upstairs. Upon hearing Beckett's words, the madam smiled and reassured him. Oh, I would love to see them. Beckett looked upstairs, noticing people there. Considering Vlad's prideful nature, he doubted Yang would remain downstairs and must have gone up. Wait a moment. The prices upstairs are different from those downstairs. Seeing Beckett about to ascend, the madam hurriedly approached him, standing in front of him with a smile. This wasn't a place anyone could enter casually. Though she saw Beckett was richly dressed, she feared he might not be able to pay and felt it necessary to remind him first. Himph, here you go. If it's not enough, tell me. Looking at the madam, Beckett angrily pulled out a money bag from his robe and threw it into her arms. Upon catching the bag, the madam opened it, momentarily blinded by its glittering contents. Inside were about 70 to 80 taels of silver. Beckett waited for quite some time but found the madam still speechless. Ishan wondered if his payment wasn't enough. After all, in the capital, a sum like this wouldn't even allow access to the second floor of such establishments. Previously, encountering Everly had cost him several hundred taels. However, thinking about his empty pockets now, he hadn't brought much cash on this trip, and the banknotes he carried could only be exchanged within the pass, not usable here among the Jurchens. Sir, please proceed upstairs. Coming back to her senses, the madam quickly stowed the money away in her bosom, her stout figure hiding it perfectly. She then hurriedly opened the path to the upper floor, gesturing invitingly with a smile. Watching the madam's pleased expression, Beckett couldn't understand why such a modest amount seemed to make her so delighted. Despite his confusion, he continued upstairs. Quickly, inform upstairs that a distinguished guest has arrived. Prepare accordingly and ensure their welcome is excellent. Anyone who displeases this guest will answer to me. After escorting Beckett upstairs, the madam promptly called a servant to instruct the girls to ready themselves. Once done, she checked the surroundings to ensure no one had noticed her before leaving the hall. A large sum of silver was uncommon in Jurchen territory, especially since trade had just resumed, and everything was still recovering. Five taels usually made someone a VIP here, yet receiving so much more took her by surprise. It amounted to several months' salary for a deputy commander, which naturally caught her attention and led her to speculate about Beckett's identity. When Beckett reached the second floor, he marveled at how remarkably attractive the women there were. The saying "the environment shapes the people" rang true in his mind. Having traveled extensively, Beckett had seen many women. Jurchen women possessed a wild, untamed beauty that stirred desires to conquer. "Sir, please sit down while I fetch a girl for you." Wait. Having ascended, Beckett wasn't focused solely on the women but kept an eye out for Vlad, whom he didn't see. Grabbing the departing servant, he asked, "Sir, what else do you need?" Ishannering Beckett call out, the servant turned back to ask, "How many guests are here tonight? Who specifically?" Noticing hardly any men upstairs, only prostitutes, Beckett remembered his mission to find Vlad and urgently inquired, "Well, we can't discuss our guests' affairs." The servant realized Beckett wasn't there merely for pleasure, as servants often encountered such requests. These upper-floor guests were high-ranking officials and nobles, not someone a servant could talk about freely. Cough, cough. Take these few taels of silver. I just want to know who's here. After clearing his throat, Beckett pulled out some money and placed it in the servant's hands. Fingers fumbling over his newfound wealth, the servant smiled. It equaled his monthly wage. Glancing around to ensure privacy, he responded, "There aren't many guests today. There's the city constable, a chief guard from the Bukert Blue Banner, and a well-dressed stranger. The madam received him personally, though I don't know his background." "And who escorted those others?" After hearing the servant's description, Beckett suspected the stranger was Vlad, noting many Bukert Blue Banner soldiers nearby. Ishan asked further, curious, "That cough is a very important person, someone I can't disclose." Seeing Beckett's gaze, the servant awkwardly coughed and whispered his response. "All right, get me a girl." Choosing a private room, Beckett instructed the servant. "Yes, sir. Coming right up." Moments later, Beckett heard a knock on the door. "So fast? Come in." Just as he lifted his teacup, Beckett saw someone at the door, smiling at them. "Good evening, sir." The woman smiled and entered, bowing gracefully before sitting opposite Beckett. "I never expected to find such a charming young lady here in Anqing." Beckett's eyes never left the woman before him. After admiring her for a while, he stood, walking towards the door as he spoke, closing it behind him. "How old are you?" Closing the door, Beckett approached her, lifting her chin with a finger. 20. "What's your name?" "Just call me Taya." Facing Beckett, the woman blushed, answering softly. "Great, do you know where you are?" Almost nose to nose, Beckett held her closely, smiling as he asked. "Of course. I work here unless you don't know." Standing to Taya's response, Beckett picked her up. Taya's eyes betrayed a flicker of nervousness, her body stiffening in his embrace. Chapter 587, Complicated Identity. "You are not a courtesan at all. Who are you really?" Weston smiled slightly as he held Shania in his arms and asked, "I am here to serve you." Shania reached out to caress Weston, smiling as she spoke. "Fine, then let's do something only a courtesan can do." Upon hearing that Shania still refused to admit her true identity, Weston walked toward the bed without further ado. Ishan laid Shania on the bed and began unbuttoning his shirt and loosening his belt. "What are you doing?" After being placed on the bed, Shania hurriedly sat up. Seeing Weston start to undress, she became panicked. She was not a courtesan but the Jurchen Barnabas. Weston looked at the frantic servants and madam entering, and patted Shania's behind on the bed. "Let me go." At this moment, Shania's hands were tied to the bed. This helpless feeling made her very nervous. Thinking Weston was going to do something to her, she screamed loudly, but nothing actually happened. The madam, pushing into the room, saw Weston sitting on the bed. Finding him mostly undressed, she assumed the deed was done. Not just the madam, but the other servants entering the room thought the same thing. "Don't worry, I haven't touched her." Perceiving everyone's strange looks, Weston quickly explained to avoid misunderstanding. If rumors got back to Matthew or others, it would be embarrassing. "Sir, this is our owner. Please release her." Seeing the princess fully dressed, the madam sighed in relief. To protect the princess's identity, she smiled and stepped forward. "Owner, do you think I paid too little?" No. It must be a mistake. "Sir, please accept your money back, and all expenses tonight will be on me." Deep inside, the madam wasn't concerned about money. If the princess was harmed, everyone would lose their heads. Grudgingly pulling out the bag of money from his pocket and placing it on the table, he respectfully addressed Weston. Ishan, her only wish was to save the princess immediately. "You seem quite valuable. I'm curious about your real identity." Introduced himself to the woman in front of him. As they approached Changjing, hiding his identity wasn't necessary. "Weston, why does that name sound familiar?" Shania tried recalling where she had heard Weston's name but couldn't remember why. "Okay, tell me your real identity. You're not an ordinary brothel owner." Very few knew Weston's name among the Jurchens, all of whom were influential figures. Shania, despite her complicated background, should not know of him. "I am the Jurchen Barnabas, the elder sister of the current Elwyn." "What?" Drinking water, Weston spit it out in surprise. Chapter 588, Realizing the Identity. Cough, cough. Weston had thought that even if Taya wasn't an ordinary person, he should still have some status. Ishan had mentally prepared for this possibility, but not on such a large scale. The water he had just sipped was sprayed out all at once, reaching his throat. "What's wrong with you?" Taya looked at Weston's exaggerated reaction and couldn't understand why. "Nothing. I didn't expect to bind a princess. This deed can be bragged about for a lifetime." Weston waved his hand, wiped his mouth, and said, You're impressive. Why did you come here? Okay, I have nothing else, I just wanted to ask. An hour passed, and the madam rushing into the room. Taya lifted his hand to stop them and said, just as well this scoundrel ran fast, thinking with 2 stinking coins, he could dare defile a princess. I will immediately order the armies of the Bukert Blue Banner to find this bastard. Stepping into the room, the madam noticed the window was open and angrily stomped her foot. Within those few minutes, Taya learned the identity of the latter. Drop this matter, no one is allowed to mention it. Anyone who leaks will never speak again in their life. Taya glanced at everyone present and coldly warned them. Yes, these people knew better than to reveal anything unnecessary. Outside the brothel, brother, rest assured, I remember everything about your affair. Danty there won't be any issues. Silas, supported by soldiers, assured Vlad with a thumping chest. Many thanks to Commander Silas. I'll definitely reward you later. Eschanering Silas's words, Vlad smiled and thanked Silas with clasped hands. All right, I must go back. Send off Commander Silas. Watching Silas get into the carriage, Vlad remained standing until the carriage was far enough, then broke into laughter. Weston, hiding in the dark, overheard Silas and Vlad's conversation as well as Vlad's laughter after Silas left. Ishan sensed Vlad might have more secrets. Noticing Vlad starting to head back, Weston hurriedly followed ahead or risk being discovered by Vlad. But while turning to leave, he accidentally stepped on a broken tile, alerting Vlad. As soon as the tile broke, Weston immediately hid and took another route back to the inn. Vlad, hearing the unusual noise, looked up at the roof but saw no one, then quickened his steps. Sir, you are back. Where were you going so late? A shop boy at the inn greeted Vlad, who returned in haste. Not your business. Tisk, show off. Vlad reached Weston's room, quietly opening the door and slipped inside. Tiptoeing to the bed, he placed his hand on the dagger when he saw Weston sleeping soundly. Relieved, he left silently. Only after Vlad left did Weston finally catch his breath after pretending to sleep fully dressed. The next noon, Weston finally woke up. After waking, he did not rise immediately, planning to take a nap again. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Weston was dozing off, knocks on the door interrupted him. Who is it? From the bed, Weston shouted impatiently towards the door. Brother Alden, are you up? Shall we be leaving? Wait a moment. Eschanering Vlad's voice, Weston quickly dressed and opened the door. Let's go. After packing, Weston and Vlad headed for the city gate on horseback. Brother Alden, did you sleep well last night? Vlad, returning. There's a silver needle in his neck. Neither the surrounding soldiers of the plain blue banner, nor Vlad, understood how the squad leader could fall mid-sentence. They rushed over and confirmed that he was dead. A sharp-eyed soldier pointed out the silver needle embedded in the neck. Eschanering that the man died from a silver needle, Vlad's face turned dark. Recalling the item Weston had used before, a silver needle launcher, he cast a glance at Weston. Let's go. With that, Weston cracked his whip and rode toward the city gate, laughing. After witnessing Vlad and Silas secretly meet in a brothel last night, Weston knew what they were up to. Ishan thought of intervening, knowing 2 ambitious and reckless individuals plotting together never led to anything good. Fortunately, when these soldiers blocked their way, Weston saw an opportunity. By killing one of the plain blue banner soldiers, he aimed to stir conflict between them. Don't let them escape. Capture whoever you can. Get lost. Seeing Weston desperately fleeing, clearly having caused all this trouble, Vlad watched as the soldiers around him tried to detain him. Initially intending to explain himself, Vlad decided it was futile and rode towards the city gate instead. Aldenry, chase after them. This is all because of you. Vlad angrily said as the pursuers continued relentlessly. Just go. If they catch you, they might kill you outright. Vlad now realized this too. It went well, yet today Vlad fled after killing 4 of Silas's men. A blatant insult. Commander, please order their capture to restore justice for our men. A general stepped forward, bowing to Silas. Take 20 men to Shangjing. If you find Vlad, find a secluded place and kill him. Silas reminded the subordinate of Vlad's affiliation with the plain red banner while drinking. Commander, rest assured, we will accomplish the mission. The general quickly left Anqing, chasing Weston and Vlad. The duo kept riding but were nearing Shangjing. With their exhausted horses needing rest, they stopped for a break to avoid running their mounts to death. You did this intentionally. Vlad sat on a large rock, staring at Weston. That's correct. I don't know what you told Silas, but your plans with him are likely ruined now, Weston bluntly admitted. Weston understood Silas better than Vlad. Silas couldn't stand being wronged. This incident would not end without retaliation. Ha, you're really ruthless. My carefully laid plans for a month, destroyed so easily. Can I ask what your motive was? Vlad laughed bitterly. Having planned meticulously, he couldn't understand why Weston acted this way, given their lack of prior interactions. I hate being used. Once we reach Shangjing, let's part ways. Originally intending to recruit Weston, recent events showed Vlad wasn't suitable. Fine, if you want to go separate ways, so be it. Vlad had intended to do the same, achieving his goal and reaching Shangjing. Ishan no longer needed Weston. Somebody's coming. Lying on the ground, Vlad jumped up and alerted them. Go. Without hesitation, Weston mounted his horse and headed toward Shangjing. You sure know how to show gratitude. Watching Weston ride off, Vlad sighed, thoroughly exasperated. Chapter 590, entering Shangjing City. Right up ahead, chase them. The general of the plain blue banner, responsible for the pursuit, shouted to his soldiers as he watched 2 riders gallop in front of him. Very soon, Beckett halted his horse at the city gate of Shangjing. Vlad followed closely behind. Who are you? The soldiers guarding the gate stopped the 2 men from entering and asked. I belong to the plain red banner. Here is my identification. Vlad showed his credentials first to the guards. And what about you? After checking Vlad's identification, the guard turned to Beckett. None. Facing the soldier's question, Beckett answered only with those 2 words. What? Anything that can verify your identity will do. The guard didn't expect such a terse reply from Beckett, but, seeing his demeanor, felt uncertain. Afraid Beckett might be an important person, he softened his tone and continued questioning. None, Beckett. This man, I can vouch for him. Ishan truly has come to meet the herald. Vlad, seeing the pursuers getting closer, had no time to delay and quickly assured the guard. All right, your word is enough. Although the guard still had doubts, unable to confirm or deny Beckett's story, he feared missing the herald's orders would cost him his head. Ishannering someone vouch for them, he quickly stepped aside to let both men enter. Farewell. Once inside the city, Beckett rode towards the Jurchen Palace. A mosh lack of loyalty. Watching Beckett ride away, Vlad mumbled to himself. As Vlad muttered, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and turned around to see the pursuers had entered the city. Vlad, stop running. Let's sit down and talk properly. The plain blue banner general addressed Vlad from several meters away. Are you crazy, or am I? Upon hearing this, Vlad immediately turned and started running. Courting death. Split up and pursue him. Make sure to catch him. Seeing Vlad run again, Birdie split his 20-plus men into 3 groups to encircle and intercept Vlad. Yes, sir. After running for a while, Vlad hid in a narrow alley, panting heavily on the ground. Ishani, are you going to keep at this? I didn't kill any of your men. Shortly after resting, 2 soldiers found him. Vlad stood up, backing away as he spoke to the soldiers mocked Vlad. Wait, I have one last thing to say. As the soldiers prepared to take his head, Vlad raised his hand. Go on, what's your final statement? Knowing Vlad couldn't escape, they were curious about his last words. My head offers only one reward. How will you divide the credit? Chapter 591. To look for Christopherka. What do you mean? The 2 men, who were about to make a move, exchanged glances after hearing Vlad's words. One of them stepped forward and pointed his knife at Vlad, asking, take it literally. Silas is a man who rewards and punishes accordingly. This time capturing me would definitely earn much reward. In the end, there will only be one person who can bring my head. You bastard, stop sowing discord here. We brothers won't be influenced by you. Just as this man finished speaking, he looked down in disbelief at his chest, where the tip of a blade was jutting out. You take the first step then. The blessings you can't enjoy, I'll help you with. The soldier behind pulled the knife out from the man's body and gently laid him down, smoothing his eyelids shut. You're really heartless. You just killed your comrade in arms. Vlad had merely wanted to try, never expecting that his strategy of causing dissension would actually succeed. Looking at the remaining person glaring fiercely at him, Vlad couldn't help but laugh. You are facing death yet can still taste of our fists. The guard scrutinized Weston, noting his attire, and spoke disdainfully. Not to mention a lowly soldier from the plain red banner. Even the plain red banner commander would stand to attention upon seeing their commander. Just report this to him. Your commander will certainly want to see me. Weston knew only a few people among the Jurchens, considering Christopherka one of the best, treating him like a brother. Not allowed. The guard wouldn't go just because Weston asked. Ishan refused outright. Ho, what's going on here? While Weston and the guard were at a stalemate, another horse stopped behind them. A man dismounted and noticed a man in plain red banner clothing talking to the guards, so he approached, asking the guard. Greetings, Joe. This man wants to meet the commander. Upon seeing the deputy commander, the guard hastily reported. If he has something to say, let him speak. Otherwise, give him some money and send him on his way. At that moment, the leader of the plain white banner was Christopherka's cousin, Enrique. After hearing the guard, he didn't even glance at Weston. There were too many people wanting handouts from the plain blue banner, but Christopherka thought quality over quantity was better. Allowing outsiders in would severely affect the plain white banner's own interests, leading to discontent within the clan. So, no one was accepted. Weston decided not to argue further and followed him into the mansion. When they passed the guard at the gate, Weston warned him. Remember, don't judge a book by its cover. The guard obviously wasn't convinced, eyeing Weston. A Mosra thing. The plain white banner truly lives up to its reputation as the Jurchen's elite troops. Even the soldiers are unbending. Seeing the guard's look, Weston laughed, patting the guard on the shoulder, smiling at Enrique. Minister, please proceed. Enrique felt very uncomfortable inside, being scolded in front of his subordinate on his own territory. However, given Weston's close relationship with the Elwyn and his contributions to the Jurchens, Enrique dared not speak up. Brother, look who's here. Entering the courtyard but not yet reaching the main hall, Enrique's voice rang out first. Chapter 592. Tom's troops ishaned for Korea. Brain, who was about to leave through the door, noticed his elder brother Cristoforo Tuola in the hall and quickly invited Weston inside. Weston, why did you come? Crew looked up from the message he was reading and hurriedly greeted Weston with a smile. Didn't you know about this? Didn't your herald call me here? Upon entering the hall, Weston noticed a letter on the table. Seeing Crew's and earlier Brain's surprise at his appearance, Weston asked them directly. I heard about it before. That's right, they replied, knowing very well that only a few were privy to the herald's plans. By calculation, Weston had no room for refusal. Subsequently, Weston was led away by Brain. Once Weston was gone, Crew hurried out of the mansion and galloped towards the palace. Ishan couldn't comprehend why Weston had suddenly appeared there, which threw their plans into disarray. Ishan needed to inform the herald immediately. Greetings, Commander Cristoforo. The soldiers of the plain yellow banner stationed at the palace gate bowed respectfully upon seeing Crew. At the palace gate, Crew dismounted, handed over his sword, underwent a body search, and then walked into the palace. Currently, most of Shengjing was under the watch of the plain yellow banner soldiers, responsible for protecting the city's safety. After becoming the herald, Matthew knew how difficult it was to maintain control. The Sylvia, Jurchen, consisted of many tribes, making rebellion common. Upon becoming the herald, Matthew tightened his hold on the military power. The large numbers of the plain blue banner were dispersed across various regions, while the combat-effective plain white banner, its leader, stayed close to him. Even the smallest plain red banner wasn't overlooked. They were stationed at Jizhou City to guard against Ming forces at Shanhaiguan in southern Korea. Emiliano, Commander Cristoforo, come over and see my thoughts and layout. In the grand hall, as Matthew reviewed maps and sand tables, hearing Crew speak, he turned and quickly pulled Crew to the sand table, showing off his work. Seeing the deployment on the sand table, Crew was also stunned. Under the previous Herald's command, they never had such plans. They only attacked Shanhaiguan recklessly without thought. Tasks given to the plain white banner. Don't worry, we can invade Korea immediately and conquer it within a month. Now, the Sylvia had a formidable army. Matthew wanted to test his troops, but wondered where to start. Northern Aldens were hard targets, mostly cavalry, making victory both costly and meaningless. After discussion, the target was set on southern Korea. Korea's southern coast was suffering from pirate raids, so an attack now would catch them unprepared. Wonderful. Next, do this. After listening to Crew, Matthew placed the white dragon flag of the Sylvia within Korea's territory. Herald, you called for me? At this moment, another person entered the grand hall. Chapter 593. The enemy who killed his father. Crew, who was talking with the Elwyn at the time, turned his head towards the entrance upon hearing someone come in. Upon seeing who entered, he froze on the spot, never expecting it to be a Ming officer he knew well. Leader Cristoforo, it has indeed been a long time. Nicholas, dressed in the attire of the plain yellow banner, greeted Crew with a smile, despite the surprise etched on Crew's face. Nicholas, you damn bastard. How dare you show your face before me? Crew's anger flared up instantly as he saw Nicholas. He rolled up his sleeves and stormed over, grabbing Nicholas by the collar. Seeing Crew about to hit him, Nicholas remained calm sternly. Don't worry, I'll stay inside the palace and avoid Leader Cristoforo. Soon, everything will be fine. Nicholas wasn't naive. He knew if it came down to choosing between him and Crew, Tom wouldn't pick him. For now, Tom's protection was temporary. Alright, you mentioned earlier that you have a way to attack Shanhaiguan? That's correct. While Shanhaiguan appears heavily fortified, it has a critical flaw that can be easily exploited. Although Tom planned to invade Korea primarily to practice warfare and plunder treasures, his ultimate goal was Shanhaiguan. Only by breaching it could the Jurchen people truly survive. Historical Jurchen Khans understood that the outside territories were unsuitable for living, and their citizens struggled under harsh conditions. The reason Tom protected Nicholas in front of Crew was because Nicholas knew a way to enter Shanhaiguan. Nicholas, once a key general under Donnie, thoroughly understood Shanhaiguan's defenses and its weakest points. Tom was eager to hear his plan. This time, I've come. Fuming, Crew rode out of the palace and headed home. Halfway there, he stopped at a tavern. Well, hello Leader Cristoforo. What brings you here today? A waiter at the entrance quickly approached Crew as he dismounted, politely taking the reins. Humph. Still enraged, Crew glanced at the waiter and stormed into the tavern. Why is he so angry today? The waiter scratched his head, puzzled, leading the horse to the stable. Leader Cristoforo, what would you like today? The innkeeper noticed Crew and hurried over, offering a cup of tea respectfully. Bring me a jar of the best wine and prepare the dishes I used to order. Crew smashed the teacup on the floor and instructed the innkeeper. Of course, right away. The innkeeper sensed Crew's foul mood and quickly left to expedite the kitchen. Everything is ready for you, Leader Cristoforo. Enjoy slowly. Knowing Crew always paid for his meals, the innkeeper didn't hesitate or worry, welcoming Crew wholeheartedly. After an hour, Crew slumped over the table, mumbling to himself. Oh dear, is Leader Cristoforo alright? The innkeeper rushed over to check on him. No worries, I can still drink. In a daze, Crew tried to reach for the wine pot, only to find all were empty. Eventually, he collapsed onto the table. Go notify his residents immediately to fetch Leader Cristoforo. At the commander's residence, Weston was dining with Enrique. Where's that Crew? Isn't he coming to drink with me? Is he scared I can drink more than him? Weston teased Enrique, noting Crew's absence since afternoon. Don't mind him. Ishan must be eating elsewhere. You should try Xinjiang's cuisine. Though Enrique changed the subject by serving Weston meat, he wondered why Crew wasn't back yet, as he usually returned earlier. The food is excellent. Bukurf is getting better for us. Weston, famished, devoured the meal, nodding appreciatively at Enrique. Certainly, under the Herald's leadership, our lives are improving. Almost everyone can eat their fill. Translation provided aims to maintain original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with previous content while ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness in English. ##### Chapter 594. Beckett learns of the Jiannu's plans. Do you remember, Christopher Bryant, when we first met, what the Jiannu were like back then? Uriel began eating as well, and while chewing his food, he asked Beckett. Of course I remember. You guys gave me quite a beating that day. Ahem, Christopher Bryant. Let's say we became acquainted through that encounter. I meant to ask if you remember the time outside Jinzhou City when the Jiannu army was short on supplies, and you led us to dig up sweet potatoes and roast them in our tents? At the mention of being beaten, Uriel choked slightly, hurriedly sipped some water, and gave an awkward laugh. Yes, I remember. I even forgot to charge for all those carts of sweet potatoes. What should have been a memorable moment became utterly speechless as it came out of Uriel's mouth. By the way, if you give me the money, Crew never drank outside, and if he did, he wouldn't let himself drink too much. Why didn't you follow him? Didn't you think something might happen in Shangjing? On the way out, Uriel angrily asked the soldier. Ishan rode away without us. By the time we realized, he was already gone. We assumed nothing would happen here. The soldier had overlooked this possibility, which indeed turned into trouble. What? Assumed nothing would happen? Time is tight. I won't punish you now. Aldenry. Uriel was fuming as he quickly rode towards the tavern. After Uriel left, Beckett put down his chopsticks and walked to the back courtyard, familiar with the layout. Ishan entered the study room. Inside the study, there were numerous weapons displayed. So many weapons in a study room. Like you're expecting a battle in here. Beckett searched briefly but found nothing significant. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes caught a map hung behind the desk. Studying the map, which was marked with various symbols, Beckett noticed two things. First, all the troops of the plain white banner were moving south, clearly aiming for Korea. This intention to invade Korea was unmistakable. Second, the deployments of the other banners, the plain red, plain blue, and plain yellow, indicated the strategic balance maintained by his disciple. As Beckett examined the map, he noticed a small mark near the coast of Jinzhou, whose meaning puzzled him. Almostanly, commotion arose outside. Gently, quickly bring the commander inside. Uriel quickly returned with the drunk crew. Uriel, escorted by others, crew suddenly pushed them away and hugged Uriel tightly. My father's killer appeared before me, and I couldn't avenge him. I am worthless, unworthy of leading the plain white banner. Whispering in Uriel's ear, crew expressed his frustration. Upon hearing this, Uriel's expression changed instantly. Seeing his guards ready to intervene, he raised his hand to stop them. Brother, I understand. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Despite suppressing his anger, Uriel guided Crew into the room. As everyone attended to Crew, Beckett slipped out of the study and approached Crew's room, pretending he had just arrived. What happened? Entering Crew's room, Beckett saw Crew lying on the bed and hurried to his side. Nothing serious. My brother just drank too much. Let's leave him alone to rest. Seeing Beckett come in, Uriel stopped him and pushed him towards the door. I just wanted to see. Beckett didn't intend to push further but was ushered out anyway. It's not worth looking at. He's making a mess. All right. Realizing no one would let him in, Beckett left the back courtyard and returned to his own room. Once in his room, Beckett began to contemplate. The Jian Nu must have some plan, and the unknown always instilled fear. His disciple was already surpassing his master. Chapter 595. Enrique seeks revenge. Coleman is sent away. Early the next morning, Weston got up early. After being attended to by a maid and freshening up, he headed towards the back courtyard. No one is allowed into the back courtyard without permission. Just as Weston was about to go to the back courtyard to see if Coleman had woken up, since they agreed to go to the palace today, several soldiers blocked his way on the path leading to the back courtyard. I came in through here yesterday. Are you telling me I can't enter now? Looking at the people blocking his path, Weston pointed towards the back courtyard behind them and asked. Yesterday our commander was drunk, and everyone was focused on the other side, neglecting this area. In fact, after hearing what Coleman said in his drunken state, Enrique watched Weston enter the back courtyard, fearing that if it were his older brother who revealed anything under the influence of alcohol, it would be disastrous. Therefore, he arranged for some men to guard the only path leading to the back courtyard to prevent Weston from passing through. Before Weston arrived, no one had been stationed there. Fine, could you check if your commander has woken up yet? Seeing that he wouldn't be able to reach the back courtyard, Weston decided to ask the guards. My elder brother hasn't woken up yet. Today, I'll take you to the palace. At that moment, Enrique emerged from the back courtyard, dressed entirely in dark clothing, with an emotionless expression. All right, let's go. Weston observed Enrique carefully, noting his unusually serious demeanor. Ishan didn't overthink it though. After all, he just needed to meet Matthew, so it didn't matter who escorted him. The two reached outside the commander's residence. Weston climbed into the carriage first while Enrique turned to look back at the residence. What are you looking at? Once you drop me off, you can come back and continue staring. From inside the carriage, Weston, seeing Enrique still standing there, urged him impatiently. Go. This time, Enrique did not bring any personal guards and drove the carriage himself, heading toward the palace. Enrique, you're acting strange today. Is something wrong? Inside the carriage, Weston felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lifting the curtain, he asked Enrique, who was facing away from him. Nothing's wrong. Just didn't sleep well last night. Right, you should take care of yourself. Your health is the foundation of everything. What revolution? What foundation? Driving the carriage, Enrique turned back puzzled by Weston's words. Just means take care of yourself? Weston smacked his head, realizing how out of place his modern sayings were. Of course, these people wouldn't understand what a revolution meant. Meanwhile, as Enrique drove the carriage toward the palace, another carriage exited the city gates, accompanied by over 10 personal guards from the plain white banner. Only commanders and banner leaders could have personal guards from the plain white banner. Where are we? Lying inside the carriage, Coleman woke up feeling dizzy due to the bumpy ride. His head pounded as the carriage jolted back and forth. Commander, are you alright? Isharing that the commander had awakened, the guard driving the carriage hurriedly lifted the curtain to inquire. I need to vomit. Unable to hold it in anymore once the carriage stopped, Coleman rushed out and started vomiting near some bushes. Commander, rinse your mouth. A guard quickly handed over a water pouch. Why are we outside the city? Recovering somewhat, Coleman, confused, asked the guard. The deputy commander ordered us to escort you out of the city and to the camp. Even the guard seemed bewildered by this order. What nonsense? Did he explain why? Coleman, upon hearing it was Enrique's order, became even more confused. His brother wasn't one to issue random orders. Ishan asked the guard again. Right, the deputy commander left you a letter, instructing you to open it after waking up. Remembering Enrique's instructions, the guard took out a letter from his robes and handed it to the commander. My brother, I heard everything you said last night when you were drunk. The troubles you dared not cause, I will handle. The people you dared not kill, I will kill for you. When you read this letter, you should already be out of Shangjing City. Now that you've left, do not return. This time, whether I succeed or fail, I won't be coming back. Don't come after me. Quickly return to the camp. Reading the letter, tears streamed down Coleman's face. Commander, what's wrong? Seeing their leader cry while reading the letter, the guard asked hesitantly. You all head to the camp. I'm going back to Shangjing City. Wiping his tears, Coleman pulled out Birdie's sword, mounted a horse, and turned to look back at Shangjing City, then glanced at the dozen guards. Reflecting on Enrique's actions, he didn't want to involve anyone else. An assassination in the palace was no small matter. Our house matters should be dealt with alone. Commander, you can tell us what's happening. We won't let you leave if you don't. You're treating us like outsiders. As your personal guards, we are bound to follow you into life and death. Upon hearing Coleman's explanation, the guards were shocked. They realized their plain white banner enemies had appeared. The defeat at that battle wasn't just for the Doe family but affected almost every household in the banner. Ishanering, their commander, wanted to seek revenge alone. None of them were willing. All right, mount up. We'll join Enrique. Immediately after saying this, Coleman was knocked unconscious. What are you guys doing? Watching the guards carry Coleman into the carriage, Bertie questioned them in confusion. Chapter 596, Confronting Enrique. After the few bodyguards had settled their commander, they came before Bertie. What does this mean? Everyone, including Bertie, looked puzzled at the men in front of them. This matter we can handle. As long as our commander is safe, so is the true white banner. Let's return to Shangjing. Having heard this, Bertie glanced at the carriage and led his men on horseback back to Shangjing. The true white banner needed someone to take revenge, but it absolutely could not be Christopher Moses. Two people remained behind, continuing to drive the carriage quickly towards the military camp outside the city. Soon, Enrique brought Beckett to the palace gates. The guards saw that Beckett was here again and stepped aside. Stop, Joe Christopher, we need to conduct a body search. The palace guards, following protocol, stopped them and began searching Beckett and Enrique. While Beckett was being searched, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the guard checking Enrique was extremely lax. The guard even made eye contact with Enrique. All clear, nothing on him. You may enter quickly. Shortly after, Enrique and Beckett games with me. What's strapped to your leg? Should I pull it out myself? When Enrique continued to argue, Beckett kicked his calf. A dagger was tied to Enrique's leg. Kicked by Beckett, Enrique winced and fell to one knee. All right, no more fighting. What do you want? Now exposed, Enrique had no good explanation left and turned to look at Beckett. I want to know why you brought weapons into the palace. Beckett wasn't seeking anything specific. He knew if Enrique acted, he would be implicated. However, considering the true white banner's loyalty to the Elwyn, he couldn't understand Enrique's actions. You must be mistaken. I never intended to assassinate the Elwyn. Kneeling on the ground, Enrique smiled weakly, trying to explain. So why did you bring a knife into the palace? Don't tell me you were planning to peel an apple for the Elwyn. Ishanering this, Beckett became even more confused and drove the silver needle into Enrique's shoulder. Ah. Enrique, feeling the pain, covered his shoulder. If you don't speak clearly, I'll go straight to the Elwyn. Ishan will be even more interested in why you brought weapons in. Seeing Enrique in pain, Beckett intentionally targeted an acupressure point. It wasn't dangerous, but extremely painful. Even so, Enrique didn't say a word. With his tactics failing, Beckett had to find someone Enrique feared. No, don't go. Enrique, lying on the ground, quickly got up and blocked Beckett from leaving. Scared? Looking at Enrique standing up, Beckett smirked. You're clever. Enrique had thought this palace visit would be a perfect opportunity, never expecting Beckett to see through his disguise. But hearing that Beckett would seek out the Elwyn, Enrique had no choice but to comply. After all, his father's murderer was still alive. If the Elwyn found out about the dagger in the palace, not only would Enrique be implicated, but possibly the entire true white banner. That was also why they sent Moses away in haste. Can you remove this? Enrique grimaced in pain, pointing to his shoulder. A Mosra? Beckett wasn't worried Enrique would escape, so he pulled the silver needle out. Prepared this time, he concealed his sleeve arrows under his wrist guards. My purpose in entering the palace today is to avenge my father. To avenge your father? When Beckett heard Enrique's objective, he was stunned. If anyone had caused the deaths of Germain and Paolo, it was him, Beckett. So, Enrique wanted to kill his father's killer, who was him. Beckett thought he had been meddling unnecessarily, but never imagined the meddling involved himself. Yes, not you. Seeing Beckett's puzzled expression, Enrique waved his hand urgently. Then who? Are you planning to attack Shanhaguin? Ishanering that it wasn't him, Beckett grew even more confused. Germain and Paolo had died on the battlefield of Shanhaguin. Recalling the map layout in Moses's study. No, it's one person. The one who killed my father. Who? Scratching his head, Beckett wondered who killed Enrique's father. It was Donnie, who was currently at Shanhaguin. Why did Enrique bring a dagger into the palace? It's Nicholas. Noticing Beckett's unfamiliarity with Nicholas, Enrique cautiously checked his surroundings before whispering in Beckett's ear. Nicholas? You mean Nicholas is here? Ishanering Enrique's words, Beckett froze in disbelief. Chapter 597. The Herald's Amaz moaning. It felt unbelievable, so he asked again in disbelief. Since Nicholas had fled, it had been almost a year. Ishan hadn't expected to hear this name again inside the Jin Palace. This was what my brother said after drinking too much last night. Ishan saw Nicholas and drank that much because of it. No. Given Griffin's temperament, if he encountered his father's killer, he would have acted immediately. Did he not act? After hearing Enrique's words, remembering the volatile nature of the previous Griffin who encountered his father's murderer, Weston questioned how he could let him go. Because he met Nicholas while looking for his majesty. Ishan wanted to kill Nicholas directly to avenge our father and the soldiers of the plain white banner. But unexpectedly, his majesty stopped him. Enrique also sounded very depressed here. If Nicholas were already dead, he wouldn't need to come here, he explained helplessly to Weston. Why would Matthew protect Nicholas? Upon hearing Enrique's words, Weston had an ominous feeling. Ishan looked up at Enrique and asked. My brother didn't say why, but because the herald intervened, he could only leave the palace and go to a tavern to drink and relieve his frustration. After I found out about this, I started making preparations in advance. While escorting you in, I secretly went to find Nicholas and avenge the warriors of the plain white banner. Enrique now took out a dagger, holding it tightly, determination burning in his eyes. But do you know the consequences of your actions? After hearing Enrique's words, understanding the situation, Weston looked at Enrique and asked. Matthew wasn't a fool. He wouldn't keep someone like Nicholas around as a thorn in his side. Knowing Nicholas was an enemy of Griffin, he still risked rebellion by keeping Nicholas. Previously, Nicholas, second only to General Donnie at Shanhaguan, was thoroughly familiar with the area. Now, with the Jurchens eager to invade Shanhaguan, it must mean Nicholas had made some deal with Matthew, likely related to the fortress. I know, but our kin from the plain white banner will never tolerate seeing a mortal enemy and not avenging ourselves. If you do this, Griffin who is still in the city will be implicated, and the plain white banner army will be controlled. Is this worth it? Booker standing to Enrique's firmness, Weston was puzzled and asked him. I've prepared for this and set contingencies in place. My personal guards have already escorted my brother out of Shangjing. Ishan's on his way to the military camp outside the city. Once Griffin arrives at the camp, with his influence, even the Herald can't command a single soldier of our plain white banner. Over the past 2 years, Enrique had grown not just physically but in maturity and strategy under Griffin, foreseeing every possibility. Alright, I'll go see your Herald. As for what you're going to do, I know nothing. Weston detested traitors, but this was the Jurchen territory. Even if he wanted to act, there were too many watching. With Enrique eager for revenge, it was convenient not to act himself. Thank you. Relieved that Weston wouldn't betray him, Enrique thanked him with a bow. Joe Enrique, Lord Alden, the Herald heard you entered the palace but waited for a long time without seeing anyone, so he sent me to find you. Just as they prepared to leave, a guard walked into the courtyard and respectfully addressed Weston and Enrique. Lord Alden, go yourself. I have matters to attend to. Enrique glanced at the guard, gripping his dagger which he hid in his sleeve upon the guard's appearance. Please lead the way. Without responding to Enrique, Weston instructed the guard. Wait, Lord Alden. His Majesty wishes Joe Enrique to come as well? The guard looked at Enrique, realizing he wasn't leaving. Me? What does the Herald want? As Weston left, Enrique thought about how to kill Nicholas when he heard the guard's words. Unsure if he had misheard, he asked again in disbelief. Yes, the Herald did not specify but insisted on bringing you along. Fine, let's go. All his carefully laid plans were now in vain. Sighing, Enrique agreed. If he disobeyed orders, it would certainly alert the Herald, leading to certain execution. Not only failing his mission, but getting himself killed was a losing proposition. The guard led them towards the palace. Enrique, throw away the knife quickly. Weston, noticing no one was around, whispered urgently. Not possible. Eschewing Weston's words, Enrique shook his head. Without the dagger, killing Nicholas would be improbable. Looking ahead, the guard hadn't heard their conversation, so Enrique shook his head and whispered back. You're courting death. Realizing the danger, Weston felt uneasy. Knowing Matthew's intelligence, having dispersed all 3 banners except the plain yellow banner to prevent rebellion, Enrique might already be under surveillance. The Herald, Lord Alden, and Joe Enrique have arrived. The guard led them straight into the audience hall, standing respectfully aside. Master, you've finally arrived. I thought you'd take another week. Sitting before the table, draped in a tiger skin, Matthew smiled at Weston from his chair. Not quite as delayed as you thought. Thankfully, I took a shortcut. So, what do you need from me? Weston smiled back, replying to Matthew's greeting. Hashtag chapter 598, Ishan citation. Weston understood everything. It was all Matthew's plan. Ishan intentionally delayed Weston's arrival to shield the Jin army's deployment, not wanting him to know that they were now moving toward Korea. After all, Korea was currently at war with the Japanese pirates, and Ming troops were involved in this conflict as well. General Booker Rusong was leading an army to assist Korea against the Japanese pirates. This matter needed to be reported immediately to Shanhaguan. General Booker was one of the people Weston admired most, and a renowned general of the Ming dynasty. If the Jin army attacked Korea, Korea would face a 2-front assault, putting General Booker in grave danger. The Jin soldiers had even more bloodlust when they saw the Ming army compared to the Korean forces. Matthew hadn't openly said anything yet, and Weston didn't want to expose it either. Half a month ago, it had traveled back and forth very quickly to reach Matthew's ears. What astonished Weston was how swiftly Matthew learned of events in the Ming. An alarming achievement. No, I'm not sure if the news I heard is true. Seeing his teacher's surprised reaction, Matthew laughed sheepishly. Since becoming Herald, he had done much more than sit idly in the palace. At great cost, he established communication between Shanhaguan and Shangjing, ensuring that information from inside the pass reached Shangjing promptly. It's true. My obstruction of the corrupt officials' interests led them to unite and demote me. Now, I focus solely on my business. Seeing Matthew's curiosity, Weston concealed his proactive resignation and explained with a bitter smile. The Ming people are all scoundrels. They are far inferior to us Jin people. Matthew raised his voice, feigning indignation on behalf of his teacher. After hearing this, Matthew was secretly delighted. If Weston were still in the Ming camp, they would never be able to breach Shanhaguan. Now that Weston held no office, Matthew was relieved. Do you have anything else to say? Weston, feeling Matthew's act too obvious, asked somewhat irritably. Jack, since the Ming treated you like this, don't serve them anymore. Come to our side, and you'll be second only to me. No one in the Jin army dares disrespect you while I'm here. Noticing his teacher's impatience, Matthew hurriedly expressed what he wanted to say. Eschewing Matthew's words, Weston knew how much of a threat he posed in Matthew's mind. Uriel and the guards were visibly shocked that the Herald offered such promises to a Ming person. Matthew watched Weston intently, waiting for the answer he desired. Meanwhile, the guards readied themselves to act if necessary. Uriel noticed that if Weston refused, he might not leave the Jin territory alive. Not interested. I want to focus on my business now. Politics are beyond my concern. Uriel understood Weston's response. Eschewing this, Matthew remained unsatisfied. Gazing at his young teacher, Matthew couldn't help wondering if these words were sincere. If they weren't, Weston would remain a significant threat post-departure. Caught between loyalty and practicality, Matthew hesitated. The guards, ready to move, waited for Matthew's command, none daring to act first. If you want me dead, order them now. Seeing Matthew's struggle, Weston addressed him frankly. Jack, no. Matthew stood up hurriedly, trying to explain. There's no need. Once you're in this position, certain things are beyond your control. If you feel I hinder you, you can have them remove me. Weston knew Matthew still harbored some sentimentality. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Standing beside them, Uriel looked puzzled, unsure of Weston's intentions. Ultimately, the decision rested with the herald. ####Chapter 599. 1,000-mile levee can be ruined by an ant's nest. Stop fooling around, master. Matthew, with a grim expression, finally walked up to Beckett with a smile and gestured to the surrounding guards. The guards lowered their hands, dropping any hostile intentions. Aren't you going to get rid of me? You're my master. I, Matthew, value emotions deeply. The reason I can sit in the position of the herald of the Jianrong is all because of your teachings. Matthew quickly bowed respectfully to Beckett, clasping his hands together. Not bad. You have some conscience. After hearing Matthew's words, Beckett nodded approvingly. I came out secretly this time. If the Ming court knew, those who view me as a thorn in their side would surely seize this opportunity to eliminate me. I've been out for quite a while now. If there's nothing else, I should head back quickly. In fact, Beckett wasn't fearless either. Just now, he was gambling with his life, betting that Matthew wouldn't make a move against him. Thankfully, his gamble paid off, though he was drenched in sweat from the ordeal. Not so fast. Of course, there's something else, Matthew replied with a smile after hearing his master's words. Go on. After you were no longer the Barnabas of Northern Pacification, weren't people eyeing the lucrative trade at the border? How did you know? Spoke of the Ming. It was infuriating to see that this wealth, stolen from the people, was being sent to the Jianrong, who would use it to arm their military. This very act could lead to the downfall of the Ming, just like how a 1,000-mile levee can be ruined by an ant's nest. This made Beckett feel a pang of sorrow. The Shanros like Donnie and Booker Rusong were still fighting at the front lines for the Ming, making their final efforts. Yet, these corrupt officials continued to be short-sighted, focusing solely on personal gains. Master, should we renegotiate our business? Seeing his master lost in thought, Matthew asked with a smile. What do you want? Beckett, still furious about these parasites, smiled back and countered. Our cooperation has always been unfair. The goods transported here cost more than half above the original price. If you wish to continue, you must show your sincerity. Matthew was actually quite satisfied with the offers from others, but this was business. If there were two parties competing, the buyer would naturally choose the one with better terms. That's clear enough. If you don't agree, I will choose to work with them. You can try cooperating with them and see if their goods can pass through Shanhaiguan. Beckett didn't flinch at Matthew's threat. Although this business was crucial, he remained calm and smiled at Matthew. Master, you are no longer the Barnabas of Northern Pacification. Even if you are Donnie's benefactor, he must still follow orders from higher-ups, right? Matthew wasn't stupid. He had already resolved these issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Beckett. The balance you had noticed something the previous night. Originally, he had a 90% chance, but now it was down to 60%. To others, 60% seemed high, but for Matthew, anything less than a near certainty equated to failure. Ishan wanted to ask his master for advice but decided against it, thinking it was too early to discuss. Chapter 600, a difficult choice. Alright, just give me a heads up a few days in advance. What about the money? I can't take it away either. Weston didn't care much. His eyes were fixed on the gold. Ishan was desperately short of money, and since someone was offering it to him, he shouldn't refuse an offer like that. Don't worry, master. I've already thought of a plan. I'll keep the money in your room, and once you leave, I'll have it delivered to your residence within the pass. Of course, Matthew had other arrangements. Since he could receive news from within the pass, and there were people there eager to ingratiate themselves with him, there was no need to transport the money into Shanhaiguan. He could gather funds within the pass. Fine, then leave it to you. I won't be staying here for long, at most 3 days before I set off back. Ishannering Matthew's plan, Weston didn't ask further. Even if he did, Matthew wouldn't have revealed more. Seeing there was nothing left to do, Weston, who hadn't eaten much that morning, turned to Uriel beside him. I'll take my leave. Uriel, who had been on edge all along, hearing he could finally leave, quickly bowed and backed out. Just as Uriel and Weston reached the door, Matthew spoke up from inside the hall. Stop. Upon Matthew's command, the guards by the door drew their swords and blocked the entrance. What are you doing? Walking ahead, Weston looked at the guards blocking the door and asked Matthew, puzzled. Master, this has nothing to do with you. We're making Uriel stop. Noticing his master's confusion, Matthew pointed at Uriel. Harold, what have I done wrong? Uriel immediately knelt down, clasped his hands, and lowered his head. Do you really not know? I don't. It seems you're not going to confess until the last moment. Seeing Uriel wasn't admitting, Matthew ordered the guards to search him. The guards carefully searched Uriel several times. Harold, no weapons were found. What? Ishannering the guard's report, Matthew was bewildered. This differed greatly from the information he had received. Harold, what does this mean? Uriel was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the dagger he had hidden in his sleeve had been taken by Weston earlier. If they had found it now, his life would be in jeopardy. Hold on. Bring them in. Matthew looked coldly at Uriel, unaware why he didn't have the dagger, then commanded the guards. Soon, 2 injured men were brought into the hall by the guards. Weston had never seen these 2 men before. His gaze shifted to Uriel beside him. Ishan noticed Uriel clutching his hands tightly, staring at the 2 men being brought in. From Uriel's reaction, he must have known them. Let go of me. Just finish me off. The 2 men glared at Matthew, yelling after being brought in. Uriel kept his head low, not daring to look at the 2. But he couldn't understand why they were here. Ishan had sent them to escort Moses to the military camp. Joe, do you recognize these two? Matthew, noticing Uriel's unusual demeanor, pointed at the two men and asked, traitors, you've disgraced the white banner. Kneeling on the ground, the two men heard the herald pointing fingers at their deputy commander. Although they didn't understand what happened, they wouldn't implicate anyone else. They glared at Uriel, cursing loudly. Calm down. Seeing the two men growing agitated, the guards pinned them to the ground. I don't know them. Uriel hesitated for a while, looking at the two soldiers, his brothers, who chose to sacrifice themselves for him. Ishan finally spoke up. Fine. If you don't recognize them, send them off then. After hearing Uriel's words, Matthew pulled a sword from a guard and handed it to him. They are also Jurchen. There's no need to kill them immediately. Please spare their lives, Herald. Looking at the sword, Uriel knelt down. Matthew closed his eyes and reluctantly repeated the question. We don't need your mercy. Right, let's fight. The two men, held down, struggled free and lunged toward Matthew. Protect the Herald. A death wish. Several guards quickly surrounded Matthew, drawing their swords and slaying the two men. Blood splattered onto Uriel's face as he watched his two brothers fall to the ground. Good. They attacked me. Uriel, you're spared the death penalty, but you must stay here to guard the palace. Chapter 601. Moses appears. Matthew glanced at the two corpses on the ground, and then looked at Enrique, who was standing there in a daze. Master, where are you going? Just as Matthew was waiting for Enrique to respond, he saw Aldenchiangson about to leave and hurriedly called out to him. Of course, I'm going back to my residence. Do you want me to be your guard as well? Ishannering Matthew call out, Aldenchiangson turned around with a smile and replied. There's no place more comfortable than this in all of Shangjing. The matters concerning the plain white banner were still unresolved, and Aldenchiangson had other duties. If something happened here, it would complicate things. Fine. After hearing Matthew's words, knowing that he was currently dependent on others, Aldenchiangson had no choice but to agree. Sir Alden, this way please. Soon, two guards approached Aldenchiangson. Ishan understood their intention, wanting to address Enrique, who knelt in the middle of the hall. Please execute me, your majesty. Let me join them. Knowing the Dantes was aware of everything, Enrique bowed, his face ashen, and spoke to the seated Dantes. Were you aware of this, Enrique? Did Moses know? Matthew knew nothing about Moses except that he was drunk and sent to camp by Enrique. However, only Moses could have known about the plan. Otherwise, Enrique wouldn't have dared enter the palace. Matthew cared more about Moses, the leader of the plain white banner. If he had rebellious intentions, it would trigger a chain reaction among the Jurchens, possibly reigniting war and undoing all preparations against Korea. Didn't you already know, your majesty? Why ask me? At that moment, Moses' voice echoed from outside. Enrique's eyes widened when he saw Moses being stopped by guards at the entrance, urgently trying to enter the hall. Why did you return? Enrique wondered aloud. Ishan had arranged for Moses to be sent away. Let Moses in. Matthew ordered the guards at the entrance. In reality, Enrique's men had been replaced by Matthew's spies, who returned Moses to Shangjing. Your majesty, everything was my doing. Punish me, not Enrique. Upon hearing this, Matthew maintained a cold expression. Is this true? Yes. If you are angry, take it all out on me. I will bear all blame. Everyone, step aside. Matthew stared at Moses for a while, then laughed and dismissed the guards. Walking towards Moses, he added, yes. All guards obeyed and left the hall. Both of you rise. Approaching both men, Matthew helped Moses and Enrique up. Seeing the Dantes' demeanor, Moses was confused but stood up. When Matthew reached Enrique, Enrique remained kneeling. Enrique, the Dantes himself is helping you up. Why are you still kneeling? Embarrassed, Matthew glanced at Moses, signaling he was about to let the matter drop. Moses, put Nicholas aside for now. Ishan will never escape as long as he's within our territory. Understanding Matthew's unspoken meaning, Moses hesitated. Do not speak. Discuss this quietly with your brother, Matthew interrupted, looking at the kneeling Enrique. Chapter 602. Invincible at 5 in a row. Thank you, Herald. Once the Herald left, Christopher Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Follow me. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Christopher Kai approached Enrique and said, Brother, I have let all my brothers down. They were willing to die for me. I no longer have the face to live on. Enrique, touching the blood on the ground, couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Get up. You coward. We'll talk about this when we get back. After leaving the palace hall, Matthew arrived at Beckett's residence. Ishan's here. Beckett was sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea and eating pastries. Do you also know how to play chess, master? Before Matthew could speak, Beckett noticed him and smiled as he approached, asking, Of course. Would you like to play a game with me? I can, but my skills are not high. Please give me some leeway, master. Upon hearing that he could practice with Beckett, Matthew happily sat down. In truth, since childhood, he had loved playing chess, but over time, he gradually stopped. Wait. Just as Matthew was about to start, Beckett raised a hand to stop him. What is it? Matthew, who was excited, was suddenly stopped and looked up at Beckett in confusion, wondering what else he needed to do. Beckett glanced at the chessboard. In reality, he didn't know how to play Go Weiqi at all and was only looking at it out of curiosity. Ishan initially thought that as a nomadic people, the Jurchens wouldn't be familiar with Go, and he wanted to put on a show in front of Matthew. However, seeing Matthew set up the board skillfully, he quickly stopped him. Knowing nothing about Go, if he lost to a student, it would be incredibly embarrassing. We won't play Go. If I were to win, it wouldn't look good. That's fine. I can try. Failure is also a form of training for me. Matthew didn't mind what Beckett said. They were alone, so even if he lost, it wouldn't spread outside. Cough, cough. Go is too slow. Let me teach you a new way to play using these same pieces and board. Ishannering Matthew insist on playing. Beckett cleared his throat. Ishan hadn't expected Matthew to be so persistent. Then he remembered a game he used to play in his previous life. Master, You're so talented. Have you created a new style of chess? In Matthew's mind, only Go used black and white pieces, so he was surprised there was another way to play. Would you like to try it? Seeing Matthew's eager expression, Beckett knew he had hooked him. Smiling, he asked, Matthew is willing to try. Please teach me how to play. It's simple. We'll follow the same steps as before, taking turns placing pieces. The winner is the first to connect 5 pieces in a straight line. Relieved that Matthew agreed to play 5 in a row, Beckett began explaining the rules. They played for 2 hours. Though Matthew understood the rules, he couldn't beat Beckett, which only fueled his competitive spirit. Harold, it's time for dinner. While they were engrossed in the game, a guard came by. Seeing the Harold was focused, he checked the time and reminded him. My apologies. I've won again. As Beckett placed the last piece, he looked at the frustrated Matthew. Master truly is formidable. Your disciple is far behind. Looking at the outcome, Matthew glanced at the guard, then stood up and bowed to Beckett. At first, hearing the rules of 5 in a row, Matthew thought it would be easy. Although he wasn't particularly skilled at Go, he assumed mastering this simpler game would be effortless after just one explanation. But surprisingly, despite 2 hours of playing, he couldn't win against Beckett. Aldenry and Go eat. It's time for your meal. I want the food brought here. I need to share a proper meal with my master. Now Matthew genuinely admired his master, recognizing his versatility. Thinking of what might happen if such a person appeared during the Ming dynasty filled him with regret. If the Jurchens had such a strategist, they could have swept everything away. If you insist. Joining you for a meal isn't appropriate. Sitting on a stone bench and snacking on pastries, Beckett was hungry. Ishan initially ate the pastries to stave off hunger, but found them making him hungrier. When Matthew invited him to join for a meal, knowing that Matthew was the herald of the Jurchens and the Qing dynasty was known for luxury, Beckett threw the pastries aside, trying to maintain his composure. Don't worry, I make the rules here. You're my master. No one will say anything. As your disciple, this is the first time hosting you. We should chat while eating. I have many things to discuss. Of course, Matthew intended to learn from Beckett. As former Christopher of Northern Plains, Beckett surely knew many secrets and details about Shanhaguan's defenses. Matthew hoped to glean useful information from him. Following Matthew to a grand hall, Beckett saw a long table set for dining. Bring the meal. Seeing the herald arrive, servants soon served various delicacies. Master, these are some wild game dishes. I hope they suit your taste. Matthew glanced at the food and then at Beckett, concerned whether his master, who hailed from within the passes, would enjoy these exotic dishes. Yes. The sight of the gourmet dishes made Beckett almost drool. Just one of these dishes in his previous life would have been enough for him to survive. Just as Beckett reached for chopsticks, he heard a voice from behind. Barnabas, you cannot enter. The herald is dining with an honored guest. At the door, a guard spoke. Beckett turned around and, upon seeing the princess, quickly turned away. Chapter 603. Gwendolyn meets the deceiver again. What's going on? Matthew, holding chopsticks, heard the noisy voices outside. Ishan looked at Aldin Xiangsen's reaction and noticed that Aldin Xiangsen was so angry that he threw the chopsticks onto the table and glanced at the captain of the guards beside him. At this time, the Jian slaves did not yet have palace maids or eunuchs. Those were only adopted after they entered the pass and declared themselves. Magnus, don't block me. Seeing his sister entering, Matthew waved Magnus off. Yes. Ishannering the Elwin's words, Magnus breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Matthew's expression darkened slightly. Despite being the Elwin now, he still received no deference from his sister. But thinking about how kind his sister had been to him when they were young, he smiled and walked over to her. Don't ask. I've been tricked by some scoundrel. If you catch him, tear him limb from limb. Gwendolyn was furious, explaining why she had come as soon as she saw Matthew. Who angered you? Tell me who it is. Is it Johan causing trouble again? Magnus, give him a piece of your mind. Seeing how angry his sister was, Matthew also became enraged, placing his hands on his hips and giving orders to Magnus. It's not that rascal Johan. I don't know who this person is, but if I catch him, I will dismember him. Gwendolyn thought of the man who deceived her in the pleasure quarters, which stirred her anger even more. She then described the man, but after Matthew listened, something felt oddly familiar, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Fine Magnus, take care of this matter. Not wanting to think too much about it, since he rarely left the palace and met few people, Matthew instructed Magnus. Rest assured Barnabas, I will help find this man. Taking a few steps, Gwendolyn grabbed Aldin Xiangsen by the shoulder. What? Even with a different voice, you recognized me. Caught. Aldin Xiangsen turned, looking at the furious Gwendolyn, completely disbelief. Even if you turned to ashes, I'd recognize you. From the moment she saw Aldin Xiangsen's back, a sense of familiarity arose. His hushed voice confirmed her suspicions. Your Majesty, this is my master. Is there a misunderstanding? Ishannering that Gwendolyn referred to Aldin Xiangsen, Matthew was confused. These two shouldn't have had any opportunity to meet. This guy is an Ansheng. Just as Gwendolyn was about to explain, Aldin Xiangsen broke free and rushed out of the hall. Are you serious? I need to leave first. Stop. Block that rascal. Seeing Aldin Xiangsen slip away, Gwendolyn angrily chased after him, ordering the guards at the entrance. The guards turned, ready to stop Aldin Xiangsen, but at the Elwin's signal to let him through, they stepped aside. You. Rushing out, Gwendolyn watched the guards not stopping Aldin Xiangsen. She pointed at them furiously, noting their appearances, before turning to chase after Aldin Xiangsen. Elwin, shouldn't we do something? Standing at the entrance, watching Aldin Xiangsen and his sister leave, Matthew remained motionless. Magnus expressed concern. Chapter 604. Meddling with couples. Let them play around. Keep a close watch, and ensure no one gets seriously hurt. Matthew truly did not expect this. Ishan wasn't worried about anything happening to the two, but reminded Magnus just in case. Harold, is this really okay? After hearing the herald's order, Magnus looked incredulous. It didn't look like something that would end harmlessly. Just go. Matthew, already extremely hungry, waved his hand impatiently as he entered the grand hall. Just now, looking at his older sister's expression, clearly one of embarrassment and anger, something must have happened between her and Weston. In Matthew's mind, it was certainly not a pleasant scene. You stop right there. You rogue. After chasing for quite some time, Gwendolyn, who had never trained in martial arts, panted heavily, bending over while shouting at Weston, who was running ahead. You need to be clear. Who's the rogue here? I haven't done anything to you. Running ahead, Weston immediately stopped upon hearing Gwendolyn's words and hurriedly explained. Weston couldn't let this go unexplained either because many people in the palace had gathered due to Gwendolyn's pursuit, curious about what had happened. Moreover, Gwendolyn's accusations could tarnish not only her reputation but drag him into trouble too. If this reached the ears of his 3 wives, his life might be in danger. Deny it? Do you forget what you said on the bed? Gwendolyn paid no heed to this. She just wanted to catch Weston by any means necessary. Wow. When Gwendolyn spoke those words, everyone around opened their mouths wide in shock. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't touch you. I just asked for your help. Seeing the gazes of everyone around, Weston was sweating profusely and quickly explained to everyone. Clap, clap, clap. While they were speaking, applause rang out. Who is shannering the clapping? Gwendolyn angrily turned to the crowd. Harold. Everyone moved aside when they saw who had arrived. Older sister, I've heard everything. In fact, Matthew had barely taken a bite of food. Seeing the lively scene, he absolutely couldn't miss out on it. Booker standing for a long time, he felt like something had indeed happened between them. Well, you finally understand. Please explain clearly to your elder sister. I'm not the person she says I am. Finally, someone could say something fair. Weston walked to Matthew's side and said, I can guarantee that Master is absolutely not the person you think he is. Booker to this, it's what your younger brother said. Upon hearing Matthew defend him, Weston felt relieved and proudly told Gwendolyn. You. Seeing Weston's proud demeanor, Gwendolyn stormed over in anger. Good disciple, quickly stop her. Seeing Gwendolyn rushing towards him, Weston hid behind Matthew in fear, urgently pleading with him. Previously in the brothel, Weston thought Gwendolyn seemed good, never imagining it was all an act. That's enough. Let's drop this matter. No one should mention it again. This matter has caused considerable damage. I hereby decide to grant Barnabas Gwendolyn of our state and the northern king Weston of Ming in marriage. Looking at so many people around and considering what his older sister blurted out, if word got out, who would dare marry her? For his sister, Matthew had no choice but to force a match. Upon hearing Matthew's words, Gwendolyn froze momentarily, quickly composing herself. In reality, Gwendolyn caused trouble because Weston was in the same bed with her, bound her up, and left them alone for half an hour. In this feudal society, especially for their nomadic people, this was a serious issue. Ishannering her royal brother, the Herald of Sylvia, granting marriage to her and Weston, her anger instantly vanished. Seeing his older sister calm down, Matthew felt pleased. Initially, he only intended to try, but somehow hit the nail on the head. Ishani, what are you doing? I can't marry her. On the other hand, Weston was very unwilling. Master, whatever happened between you and my older sister, I don't want to know. But after such a fuss, her reputation is damaged. You must take responsibility. Seeing Weston's agitation, Matthew sternly told him, asleep. Booker standing to the continuous knocking, Weston shouted irritably from the bed. Alden Lord, I brought fine wine and the venison you love most. Weston, who had been sitting on the bed and didn't feel hungry, immediately jumped off the bed upon hearing of venison. Ignoring putting on shoes, he quickly went to the door. Why you? Opening the door, seeing Enrique smiling at the doorstep, Weston asked curiously. Given what Enrique had done earlier, the lack of punishment astonished Weston. Chapter 605, Escape from the Palace. Of course it's me. Otherwise, who would dare to come and see you? Enrique said as he saw Weston's surprised look and pushed the food box into his hands. You're finally showing some conscience. Weston opened the food box in his hand with a smile and looked inside before speaking to Enrique. Enrique turned around, closed the door, and walked into the room. I must thank Lord Alden for what happened today. Alden? After hearing Enrique's words, Weston coldly snorted while eating the meat. Enrique noticed that Weston seemed upset, but was unsure why. You're not only stingy but think a few dishes are enough to thank me for saving your life. Weston looked at the dishes on the table. A plate of deer meat, a roasted chicken, and 2 pots of wine, and nothing else. Angrily, he said this to Enrique. Well, we're not exactly wealthy. When Weston finished speaking, Enrique understood why he was angry but explained helplessly. Not only were they short on money, but even these dishes had been acquired from the imperial kitchen just now. Not wealthy? Where did all this come from? Just admit you're stingy. After listening to Enrique, Weston rolled his eyes. This is all we could gather. Our banner looks impressive, but we have no money. Seeing Weston mention the food on the table, Enrique scratched his head. By the way, how did you handle the issue this morning? After being hungry all day, Weston took several large bites of meat, raised the wine pot for a drink, swallowed, and then asked Enrique with satisfaction on his face. In the Great Ming Dynasty, anyone committing such offenses would be executed regardless of their identity. Weston couldn't believe Enrique was still alive and looking better than him. Today, I am now the deputy commander of His Majesty's personal guards, forever stuck with the deputy title, Enrique said sadly. Oh, it seems Moses came. Weston didn't expect Moses to appear and understood why Enrique was unharmed. Don't worry, let's drink. Seeing Enrique's gloom, Weston smiled slightly and put it crowded, leaving him unsure how to leave. While contemplating, he saw a carriage approaching the gate. Taking advantage of the darkness, Weston intercepted the carriage. Joe, what are you doing? The coachman, seeing Weston's lowered head, didn't recognize him but recognized the attire and asked urgently. Inspecting. You're not. Just as the coachman realized it wasn't Enrique and was about to shout, Weston punched him unconscious. What's going on? A woman's voice came from inside the carriage. Ishannering her, Weston froze, surprised someone was inside. Nothing, Joe Enrique is inspecting. Considering this woman might be Dante's Matthews' mistress, Weston mimicked the coachman's tone. Alright, let's go. Too exhausted to notice anything odd, the person inside nodded. Weston quickly put on the coachman's clothes, moved him aside, and drove the carriage toward the gate, keeping his head low to avoid recognition by the guards. Inspection. The guards stopped the carriage. As they approached, Weston felt terrified, avoiding eye contact. The guard noticed Weston's strange behavior and started to walk closer. Just as he reached the carriage, the curtain opened, revealing a passenger. Shocked, the guard's eyes widened. Quick, let us through. Startled, the guard forgot about the coachman and commanded the other guards. The heavy gates slowly opened, and all guards stood respectfully. Seeing the respect given, Weston knew Beckett has escaped. Send help immediately. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the palace, with everyone beginning the search. Magnus, the head of the guards, felt immense responsibility for Beckett's escape and quickly headed to the Elwyn's bedroom. Harold, something's wrong. Beckett has escaped. Matthew, who was inside the room, sat up from the bed upon hearing Magnus' voice outside the door. Harold, where are you going? A woman lying beside Matthew, seeing him sit up, quickly asked him. Trouble has arisen. I need to check it out. Matthew, who was in the middle of important business, lost all interest upon hearing about Beckett's escape. Ishan began dressing while explaining to the woman. Harold, don't leave me. The woman hugged Matthew from behind, whispering softly into his ear. Get up. If you delay my affairs, even 10 lives won't save you. Matthew merely intended to secure his lineage, needing an heir for his line. With so many women available, he wouldn't be deterred from his plans by any single one. After dressing, he walked briskly towards the door. The woman, still in bed, being the Leah, lay down in anger upon seeing Matthew's attitude, turning her back to him. What happened? Reaching the door, Matthew opened it and asked Magnus. Tonight, Enrique want to see Beckett. Magnus, the head of the guards, quickly understood the situation and recounted the events to the Elwyn. We're in trouble. Beckett must have left the palace. Quickly send people to guard the city gates. Don't let him leave the city. Having heard the head guard's report, Beckett had already left the courtyard more than 2 hours ago, dressed in Enrique's clothes. I sent people right away. The city gates are under curfew. It's impossible for Beckett to leave. Ishan should still be in the city. Fine, make sure you bring Beckett back. If not, you know what to do. Thinking of such a significant threat, Matthew wouldn't let Beckett escape. Bringing him back was ideal, but Matthew knew well his master's capabilities. They couldn't match him. Understood. Ishaning the herald's order, Magnus understood exactly what needed to be done and hurriedly left the palace. Herald, it's all my fault. I let Beckett escape. Just as Magnus left, Enrique arrived outside the bedroom, kneeling to seek forgiveness. Enrique, how have I treated you? Matthew, preparing for sleep, coldly smiled as he sat on the steps, asking Enrique. The herald treats me without complaint. Ishaning the Elwyn's words, Enrique thought back to the times when the Elwyn had never punished him. Lowering his head, he responded. Damn tears. Matthew, hearing that he had done nothing wrong, nodded and called out to the guards in the courtyard. Ishanra. Enrique watched several guards nearby, unsure of what the Elwyn planned to do. Take him out and execute him. Yes. The guards, after hearing the Elwyn's order, were surprised, knowing Enrique's status. However, unable to disobey the Elwyn's command, they quickly restrained Enrique and disarmed him. Herald, what are you doing? Our white banner is loyal to you. Ishaning he was to be executed. Enrique truly wanted to die that day but refrained due to Crew's words. You were on duty, got drunk, and let a criminal escape, putting the palace in danger. Isn't death fitting punishment? Herald, I wish to see Crew before I die. Please allow it. Knowing his fate, Enrique realized only his brother could save him now, making a final request. No need to meet. I will send your head to him. Ignoring Enrique's plea, Matthew ordered the guards. Meanwhile, Crew, asleep at home, woke suddenly from a nightmare. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Crew came to the table, drank some water, and put on clothes, intending to take a walk. Before leaving his room, he heard noises from the wall. Come out, or I'll drag you out. Crew walked directly towards the wall, addressing a stone. Irritation in his eyes. Barnabas Gwendolyn. I originally wanted to settle her here at Griffin's, but since Griffin doesn't allow it, she'll just have to stay on the street, said Weston as he dragged Gwendolyn from behind a rock and patted her bottom. MMPH. With her mouth covered, Gwendolyn looked pleadingly at Griffin, hoping for rescue. Earlier, when the carriage left the palace gate, the person inside was indeed Gwendolyn. Christophering the curfew, the city gates wouldn't open, so after leaving the palace, Weston prepared to escape. Just as he was about to leave, Gwendolyn peeked out of the carriage. When their eyes met, fearing that she might scream, Weston knocked her unconscious. In Shangjing, Weston had no acquaintances other than Griffin, so he brought Gwendolyn directly to him. Weston, you bastard. Quickly release the princess or else I won't be nice to you, shouted Griffin angrily upon confirming Weston carried Barnabas Gwendolyn on his back. What about my request to stay one night? Weston asked, grinning at Griffin's urgency. Fine, but release the princess now. Griffin understood Gwendolyn's position within the yellow banner and had no choice but to agree. Don't worry, I can't hand her over to you. I still need her help to get out. Lead the way then. Now, Weston couldn't be too picky. Ishan grabbed Gwendolyn by the neck and addressed Griffin. Please come in. Griffin's eye. Commander, trouble? Trouble. A soldier rushed in, urgently speaking to Griffin. What happened? Griffin glanced at Weston before asking the soldier. The palace guards are surrounding the residence. Palace guards? Let's see outside. Inside the room, Griffin, Weston, and Gwendolyn exchanged unbelieving looks. Not unexpected. Weston understood what was happening and put down his chopsticks, muttering under his breath. Get lost. They're here for you. Griffin, hearing the soldier, glared at Weston angrily. Griffin, you know what's coming. You're just unwilling to admit it. Want to leave together and fight our way out? Eyeing Griffin seriously, Weston spoke sternly. Not possible. The Elwyn won't harm me. Stop sowing discord here. Griffin's face darkened, dismissing Weston's words. Do as you wish, don't say I didn't warn you. Your Elwyn is not like before. This feels very wrong. Recalling the future where the yellow and white banners were controlled by the younger prince, and Griffin's eventual demise, Weston gave up trying to persuade Griffin and walked out. Barnabas, are you alright? After Weston left, Griffin untied Gwendolyn and anxiously checked on her. I'm fine. Gwendolyn looked towards the door, shaking her head. Let me escort you out. Relieved the princess was unharmed, Griffin offered his help. Commander Magnus, what are you doing here early in the morning? At the door, seeing the tension outside, Griffin asked Magnus. Reports indicate the princess is bound in your residence. The Elwyn ordered me to surround the place first, Magnus explained politely as Griffin appeared. Chapter 608. Kill Moses. Barnabas, you can come out now. After listening to Magnus' words, Moses didn't find it strange at all. In the entire Shengjing city, the herald spies were everywhere. Ishan turned and spoke to those behind him. Upon hearing Moses' words, Magnus also glanced toward the back. Magnus, why did you make such a big fuss? Gwendolyn walked out of the manor, and seeing the setup at the entrance, she was also taken aback. To catch Alden Tankson, almost 100 men had been dispatched. If anyone knew nothing about this, they'd think Magnus wanted to wipe out Moses. Barnabas, are you alright? When we heard that you were kidnapped by Alden Tankson, we immediately brought people over. Seeing the princess emerge, Magnus hurriedly came forward to inquire. Who told you I was kidnapped by Alden Tankson? I could appear here because last night when I was about to leave, I wanted to talk to Moses about some matters and stayed overnight here. It's not as serious as you say. After hearing Magnus' words, Gwendolyn, knowing Alden Tankson hadn't left yet, explained to Magnus. In Gwendolyn's heart, she still liked Alden Tankson, and even if he had kidnapped her, she didn't want him to be caught. Barnabas, are you joking? Or have you forgotten everything from last night when you woke up? After listening to Gwendolyn's response, Magnus' expression completely changed, and he asked her expressionlessly. This time, bringing so many men, he was acting on the herald's orders. If he couldn't prove that Moses was harboring a wanted criminal, how would things proceed next? Aldenf, dare you speak to me like that, Magnus? Ishannering the tone Magnus used, Gwendolyn raised her hand angrily to strike him. Barnabas, please don't be impulsive. What I do isn't my decision but the herald's order. Seeing the princess's hand coming towards him, Magnus did something no one dared. He directly grabbed Gwendolyn's hand. You dare to touch me? Dantiards, seize him. Seeing her wrist captured, Gwendolyn shouted angrily at Magnus' soldiers. Don't you hear me? After a while, seeing none of the soldiers moved, Gwendolyn roared at them. Commander Magnus, what are you trying to do? Watching from the side, Moses sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired. Meanwhile, Alden Tankson, who had long escaped, watched all this from the shadows. Moses, you're truly stupid. Can't you see the seriousness of the situation? Hidden in the dark, Alden Tankson clearly understood what the other party intended, to eliminate Moses. Ishan didn't expect Moses to remain so foolish. This has nothing to do with you. Escort the princess back to the palace. Ignoring Moses' words, Magnus commanded his soldiers. What? Do you want to die? Let me go. Magnus, wait for me to report you to the herald. As the soldiers suddenly picked her up, Gwendolyn looked at Magnus and yelled in anger. Alright, your mission is complete. No need to stay for tea. Seeing the princess depart, Moses smiled and said to Magnus. Don't go. I brought something for you. Bring it up. Magnus knew by now Alden Tankson had long fled, and his visit wasn't just for this. Ishan quickly glanced at the men behind him. A soldier then carried a box over to Moses. What's this? Looking at the box, Moses felt a chill down his spine and asked Magnus with his eyes. Open it and see. Upon hearing this, Moses slowly reached for the box, but noticed everyone around him touching their sword handles out of the corner of his eye. Opening the box slightly, he found inside the severed head of his younger brother. Seeing his brother's head, Moses froze in shock. Though he had been alert before opening the box, he never expected it to contain his brother. Now, seeing Moses stunned, Magnus took several steps back and ordered the surrounding soldiers. Attack! All the soldiers rushed at Moses with their weapons. Commander, come inside. The guards at the gate charged out, protecting Moses outside. What do you intend? Quickly dodging the attacks, Moses fought off a few attackers and retreated backward. Stopping at the rear, he questioned Magnus. This is the herald's order. Don't blame me. Leave no survivors. Fighting to the end. Thinking about the head of his brother in the box, Moses realized this was an attack on the plain white banner. Enraged, he wielded his saber and ordered the soldiers. Right after Moses finished speaking, a dagger stabbed into his abdomen. Why? Staring at the person who attacked him, Moses' eyes were filled with shock. Ishan couldn't imagine that his general would betray him. Sorry, I've always been the herald's man. Since Arrigo's scheme was exposed yesterday, Moses knew there were informants in the mansion. Before he could uncover them, this situation arose. Commander, go. Soon, all the personal guards at the mansion gathered at the entrance, blocking the incoming troops. Go. Initially, Moses intended to fight fiercely, but he never expected to be betrayed. Looking at the chaos at the gate and holding his bleeding stomach, he knew he couldn't continue fighting. Thinking, there will always be tomorrow if you live, he quickly left the front yard under the support of the guards, heading swiftly to the backyard. Moses had anticipated this day, but never thought it would come so soon. Commander, go now. We'll hold them back here. Two guards arrived at the secret passage, but chose not to accompany Moses. Come, let's go together. Commander, remember to avenge us? Exchanging glances, the two guards turned and walked out to confront the enemy. Watching the two guards leave, Moses quickly followed the secret passage out. Once outside the passage, Moses collapsed on the ground, too weak from blood loss to move. Are you okay? Standing over Moses, Alden Tankson asked him while lying on the ground. Alden Tankson, look at me. Do I look okay? Shattering a voice, Moses quickly grabbed his saber beside him, but upon seeing it was Alden Tankson, he sighed in relief. I told you before. If you had left earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Seeing blood still seeping from Moses's abdomen, Alden Tankson squatted down, shook his head, and examined the wound. Chapter 609. The Execution of Crew. Don't you talk so easily. Someone will come soon, and if you want to die with me, I don't mind at all. Crew felt he couldn't hold on any longer, watching Weston still making fun of him. You must not die. Who will fight with me if you die? None of these Jin slaves are a match for me. Seeing Crew's blood still flowing, Weston quickly bandaged him up. There's no need. I know my condition. What made Crew sigh was that he never expected his loyal Jin slaves would be no match for his last opponent. With bloody hands, Crew grabbed Weston's wrist. Stop talking nonsense. Really, it's unnecessary. I can't move anymore. This is our Zhengbai banner tiger token. Go to the camp outside the city and tell them not to act rashly. Looking at Weston's flustered appearance, Crew couldn't help but smile, taking out the tiger token from his pocket and handing it to Weston. You go and say it. I am in a hurry to leave. Seeing the tiger token in Crew's hand, Weston knew what Crew wanted to do. Despite Tom's attitude towards him, Crew still did not want his soldiers to rebel at the last moment. May you rest in peace. After saying his last words, Crew stopped breathing. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. Seeing Crew's eyes still open at death, Weston admired this kind of opponent greatly. Finally, he closed Crew's eyes by hand, took the tiger token from Crew's hand, and left the house. After a quarter of an hour, Yonatan slaughtered everyone in Crew's mansion. With the help of informants, everything went smoothly. Chase. Following the bloodstains, they found the secret passage where Crew had gone. When coming out of the exit, Yonatan saw Crew lying dead in the house. Report, everyone is here, and has been executed on the spot. The soldiers carefully counted the number of people, and then reported to their commander. No, there was another person here just now. Yonatan squatted down, looking at the traces on the ground, telling the soldiers. Bukerft Crew's body first. Weston came to the city gate, seeing the guards standing ready at the city gate. While thinking of ways to escape, Weston suddenly saw a familiar person heading for the city gate as well. As soon as he reached the gate, this person started fighting the officials. Weston seized this opportunity, quickly got on his horse, and rushed towards the city gate. Yeah. Weston rode toward the city gate while everyone let him pass. Weston, you bastard. The person at the gate wasn't anyone else but Vlad, who had come to Shangjing with Weston. Vlad had a terrible few days, suffering daily attacks from the Zhenglan banner, making it unbearable for him. Ishan wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and return to Jinzhou. Planning to pack up and leave, he discovered the city gate was already closed. Ishan had no choice but to force his way out. Unbeknownst to him, Weston got lucky with his plan. Get out of my way. Seeing the surrounding soldiers, Vlad struck back, riding fast after Weston. Quick, go to Bingshou. Others follow me. The soldiers all rode off following the direction Crew and Weston had taken. Matthew, your men disrespected me. You must teach them a lesson. Returning to the palace, Gwendolyn stormed in to see Matthew, explaining the incident. Matthew nodded silently without saying anything after hearing Gwendolyn's words. Seeing Matthew's calm demeanor, Gwendolyn could not understand why. Just as Gwendolyn was puzzled, a voice came from outside the hall. Herald, the execution has been carried out. Yonatan brought Crew's body into the hall, respectfully informing the herald. Execution? Who was executed? Upon hearing Yonatan's words, Gwendolyn's heart skipped a beat. Remembering Yonatan's appearance at Crew's door, only one possibility remained. She looked at Matthew seated on the throne. Sister, you need not be concerned about this matter. Go back and rest. Ishanuring Yonatan had completed the task. Matthew stood up from his throne and walked in front of Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn hurriedly went to the body, lifting the white cloth covering it. Ah! After lifting the cloth, Gwendolyn was frightened and fell to the ground. Why? Why did you kill him? Seeing Crew, who had been fine moments ago, now lifeless, Gwendolyn couldn't understand why such a loyal person would be killed. She stood up and asked Matthew loudly. I have no choice. For the stability of the Jin people, Crew must die. Ishanuring Matthew's cold-hearted answer, Gwendolyn found it unbelievable. Aldenf. Gwendolyn shook her head, leaving the hall. 131 people in Crew's family have been executed. After seeing Barnabas Gwendolyn leave, Yonatan explained the situation to the herald. Very good, very good. Ishanuring Crew's entire clan had been eliminated. Matthew nodded approvingly, repeating very good twice. Commander, about the city gate. Soon, a soldier entered the hall, whispering to Yonatan. Please step down. Herald, just now, the city gate reported that someone resembling Weston escaped, along with someone they hadn't seen before. 2 people escaped in total. Worthless. Can't you even guard the city gate? Ishanuring Weston had escaped. Matthew slapped Yonatan angrily. Ishan specifically arranged more men at the gate for fear Weston would escape. Yes, now the soldiers at the gate are chasing them. With a bruised left cheek, Yonatan said. Now don't worry about Weston. Quickly gather everyone and follow me to the Zhengbai military camp. We cannot allow unrest. Ishanuring Weston had left Shangjing. It would be futile to chase him since Weston's intelligence ensured they would not catch him. Matthew had something important to do and could not afford delays. Herald, you are too precious to risk. It is too dangerous for you to visit the Zhengbai camp. I'll lead the troops. Ishanuring the herald intended to go. Yonatan. After a fierce battle, all the pursuers were brought down to the ground. You just stood there watching and didn't even offer any help. Where is he? After dealing with the pursuers, Vlad turned around, intending to grumble but noticed Beckett was gone. Go. Beckett remembered his big responsibility. Those pursuers could be left for Vlad to handle. Thinking of Griffin's last wish, he must quickly reach the camp. Any delay might lead to a bigger disaster. Let's go. Matthew, now also clad in armor, was leading most of the Imperial Guard towards the plain white banner camp. Whoa, stop. Halfway through their journey, seeing something amiss ahead, Magnus ordered the soldiers to protect the herald urgently. Herald, something seems wrong up ahead. Following Magnus' gaze, Matthew saw bodies lying on the ground at a distance. Find out what happened. Yes, find out. Magnus promptly instructed some men to investigate. The corpses ahead belonged to our men chasing Beckett. All killed by one strike. Extremely skillful. Oh no, everyone, accelerate. We must reach the plain white banner camp as soon as possible. Upon hearing the report and considering the route leading to the camp, combined with Beckett's presence at Griffin's residence last night, Matthew urged everyone hurriedly. After a period, they all arrived at the entrance of the plain white banner camp. Once there, Matthew sensed an unusual oppressive atmosphere. Herald, the situation seems odd. Magnus approached the herald, whispering beside him. Odd or not, we must enter. Dismounting, Matthew strode into the camp. Follow me. Seeing the herald walk straight in, Magnus hurriedly followed closely behind. Hail the herald. The guards knelt upon recognizing the herald. Upon entering the camp, Matthew and Magnus were surprised to see everyone standing on the open ground with weapons piled together. Hail the herald. Long awaited, the plain white banner soldiers all kneeled respectfully as Matthew entered. You know what has happened? Approaching the lead officer, Matthew asked. This is our plain white banner token. From now on, we will obey all orders from the herald, facing any dangers without hesitation. Instead of replying, the officer pulled out a tiger tally from his robes, holding it high aloft. Seeing the tiger tally, Matthew was momentarily stunned, reaching out to take it while Magnus cautiously intervened, fearing any tricks. It's fine. Do you truly submit? Approaching the officer and looking at the tiger tally, Matthew's eyes filled with regret. This is our commander's last wish. Ishan doesn't wish for internal strife among the Jurchens. We submit sincerely. If the herald doubts us, send us to the battlefield. Let the plain white banner prove our loyalty with death. Prove loyalty with death. Prove loyalty with death. Noticing the herald still uncertain, all the soldiers shouted unanimously. Very well, very well. Seeing the plain white banner soldiers, Matthew's eye teared up as he took the tiger tally. Examining it, he felt the blood stain still moist. How did you learn of the incident? An hour later, Beckett came to the camp, handed us the tiger tally, and told us the commander's final words. Matthew clutched his chest, spitting out blood as he collapsed. Unbeknownst to Matthew, the man he tried tirelessly to eliminate was the most loyal to the Jurchens. Ishan had severed his own arm. In the midst of the camp, Beckett watched silently. By instructing the man to speak thus, Beckett knew Matthew wouldn't pursue him anymore. Seeing Matthew faint, the chaos ensuing signaled Beckett's cue to leave. Turning, he departed. Herald, quick, bring the doctor here. Meanwhile, Beckett rode toward Shanhaiguan. Now that Matthew had fainted, Shanhaiguan would definitely not react in time. This was the best opportunity. 4 days later, Beckett reached the vicinity of Jinzhou. Innkeeper, serve me your best dish. Feed my horse with the finest fodder, prepare water and dry rations. I need to continue my journey after eating. Entering a small inn, Beckett instructed the innkeeper. Certainly, sir, please come inside. Seeing Beckett's attire suggested wealth, the innkeeper ushered him in eagerly. Soon, the dishes were served. As Beckett prepared to eat, he noticed several people watching him closely. Feeling uneasy, Beckett took a silver needle from his sleeve and dipped it into the food. Retrieving it, he saw it had turned black. Considering the empty restaurant during midday and noting knife marks on the table, he realized this was a trap. Christian, how's business here? The innkeeper stared intently at Beckett, waiting for him to finish his meal. Chapter 611. How to write the character for death. Very good, sir. Please eat quickly. The dishes will get cold if you wait. The innkeeper heard the guest calling him and hurriedly approached with a smile, but his eyes kept fixating on Weston's chopsticks. Ishan thought, why isn't he eating yet? Aldenry up. Keeper, join me for some food. I can't finish all this by myself. It would be such a waste. Weston noticed the innkeeper's unease, smiled slightly, and handed over his chopsticks. No, that wouldn't be right. Sir, please eat, the innkeeper said, clearly becoming flustered and trying to turn away. Where are you going? Weston was just having a meal and planning to continue his journey, but upon seeing what appeared to be a black-hearted inn, he felt compelled to intervene. Ishan grabbed the keeper's hand as he tried to leave. As Weston stood up, several boys around them also rose, their eyes fixed on him. Boy, let go of me. Seeing the situation unfold, the innkeeper dropped all pretense, shaking off Weston's hand angrily. Alden, looks like you can't keep up the act any longer, Weston laughed, watching as people began to approach. Hand over everything valuable you have. Maybe we'll give you a swift death if we're in a good mood. That's right. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. They were 8 strong against one lone, seemingly delicate figure. Weston simply smiled lightly, showing no fear at all. An hour later, Weston walked out of the inn, mounted his horse, and headed toward Shanhaiguan. About 15 minutes later, Vlad arrived at the same place on horseback. I'm starving. This place looks decent. It's here I'll stop. Seeing no other villages nearby, Vlad decided to enter the inn. When Vlad walked inside, he was shocked by the scene before him. Ishanro, please save us. Yes, save us. All 7 people were hanging upside down from the rafters, their faces flushed and red due to blood pooling. Hanging for too long and in a desolate area, they were very excited to see someone enter. Ha ha ha, who did this? What a creative method. Vlad couldn't help but laugh, looking at the men suspended above. Ishanro, please let us down first. I promise heavy rewards, the keeper pleaded, seeing the newcomers standing there. Actually, Vlad had intended to free them, but then noticed a silver needle embedded in the wall, reminding him of an annoying person. Okay, tell me what this man looked like, Vlad said, walking up to the keeper, cutting the rope with a knife and grabbing the keeper's collar. That bastard. We don't know him personally, but he was fair-skinned, wearing luxurious clothes, not ordinary at all, and seemed to be in a hurry to travel. Realizing this matched Weston's description, Vlad nodded. In Sylvia territory where everyone is rugged, a fair-skinned person would stand out. How long ago did he leave? Learning Weston was ahead of him and heading back to Shanhaiguan, Vlad, having endured much frustration, wanted to catch up. Do you want to know? Then give me something for it, or you won't get anything from me. Frustrated and still hanging, the keeper saw an opportunity for payback, extending his hand toward Vlad. How much do you want? Vlad sneered, staring at the keeper. Not much, just 80 taels will do. The keeper backed away a few steps and freed the others hanging up. That's right, 80 taels. The other 6 quickly surrounded Vlad. Now I understand why Weston tied you up. So, this is a black-hearted inn. After traveling together, Vlad knew Weston's character well, never targeting civilians, especially given how Alden had helped the villagers during the plague. Attack! The keeper shouted to his men. Soon, Vlad emerged from the inn, shaking the blood off his blade, and followed Weston's trail on horseback. Inside, 7 bodies lay dead, covered in blood. Weston was nearing Jinzhou City, the sky darkening. With Shanhaiguan still far away and his horse exhausted, he decided to rest in Jinzhou first. After entering the city following thorough checks, he found an inn and settled down. Dry season. Be careful of fire. Close the gates. The soldiers at the gate started shutting them as the time approached. Wait. Vlad hurriedly rode up just as the gates were closing. Who's that? It's past the curfew. One of our guards should check. Damn, it's Vlad returning. Recognizing the rider, the 2 guards stared at each other in surprise. Open the gates. Don't you recognize me? Screech. After Vlad's outburst, the gates opened from within. The 2 guards stood aside, allowing him entry. General Yang, why are you back so late? Chapter 612, Thomas's Satisfaction. Vlad rode into the city, and 2 soldiers quickly closed the city gates. Where has Miguel gone? Why can't I see him? After entering the city, Vlad glanced around. Ishan thought of his brother, Miguel, who had once let him go. Vlad figured that Miguel should be on duty today, so he chose this gate specifically to find him for a chat. However, he didn't see any sign of Miguel. Ishan asked the 2 soldiers at the gate. General Miguel, we don't know. Please don't ask us, they stammered, looking uncomfortable. Where did he go? Do you expect me to ask nicely? Seeing their hesitation, Vlad dismounted, turned around, and questioned the soldiers while stretching his hands. General Yang, is it necessary to make things difficult for these soldiers? A voice interrupted from behind him. Abdullah, why are you here guarding the gate? Turning around, Vlad saw Abdullah leading a group towards him. Unperturbed, he smiled sarcastically at Abdullah. Seeing Abdullah, one of Artemio's old subordinates, Vlad felt no need to mask his disdain. Dantarding the gate. Of course, I came to welcome you back when I heard you returned. Abdullah tried to maintain composure despite feeling far removed from the days when, under Artemio, he wielded significant influence in Jinzhou. Now that Artemio was dead, his supporters had either been ousted or killed. Abdullah, among the few survivors, had been relegated to minor roles, such as guarding the city gates. Every night since Artemio's death, he dreamed of killing Vlad. Welcome is unnecessary. Where's Miguel who used to serve here? Ignoring Abdullah's pleasantries, Vlad continued questioning the soldiers. Cough. Ishannering Abdullah's cough, the soldiers clamped their mouths shut. Vlad looked at Abdullah with displeasure. I may just be a gate guard, but everyone here reports to me. Without my permission, do you think they would dare speak? Abdullah grinned at Vlad's anger. Himph, I see you're courting death. Vlad thought about how different things were when Miguel was there. People used to greet him joyfully. Vlad, your killing of Artemio changed many people's fates. Are you not afraid to return to Jinzhou? Furious, Abdullah retorted. Ishan got what he deserved. If you disagree, take it up with the commander. Me. Abdullah nearly choked with rage, clutching his chest, speechless. Times had indeed changed. With Artemio dead, his supporters had all shifted loyalties, leaving Vlad as the future leader of the banner. Ishan mounted his horse and rode toward the city lord's residence. Are you all right, sir? After Vlad left, Abdullah's men steadied him. Notify everyone to prepare. Though Abdullah acted calm, he had already made plans. When Artemio ruled Jinzhou, he also set some contingencies in motion. Back. Sitting in the main seat, Thomas watched Vlad storm into the room. Andy, I'm back? Originally enraged, Vlad's demeanor softened upon seeing his uncle Thomas. Ishan respectfully bowed. Good rise. How was your trip? Thomas, showing little emotion, greeted him. It went well. Sweating nervously, Vlad answered promptly. Was Artemio killed by you? Andy, he wanted to kill me first. Vlad defended himself hastily. Did you kill him? Yes or no? Ishanavi hearted. Vlad nodded. Yes. Do you know who he was? Do you realize the consequences of killing him? Thomas stepped down and confronted Vlad angrily. There was nothing special. Ishan wanted to kill me and take over the banner leadership. Looking at his uncle's expression, Vlad unleashed his pent-up feelings. Ha ha ha, now that's my nephew. But you acted too hastily. As long as I'm here, no one else will lead the banner. Initially stern, Thomas burst into laughter and patted Vlad's shoulder approvingly. Though troubled by Vlad's earlier timidity, which he viewed as weakness, he admired this decisive action. Now that Artemio was out of the picture, and Vlad had proven himself, dissent within the banner was minimal. What's done is done. What can we do? Understanding his uncle's intention, Vlad asked, spreading his arms. Don't worry. I'll smooth everything over. For now, don't stay at the city lord's residence. There's a good inn. Stay there tonight. Thomas had long awaited this moment. Stay at an inn? Are the rooms full at the city lord's residence? Confused by the sudden change, Vlad asked his uncle. Chapter 613. Re-encountering Weston. Having wandered for a month, Vlad had originally planned to return to the city lord's manor and rest. But he didn't even get to sit down properly. In fact, Vlad hadn't even sat down before heading straight to his uncle. I was anxious just now because Gavril Alden has some roots in the city. Although his influence isn't large, we can't be careless. Why not just round up Gavril Alden's remnants and kill them all? Before his uncle could finish speaking, Vlad stood up confidently and addressed Theodore. You. I see. Ah. Theodore, who was about to say more, was startled by Vlad's sudden stand and covered his forehead, unsure of what to think. If I could find them easily, wouldn't I have already dealt with them? Why would I need you? True. If Andy can't find them, they must be hiding. Even if we search, can we find them? Shattering that his uncle couldn't locate them either, Vlad scratched his head and asked, This is where you come in. Outside the city lord's manor. How long has the person been inside? Abdullah arrived outside the city lord's residence and asked someone hidden nearby. Ishan's been in for nearly an hour. It seems he doesn't plan to leave tonight. The one responsible for keeping watch reported accurately. Alright, let's go back early then. Seeing it was getting late, Abdullah sighed and gave instructions to the watchers. Initially, Abdullah intended to ambush Vlad upon his return, but he unexpectedly hid in the city lord's manor, denying them any chance to act. Just as Abdullah was about to leave, Vlad emerged from the manor. Christian, he's coming out. Noticing Vlad, the watcher immediately pulled Abdullah back, pointing towards him. Ishan's out. Ha ha ha, this is heaven's will. Follow me. Seeing Vlad alone without protection, Abdullah grinned and ordered his men. After exiting the manor, Vlad sensed he was being followed but knew the other party wouldn't dare to attack immediately, so he wasn't overly concerned. Christian, does Vlad know we're following him? Feeling uneasy, one of the followers asked Abdullah. No way, we've been so stealthy. There's no way he noticed. Let it be. With Vlad's temperament, if he noticed us, do you think he'd still act so calmly? Abdullah glanced at Vlad, who appeared completely unguarded. Ishan raised a hand to stop further comments and followed closely behind. This inn is decent, fitting my status. Arriving at the largest inn in Jinzhou City, Vlad tidied his clothes and entered. Welcome, sir, please follow me. The innkeeper, preparing to close, quickly welcomed Vlad inside. You stay here and watch. I'll go call reinforcements. If he leaves, follow him and leave marks along the way. Got it? Abdullah saw an opportunity and instructed his men after observing Vlad enter the inn. Yes, boss. Inside the inn, Vlad chose a street-facing room. Once inside, he began observing the surroundings. Ishan deliberately picked this spot, knowing it was surrounded by his people. Anyone daring to attack would not leave alive. Christian, he's on the second floor. He hasn't left. Move. Kill everyone inside once we're in. Afterward, no one lingers. Scatter and hide immediately. Ishaning they were still upstairs, Vlad looked upstairs and issued orders to his men. Kill. Everyone, brandishing knives, stormed into the inn. What's happening? Ah. The waiter, about to close the door, was instantly silenced and slit at the throat by the masked intruders. The once peaceful inn erupted into screams. What's going on? The gentleman, I'm just a businessman. Please don't kill me. Take my money, just spare my life. The innkeeper, hearing commotion, rushed out only to collapse in terror at the scene. Kill you? Your money will still be ours. Seeing the innkeeper trembling, the masked men exchanged glances and continued their slaughter. That's enough. Handle the downstairs while we take care of upstairs. As the masked men prepared to ascend, doors opened simultaneously on the upper floor, revealing numerous soldiers. Didn't expect you to actually show yourselves. Vlad leisurely stepped out of his room, watching the masked men below, smirking. Just then, the door opposite Vlad's opened. Ah, making such a ruckus at night? Recognizing the newcomer, Vlad flared up in anger. Weston, I see you again. Fuming, he shouted at Weston. Looks like you're busy. I won't disturb you. Weston widened his eyes, seeing masked men downstairs and soldiers upstairs, awkwardly scratching his head before hastily retreating into his room. Kill. Vlad ordered his soldiers and ran toward Weston, intending to capture him. Outside, Abdullah, watching the inn surrounded, trembled with fear and dared not rescue anyone. As he planned to flee, he suddenly saw someone leap from the inn's window. The guards were focused inside, none noticing the escape through the window. By the time Abdullah wanted to identify who jumped, the person was already gone. Ishani, sneaking around. What are you doing? Startled by a tap on his back, Abdullah shook. Spare me, great sir. I'm not with those black-clothed men. Too afraid to turn, Abdullah fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Who mentioned them? Why are you so scared? I just wanted to ask. I'm in charge of the eastern gate. You can go through there without any issues. Seeing the knife at his throat, Abdullah knelt again with a servile smile on his face. Good hide. Seeing Abdullah finally cooperate, Weston nodded. Just as he finished smiling, he heard people coming out of the inn and quickly pulled Abdullah into a narrow alley. Search the entire city and guard the gates. No one is allowed to leave the city. I'll report to the commander. After dealing with the people at the inn, Vlad left in a hurry. Standing at the entrance of the inn, he found the street outside empty. General, aren't they all dead? Who are we supposed to search for? The soldiers around him were confused. The men were all inside the inn, so who else needed to be searched for? Weston. Vlad muttered 3 words, then rode toward the city governor's office. Andy, Weston appearing in Jinzhou means he's trying to escape. If we let him return to Shanghai Pass, it will be unprecedented disaster for us Jurchens. Arriving at the city governor's office, Vlad woke up Glenn who was sleeping and urgently told him this. Weston, do you know who he is? Glenn, half asleep, lifted his head after hearing Weston's name. Yes, the northern king of the Ming dynasty, the Herald's master. So what? Answering Glenn's question, Vlad was perplexed. What difference did Weston's identity make? Why couldn't he just be captured? The 2 armies are currently at peace. If we capture the northern king Weston, it will surely provoke the anger of the Ming. What should we do then? Our Red Banner troops are mostly stationed in Korea. Seeing Vlad's insistence on taking action against Weston, Glenn said angrily, Andy, you always show weakness. When I returned from Shangjing, I learned that both the leader and deputy leader of the Plain White Banner were killed by the Herald. Vlad, upset by his uncle's softness, recounted events in Shangjing. Did you mean Gerald and Enrique? Ishaning this, Glenn jumped up in surprise and asked Vlad again. Yes, Gerald and Enrique are already beyond our reach. If we continue to idle, we may be next. Noticing Glenn's shock, Vlad pressed further. Ishaning about the trouble within the Plain White Banner. Glenn had long feared this, but never thought it would come so soon. Ishan had expected the attack to start with the Plain Blue Banner, since Silas was notoriously uncontrollable. But it began with the Plain White Banner, whose loyalty was unquestionable. Even Gerald and Enrique, who served the Herald loyally, were executed. For himself, a surrendered general, things would only worsen. Pardon me, Commander, but please order the capture of Weston. Looking at Vlad, for the Red Banner, chaos was their only hope for survival. Fine, this task is yours. Fail, and you know the consequences? Glenn, now old and unable to handle matters, looked at the fiery young Vlad. Yes. This tiger token, keep it well. With this, everyone in the Red Banner must follow your orders. Glenn took out a tiger-shaped token from his robe and handed it to Vlad. Yes, I won't disappoint you. Holding the token, Vlad's eyes gleamed. This was what he had always wanted. Now, within the Red Banner, Vlad stood second only to Glenn, above everyone else. Don't dawdle. On the other side, Weston, trying not to attract attention, was leading Abdullah toward the city gate. But after walking for a while, seeing Abdullah dragging his feet, Weston kicked him angrily. Ishanro, I only have 2 legs, not wheels. Ishannering Weston's reprimand, Abdullah shrugged helplessly. If you don't behave, don't blame me. No, I remember now. There's a shortcut to the gate. Feigning honesty, Abdullah quickly added when Weston seemed about to strike. Lead the way. Weston grabbed Abdullah's shoulder angrily. Surprisingly, even with a knife at his neck, Abdullah dared to play tricks. Knowing how Vlad had toyed with him before, Weston knew he wouldn't spare him now. Ishan had to escape as soon as possible. There's the east gate ahead. After a long walk, Abdullah pointed to a group of guards in the distance. Chapter 6:15, Capturing Weston. Come on, take me out of here, and I will spare your life. Weston looked at the distant city gate, holding a knife to Abdullah's back and whispered to him. It doesn't feel right. We probably can't get out this way. Just as Abdullah was about to head towards the city gate, he noticed that while there were originally only 7 soldiers guarding it, more than 10 additional men had arrived within minutes. Ishan immediately stopped and turned to tell Weston. What do you mean? Ishannering that they couldn't leave, Weston felt betrayed and angrily demanded an explanation. There are more guards now at the gate. When I left, there were only 6, but now there are 20. It shows the gate is under lockdown, and most aren't my men. I can't let you go, Abdullah explained with a helpless look, gazing at the distant city gate. Can't you think of another way? They had come all this way to reach the eastern city gate only for it to be blocked by increased patrols. Weston felt extremely frustrated. If he had known earlier, he would have simply charged through with a horse when there were just 6 or 7 guards. There's no way, unless I have the commander's order. Otherwise, I dare not let you go. Alright, let's see if your fate can help me escape. With no other choice, Weston dragged Abdullah toward the city gate. General Abdullah, what brings you back? Weren't you urchin valued honor, especially in saving comrades? He used Abdullah as leverage. You know nothing. This man is a remnant of Gavriel's forces. I wish I had a chance to kill him myself. If you want to go ahead. Upon hearing Weston's threat, Vlad smiled, finding it almost too convenient. Vlad, you bastard. I won't let you get away with this. Abdullah, feeling the knife against his neck, roared furiously. Don't let me get away? Do you think you'll survive after he kills you? I have pure bloodline from the right Manchu banner. A mongrel with Ming blood thinks he can harm me. Abdullah scoffed at Vlad's threat, full of disdain. Emotionally clutching his neck in agony, Abdullah collapsed to the ground. Daring to call people from the Ming dynasty mongrels, you really don't understand what death means. Kicking Abdullah angrily, Weston muttered, initially unwilling to kill him but incensed by the insult to the Ming people. Vlad, we're old acquaintances. Can't you let me off the hook? After killing Abdullah, Weston turned to Vlad, realizing there were too many of them and his only hope was negotiation. Amosra, but you need to come with me. We'll talk, then decide if I'll let you go. Vlad, now in control, relished Weston's lack of bravado. Fine, let's go. So easily? Are you planning something else? Why plan anything? You're 30. I'm alone. The idea immediately upon seeing the soldiers nearby, allowing Vlad to take the sleeve arrow away. Alright, rest well. The once great hero who saved Jinzhou was now merely a prisoner. General, isn't this treatment inappropriate? After leaving the courtyard, Vlad's deputy spoke up. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Booker standing to his deputy, Vlad sneered and asked. That man is our great hero. Treating him like this will anger the common folk. Slap. Before the deputy could finish, a slap resounded through the air. I'll ask you again. What's inappropriate? Think carefully before answering me. Vlad grabbed the deputy's clothes, coldly asking again. The citizens of the city. Slap, slap. The deputy felt a chill down his spine as he looked into Vlad's eyes, yet he wanted to continue speaking. However, Vlad didn't listen and kept slapping him. Say it again. Say it again. Surrounding soldiers stepped back, none daring to interfere, fearing they would be next. After a long while, Vlad stood up and stretched, feeling the power in his position. Seeing someone he disliked, he could simply hit them, carry him away, let him recover properly, and teach him how to behave around me. As he left, Vlad commanded his personal guards. Yes. The guards stood respectfully, surrounding the fallen deputy. Something serious must have happened. We need to be prepared. Quickly, light the beacon fires. Everyone prepare. Eschanering Armin's words, Donnie didn't hesitate because Armin was very close to Weston and wouldn't lie. Since His Highness gave specific instructions before leaving, something serious must have happened. Yes. Immediately, Sanhedrin fell into chaos. Soldiers, originally resting, rushed to their positions, moving logs and stones onto the walls. By the next morning, all soldiers had returned. General, everything is ready. The troops are assembled. Finian and Kobe reported to Donnie in the tent. Very well, stay vigilant. If anything goes wrong, I won't spare anyone. Yes. His Highness is still with the Jian army. We must bring him back. After they left, Armin anxiously addressed Donnie. Armin, I understand your concern, but if we send out troops now, it will alert the Jian army. Not only will His Highness not return, but our troops will be in grave danger. Donnie understood Armin's urgency. Eben was his savior. Yet, he couldn't jeopardize everything for one person. Fine, then I'll lead a team out of Sanhedrin to search for him. Just open the gate for me. Armin was heartbroken, realizing loyalty was only evident in tough times. Ishan saw through Donnie's true intentions. Armin, don't act rashly. Outside Sanhedrin, the land belongs to the Jian army. Going out will endanger everyone, including His Highness. Donnie wasn't unwilling to help Weston. Sanhedrin was critical, and behind it lay millions of Ming civilians. One misstep would cost lives. As the commander, I can't sacrifice everything for one person. This matter doesn't require General Yuan's effort. My life belongs to His Highness. Dying for him would be an honor. Once admiring Donnie, Armin now felt distant and coldly stepped back. This is problematic. Donnie knew Armin blamed him. Inside, he was torn. It wasn't a small issue. Sending troops now would leave Sanhedrin defenseless if attacked. Open or not, please give me a reply, General. Chapter 617. Leaving Sanhedrin to find the Northern King. Seeing Donnie hesitate, Armin directly knelt on the ground. Brother Alden, what are you doing? Donnie hurried over when he saw Armin kneeling before him, trying to help him up. In the past, as a close bodyguard to the prince, Armin was highly respected. Donnie couldn't bear this gesture. I'll get up only if General Yuan agrees. In fact, Armin was also unwilling to kneel, but with the prince in grave danger, immediate action was necessary. Otherwise, it could be too late. I agree, but I can't send you any soldiers. Are you still willing to leave the pass? Donnie looked at Armin, who wasn't under his direct command, but rather a guard for the prince. Ishan pondered for a moment and asked Armin this question. Yes. Armin had been waiting here for so long. If Donnie agreed to send troops, he wouldn't have knelt. Knowing the prince was suffering outside the pass, he had to go find him no matter what. In 2 hours, take your men to the city gate. I'll be waiting for you there. Seeing Armin's determination, Donnie didn't say more and decided to let him out of Sanhedrin. Thank you, General Yuan. Eschanering Donnie's agreement, Armin turned and left the tent, riding back to the city hall. All of you, come out immediately. Back at the mansion, Armin rushed into the courtyard. Present. Soon all the soldiers stood neatly dressed in the courtyard. Pack up immediately and follow me to search for His Highness. Looking at the more than 20 people in the yard, Armin instructed them. Yes. The guards didn't ask what they were going to do after hearing they were leaving the pass. They quickly prepared. After ensuring everyone was ready, Armin went to the study and wrote a letter. Then he came to a room and knocked on the door. Lord Alden, what can I do for you? Elon, I need you to do something important now. Seeing Elon open the door, Armin spoke. Please tell me. Elon was in charge of border trade and had achieved noticeable results within 2 months, increasing revenue by over 20%. This success made him happy every day. Go to the capital immediately and deliver this letter to the princess. Once delivered, quickly escort the 3 princesses away from the capital and follow their instructions. Weston had already arranged everything when he left, ensuring that all members of the prince's family were taken care of. Lord Alden, what's happening? Elon looked puzzled, not understanding why he had to return to the capital, just when he was making progress here. His Highness is in trouble. Sanhedrin will soon become a battlefield. There's no use for you staying here. Your task now is to leave Sanhedrin with this letter and deliver it to the princess. Do you understand? Armin was in a hurry since Donnie only gave him 2 hours. Yes, leave it to me. Eschanering Armin's words, Elon didn't fully understand but knew the prince was in trouble. Why aren't you sending someone else with the letter? Elon asked as Armin was about to leave. Why you? Because we've prepared for the worst. If the prince dies, we will die with him. You are now part of our family, and I trust you can handle this. Armin had thought about this problem. With only 20 men, it was not enough to rescue the prince. Sending someone to deliver the letter would waste manpower. After observing you for some time, I believe you're trustworthy. That's why I chose you. Leave it to me. Bring yourselves back alive. Elon saw Armin's determination and patted his shoulder. Go. Leaving Elon, Armin arrived at the entrance where everyone was ready to depart. Sanhedrin, let's go. Mounting the lead horse, Armin pulled the reins and ordered those behind him. Yes. Forward. The group rode off into the distance. Quickly prepare the carriage and head back to the capital. Elon watched the departing riders and called for attendants to prepare the carriage. Soon Armin reached the city gate. Donnie was already waiting with a group of soldiers. General Yuan, such a grand farewell for me? You once swore to serve the prince until death. Now that he's in danger, why don't I see you following him to death? Armin sneered as he approached Donnie, who was waiting with several generals. Ishani, Armin, watch your mouth. Kobe, one of Donnie's subordinates, stepped forward, warning Armin. After all, Armin was just a bodyguard while Donnie was Birdie. Once you find the prince and return, I'll send troops to meet you. Hope you bring him back safely. Donnie, feeling embarrassed, quickly pulled Kobe back and walked to Armin's horse. Hoping you keep your word. Armin hadn't expected military support. Open the gate. Donnie glanced at Armin and ordered the gate to be opened. As the heavy gate creaked open, Armin's eyes became more resolute. Go. Forward. Armin cracked the whip, urging the horse forward, followed by the rest of his men. Tiger Patrick did not join in seeing Armin off at the city gate, fearing he might impulsively follow Armin out of Shanhaiguan. Given the potential Jurchen invasion, Tiger Patrick's role in defending Shanhaiguan was crucial. General, do you think they'll find the prince? Chapter 6:18. Provoking Montague. Who knows? Looking at the closing city gates, Donnie also shook his head. If Weston could have returned earlier, he would have already done so by now. There were only two possibilities for Weston's current situation. Either he was dead, or he was under control. In either case, the chances of Armin successfully bringing him back on this trip were minuscule. General, Lord Amos-Supervisor has arrived with a group of men. Just as Donnie was contemplating this, a soldier rushed over to report. Montague? What's he doing here? Does he also want a cut from the mutual market? Upon hearing that Montague had come to Shanhaiguan, Donnie did not consider any other possibilities. After all, the heightened alert in Shanhaiguan had only begun last night, and even if news had traveled quickly, it wouldn't have reached Beijing so early. Thinking about what in Shan— No way. His Majesty sent me to inspect the results of the mutual market. How can I do that if the gates are closed? I order you to lift all alerts. Upon hearing Donnie's words, Montague gave an order unhappily. Lord Amos-Supervisor, Shanhaiguan is under my command. Everyone here listens to me. You have no authority to question me. Donnie's temper flared. In Beijing, he might defer to eunuchs like Montague, but here in his territory, he wouldn't tolerate being bullied. Bold. The surrounding imperial guards drew their swords upon hearing Donnie's defiance. What are you trying to do? Kobe and the soldiers behind him also drew their swords, quickly surrounding the imperial guards. What are you trying to do? Are you planning a rebellion? Montague's face turned grim as he angrily questioned Donnie. I'm not planning a rebellion. It's your men who are attempting insubordination. Understanding Montague's attempt to frame him, Donnie glanced at the first guard who had drawn his sword. Out. Noticing that they had been the ones to draw swords first, Montague slapped the man across the face. Yes, put down your weapons. The guard clutched his cheek and ordered his men. General Yuan, His Majesty's orders were for me to thoroughly inspect the mutual market. Not allowing me to do so would make it hard for me to report back. Supervisor, my name is Kobe. Remembering Kobe's name, Montague noted it mentally and then asked, if you were in General Yuan's position, what would you do? As His Majesty commands, whatever you say, I, Kobe, will do. Kobe seized the opportunity and assured Montague earnestly, fine, wait for us in Beijing. Initially infuriated, Montague felt somewhat relieved after speaking with Kobe, feeling the trip hadn't been entirely futile. Ishan boarded his carriage and commanded the Imperial Guards. Farewell, Lord Amos-Supervisor. Meanwhile, within Jinzhou City, Weston, what mischief have you been up to all night? Why couldn't you stay put? Vlad looked at Weston and shook his head. Vlad, you scoundrel, dare you release me? I don't dare. Serve Administrator Alden well, everyone. Vlad replied firmly, ensuring Weston was taken care of properly. Chapter 619. Armin arrives in Jinzhou City. Vlad, you bastard. At this moment, Weston, who had been beaten to a pulp, angrily shouted at Vlad's retreating back. Last night, seeing few guards, Weston had sneaked out of his room only to be caught by the manor's guards as soon as he stepped outside. Brother, where do we go now? We can't just wander aimlessly. Armin and his men had no clear destination after leaving Shanhaiguan, aimlessly roaming around. Stop. This mountain was cleared by me. These trees were planted by me. If you want to pass, leave behind your toll. Amostonly, a group of people emerged from ahead, shouting their crude lines. Christian, it looks like bandits. Let me handle them. After hours of boring travel, a guard on horseback spoke up beside Armin at the sight of bandits. Go, but be careful. Bandits rarely act alone. Resolve this quickly. Staring at the distant bandits, Armin remained cautious, observing the surroundings. Seeing nothing amiss, they needed to continue their journey without wasting time, so he gave the order. Don't get cocky, kid. Kneel to your grandpa and scram, or else you'll lose more than your life. You have a choice. The guard rode forward, smirking at the bandit. Don't underestimate us. Look around you on the mountains. The bandit in the middle pointed to the sides, responding arrogantly. Ishaning this, everyone grew tense, drawing their weapons and glancing warily at the hills. After inspecting closely, they found nothing. Turning back to the front, the person blocking the path was already gone. You dare to trick me, die. Enraged, the guard charged forward on his horse. Adamar, come back. Seeing Adamar charge off, Armin anxiously shouted after him, but Adamar ignored him, vanishing into the distance. Don't worry, Christian. Bertrand Lou is skilled enough to handle one bandit easily. Trying to ease Armin's worry, another guard reassured him. Something's not right. Follow him. Feeling uneasy about the valley, Armin hurriedly followed on horseback. Upon arriving in the valley, they found a body lying in the middle of the road. See, Christian? That bandit is dead. But what about Adamar? Seeing no other signs of life around, Armin asked sharply. Let's go check. Approaching, they realized the body belonged to Adamar, who was stripped of his armor, weapons, and horse. Dismount. Form a defensive shield perimeter. Getting off his horse, Armin examined Adamar's arrow wounds before ordering everyone. Who's there? Show yourself. With his weapon drawn, Armin carefully observed the surroundings. I didn't expect you to be smart enough. A voice echoed from the hillside. They had prepared iron spikes for any riders trying to flee on horses. May I ask who you are? Why attack us? Looking up at the figures above, Armin demanded an answer. All them Ming people coming into our Jin territory and asking why we attack. Upon leaving Shanhaiguan, Armin and his men had donned Jin clothing. Knowing the locals despised Ming people, even in disguise, they were still recognized. Attack. Armin had anticipated this ambush, bringing only 3 men while others scaled the mountain as a precaution. Almost enough. An ambush confirmed his suspicions, and he shouted. They were soon subdued. Have you encountered anyone coming from Shanhaiguan? Armin intended to kill them, but thought they might know something useful. I know, but I won't tell you. The bandit leader refused stubbornly, despite not knowing Armin's intentions. Tell me. With a wave, Armin gestured to another guard who pulled out the bandit leader's hair and slit his throat. Yes, indeed someone came through a month and a half ago. General Yang took him to Jinzhou City. Terrified, the remaining bandits divulged everything. Finish them. No longer needing them, Armin ordered his men. Yes. Soon, several bodies lay on the ground, and Armin led his men toward Jinzhou City. At the city gates, after bribing the guards with silver, they entered. Scatter and gather information. Reassemble here tonight. Realizing how vast Jinzhou City was, they needed to split up the search efficiently. Yes. By evening, everyone returned. Christian, I found something. The Barnabas might be held in Vlad's residence. Who is Vlad? Puzzled, Armin asked. Ishan's Burton's nephew of the right banner. Someone saw the Barnabas taken inside and never came out. Alarmed, Armin rushed towards the exit with his sword drawn. No one has come near here, right? Looking at the soldiers at the gate, Vlad asked them. No, what happened up front? Should we go check? No, guard this place well. If anyone inside escapes, you'll all die. After warning the guards, Vlad opened the door and entered the room. Vlad, what are you doing here so late? Weston, bound to a frame, looked up when he heard the door open, smiling at Vlad. I just wanted to check if you're still alive. My father is living very well. Don't dare to release me, or I might kill you. Weston didn't know what was happening outside, assuming Vlad was mocking him. General, the fire has been extinguished. Only 2 servants' quarters were destroyed. There isn't much damage. Just as Vlad was speaking with Weston, a soldier entered to report the situation. Vlad's expression turned grim, upset at the poor timing of the report. Ha ha ha, there's actually a fire, Weston laughed after hearing the news. Leave. Once they stepped outside into the courtyard, Vlad slapped Weston across the face. Have you found out how the fire started? Turning to the soldier, he asked. No sign. It might be due to dryness. Very well. Increase the guards in the mansion. Beware of intruders. Relieved that it wasn't arson, Vlad decided to return to sleep. Once he left, Armin peeked out from the roof, carefully lifting a few tiles. Barnabas. After uncovering the tiles, Armin saw the Barnabas tied to a pillar, covered in blood. Afraid the guards would hear, he called softly. Half asleep, Weston vaguely heard Armin but saw no one when he opened his eyes, so he lowered his head and went back to sleep. Barnabas. Seeing the Barnabas turn his head, Armin threw a small stone at him. Struck by the stone, Weston looked up at the roof. Armin. Seeing Armin on the roof, Weston shouted excitedly. Did you hear something? No one here. The guard, noticing a sound, kicked open the door and rushed in but found no one. Bah, causing a scene for nothing. The guards then retreated. Barnabas, wait here for me. I'll come back tomorrow night to rescue you. Armin, seeing the injured Barnabas and lacking the tools to free him, whispered in frustration. Alden. Weston nodded without speaking. Seeing the Barnabas was alive, Armin felt relieved. The boss, how did it go? At the inn, the waiting men greeted Armin upon his return. Good news. The Barnabas is alive, and I know where he's being held. Great. Great. All the guards cheered at the news. Aldench. Armin gestured everyone to be quiet, mindful they weren't in Ming territory and needed discretion. Although we found the Barnabas, he's injured and may not escape easily. Injured? Their excitement cooled instantly. How bad? Chapter 621. Escape. Quickly, go in and save the Barnabas. A soldier had slipped away unnoticed earlier, and now more people were gathering. Seeing the situation turning dire, Armin hurriedly sent men to rescue the Barnabas, fearing that any delay would lead to unexpected changes. What audacity you have to come to my residence looking for trouble. Just as Armin was engaged in battle with the other party, Vlad walked into the courtyard, addressing Armin and his masked companions. Realizing they were surrounded, Armin did not panic at all. They came here with one goal, to take the Barnabas away. If they could manage that, everything else would be worth it. Christian, this isn't good. The Barnabas isn't in the house. The guard who had rushed in to rescue the Barnabas emerged from the house in a panic, coming over to Armin. The Barnabas isn't here? Where could he be? Upon hearing the guard's words, Armin was shocked. Last night, he had clearly seen the Barnabas on the rooftop. There was no way he could just vanish. Was it you who took the Barnabas? Realizing that if the Barnabas wasn't in the room, only one possibility remained. Armin's eyes turned toward Vlad, who was standing far away. Ha ha ha, you idiot set fire to my house, and now you think you can just walk away? I sensed something was amiss long ago and left early. Looking at the bewildered masked figures, Vlad laughed mockingly at them. Earlier in the day, he felt something was wrong. The mansion had never caught fire before. There was no reason it would suddenly start burning. Ishan quickly ordered a search of the mansion and found suspicious signs, footsteps on the roof, and the tiles above Weston's room noticeably loosened. Piecing these clues together led him to one conclusion. Someone was trying to rescue Weston. This also confirmed Vlad's suspicion that foul play was involved, so he swiftly moved Weston to a safer location. Bring Weston here. With the masked men already surrounding him, Vlad had nothing to worry about. Ishan quickly commanded his own soldiers. Let me go. Weston was dragged forward, still holding his back straight despite numerous wounds. Barnabas. Seeing the Barnabas, Armin and his companions wanted to rush forward, but were held back by Vlad's guards. Don't come closer, or I'll kill him. Vlad pressed a knife to Weston's neck, addressing Armin and the others who were about to charge. Do it. Weston, who was under control, shouted to Armin from afar. Waiting for the right moment, Armin raised his arm and aimed it at Vlad, who was not far away. Then, a silver needle flew out from Armin's hidden weapon toward Vlad's arm. Ah! Struck by the silver needle in his hand, Vlad stumbled back in pain, clutching his wounded arm, taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Vlad. Weston used the confusion to run towards Armin. Armin immediately cleared a path for the Barnabas, reuniting with him. Barnabas, are you able to hold on? Once the Barnabas was nearby, Armin anxiously asked. I can manage. Retreat. Weston had deliberately acted weak to make Vlad let down his guard. Unexpectedly, it worked, and seeing the enemy's disarray, he promptly told Armin, let's go. On the ground, Vlad removed the silver needle from his arm and felt much better. Seeing the masked men and Weston about to escape, he stood up urgently. Attack. Don't let a single one escape. Angry, Vlad wielded his sword and ordered all his troops. Charge. Everyone went berserk after hearing Birdie's command. Prepare the archers. Just as Weston, Armin, and a few guards climbed onto the roof, they saw many archers enter the courtyard below, aiming their arrows at the roof. Aldenry, boss, take the Barnabas away. The rest of us will hold them off. Seeing the archers emerge, the guards on the roof quickly shielded Weston. Thinking they would be safe on the roof, they instead became living targets. Let's leave together. Weston looked at the guards holding the rear, who were now falling among the crowd, pulling the remaining ones to try and get them to leave together. Barnabas, hurry. There's no time left. They had come prepared to die. Armin urged Weston to leave. Kill them. Vlad, watching Weston. Soon, Armin led Weston to a courtyard, evading the pursuing soldiers. Quickly, Barnabas, get inside. Meanwhile, Vlad emerged from the mansion, intending to chase Weston personally. General. After stepping out, many officers knelt at the entrance. What happened? Confused, Vlad asked the kneeling men. General, we lost track of them. Seeing the officers gathered there, Vlad had a bad feeling. Upon hearing their report, his expression darkened. The officers noticed Vlad's displeasure and lowered their heads. This chapter captures the intense action and strategic moves between the characters, emphasizing the high stakes and tension of the escape scenario. Chapter 622. Taking control of the main red banner. They all knew Vlad's temper. He would attack at the slightest disagreement. No one dared to meet his eyes for fear that he might take out his anger on them. You guys, hurry up and gather the troops. We must not let Weston return to the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, both you and I will have to go to Shangjing to beg forgiveness from the Herald. At this point, Vlad didn't want to say much more to these people. Ishan sighed, pulled the few generals up, dusted off their clothes, and said, General, we guarantee to catch Weston. Sir, we mobilized the army without authorization. Won't this provoke a response from Shanhaiguan? If it causes a major battle, we would be sinners to the Jian people. Through the last couple of years, they had been indulging in luxurious lifestyles and had long forgotten their former heroic ambitions. They all just wanted to live peaceful and stable lives. I'm telling you, the Ming has never thought about making peace. It's merely our one-sided wish. Now the Ming is sharpening their weapons and horses, ready to wipe us out anytime. Now, all of the Jian people have the same mindset as you, long losing the fighting spirit. Do you plan to resist only when the Ming soldiers put knives to your family's necks? After hearing the officer's words, Vlad looked very unhappy and spoke angrily to everyone. All obey the commander's orders. Just after Vlad finished speaking, a man stood up, knelt directly on the ground, and shouted loudly. After he finished shouting, the surrounding soldiers were stunned. In the main red banner, the leader was only Thomas. Calling Vlad commander was akin to committing treason. The remaining men exchanged glances, then also knelt down. Very good. You're now the deputy commander. Whoever doesn't obey you can be executed first before reporting back. Looking at the first person who knelt, Vlad nodded approvingly. The remaining deputy commander position goes to whoever catches Weston. Yes. All the soldiers, hearing deputy commander, became excited and answered emotionally. Leave now. After a quarter of an hour, Vlad came out of the room. Everyone in the city lord's mansion, including some elders of the main red banner, and some commanders who hadn't submitted, were kneeling on the ground with knives on their necks. When Vlad came out, everyone's eyes turned to him, unsure what he intended to do. The commander has passed away. Before his death, he entrusted me with full control of the main red banner. Vlad held out the tiger talisman and addressed those in the courtyard. What? Did you kill the commander? Ishaning Vlad's words, everyone present stared in shock. Upon arrival, they saw blood at the entrance, knowing something happened but not expecting Vlad to dare kill the commander. That's right. You want power? Ask these old men if they agree. You have the blood of the Ming in you. You're nothing but scum. Wanting to be commander is pure fantasy. Several fearless individuals in the courtyard stood up to accuse Vlad harshly. Originally, Vlad didn't want mass killing, but seeing that these people wouldn't really obey his orders, he gestured to his guards. The guards, seeing the signal, showed no hesitation, swiftly executing anyone who spoke against him. After these individuals died, the others were utterly terrified. Does anyone else have objections? Christopher to holding the tiger talisman, Vlad quickly secured control over the main red banner, because died of illness. Now Vlad has taken over the position. Armin then recounted all the information he had gathered over the past 2 days. Died of illness. I've met Thomas before. He should live for at least another 7 or 8 years. How could he just die of illness like that? Originally, Weston wanted to find Thomas and persuade him with sweet talk to let them go. But upon hearing Armin's words, he did not believe the excuse of Thomas dying from an illness. That was only something to deceive commoners. Your Highness, does this mean Thomas's death is suspicious? What suspicion? Vlad killed him and used his own means to gain control of the main red banner. Through that period of interaction, Weston understood him very well. A man who would do anything for power, even murder his comrades. Going to Anqing to make deals with tigers, these actions all showed Vlad's depth. Your Highness, why does Vlad want to put us in such a dire situation? What have you done to offend him? Armin couldn't figure it out either. After all, their prince was once the herald's teacher. Even though they were on different sides now, there was no reason to be so ruthless. There isn't any deep-seated grudge between us and Vlad. Ishan just needs me to obtain what he wants. What happened? Seeing the frown on his prince's face, Armin didn't know what was going on and asked curiously. The story starts when we arrived in Jianchu. Weston knew he might not survive. These matters must be known by someone else. If he couldn't return, others could carry the news back. After all these things happened. After hearing the prince's account, Armin was quite surprised. Your Highness, good news. Just as the two were talking, a guard came into the room and spoke excitedly. Take your time. Is someone chasing you? Looking at the soldier, Weston asked. All 4 city gates are open. We can finally go home. Really? Excellent news, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Armin stood up in excitement. But seeing the prince's expression, they both felt confused. Clearly, the city gates were open, allowing them to return to Sanhedrin. So why wasn't he happy? I am actually wondering if this is a trap. Though this was welcome news, Weston felt uneasy. Vlad's cunning was too deep. He wouldn't expose such an obvious weakness intentionally. There must be a problem. Your Highness, regardless of whether it's a trap, we have no other choice but to take a chance. Ishannering this, Armin knew it made sense. They had hidden within the vast city of Jinzhou, where the enemy couldn't find them. Now they needed to lure them out. But perhaps hiding away gives us a chance too. Agreeing reluctantly, Weston had no better option and consented to leaving. By evening, Armin returned to the prince's room. What's up? Are preparations complete? Seeing Armin come in, Weston, who was polishing a blade, asked. Everything's ready. I've prepared some chicken soup to warm you up. Armin placed the soup on the table. Great. Ishanra, take a drumstick. After drinking a sip, Weston found it delicious and offered the drumstick to Armin. Your Highness, your health hasn't fully recovered. You need it more. Shaking his head, Armin took the drumstick back and started polishing his weapon. I'm sleepy. When you're done, just put the blade back in its sheath. Satisfied after eating and drinking, Weston patted his belly and lay down. Just before falling asleep, he gave Armin final instructions. Yes. Once confirmed the prince was asleep, Armin quietly left the room. Christian, is the prince asleep? The group in the courtyard turned to look at Armin. A guard asked. Don't worry, he won't wake until noon tomorrow. That's good. Christian, we entrust the prince's safety to you. Everyone nodded towards Armin. Don't worry. Do you have anything final to do? Armin looked at the dozen people before him, tears streaming down his face. Wiping them away, he asked. If possible, erect a monument for each of us. One person stood up, removed his identification badge, and handed it to Armin. Returning to his room, others followed suit, removing their badges. All returned to their rooms, leaving Armin alone in the courtyard. Tears welled up as he collected each badge, placing them in a bag that once held provisions. Each badge bore a name, brothers who had accompanied him, yet now only he remained. Early next morning, all guards gathered outside the inn, mounted their horses. Farewell. Ishana to Sanhedrin as fast as possible. Understanding this might be the last time, Armin bid farewell, knowing they served as bait. All right, we'll drink when we get back inside the pass. Everyone laughed at Armin's remark. Depart. Let's go. More than 10 riders headed towards the northern city gate. At the gate, only a few soldiers were guarding, not even conducting searches. Let's go. What was that sound? Run quick. Ishannering hoofbeats, the soldiers thought it was from outside the city. Turning around, they saw people riding rapidly toward the gate. Realizing their small numbers were no match, they exchanged glances and scattered. Unexpectedly, the departing guards found it incredibly easy to leave. Translation completed while maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 624, Diverting the tiger's attention to. Ishani, did you get a good look? Was the person Captain wants among those dozen or so who just passed through? You're asking me? The soldiers at the city gate had been too busy fleeing for their lives to notice who was escaping. They were preoccupied with saving themselves and hadn't paid close attention. They all wore masks. With so many people leaving together, they must be the ones Captain is looking for. One soldier glanced furtively and then addressed the others. Should we send up the signal smoke? In fact, opening the city gates was Vlad's strategy to lure the snakes out of their holes. Ishan ordered that each gate have no more than 5 guards and issued each gate with a wanted poster depicting Weston's likeness. Whatever, even if those escapees aren't the criminals, they are certainly accomplices. Right, send up the smoke signal. After discussing briefly, the group decided to release the smoke signal. General, the smoke signal has appeared. Vlad sat in a chair outside the city, leisurely sipping tea, waiting for Weston to appear. Ishan specifically chose the northern gate as it was closest to Sanhedrin. An escape route might succeed from here if done quickly enough. Charge. Upon hearing the approach, Vlad stood up excitedly, watching the 10-odd horses charging out the city gates. Ishan smiled and gave orders to his officers behind him. No, I'll lead you myself, let's go. Unsatisfied with merely commanding, he felt he should make the most of his new position as captain and directly command his troops. Then noticed the tip was slightly blackened. Drew, the horses are ready. Armin, initially fetching the horses, returned anxiously. Is there something you're hiding from me? Weston's gaze turned severe. Drew, we can discuss this later, I won't harm you, Armin responded, realizing what the blackened needle meant. No excuses. Where are the others? Pushing Armin aside, Weston rushed to the courtyard where the servants usually stayed, feeling a growing dread. Do you remember what I told you before? Seeing Weston's agitation, Armin remained calm, his eyes questioning. Why? We could have returned together. Recalling Armin's words, Weston understood. These are the waste plates of our brothers. Their last wish was to erect a memorial. If we don't return, they will remain nameless. Pulling out a bag and tossing it to Weston, Armin revealed numerous plates, each name flashing vividly in Weston's mind. Let's go. Tying the bag to his waist, Weston marched outside. What a grand scene. Now, being posted here isn't so bad. Yeah, let them fight it out. While chatting by the city gate, hoof sounds echoed again. Go. Run fast. Facing two riders attempting to break through, the guards dared not intervene. Seeing the men's determination, they skillfully parted ways. This day has been exhausting. Yeah. Ishani, what's wrong? Spotting one soldier staring intently, they asked. The man who left matches the wanted poster perfectly. Producing the poster, he showed it to the others. Upon comparing, everyone froze in shock. What should we do? If the captain finds out, our heads are forfeit. Don't worry, only we know. We'll agree that only one group left, and who knows if they split up after leaving. Yeah. With no other choice, they concocted a lie to face captain's wrath. ####Chapter 625. Proclamation of the Imperial Edict. Who are you? Where is Weston? Vlad, who was in charge of the pursuit, quickly subdued the masked individuals and was now interrogating the captives with a drawn blade. Ishan had expected to catch Weston, but among the dozen men, there was no sign of him. Realizing he had been tricked, Vlad angrily wanted to find out where Weston had gone. Ha ha ha, don't even think about getting any information from me. The guard looked at Vlad and laughed, then abruptly pressed his neck against the blade, moving it sharply to one side before collapsing onto the ground. Commander, he's dead. What should we do now? The surrounding soldiers stared at the body on the ground. The Jurchens were known for respecting brave warriors, but they hadn't anticipated that a dozen men could cause them such trouble and remain defiant until death. Now, Montague glared at Donnie, who remained seated, and angrily demanded, "Is this what comes of wielding power over the army? Do you not respect the Emperor's edict?" Seeing Donnie act as if he hadn't heard, Montague furiously questioned him. Just read the edict already. Donnie knew he had clashed with Montague before. Christopher to Donnie's obstruction of mutual market development, causing significant losses to the court, his position as commander-in-chief is hereby revoked. Montague shall select another leader within the army. Mutual markets must be opened immediately without delay. After reading the edict, everyone was shocked. With the Jurchens poised to attack, changing commanders mid-battle was disastrous. No one understood why the Emperor had made such a decision. Now hand over your command. You will return to the capital with me. Montague looked at the dejected Donnie, smirking slightly, signaling the Imperial Dantiards to move. Do you think you can take our general away without our consent? Just as the Imperial Dantiards approached, Finian, sitting nearby, stood up and punched two of the guards back. Finian, do you want to rebel? Seeing who had stepped forward, Montague, who had studied the situation at Shanhaguan, knew Finian was Kobe's older brother. Kobe was loyal to Montague, so he looked at Kobe, somewhat displeased, and asked Finian. Brother, sit down. Kobe turned pale, knowing that directly confronting Montague was suicide. Ishan rushed to pull Finian away. Get out of my way, rebellious scum. When we were fighting for the Ming, where were you? Finian ignored Kobe and pointed at Montague. Capture both Finian and Donnie. Seeing Finian's defiance, Montague, considering Kobe's loyalty, had initially tried to give Finian a chance, but now he ordered the Imperial Dantiards. Yes. As the guards moved to seize Finian, all birdies present rose to their feet, glaring at the guards. Insolence to superiors warrants the execution of the entire family and extermination of the clan. I know none of you fear death, but if you wish your families to be buried alongside you, step forward. Seeing the hostile faces around him, Montague remained calm, smirking and warning everyone. After hearing Montague, birdies hesitated, looking at each other. Yuan General had been kind to them. Nearly all had been saved by the commander. His kindness meant everything to them, but they feared that impulsive actions might cost their families and loved ones their lives. All right, I'll just make a trip to the capital, nothing serious. Dantiard Shanhaguan well, and I'll return soon. Seeing Birdie's hesitation, Donnie finally stood up and addressed them. General. Finian, hearing that Donnie was going to the capital, wanted to stop him. Ishan knew the capital was dangerous, and once Donnie went, he might never return. If they mobilized the army now, they could defy the order, and the court wouldn't dare do anything more. Promise me one thing, and I'll cooperate. Seeing Finian's anxiety, Donnie patted him on the shoulder and walked to Montague. Tell me, and if I can, I'll help. Montague, realizing Donnie had sway over the men, knew that if he decided to revolt, it would be disastrous. So, agreeing to one condition seemed worth it. Don't harm them. Agreed. Ishaning Donnie's request, Montague glanced at the crowd, nodded, and agreed. Killing so many would leave no one to defend against the Jurchen invasion. General. Tears filled the eyes of everyone present as they knelt down. They were touched that, even in this moment, Birdie thought of them. This made them feel unworthy. Chapter 626, Kobe's Scheme. Take Donnie away. Seeing the expressions of the people around him, Montague felt a lingering fear. If Donnie had truly intended to rebel, most of the people here would have followed his orders. Fearing that delay might lead to unexpected events, Montague hurriedly ordered someone to take Donnie away. General. Finian saw Donnie being taken away and tried to step forward to stop it. Finian, you are destined to be a pillar of our great Ming dynasty. Don't ruin your future. Noticing Finian stepping up, Montague quickly blocked him and said urgently, Alden, don't give me that. You have two choices, either release the commander, or take me along as well. Finian only had one brother, Kobe, and he had no other family. Had it not been for Donnie, he would have died long ago. Seeing Birdie about to be taken away, Finian couldn't just stand by. He had to do something. At this moment, Donnie was led out of the tent, and Montague glanced at the surrounding crowd. Don't think I fear you. I hope you retract all those words, or else you will also be taken to the capital. Approaching Finian, Montague whispered a warning. Considering Finian was Donnie's right-hand man, capturing Donnie wouldn't make things easy unless he was cooperative. Ishan pondered whether to give Finian another chance since his mission was merely to escort Donnie back to the capital, not to control everyone else. Your Excellency Ishan, I can assure you that my brother is an outstanding warrior who simply doesn't understand the intricacies of court politics. As Finian was about to speak, Kobe quickly rushed over, covering Finian's mouth, and politely explained to Montague with a smile. Take Bertie away. This place would soon be under his control, and Finian, being his older brother, was too valuable to lose easily. Kobe, what are you doing? Finian, restrained, couldn't understand why Kobe stopped him. Please sit down, Your Excellency. After Finian was taken away, Kobe heaved a sigh of relief. Booker standing to Kobe, Montague nodded and walked to Donnie's seat, not sitting immediately but touching the chair first. All the officers present watched Montague closely. The command position had always belonged to General Yuan. That's fine, I won't sit here. Are all the officers present? Looking at the seat, Montague didn't choose to sit, and instead turned to look at the officers on both sides, noticing there were fewer than 20. Considering the strategic importance of Sanhedrin, Montague asked Kobe skeptically why there were so few officers. Your Excellency, Sanhedrin has been plagued by years of war, resulting in many soldiers but few officers. Many officers have fallen in battle, and the ones you see here are newly promoted, Kobe explained after looking around and confirming no one was missing. What? Montague was shocked by Kobe's explanation, never imagining the situation at Sanhedrin was so dire, lacking even enough officers. Why didn't the reports sent to the capital mention the death of officers? Montague approached Kobe to ask. General Yuan always reported good news, not bad. Moreover, Sanhedrin hasn't received military pay for a long time, so Bertie has been paying out of his own pocket, which he never mentioned. An officer stood up to explain before Kobe could reply. Is this true? Montague felt unsteady upon hearing the officer's words, doubting if he had wrongfully arrested a loyal and patriotic officer. Grabbing Kobe angrily, Montague found this inconsistent with what Kobe had previously told him. Your Excellency, please calm down. Standing beside, Kobe hadn't expected Montague to suddenly grab him. Why is this different from what you told me? Montague, losing patience, shouted at Kobe. Others in the room looked at Kobe curiously, unsure of what he had told Montague. Your Excellency, I haven't spoken much to you. How can I be deceiving you? Upon realizing Montague was exposing everything, Kobe's face darkened, giving Montague a warning look. Aldemf. In the future, Kobe will lead Sanhedrin. Ishanra is the Tiger Tally. Do not betray the Dantes' trust. Realizing Donnie was captured, Montague could only entrust Kobe with the task. Handing over the Tiger Tally, he spoke sternly. Thank you for trusting me. I will protect Sanhedrin for the Great Ming. Kobe accepted the Tiger Tally gratefully, knelt down, and respectfully thanked Montague. You all may leave. Montague glanced at Kobe and instructed the others. Yes. None of the officers understood why Kobe was chosen to lead them. Weren't you telling me that Donnie had shown signs of rebellion? Once everyone left, Montague grabbed Kobe's armor and demanded an explanation. Your Excellency, this was your doing, and it was the Dantes' decree. It has nothing to do with me. Now wielding power, Kobe showed no fear of Montague, standing tall and staring at him. You. Alright, now that things have come to this, who else can you rely on besides me? Kobe smiled, watching Montague's anger, knowing Montague had been deceived. With Donnie already captured, Montague had to return to the capital and let the Dantes decide. Sanhedrin couldn't be leaderless, and Kobe was the best choice, especially after the public handover of the Tiger Tally. After seeing off Montague, Kobe came outside the tent. Greetings, Commander. Upon seeing Kobe, the officers outside bowed respectfully, opened the city gates and resumed trade. Kobe, following his own plan, gave the order. Not advisable. Before leaving, General Yuan repeatedly warned us not to resume trade. If the Jurchen forces attack, it could lead to disaster. An officer objected urgently. Do you question my authority? Holding up the Tiger Tally, Kobe studied it carefully, addressing the officer. As a deputy, some resistance was understandable. Chapter 627. The Relaxed Sanhedrin. Kobe, you are disregarding the welfare of the soldiers and civilians at Sanhedrin. If anything happens, can you take responsibility for it? Kobe had risen above many of Bertie's preparations against the Jianzhou Jurchens. Merchant caravans were continuously exiting through the pass. I don't know. When I left, General Yuan had everyone on alert. Armin also looked confused, unsure what had transpired over the past 10 days. Let's go. The two quickly rode towards Sanhedrin. As they passed by a caravan, they realized it wasn't theirs. Stop. The guards at the gate saw someone riding in and pulled out their swords to stop Weston. Let him through. A squad leader who was counting money noticed it was the King of Bryant and urgently pushed the guards aside, allowing Weston and Armin to enter without hindrance. The guards were new and hadn't seen Weston before. Are you blind? Can't you see it's the King of Bryant? Your Highness, something seems off inside the city. Inside the city, all soldiers appeared extremely lax. Armin voiced his concerns to the king. To the barracks. Weston immediately noticed something was amiss and didn't know what Donnie was up to. At the barracks, Kobe was enjoying wine and watching dancers. Others present looked uneasy but dared not speak up. Why the long faces? Keep playing music and dancing. Seeing everyone frozen, Kobe felt irked. Report. Trouble, trouble. Just as the party was lively, a soldier rushed in. What's wrong? No need to be so flustered. Kobe, seated on his throne, sipped wine and questioned the soldier. The King of Bryant has returned and is outside the camp. Ishan will be here soon. The king has returned. Excellent news. Ishan always said good fortune follows the king. Ishannering this, all birdies grew excited. With the king back, matters could be set straight. Kobe's expression darkened, realizing he had overlooked Weston. Noticing the change in the room's atmosphere, he waved away the dancers and whispered instructions to his aides. Everyone, come greet the king. Kobe wiped his mouth and addressed everyone. Yes. They exited the tent, heading toward the barracks entrance. Move. How dare you block the king's path? I mean no offense, but the camp is restricted territory. The guards were in a dilemma. They knew who was there but couldn't let anyone enter due to orders. Your Highness, are you well? I've been beside myself since learning of your disappearance. Upon seeing the king, Kobe pushed past the guards and hurriedly greeted him with feigned concern. The other generals looked on with disdain. Where's Donnie? Weston ignored Kobe and noticed Donnie wasn't among those present. Feeling a sense of foreboding, knowing Yuan wouldn't miss such an important return, he sensed something was wrong. Other generals wanted to speak up but hesitated when they caught Kobe's glare. Well, Birdie went to the capital, leaving me in temporary command. You? Armin was surprised. Even if Donnie had left, Kobe shouldn't have been next in line. The Jianzhou army will arrive soon. Have the troops prepare immediately and close the gates. Weston glanced at Kobe, suspecting foul play but prioritizing immediate action. Close the gates? But the Emperor's decree demands that trade cannot stop. That's why General Yuan was summoned to the capital. I can't give that order. Kobe's face turned grim after hearing Weston, then shook his head. Other generals remained silent, watching from the side. Do you know what you're saying? Do you want Sanhedrin to fall? Chapter 628. Colluding with the enemy. Although Weston did not know what had happened, he seemed to understand something from Kobe's words. Escort His Highness to rest. Seeing that the Barnabas said nothing more, Kobe ordered his confidants. After Kobe gave the order, a squad of soldiers arrived and surrounded Weston directly. Kobe, do you intend to commit insubordination? Seeing the surrounding soldiers, Armin quickly moved to protect the Barnabas, drew his saber and confronted Kobe. Insubordination? What are you talking about? The Barnabas is now an ordinary person. I am the commander of Sanhedrin. This is all within my duties. Kobe was no longer a mere deputy general but the commander. Upon hearing Armin shout at him like this, he decided not to continue acting. Ishan stretched his neck and looked at Armin. You dare. Ishaning Kobe's words, Armin angrily pointed his blade at Kobe. Arrest them. Now fearing nothing, Kobe issued orders to his men, knowing that with 10,000 troops under his command, he need not fear Weston. Don't move. As the soldiers moved closer, Weston placed his blade against Kobe's neck. Your Highness, what are you doing? Caught by surprise, Kobe raised his hands and stopped the others from advancing, asking the Barnabas behind him. What do you think I'm doing? Let's see what you've done. Weston stood there deep in thought. According to historical events, Nicholas would open the gates to allow the enemy into the pass. Previously, Weston believed that Sanhedrin, defended by Donnie, could hold out for a long time even if they were outnumbered. However, Weston overlooked the fact that someone inside Sanhedrin could quickly inform the enemy of developments. Everyone leave. Sensing something was wrong, Kobe hurriedly ordered everyone to leave. No one leaves. I want to tell you the truth about this man's true nature. Ishaning Kobe's order, Weston halted those preparing to leave. Obey my orders and kill them. Panicking, Kobe ordered his personal guards. The guards hesitated, none daring to act. Lay down your weapons. A voice interrupted just as conflict was about to erupt. Several hundred soldiers surrounded the entrance. What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Realizing his men were being disarmed, Kobe panicked and yelled at the soldiers around him. Brother, I never thought you would collude with the enemy. Finian emerged from the crowd, looking sternly at Kobe. Brother, don't accuse me wrongly. We are brothers. Kobe couldn't understand why his own brother would appear at this moment. Others in the room were equally confused, unaware of the sudden confrontation between the two brothers. Upon hearing the accusation of collusion, everyone perked up their ears. General after general stepped forward, demanding clarity, especially since many had lost family members to the enemy. They would not tolerate any traitor. General Finian, what do you mean by these accusations? One of Birdie's bravely approached Finian for answers. Brother, we are blood relatives. Are you really going to do this to me? Seeing Finian produce letters, Kobe pleaded emotionally, realizing it was his last chance. If the letters fell into the wrong hands, he was finished. Seeing the letters, everyone opened and read them. Barnabas, please take charge. Finian then knelt before Weston, respectfully presenting the tiger talisman to show his allegiance. No, I am the commander here. Following the court gets us nothing. The enemy can offer us wealth, titles, and power. Unwilling to lose everything he had carefully planned, Kobe tried to convince everyone. Finian, Sanhedrin is now under your command. Strengthen defenses to prevent enemy invasion. Aware of the enemy's movements, Weston urgently ordered birdies to be on high alert. Ha ha ha, you won't stand a chance. I've already sent word, they should be here soon. Kobe sat helplessly on the ground, laughing bitterly as he realized his fate. I leave this to you. Looking at the kneeling Kobe, Weston did not intend to execute him immediately, but left the final decision to Finian. Yes. After settling things, Weston and Armin left the camp. Brother, I am your real brother. You wouldn't execute me, would you? After Weston left without punishing him, Patrick Leopard appealed to Finian, who now held all the power. Ishaning Kobe's plea, everyone paused, looking to Finian, fearful that he might waver, given the close relationship between the two brothers. Brother, join me, and we can become kings together. Ishanra, no matter how hard we work, we will end up like General Yuan, eliminated for our contributions. Kobe made one last effort, trying to sway Finian. Brother, have you still not repented? Turning to face Kobe, teased them. Kobe was now fearless. As they say, the Emperor is far away and powerless here. Kobe, commanding an army of 10,000, wouldn't fear Weston. Don't move. As the soldiers moved closer, Weston placed his blade against Kobe's neck. Barnabas, what are you doing? Emotionally restrained, Kobe stopped others from approaching and raised his hands, asking the Barnabas behind him. What am I doing? Look at what you've done. Standing there, Weston pondered over events. Under normal circumstances, Nicholas would open the city gates, allowing the Jian troop from outside the pass to enter. Note: for a more natural and fluent reading, I've made a slight adjustment. The term, Jianu, seems to be a mix of Chinese and an incomplete translation. Assuming Jianu refers to the Manchu troops, here's a refined version. Under normal circumstances, Nicholas would open the city gates, allowing the Manchu troops from outside the pass to enter. Previously, Weston thought Fuchin al-Dinan was defending Sanhedrin. Even if unable to defeat the Jin soldiers, they could resist for a long time. Note, the term Jianu seems to be a romanization error or partial translation issue in the original text provided by the user. In context, it likely refers to the Jin soldiers or Jurchen people, who later became known as the Manchus. I have replaced Jianu with Jin soldiers for clarity and historical accuracy. In all his calculations, Weston had forgotten about potential informers within Sanhaguin who could swiftly relay information to the Jurchens. Everyone leave? Kobe sensed something ominous and hurriedly asked everyone to leave. No one must go. I need to tell you the truth about this man. Upon hearing Kobe's words, Weston halted those preparing to leave. Kill them by my command. Panicking, Kobe ordered his personal guards. The guards exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. Drop your weapons. As a conflict was about to erupt, a voice sounded. Subsequently, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the entrance. What? A rebellion? The restrained Kobe saw his guards being subdued. Growing anxious, he yelled at the surrounding soldiers. Elder brother, I really didn't expect you to collude with the Jiannu. Note, Jiannu is a historical term often translated as Jurchens or Manchus. Depending on the context and preferred historical accuracy, you may choose to use Jurchens, Manchus, or keep it as Jiannu. For this passage, I'll continue using Jiannu to maintain consistency. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's the revised line. Elder brother, I never imagined you would collude with the Jiannu. Finian emerged from the crowd, looking straight at Kobe. Elder brother, you're my blood brother. Don't wrong me. Kobe, staring at Finian, couldn't understand why his elder brother appeared now. Others present had no idea what was happening. Why were Finian and Kobe suddenly arguing? They heard about the collusion with the Jin soldiers, instantly focusing their attention. We don't care who the commander is, but we will not tolerate anyone colluding with the Jinnu. For better fluency and natural reading in English, minor adjustments were made. 1. We can care less is changed to we don't care for more idiomatic expression. 2. Sentence structure slightly adjusted for smoother reading. Note, Jinnu seems to be a placeholder or unrecognized term and is kept as is per your instruction. General Finian, what exactly do you mean by your words? A general stepped forward, coming before Finian, because he couldn't tolerate collusion, especially since his brothers died at the hands of the Jin slaves. Correction. Because he couldn't tolerate treason, especially since his brothers died at the hands of the Jurchens. Note, Jin slaves is likely a mistranslation or typo. The term Jurchens or Jianzhou Jurchens refers to the ethnic group historically known for establishing the later Jin dynasty, which is more contextually appropriate. Elder brother, we're blood brothers. Do you really want to treat me like this? Seeing the letters Finian produced, Kobe anxiously asked, triumphantly ordered all birdies to be on alert. Note, the term Jiannu seems to be partially censored or corrupted in the provided text. It likely refers to Jianrong or Jurchens, which should be replaced appropriately based on context. Ishanra left as is to avoid misinterpretation. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's an improved version. Ishannering Finian's words, Weston had no intention of commanding Sanhaguin. However, given the imminent threat from the Jurchens, he quickly issued orders to all birdies to prepare for potential invasion. Ha ha ha, you can't hold them off. I've already sent messages through Sanhaguin. It should be soon. Kobe sat down, realizing he was powerless, laughing up at the sky. This place is yours now. Weston glanced at the kneeling Kobe, deciding not to kill him, leaving the final decision to Finian. Yes. Resolving this, Weston left the camp with Armin. Elder brother, I'm your own brother. Are you going to kill me? After Weston left without punishment, control fell to Finian. Kobe looked at Finian, pleading. Upon hearing Kobe's words, everyone paused, watching Finian. Everyone knew how close the two brothers were, fearing Finian's wavering. Elder brother, if you join me with the Jin slaves, you will surely be made a prince. If we stay loyal, we'll end up like General Yuan, eliminated for being with a great enemy at hand. Why would His Highness return to the city? Ishan asked with bewilderment. Weston did not answer. After entering the city, he went directly to the inn. Ishan gave his men's identity tags and wrote a letter, sending them both away. Your Highness, do you know where the Barnabas consort is? Ishannering that His Highness intended to send something out, Armin asked, puzzled. Earlier, Armin had instructed Elon to get the Barnabas consort out of harm's way, so she should not be in the capital anymore. I know. No matter where they go, they will eventually arrive at this place. At this point, Weston had nothing else to worry about, and it was time for his final effort. Armin, I order you to find the Barnabas consort immediately and protect her every step of the way. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible. After leaving the city, Weston looked at Armin beside him and stopped his horse to give orders. Your Highness, if I leave, what about you? Upon hearing the command, Armin froze. Ishan did not understand the purpose behind this arrangement and asked with doubt. You don't need to worry about me. I actually don't belong here. The time has come. Your Highness. Having listened to His Highness, Armin knew what he was planning to do and tried to persuade him to leave together. Enough. If there is no refuge here, I have prepared an alternative route for you. You can take this path. Weston had long anticipated this day but felt a twinge of regret. Thinking of this, he spoke to Armin. Yes. Seeing that His Highness had made up his mind, Armin could not change it and turned his horse towards the west. After Armin had ridden far away, Weston smiled slightly, then rode his horse toward Sanhaguin. 3 days later, the Jurchen army besieged the city. Sanhaguin was fully prepared. All the soldiers were stationed on the walls, ready to fight the Jurchens to the death. How is this different from what we agreed upon? Silas of the Bukert Blue Banner rode ahead, observing Sanhaguin's prepared defense, which was entirely different from what the Elwyn had described. Silas had been in Anqing and rushed to join this major battle. With military power at his disposal, Silas did not fear being eliminated. Since Sanhaguin is already fortified, our previous plans must be reconsidered from scratch. While Silas was perplexed, Vlad beside him spoke. Who are you? Booker standing to someone speaking beside him. Silas arrogantly glanced at Vlad, sizing him up and down. Silas had just arrived with his men, while Vlad of the main red banner was already outside Sanhaguin. Silas did not recognize him. An unknown person dared to give him instructions, which Silas could not tolerate. This is the commander of our main red banner. He wasn't one to be intimidated, especially in front of his own men. Giving in now would mean losing face forever. Are you courting death? A lowly Ming dog like you doesn't deserve to stand before me. Silas, I will kill you today. The mention of his lineage was Vlad's deepest pain. Hearing Silas speak thus in public, he drew his saber, pointing it at Silas a few steps away. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Hearing Vlad's challenge, Silas, who hadn't fought for a long time, felt a surge of excitement, smiling without fear. Stop. Matthew stood beside them, visibly upset that the two commanders were fighting even with him present. With so many people around, Matthew sternly addressed the two. Elwyn, he is too aggressive. Hearing the Elwyn's words, Vlad reluctantly sheathed his sword, still displeased. I don't care about this. Sanhaguin is right here. Each of you is responsible for one side. Whoever captures their flag is the strongest. The other must bow and salute whenever they see the victor in the future. Seeing the unyielding stance between the two, Matthew proposed a solution, pointing to a flag on the city wall. No problem. The Bukert blue banner will attack from the right side, he from the left. I accept. If Commander Ewan loses, don't go back on your word, Vlad said, looking at his own men who seemed fearless, then turning his gaze to Silas. Good. That's the spirit of a true commander. Matthew nodded approvingly when he heard Vlad agree. Nicholas. Competition was beneficial. It motivated people to do their best. Matthew looked at the distant Sanhaguin pass, noticing how well prepared it was, contrary to what Nicholas had previously reported, and called Nicholas over. Your Majesty. Nicholas arrived at Sanhaguin Pass and, seeing the situation, quickly hid among the crowd, praying not to be noticed. However, no matter how much he tried to hide, Matthew called him out. What's going on here? Why is it different from what you told me? Matthew grabbed Nicholas by the collar, pointing at the distant Sanhaguin Pass, and angrily questioned him. I didn't know either. This is completely different from what we expected. Nicholas, now panicking, replied helplessly. Aldenf, are you playing dumb with me? Didn't you say everything was under control, and we wouldn't need to shed a single drop of blood to take Sanhaguin? Look at this. Can it be taken so easily? Seeing Nicholas's expression, Matthew roared angrily at him. It wasn't just about Sanhaguin. Matthew had executed Crew and Cristoforo Tula to prevent a rebellion by the bordered white banner due to Nicholas's assurances. Now, all of it turned out to be lies, and Matthew couldn't tolerate this. Ishan had eliminated one of his most loyal families for a surrendered Ming general. Your Majesty, are you alright? Others rushed forward to support Matthew, fearing he might collapse. Your Majesty, trust me. Let me find out what's happening. Nicholas, looking at the distant Sanhaguin Pass, didn't understand what had happened. It was only because of Kobe's message that Matthew had decided to send troops. Go, and if you can't resolve it, you know what will happen. There was no other choice now. They could only treat the living as if they were dead. Be on alert. Be on alert. A man is approaching. Stay vigilant. At Sanhaguin, upon seeing a lone rider approach, the guards quickly sounded the war drums, heightening everyone's vigilance. Don't panic, I'm one of us. Nicholas, riding his horse, saw the bustling activity on the city walls and shouted up. Many archers on the wall aimed their arrows at Nicholas. Who are you? From atop the wall, everyone failed to recognize Nicholas due to the distance. You tell Kobe that the scenery in Dantylin is unparalleled, and ask him to open the gates to meet me. After speaking, Nicholas waited for the gates to open, but after a long wait, the gates remained closed. Ishani, I'm with Kobe. Open the gates quickly. Nicholas yelled angrily at the guards on the wall. Who's Kobe? Ah, spit. Isn't Kobe your commander? Won't you fear his punishment if you don't let me in? Nicholas, seeing the soldier's demeanor, was baffled. The letter clearly stated that Kobe was the commander. The Kobe you're looking for is right in front of you. Can't you see him? A general on the wall looked down at Nicholas and sneered. Kobe, where are you? Come out and open the gates for me. Ishaning the soldier's words, Nicholas shouted desperately, searching the wall for any sign of Kobe. Stop shouting. He can't hear you. If you really want to see him, shall I throw him down for you? What do you mean? Confused, Nicholas asked Bertie. The Kobe you seek is hanging there. Take a good look. The general pointed to the severed head hanging below. When he arrived, Nicholas had noticed the head but hadn't realized it was Kobe's. Even if Kobe wasn't the commander, he was still Donnie's deputy and shouldn't have come to such an end. Drive. Seeing Kobe was dead, the plan for inside-outside coordination was now useless. Without hesitation, Nicholas turned his horse and raced back. Though returning to Matthew's side meant certain retribution, falling into the hands of the Ming would result in even worse consequences. At least with the Jurchens, there might still be a chance. Fire. Don't let him escape. The general on the wall thought the visitor was a spy within the Jurchen ranks. Upon seeing Nicholas turn back after hearing about Kobe's death, they gave the order. Dozens of arrows flew towards Nicholas, but fortunately, he was fast enough to avoid them. What happened? Matthew, now recovered, watched Nicholas return and asked anxiously. My inside man is dead. Our previous plan is scrapped. Ishaning Nicholas's report, Matthew was extremely dissatisfied, casting a stern glance at those behind him. Chapter 631, Blood-Soaked Battle. Harold, please give me one more chance. I assure you that I can breach the Sanhaguin Pass, and I am still of use to you. Nicholas was genuinely frightened as two men held his arms. Ishan anxiously addressed Matthew. Standing nearby, Silas and Vlad had no sympathy for traitors like Nicholas. The Jian army only revered true warriors. Take him away first. Looking at Nicholas, Matthew pondered over the matter. Having already spared Nicholas's life after killing Crew and Bray, it would be too easy to just kill him now. Ishan decided to keep Nicholas alive for a while longer. Silas, Vlad, listen to my command. Yes. Lead your armies to attack in an hour. Matthew moved to the front, gazing at the distant Shanhaiguan Pass, and ordered Silas and Vlad, who stood behind him. The Jian army, after 2 years of rest, were eagerly looking forward to the battle, excited by the prospect of carnage. On the other side of Shanhaiguan, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Is everyone ready? Finian stood before a sand table, asking those present. Ready. All ready. I'm here. Just as everyone was discussing, Weston entered from outside. Your Highness, why are you dressed in armor? Finian, puzzled, questioned Weston. I will join you on the battlefield, defending Shanhaiguan together with you. Though Weston was no longer the Barnabas of Bryant, he had always been a subject of the Ming dynasty. Regardless of how the Ming treated him, everything he had now came from the Ming. With the Ming dynasty on the brink of extinction, he had to stand up. Agreed. With you here, we can surely repel the Jin army. Yes, our chances of victory have increased. Among all birdies present, half did not know Weston's past deeds, but they had heard stories about him. Be quiet. Upon hearing the remarks, Finian turned grim-faced, angrily shouting at them. Seeing Finian angry, everyone quickly shut their mouths. Finian, I cannot allow you to stay here. You should leave. Why? After Finian's words, Weston was stunned. Ishan was fully armored, ready to fight. Yet this was what he was told. Men, escort His Highness out. Soon, several soldiers entered the tent. They looked otherwise. My side faced the Zhonglan banner. They had many troops, and we lost nearly a third within half a day. Don't get me started. I faced the Zhonghong banner. Earlier battles were much easier, but this time, we lost 2 tents and let them onto the wall twice. The commanders of the southern sides of the wall were dejected, shocked by the heavy losses in just half a day. General, from today's battle, it's clear the Jin army is different. We must prepare. A newly promoted general sitting at the end whispered his thoughts. After speaking, other generals glared at him with anger. What are you looking at? I'm not suggesting surrender or escape. There are many civilians in the city. If we cannot hold out, they must live. Then lead people to warn the civilians. This battle is unlike any before. They need to prepare. Finian thought it made sense and instructed accordingly. Not going, what nonsense. Do you think I fear death? A bunch of fools. What can you do? Seated on his throne, Matthew looked at the 4 banner leaders, roaring in displeasure. Humph. Having spoken, Matthew swept out of the tent. Aren't you the leader, Silas? So disgraced, not even reaching the walls. Vlad jeered after Matthew left. You have no right to boast. Who knows who will win this contest? Booker stinning to Vlad. Silas spat and stormed off. Over the next 10 days, the battle continued at Shanhaiguan. Once fertile land was now stained red. They've retreated. Finally, they've retreated. The soldiers cheered as they saw the Jin army withdraw. At night, both sides gathered their dead. No fallen warrior would be left unburied. Injured men, get treatment. Everyone has worked hard. Chapter 632. The Loss of Shanhaiguan. At this moment, Weston was in the city price's residence, sitting at a stone table in the courtyard, polishing his sidearm, yearning to join the battlefield and fight for the protection of the Ming dynasty. Your Highness, what's wrong? Just as Weston felt depressed, he saw Armin return and was surprised enough to put his sword away quickly, walking straight up to Armin. What are you doing back here? Didn't I tell you to protect the princess? Don't worry. Everything is taken care of on her end. Come with me. I'll show you something that will surprise you. Seeing the prince somewhat upset, Armin hurriedly grabbed Weston's arm and led him outside the city price's residence. Greetings, Your Highness. Standing at the gate, Weston stared at the guards, momentarily stunned because all these people were orphans he had previously adopted. Good. Everyone follow me to Shanhaiguan. The originally depressed Weston now felt reassured upon seeing these 45 individuals, and gave an order to them all. Knowing that those standing here were already well prepared, there was no need for further instructions. As Weston rushed toward Shanhaiguan, the Qing army camp outside the city quietly made its move. Nicholas, you know Shanhaiguan well. You'll lead the stealth attack this time. After so long, Shanhaiguan remained impregnable, causing immense losses. Additionally, there was still the wager with Vlad. Yes, rest assured. Nicholas, who proposed the idea of a night raid, knew very well that the Ming soldiers were mostly asleep during nighttime. After days of relentless battles, the soldiers were utterly exhausted and wouldn't expect a surprise attack from the Qing forces. Nicholas then led men under the cover of darkness, carrying ladders, approaching the foot of the city wall. Go! Being the former commander here, Nicholas knew exactly where the defenses were weak. What's that? The drowsy soldiers atop the wall heard sounds, but realized too late as they were killed silently. Quickly, open the gates. Others, come with me to capture the flag. After reaching the top, Nicholas instructed part of his men to open the gate while leading others toward the main flag. As Nicholas left, Silas reminded him not to forget about the wager and to seize the flag on the way. Enemies! Awakened soldiers started to check the situation and were alarmed to see Qing troops already on the wall, frantically calling out their comrades. Attack! Realizing Finian, Your Highness, I failed. I couldn't hold Shanhaiguan. Please take over here. With his last breath, Finian spoke to Weston, then breathed no more. Everyone, gather around. All the soldiers gathered. Now that the commander was dead, the highest-ranking person was the prince. Greetings, Herald. Silas greeted the arrival of the herald at the gate. Entering Shanhaiguan for the second time, Matthew felt many emotions, nodding contentedly at Silas. Have all the Ming forces been cleared? There are still hundreds uneliminated, but we have surrounded them and can finish any time. Silas then led the herald to the Ming camp's outskirts, where Ming soldiers continued to resist. Master, don't resist any longer. Order your men to lay down arms. I promise they won't be harmed. Matthew, riding his horse, shouted to Weston, who who stood opposite him. Himph, are you all afraid of death? Weston laughed coldly, questioning his men. No fear, no fear, no fear. The soldiers showed great morale, ready to follow the Barnabas of Bryant. Attack. Drawing his sword, Weston charged towards the Qing forces, followed closely by others. Engage. Seeing them charge, Silas ordered his men into action. Soon, both sides clashed fiercely, Matthew watching the entire scene silently. Weston's group fought aggressively, and the Qing forces struggled to hold, but reinforcements continuously replaced the fallen Blue Banner soldiers. Archers. Despite this, the Ming forces fought bravely. Seeing the tide turning unfavorably, Silas promptly summoned the archers. Your Highness, watch out. Upon noticing the archers aiming at Weston, Armin rushed over in panic. Fire. Following Weston's order, dozens of arrows flew out. Armin swiftly shielded Weston. Armin. Seeing Armin hit by several arrows, Weston held him tightly, laying him down painfully shouting, Your Highness, Armin can no longer serve you. With his final words, Armin closed his eyes forever. Stop. Weston, I want him alive. Hashtag chapter 633, the final chapter. Matthew watched as Armin was struck by an arrow and died. Quickly, Matthew instructed Al-Bai. Yes, retreat. I will personally take him down. Upon hearing the herald's order, Al-Bai felt somewhat speechless. Clearly one arrow could have finished him off, yet they insisted on taking him alive. Fine. I also want to see how the Jin slave's top warrior performs. Watching Al-Bai dismount and approach, a smile tugged at the corner of Weston's mouth as he pointed his saber at the latter and said, I'll let you know. The two then engaged in combat. Although Weston possessed some martial arts skills, they were nothing compared to the top Jin slave warrior Al-Bai, who inflicted several wounds on Weston with his blade. Kill. The remaining Ming soldiers, seeing their prince covered in blood, raised their weapons to fight the Jin slaves. The Jin slave soldiers did not give them a chance to close in. Several volleys of arrows later, all the Ming soldiers lay dead on the ground. I'll fight you to the death. Weston, already exhausted, knelt on the ground panting heavily, watching his own soldiers charge forward fearlessly only to fall one by one. He used his last ounce of strength to raise his saber and charge towards Al-Bai. You might as well take a nap. Al-Bai sidestepped the saber and delivered a blow to Weston's head. Take him away and find a way to keep him alive. Seeing Weston lying on the ground, Al-Bai checked him and finding he was still breathing, ordered his soldiers. The soldiers also felt speechless. If they were not supposed to let him die, why had they dealt such harsh blows? Shanhaiguan was completely occupied by the Jin slaves. Matthew did not rush into further conquests, but first stabilized the army. After resting and regrouping, he would lead a large force southward to sweep through Central Plains. Before sweeping through Central Plains, Matthew had one more important task to complete. Master, would you be willing to surrender? If you do, your treatment will be the same as what the Ming provided, and we will guarantee you and your descendants a hereditary title. Sitting on the throne, Matthew looked at the bound Weston and said, Aldemf, kill me or hang me, it's up to you. But if you expect me to surrender to the Jin slaves, you are just daydreaming. Eschannering Matthew's words, Weston sneered coldly, looking at Matthew with icy eyes. Many of his brothers had died at the hands of the Jin slaves. How could he face them if he surrendered? The herald personally recruits you, and this is how you respond. Nicholas, sitting nearby, because of his contributions during the attack on Shanhaiguan, now held a significant position in the Jin slave army. Ishan had always viewed Weston as a thorn in his side. Without him, Nicholas wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. Nicholas, you will not end well. Take him away. Before the army departs in 2 days, use the blood of the Ming's Abdul to honor our fallen heroes. Eschannering that Weston refused to join them, Matthew could only make his decision. In Matthew's heart, he did not want to execute his master, but with so many eyes watching, if he let Weston go, it would cause unrest. Ishan had no choice but to painfully sentence Weston to death. Inside the tent, Al-Bai, Vlad, and Nicholas, who all had grievances with Weston, smiled upon hearing the news of his execution. Amasksaha, I have something to entrust to you. After everyone left, Matthew stopped Amasksaha as he was about to leave and gave him some instructions. 3 days later, it was time to set out. The elite Jin slave forces had all entered the pass. In front of tens of thousands of soldiers, the Ming's Abdul Weston was executed. After executing Weston, it indeed boosted the morale of all the troops. The sleeping Weston slowly regained consciousness. Am I already dead? Awake, Weston blinked in disbelief as he saw Everly, Aiden, Claudia, and his son Alden Ping beside his bed. Ishan's awake. The prince is awake. Just as everyone waited anxiously, Aiden excitedly pointed at Weston. How do you feel? Everly looked up at the bed and asked. I'm fine. How did I end up here? Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Weston recalled being in Shanhaiguan and wondered how he ended up here. A group of Jin slave soldiers drove us onto a boat. After we boarded, you were carried up with us. Everly recounted what had happened. Oh right, this person gave you a letter to open when you wake up. Aiden then handed Weston a letter. When Weston saw the writing on the envelope, he opened the letter. Master, by the time you read this letter, you should already be sailing away. This time, it's me. After reading the letter, a tear rolled down Weston's cheek. Ishan got up, dressed, and came to the deck, gazing toward the direction of the Ming dynasty. Barnabas, what's wrong? Everly and others followed out, standing behind Weston, unsure why he was staring from the deck. Nothing, just looking around, breathing in the fresh air. After speaking, he threw the letter into the sea as the ship sailed south. At that moment, Matthew stood by the seashore with Amasksaha beside him, gazing at the calm sea, lost in thought. Just before the execution, Amasksaha had put a sleep-inducing drug in Weston's meal and replaced him in a classic switch. In the end, Matthew did not bring himself to execute Weston. Harrel, after entering the pass, Al-Bai has become uncontrollable, burning, killing, and plundering wherever he goes, leaving devastation in his path. Seeing the herald's expression, Saha received a military report and quickly informed the herald, his face pale with concern. Over the next few years, the Jin slave army swept through the Ming territory while Weston wandered among the western countries and eventually found a secluded island to spend his remaining years. Long live the Dantes! On the 11th day of October in the second year of Lawson, Matthew proclaimed himself Dantes Lawson and moved the capital from Shangjing to Beijing. Upon arriving in Beijing, he issued an enthronement edict at the gate of Amispreme Harmony. Your Majesty, continuing to explore new routes may overburden the people and deplete resources, especially with powerful enemies surrounding us. Please reconsider. Saha, now a minister of state in the Qing dynasty, stood up to advise the Dantes after hearing of his intention to send the navy out to sea. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. All the ministers knelt down, imploring the Dantes to change his mind. The end. Yes, step back, I will take him down myself. Upon hearing the herald's order, Silas felt somewhat speechless. Clearly one arrow could have ended it all, yet a live capture was demanded. This is fine. I also wish to see the first Abdullaru of the Jurchen. Watching Silas dismount and approach him, Weston smirked and pointed his knife at him, saying, I'll show you. The two then clashed. Although Weston had some martial arts skills, they were no match for Silas, the first Abdullaru of the Jurchen. Ishan was slashed multiple times by Silas's saber. Kill. The remaining Ming soldiers, seeing their lord drenched in blood, raised their weapons and rushed to fight the Jurchens. The Jurchen soldiers would not let them get close. After several volleys of arrows, all the Ming soldiers lay dead on the ground. I'll die with you. Exhausted, Weston knelt on the ground gasping for breath. Watching his men charge forward fearlessly, only to fall one by one, he used his last strength to charge at Silas with his saber. You should just go to sleep. Silas sidestepped the attack and struck Weston's head. Take him away and make sure he doesn't die. Seeing Weston lying on the ground, Silas checked and found him still breathing. Ishan ordered his soldiers accordingly. Several soldiers were also speechless. If they weren't supposed to kill him, why did they have to use such force? Shanhaiguan was thoroughly occupied by the Jurchens. Matthew did not act hastily but first stabilized the army, waiting for proper rest before leading the main forces south to sweep across China. Before sweeping across China, Matthew had something very important to do. Master, are you willing to submit? As long as you submit, your treatment will be the same as that given by the Ming dynasty. Your descendants will be guaranteed hereditary titles. Sitting on the throne, Matthew looked at the bound Weston. Aldenf, kill or hang me as you please. But if you want me to join the Jurchen, you're delusional. Ishannering this, Weston sneered coldly at Matthew. Many of his brothers had died at the hands of the Jurchen. If he submitted, how could he face them? The herald personally invites you, and you dare to be so disrespectful. Sitting nearby, Nicholas, who had earned a place in the Jurchen army for helping capture Shanhaiguan, saw Weston as a thorn in his side. Nicholas, you won't end well. Take him away. 2 days from now, before our army sets out, we will use the blood of the Ming dynasty's Barnabas Bryant to honor our fallen souls. Realizing Weston wouldn't surrender, Matthew made his decision. Ishan didn't want to execute his master, but with so many watching, releasing him would cause unrest. Thus, he painfully decided to execute Weston. In the tent, Silas, Vlad, and Nicholas, all bearing grudges against Weston, smiled upon hearing of his execution. Saha, I have something to entrust to you. After everyone left, Matthew stopped Saha, speaking to him privately. 3 days later, on the day of the departure, the Jurchen elite entered the pass. In front of tens of thousands of soldiers, the Ming Barnabas Bryant Weston was executed. Executing Weston indeed boosted the morale of all soldiers. Sleeping Weston slowly regained consciousness. Am I already dead? Awakening, Weston blinked in disbelief at Everly, Aiden, Claudia, and his son Alden Ping by his bedside. Awake. The Barnabas is awake. Excited, Aiden pointed at Weston. How do you feel? Everly asked, lifting her head. Fine. How did I get here? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he wondered how he had long boot curve the Dantes. In the second year of Lawson, on October 11th, Matthew moved the capital from Shangjing to Beijing. Upon arrival, he issued the Edict of Enthronement at the Aldenangeman Gate. Your Majesty, continuing maritime exploration will exhaust resources and provoke surrounding enemies. Please reconsider. Saha, now a minister of the Qing dynasty, urgently advised against expanding naval expeditions, knowing the emperor's intentions. Please reconsider. All ministers knelt, urging the emperor to rescind the order. The end.